Chapter 1 Helping someone is blackmailed. Is it identified? 8 p.m. in the summer of 2022. A middle-aged woman let out a scream in a ward of Ningyuan Diren Hospital. You still want to run? She was wearing a blue jacket, and although her face was heavily made up, she still looked fierce. Ling was blocked in the ward by her tugging at her clothes with an awkward expression. The other party should be the family of the fallen old man, but before he could open his mouth to explain, this irascible middle-aged woman pulled her voice and questioned again. You must give me an explanation for this matter today. Auntie, don't get excited. The old man was not hit by me. I sent him here. Ling immediately shook his head in denial. When I saw him, he was already lying on the ground. Impossible. It's you, the middle-aged woman said, and then turned to give a wink to the man on the phone in the corner of the corridor. Ling saw this and said that it was not good. Brother, look, this kid hit our father and still wants to deny it. When the man came, the middle-aged woman subsided a bit, but her face was still filled with sarcasm. Ling then also had the opportunity to measure the man in front of him. The other party's height is nearly 1 meter 9, and his own 1 meter 85 compared to, still to appear much taller, and most importantly, wearing a black trench coat. His eyes revealed shrewdness. You're the one who hit my father? The man in the trench coat opened his mouth indifferently, but the tone of the sentence sounded like an affirmation. This big brother, you misunderstood. The old man wasn't hit by me. I just sent him to the hospital. Ling tried to make his tone as smooth as possible, but the trenchcoat man snorted disdainfully and coldly at that moment. Since it's not you who hit him, why did you send him to the hospital again? I did not wait for Ling to think about how to prove his innocence. Outside the ward suddenly came thump 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 running sound, followed by the door of the room opened. A strong man appeared in front of everyone. Father? This strong man's voice was extremely loud, shaking Ling's head, buzzing. Lao Er, you came just in time. Our father is still not awake now. All because of this person. The middle-aged woman cried out with a wail when she saw the other party come in. Who is it? The burly man let out an angry shout as he heard the whole thing. Ling glanced at the other party and found that he was wearing a black undershirt. His bare skin was full of tattoos, and most of all, there was a black-brown knife scar on his right eye, in connection with the words just said. Could it be the road? Is it you? This scarred face angrily questioned Ling in a cold voice when he saw him. It's not me. Ling saw that the situation had become like this, so he had to be even more firm about his innocence. After all, these 3 old men's sons and daughters in front of them looked like they were not easy to deal with. I just came in and heard that I need to pay for the treatment, and I need about $50,000 in order to treat my father. Scarface didn't even hear Ling's words in his ears. Instead, he coldly said this to Ling. What does it mean? This is asking me to pay for the treatment? Ling then couldn't help but smile helplessly and bitterly. He had just graduated and entered the company, with a monthly salary plus full-time of $3,000. How could he come up with $50,000 for treatment? The 3 family members also seemed to have noticed that Ling was hesitating. The trenchcoat man got up to answer the phone again at this time, and Scarface stepped forward when he saw this with glaring eyes. If my father has a shortcoming, you won't be able to walk out of this room today. Seeing that the noise in the ward was getting louder and louder, the hospital nurse hurriedly dialed the police. A few minutes later, a tall female police officer entered the hall. People coming and going in the hospital couldn't help but stop and steal a few glances when they saw her. Under the competent short hair is a delicate rosy face, but this seemingly delicate face has a pair of cold as frost eyes, which seems to be able to discern the criminal motives of everything in front of them, and come closer to see only vaguely the other side of the exquisite face. There is no smear on it, under the natural white skin, but also revealed a slice of intoxicating redness. The original 172 height under the uniform, but also gives a kind of uninviting coldness. Everyone only dared to lower their eyes to peek at her long straight legs. I'm the police officer who received the call. She came to a stop at the nurse's station and took out the ID in her pocket, following which she ruffled her short hair. Hello, Officer Zhou. Just in room 202. The nurse confirmed that it was correct and immediately got up to point forward. Thanks. Zhou Jie nodded her head and took a deep breath before walking towards ward 202. However, before she could place her luxuriant fingers on the handle, she heard a commotion coming from inside the ward. You hit it, you have to be responsible to the end. Scarface took a chair and sat in front of Ling with a gloomy face. The old man's daughter was in tears. Sitting in front of the hospital bed, said his father bitter. It is not easy to raise his children, ready to enjoy life, but ran into this kind of thing. Ling felt like his head was about to explode, and he couldn't think of any solutions at all. Click. Just then the door to the room opened. Zhou Jie came into the room with a raised eyebrow. Scarface heard the commotion and looked back. Without saying a word, he hurriedly stood up. Comrade, police finally came. This person hit my father and still want to run. Scarface complained with a crying face and pointed at Ling. The woman also wiped away her tears at this time and nodded her head vigorously. They seemed to have concluded that Ling had hit their father. You two stabilize your emotions first. Zhou Jie looked around. I'll first get a preliminary understanding of the specifics, and I hope you can cooperate with me in my investigation. Definitely cooperate, Scarface replied very dryly. It was as if he hadn't been the scoundrel he had been in the ward before. Then let's start with this gentleman first. Zhou Jie looked at Ling first after she finished speaking. Nearly 1.85 meters, weighing about 140 pounds, wearing nameless half-sleeve shorts. His slightly gangly face was now filled with innocence. A glance down really can't see anything wrong. So Zhou Jie pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. Do you have evidence to show that you are innocent? I was riding my bicycle today to take a shortcut to the company to work overtime. About 7:40 when I came to Chuanxi Alley. And then I saw this old man lying on the ground. Ling heard this and immediately recalled what happened before she came to the hospital. Chuanxi Alley? Zhou Jie briefly recalled. Remembered that the alley is dilapidated. The surrounding facilities do not seem too perfect. Monitoring what is not installed in this place. No video? At the end, she added a question. Video? Ling was eager to save people. Which would have time to shoot video? No. Saying this sentence out breathlessly, Ling understood that the other party could not help herself. Zhou Jie has been working for many years, and has encountered this kind of thing a few times. Without the video to testify, there is no way to get rid of the suspicion. Slowly came to the front of Ling, she could only lower her voice. If you do not have to prove their own video, this matter is generally no way to perfect solution, either to find the masses at the time of the crime, or in the old man's family lawsuit. It is best to pay some money to solve this matter in a hurry. This word out Ling can only really admit it. Scarface also saw the doorway. The middle-aged woman even came to the front of Ling again crying. My father is lying here waiting for treatment. Can you not keep pretending to be mute? Auntie, I really can't afford to pay. I'm just a fresh graduate. Where can I come up with $50,000? Ling had a big headache for a while. Zhou Jie was also helplessly holding her forehead when she heard this price, but she didn't have any better solutions. If she wanted to help Ling, she also had to come up with evidence. What to do? Glancing up at the old man in the hospital bed, Ling suddenly felt a giddy brain. Wait, what's the situation? Ling immediately shook his head to make himself awake, but he suddenly realized that above the head of the old man in the hospital bed, a few big words appeared. Whether to identify. System? How can this kind of thing suddenly appear? Chapter 2 Appraisal. Female police flowers profile. Ling carefully observed for a moment and realized that these words had always existed, so it subconsciously answered yes. Appraisal system began to appraise the old man. Appraisal successful. A series of data then flooded into Ling's brain. Name, Huang Chengcai. Nickname, Huang San. Age, 67. Height, 168. Weight, 55 kilograms. Occupation, porcelain bumper. And at the back of the bumper, there is also a paragraph of text following. Detailed description. Ling saw these information shocked, and the last bumper porcelain detailed description. More let himself have a share of completely pitched anger. The old man lying in front of him was actually a bumper porcelain? Immediately turning the detailed description on, more information appeared on the old man. They are a professional bumper team. There is a clear professional positioning. The team has a large number of specific words. In order to be able to bumper successful, every night will also be operating exercises. The amount of money involved is up to more than $3 million. The old man in the hospital bed is the mastermind of the team. When Ling saw this, he turned to look at Scarface without even thinking about it. Whether or not to identify? Yes. Identification successful. A large amount of information poured out from Scarface. Name, Zhang Mingqiang. Nickname, One Eye. Age, 37. Height, 165. Weight, 60 kilograms. Occupation, porcelain. Hidden things, is it open? After clicking open, the Scarface's untold story was shown in its entirety. 30 years old, killed the same village laborer Lu Pengyuan. Now for the network fugitive. The other party is actually carrying a human life on his body? Ling saw the corners of his mouth rise slightly at this time, and when the trenchcoat man and the middle-aged woman went out of the ward at the moment, Ling placed his sight on the female police flower Zhou Jie. Is it appraised? Yes. Name, Zhou Jie. Face value, 96. Age, 24. Height, 175. Weight, 52 kilograms. Hobbies, badminton. Yoga. Hidden thing, wounds of fire. Betrayal of friends. And at the end of these details, there is an option that can be opened. Detailed information, is it open? Ling didn't expect that there would be so many stories on this policewoman in front of him. Open. Circumference, 94. 66. 95. Special experience, 0. But when he just wanted to click on the hidden things to see, Zhou Jie's pair of almond eyes followed and glared down hard at himself. Ling felt a chill and had to stop. Just then the trenchcoat man and the middle-aged woman suddenly pushed open the door of the room and entered again. The doctor just said to me, Our father's body is now very weak, can be discharged from the hospital, but to ensure the supply of nutrients, our father's body is now in such a state that he really needs nutrients to make up for it. After hearing this, the other two locked their eyes on Yi Ling again. Nutritional supplements? Yi Ling could tell at a glance that they were trying to make themselves pay for the nutritional supplements, but his dinner today was only a loaf of bread. He didn't even have the money to supplement his own nutrition, so it's hard for him to come up with the money to buy nutritional supplements for the old man. Thinking about this, Yi Ling had a growing headache. Just now out of the landlord reminded of this month's rent unpaid. 3 days later, if you cannot get a penny, he must also roll cover from the rental house to get out. Tick-tock. Just at this time the cell phone in his pocket also rang at the wrong time. I'll take a call first. Yi Ling took out his cell phone and saw the caller ID cardiac arrest. But who knows, Scarface immediately got up and blocked the doorway of the room after hearing it. Don't give me an act. Are you trying to pretend to answer the phone and then take the opportunity to run away? He revealed an expression of seeing through everything followed by a cold snort. Zhou Jie also looked at Yi Ling at this time with a slight frown on her willow brows and told him to go to the corner first to settle this matter first. Yi Ling nodded gratefully and took a deep breath to press the answer button. The growl followed and exploded violently from the receiver. Yi Ling, why aren't you at the company? Yi Ling sensed that his manager was in a bad mood, so he could only scratch his head in embarrassment with a red face, followed by explaining in a curt tone. I ran into a collapsed old man on the road and just sent the person to the hospital for a checkup. Then can you come over now? Sun manager sitting in the boss chair crossing his legs face gloomy again asked. Right now. It is estimated that it is not yet possible. Yi Ling of course also want to solve the trouble here as soon as possible, but at the moment cannot find any clues to prove their innocence. If you can't, don't come to the company in the future. I never raise waste in the company. Come to my office tomorrow to hand in your resignation. Click. The phone was hung up directly by the other party just like that. Yi Ling's smile froze on his face. His entire brain was in downtime, not knowing what to do next. However, the old man's family member spoke again at this time. Finish dealing with your own? Then can you solve the matter of hitting my father in front of the police? The middle-aged woman didn't care what mood Yi Ling was in, and came over to re-emphasize her father's situation. Scarface also followed and wailed and cried again. You say how our father will come across this kind of person. Was hit not to say but also even do not want to be responsible for. This world there is no king's law. Trenchcoat man looked at Zhou Jie also followed the opening. Comrade police, since you are here to deal with the problem, that now the situation you say how to solve, cannot let my father has been lying here, right? Comrade police, you have to give my father a decision. Scarface also looked to Zhou Jie with a snotty plea. Comrade police, we can only rely on you now. You impartiality must be able to give a statement. The middle-aged woman also glared fiercely at Yi Ling after saying this. Impartiality is always my rule. You few first calm down, do not get excited. We will certainly be able to rationalize this matter. Zhou Jie naturally saw the urgency of the families, but likewise sensed the situation on Yi Ling. Let's give him some more time to adapt. Yi Ling was also forcing himself to calm down at the moment. After all, this matter in front of him was the top priority, and the sudden appearance of the appraisal system. Wait, since the appraisal technique had already identified them as a bumper sticker team, there was a solution to the rest of the matter, provided that the female officer was able to cooperate with herself. Before the trenchcoat man could continue to communicate with Zhou Jie, Yi Ling got up and went forward to look at the few people and spoke. Do you guys just want me to pay for it? The other three were first stunned by this statement, but Scarface immediately denied it back. Money is not important, but my father was hit by you like this, discharged from the hospital to spend the convalescence fee. You cannot say that all do not give it? If that's the case, of course I'll give it. Yi Ling agreed decisively. A few of you will discuss it now, and then give me a rough figure for the convalescence fee. Several people were happy to hear this, but of course they did not reveal it. Instead they nodded slightly and then came to a corner of the ward for a serious discussion. Seeing them all come together, Yi Ling looked towards Zhou Jie and pulled her to the other side. Chapter 3, Assisting in the Interrogation. Murderer. Zhou Jie was slightly stunned by Yi Ling's actions, but she still followed the other party to a corner of the ward and then set her eyes on him. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I want you to do something for me. Yi Ling lowered his voice and told Zhou Jie all about his plans. Of course the things that he had identified himself had not been said. Zhou Jie was a little surprised after hearing this, and after glancing up at the old man's family, she nodded slightly in agreement. I'll follow the process of reviewing and registering, but if these things you said are false, there's no guarantee that they'll continue to pester you. She looked into Yi Ling's eyes once again as she explained these possible consequences. I understand. Yi Ling was now 100% assured that he would be able to wipe them out. Zhou Jie nodded her head and got up to come to the three family members. How's your discussion going? Scarface's eyes straightened when he saw Zhou Jie, but followed by immediately stating that the discussion was over. The trenchcoat man stood out and said with a serious face, "My father's body is weak and needs a lot of supplements. So let's let him put up 30,000 and use it to buy nutrients to eat. Can you accept $30,000? Zhou Jie turned around and opened her mouth aloud to ask, "Can?" Ling was at that moment to be able to bring this group of people to the police station, so he didn't hesitate to nod his head in agreement. "In that case you send 2 representatives, together with me back to the police station for registration, and then open a certificate that this matter is settled. These are all necessary processes." Trenchcoat man naturally very clear, so let the middle-aged woman to stay here. Himself with the scar face to the police station for registration. Unbeknownst to the two of them sitting in the car, Ling looked at the windbreaker man and once again found the whether to identify option. Yes. Name, Zhang Guang'an. Use name, Pang Guangming. Name, 39. Height, 178. Weight, 70 kilograms. Occupation, bumper. Hidden things, is it open? As expected, these people are a little mysterious things buried in the heart. Ling did not hesitate to open. A series of information surfaced again. 34 years old forged arson case killed the boss of family of 3. Changed his name and fled to engage in bumper porcelain work. And in the process of having an affair with a married woman. Recently noticed by the other husband decided to take his lover to run away. Good guy. Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing this information. The trenchcoat man and the scarred face were both carrying human lives on their backs. The police car slowly drove into the police station. At this time it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and 2 of Zhou Jie's colleagues were getting ready to leave work. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, you 2 children wait. Take them both to 204. Something needs to be dealt with." "Okay, Sister Zhou." These 2 young police officers just joined not long ago. After hearing that there is a task arrangement immediately agreed. And then took the trenchcoat man and the scar face walked into the police station hall. Ling finally let out a breath of air. However, Zhou Jie looked at him and calmly reminded him, "You did promise to make compensation. If there are no problems with this interrogation, then I can only follow the steps to continue down the line. I certainly understand this matter, but they really have a problem." Ling was very grateful that Zhou Jie could help herself like this. Of course the other party did this out of professional instincts. No one would want to pit the good guys against the bad guys, so he followed Zhou Jie to the 204 door, and when the 2 rookie police officers walked out, Ling was also taken to a side room to wait for the final result. Let's hope that the other party will succeed. However, when the trenchcoat man and the scar face entered the room and realized that it was an interrogation room, they were immediately dumbfounded and were held down on the chair waiting for Zhou Jie to interrogate them. What's the situation? Could it be that the other party had discovered something? Taking advantage of the 2 rookie police out, the windbreaker gave Scarface a wink, and the 2 immediately shouted in unison that they were innocent. But Zhou Jie for this kind of thing has long been accustomed to. Sitting in the interrogation room there are just 2 kinds of people. One is a silent explanation of the situation. One is to say that they are wronged. "Are you guys mistaken? The one outside committed a crime. He hit my father on his bike. Comrade police, you have to believe everything we say." Zhou Jie heard the other 2 shouting injustice but did not have any mood swings. Instead, she calmly sat across from the 2, her gaze traveling across their faces, and eventually the corners of her mouth rose slightly to lightly open her thin lips. "To explain the hurry to explain, some things I already know." This sentence sounded without any emotion, but the 2 crooks were tightened in their hearts, followed by the urgent raising of the tone of voice to cry out again. "Comrade police officer, you misunderstood, right? We don't even know what mistake we made. Don't say it, right?" Zhou Jie heard here then slowly got up, and then came to stop in front of the 2. Say what? Scarface's voice clearly carried a drop of trembling. "We did not commit a crime." Trenchcoat man at the moment but still biting. "Then it seems that you are not seeing the coffin." Zhou Jie gave a slight nod to the police behind him. "Go and call the case provider over to confront them face to face." Yes, the door to the interrogation room opened again, and Ling followed to the front of the duo. Scarface instantly became anxious when he saw Ling. "You kid has no good intentions. Not only did you bump into my father, but you also slandered us for committing a crime? Smear?" Ling laughed and secretly said a 30 years River East and 30 years River West. At first, several of them blocked themselves in the ward all kinds of difficulties, but now they are sitting in the interrogation room chair scratching their ears. Really ridiculous. "Say what you know." Zhou Jie let Ling slowly explain, then carefully observed the 2's faces. Ling nodded at this, then looked at Scarface. The other party was obviously not as composed as the windbreaker man. If he was allowed to confess first, the windbreaker man would naturally go unoffended. "Zhang Mingxiang, you should still know Lu Pangyuan, right?" Ling stared at Scarface's eyes after saying this. "What kind of person is Lu?" "I don't know." The other party jammed and then immediately denied it. However, this subtle change in expression was clearly seen by Zhou Jie. "You really don't know Lu Pangyuan? Don't you know how he died?" Yi Ling said this in a very low voice, but it sounded like an inexplicable pressure, causing Scarface's entire face to hold back his red face, not daring to look straight ahead. I don't know this person. How do I know how he died? You kid, don't complain about good people. I never do bad things. Then you look at my eyes. I give you a good recollection. Lu Pengyuan is how to die. No! Scarface suddenly yelled. The entire person instantly lost the godly aura he had just had. Zhou Jie was able to clearly see that this guy's psychological defense had been successfully breached by Yi Ling's few words. Are you going to let me say the rest? Or are you going to properly explain it to the police comrades? Yi Ling smiled blandly. I didn't expect it to be so easy. I'll confess all. The other party simply did not have the idea of rebuttal, making all efforts to nod slightly. Then he told the whole story of what he had committed. Naturally, it also included the bumper sticker. The trenchcoat man was originally still thinking about how to confront Yi Ling, but in the next second the whole person secretly said unlucky. He even brought a pig teammate. Zhang Mingqian Uing. Mr. Zheng, this last name is a new change, right? Before the trenchcoat man could say anything, Yi Ling immediately snatched a sentence, making him freeze on the spot in the interrogation chair. I remember there's a man surnamed Pang who did an ungrateful thing and thought he was seamless. Do you think this kind of person he dreams every night? Will he regret this matter? Chapter 4, Annette. Identification techniques take the credit. The trenchcoat man's forehead was covered with layers of sweat beads. The whole body also followed the slight tremor. When the arrogance of the flame instantly disappeared, Zhou Jie saw the situation and understood that the two people's inner defenses had been completely broken, and from the mouth of the two of them, learned that this bumper team, there are several other members hiding in the shadows. Give out the addresses of all the other suspects. Zhou Jie slammed down the table with a petulant yell, and Scarface and the trenchcoat man immediately handed over, stating that several others were in the Landon apartments at this time. The arrest was immediately launched. Yi Ling, as the case provider, could only stay in the police station at this time, waiting for the arrest to be completed before he could leave. Let's say thank you first. Zhou Jie looked at Yi Ling and nodded slightly. Then with tight and slender legs, she sat on the police car that was ready to carry out the arrest operation. 10 minutes later, Landon apartment building 4703. Three flower-armed strong men sat paralyzed on the sofa, with a large amount of beer marinara placed on the coffee table in front of them, and the current popular Netflix drama playing on the TV. Why haven't they come back yet? Can't it be that the master they encountered this time is another one with no money at home? A bald man with a face full of crossmeat said and picked up the phone ready to dial. Bang bang bang. Just at this time suddenly came the sound of knocking on the door. Who? The three of them violently bounced up from the sofa. After all, they had done all the bad things and were immediately frightened when they heard a knock on the door in the middle of the night. I'm the resident under your house. Is there a water leak in your house? Water leak? The person blinked and turned to look at the bathroom. No. If not, the roof of my toilet is dripping. If you don't believe me, come to my house and take a look. The person outside continued to respond. Several people in the house were relieved to hear that the visitor was a downstairs resident. The flower-armed strong man at the door, naturally, did not continue to think about it, put on a jacket and decided to follow down to take a look. Kada! Freeze! Room door instantly broken. A group of police immediately poured in. Three flower-armed man has not reacted, was forced down on the ground to move. Zhou Jie then entered the house with a slight frown to confirm the situation. It is the three of them. Take away. Without giving them any chance to explain, the three men were taken into custody and put into the police car. At the same time, the ward in the down old man, feel the air in the room is a bit stuffy, then closed his eyes and ordered the nurse to open the air conditioning for himself to change the air. However, shouted but no movement. Nurse? Nurse? Seeing that no one responded to him, the old man cautiously opened his eyes, but he suddenly realized that there were several police officers standing around him. You're suspected of touching porcelain and fraud. Please come with us. An arrest operation ended perfectly. Zhou Jie returned to the police station and then let her colleagues conduct the interrogation, while she herself got up and went to the police station waiting room and casually straightened her slightly messy short hair. Yi Ling was still thinking about the rent as she sat in her seat. The landlord had just sent himself a text message that after 3 days, if the rent was not renewed, the house would be rented out to other tenants. Hey! Accompanied by a sigh of his own, the door to the waiting room was opened. Zhou Jie walked in and explained in a calm tone, the arrest was successfully completed. Thanks to the clues you provided. This is what I should do. Yi Ling was relieved to hear that all these people were successfully apprehended. At the same time, he also secretly sighed at the fact that his identification technique was actually true. Those 2 cyber fugitives have been detained, and the remaining few are under interrogation. Just cooperate now and put this on record today. Zhou Jie handed a form to Yi Ling when she said this. Receiving the form from the other hand, Yi Ling this time can finally put down his heart. Seriously observed this female police flower. Her delicate face was still cold, which seemed to be due to her personality. Continuing down is her white neck. It seems that because of the previous excessive exercise, Zhou Jie is stabilizing her breathing at this time, but let Ling have the honor to see a drop of spring light, just right according to the requirements. Zhou Jie opened her mouth again and then turned around and left the room. Ling could only eyeball the other party, then picked up a pen and carefully looked at the contents, explaining all the general things on it. After doing this, he will be the form when he got up and went out. But he didn't expect a police officer to then chase after him. Mr. Yi, wait a moment. Is there anything else? Ling stopped his steps and froze slightly, only to see the other party hemmed and hawed, then took out his cell phone and opened his mouth to explain. You've provided such an important clue. It's a great contribution to our police department. Please let me record your name and ID card. And of course the bank card you used under your name. Used for what? Ling nodded slightly, then pursued. You will be given a bonus after this matter is over. Probably around $5,000. $5,000 bonus? Without saying a word, Ling immediately took out everything for the other party to take pictures of. This was the reward he deserved. Not to mention that $5,000 could pay 2 months' rent. It must be taken. Only after registering this did Ling really leave the police station. Returning to the rented room was already in the wee hours of the morning. Phew. Ling, who had been busy all day, was finally able to lie on the bed and completely relax. But after just a few seconds of comfort, he couldn't help but laugh and then popped up from the bed. He now wanted to test how wide the functional range of this appraisal technique was. As far as the eye could see, there was only the closet and the dining table, and when one's mental energy was focused on one of the objects, the 4 big words, appraisal or not, were successfully activated. Magical. Ling sighed with emotion and then stared at the closet and agreed to identify it. Appraisal success. Item name, wardrobe. Item value, 40 yuan. Item year of birth, 2021. Because it is an ordinary closet, so there is only this information. Ling thought for a moment and then continued to identify other items. After a few minutes he found some doorways. That was that his own appraisal technique worked on almost anything, but not everything would pop up with the words, whether to appraise. Most items required one's concentration in order to appraise them. Anyway, with this ability, one can definitely accomplish something that others can't. The more Ling thought about it, the more excited he became. He himself might be able to walk to the peak of his life before long. Ha! Yawning lazily, Ling laid back on the bed and closed his eyes, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a deep sleep. Waking up again, the sky was already bright. Tick-tock. The alarm clock of the cell phone rang again. Ling got up and glanced at the screen and found that there were several missed calls. After clicking on it, she found that it was a call from the company's personnel department. Suddenly remembered that the one surnamed Sun asked me to handle my departure today. Ling realized that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and if he had been in the company at the beginning, he would have been working for more than 2 hours by now. Calmly throw the cell phone aside. Ling got up after a simple wash, clean up the house before pushing the door out. Although the work is gone, but their wages cannot be cheap for nothing, and if that surnamed Sun dare to target me, then don't blame me. Ling revealed a confident smile, and her eyes followed with a slight glow. Chapter 5, Revealing the Old Ends. A certain manager's office of Farhang International Trade Company. Although the door of the room was tightly closed, a subtle sound was still coming out. An obese middle-aged man was sitting on an office chair at this moment. He half squinted his eyes with an expression of enjoyment, and then let out a long breath. Not a moment later a heavily made-up woman climbed out from below. Manager Sun can't forget the agreement between us. The woman ruffled her hair and winks, then looked at Sun Dingwen and slowly opened her mouth to remind him. Your promotion is on the table. Ling has already been driven away by me. We will have a meeting in the afternoon and let you be the team leader here. Manager Sun is as good as his word. Looks like a real man. The woman leaned her body up hard when she learned that she was about to be promoted. And at this time Ling also came to the company. After he walked into the hall, he noticed a hint of something not quite right. When those few co-workers saw themselves in the beginning, they instantly turned their heads, and then walked quickly towards other places with a look of disgust. It is really true that people leave the tea cooler. Ling also did not care about these people's thoughts, got up and came to the front desk to look at the front desk girl, opened her mouth and asked, Is Manager Sun in the office? Front desk girl wearing a thin uniform today, sitting there is playing with the nails just done. Heard someone asking will immediately stand up and welcome with a smile. Ling, you don't let fired? She immediately gave a cold stare. Ling remembered that when she was at work, she still felt that the other party was quite good and would greet her every time, but now this change screams a bit unbearable. I came here today to get my unsettled paycheck. Oh, the front desk little sister nodded slightly with her eyes hanging open, before picking up the phone and dialing Manager Sun's office. Ling, at this time, focused his attention and opened the appraisal technique on the other party. Appraisal successful. Name, Zhang Xiaoli. Face value, 56. Age, 22. Height, 169. Weight, 50 kilograms. Hidden thing, bar hangover. Hidden disease. Details, is it on? 56 points? Can it be that this is where the power of Asian transfiguration lies? Ling was dumbfounded when he saw these details. However, when he opened the details, the whole person was even shattered on the spot. 3 circumference, 97. 66. 95. Special experience, 245. 245 times? Disturbance. Manager's son wants you to go to his office. When Zhang Xiaoli saw Ling staring straight at her, her makeup-coated face suddenly darkened, followed by a condescending expression. Thanks, huh? Ling didn't care about the other party's change at all. After all, the purpose of his coming here was very simple, and that was to get a paycheck and then say bye-bye to this place completely. Coming to the manager's office on the 6th floor of the company building, Ling naturally still raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Who? Sun Dingwen's distinctive voice came out from the room. Ling felt a wave of revulsion when he heard it, but still barely put on a trace of a smile and opened his mouth to answer. Ling. Oh, without answering to let or not to let in the door. Ling saw the other party as this kind of attitude. Also understand the meaning of it, clearly want to humiliate themselves before leaving. Clang. Without wasting a single second at the door, Ling pushed open the door and walked into the office. Manager's son. Ling looked at him without being humble and smiled blandly. Sun Dingwen's face was already slightly gloomy at this point, but he still nodded slightly, then took out a resignation report. Write your name on it and you can go to the personnel department for your resignation. But only the mouth did not mention the matter of salary. Manager's son, then my salary. Ling wanted to remind the other party when she heard that. Your salary? Sun Dingwen looked at Ling with a slight frown. What salary? My unpaid salary before I resigned. Ling opened his mouth in a deep voice to continue explaining to the other party. However, she had already guessed what Sun Dingwen was thinking. You still have the face to ask me for the outstanding salary? Sun Dingwen put down the work in his hand and then sneered. Surprisingly, you still want to ask for wages from me. You kid still seems to be out of line. The wages I deserve for my work. Of course I have to take them before I leave my job. Ling may not care what the other party's reaction. Salary is salary, cannot be casually deducted. If he continues to do articles on this, they also have no need to give him face. Do you know because you didn't come last night? Our department lost a big project for nothing. Sun Dingwen stretched out his fingers and knocked on the table. Shouldn't this project loss be borne by you? Bastard, and I fight. You are still a little young. Manager's son's meaning is that he won't give it? Ling looked at the other party and asked indifferently, and decided to use the appraisal technique on this guy. You don't get a single point of salary. Take the exit slip and get lost. Don't come to disturb my work. Sun Dingwen's face darkened when he heard this and got up violently. Good. Ling heard this and understood that the other party was not going to give it. The appraisal technique was then activated. Appraisal successful. Name, Sun Dingwen. Age, 47. Height, 165. Weight, 90 kilograms. Occupation, department manager under Farhang International Trading Company. Hidden matters, abuse of power and betrayal of the company. The corner of Ling's mouth rose slightly after seeing these two messages. Following this, a detailed description of the two things was opened. Existence of improper relationship with subordinates. Having contact with the general manager of the rival group Ocean Commerce and Trade. Selling the company's confidential documents at a high price. Why don't you hurry up and get out? Do you want me to call someone to send you away? Sun Dingwen glared and slapped the table again. In his heart, a gust of cold laughter even rose. Dealing with an ant at the bottom like you is simply effortless. Since manager's son is adamant about this, I have no choice but to look for the chairman. Ling at this time but suddenly smiled slightly. By the way, I will explain some more things to him. It's useless for you to find anyone. The other party thought that Ling was pissed off and stupid. How could the chairman of the company care about a little like them? I'm just reacting with the chairman that you don't pay your salary, and then mentioning in passing the specifics of Ocean Trading, which successfully bid for a $30 million order last week. Why are you mentioning this? Sun Dingwen's originally confident face was suddenly puzzled for a few moments. I'll just say that you and the chairman of Ocean Trading have a good relationship in private. I put together. How did this kid know about this? Sun Dingwen's heart thumped, but then he forced himself to be calm. This kind of even if he really said it, the chairman couldn't do anything to himself. After all, there is no evidence to prove. Thinking about it, Sun Dingwen was even more disgusted with Ling for a few minutes. This kid even wanted to disgust himself before he left? If you have the ability, then, you went to dinner with the other party at the Gathering of Virtues Pavilion last week, and the chairman of the board shouldn't know about this matter either. Ling mentioned another sentence right after the other party hadn't finished speaking. What? A dense and fine sweat emerged on Sun Dingwen's forehead. He didn't know that Ling would even know about this matter. He who originally still had a few moments of confidence was completely manic by now. Don't you talk nonsense to me here. I don't know the other chairman at all, much less go to the gathering of Virtue's Pavilion for dinner. Chapter 6 First Acquaintance with Antiques. Although Sun Dingwen's words were like this, his eyes fluttered. Manager Sun is so sure, then there is no fear of me talking nonsense. Yi Ling laughed. Anyway, there is surveillance at the gathering of Virtue's Pavilion. In the end there is no such thing at a glance. After saying that, he was ready to leave. Wait. Sun Dingwen immediately forced out a smile. Sun manager still have to say? That. Xiao Ya, you see what you are excited about, is not too unsettled wage is it? We colleagues a good get together and goodbye is not good? Sun Dingwen will office room door lock. The tone also followed a lot of calm. The change is really called a fast. Then you give no wages? Yi Ling coldly reconfirmed. I will notify the finance department to give you a paycheck now. Sun Dingwen without saying anything is said to do. On the contrary, Yi Ling saw that he has dialed the phone, then took the resignation report, dashingly got up and walked out of the room. And after Sun Dingwen hung up the phone, the whole person fell on the seat. His face once again emerged gloomy. How did this kid know about me? And how much inside information does he actually know? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was too strange, and finally pinched his brain and decided to wait and see what happens first. As for Yi Ling, came to the finance department and easily got more than 4,000 unresolved salary. Secretly said that he can pay the rent now to slow down the life. Followed by the elevator downstairs ready to leave this place of wrongdoing. But when Yi Ling came to the front desk again, Zhang Xiaoli originally smiling face, immediately turned into an expression of eating. Zhang Xiaoli, you are sick. Your face looks bad. Yi Ling stopped his steps and asked with a concerned face. None of your business? The other party rolled his eyes greatly at Yi Ling. All have been fired by the company. Still thinking of getting close to this girl. Really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Listen to my advice. Go to the hospital for a checkup. It'll be too late for you to regret later. You give me a clean mouth. This girl has no problems. Why should I listen to you to go to the hospital? Zhang Xiaoli suddenly pulled her voice and cursed. You see, I said you a sentence, you still anxious. Check the body is not good. Have to wait to find out the problem to go to treatment? Yi Ling shrugged his shoulders with a helpless face. I see that you are the one who should go to the hospital to do a checkup. To check if you have a problem in your head. Do you need to take some medicine for neurosis? The company employees also heard the commotion at this time, stopping to watch the fun. Yi Ling on the other hand once again looked seriously at Zhang Xiaoli and opened her mouth to explain. Your private life is too chaotic, and you have already contracted a disease down there, so it's best to hurry up and conduct a checkup. Indifferently dropping this sentence, he took his paycheck and left. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaoli's face reddened, followed by breaking into a rage once again. You're the one who's in a mess. Your whole family is in a mess. My old lady is pure and clean. However, Yi Ling had already walked out of the company building. He exhaled with a cozy face, then turned to look at the company, took out his cell phone and edited a text message, sending it to an unfamiliar number. Ding dong. The chairman of Farhang International Trade Company, Ltd., was in his office at the moment, reviewing documents. After hearing his cell phone vibrate a few times, he slightly frowned, but still put down the work in hand and picked it up to take a serious look at the content of the text message. A few seconds later, he coldly asked the assistant at the door to enter the room, and then whispered a few instructions in his ear. Understood. The assistant nodded his head vigorously after hearing this and got up to quickly walk out of the chairman's office. After Yi Ling finished sending this message, he found a bank nearby to deposit money, and then bought a cold drink and returned to the company again. After waiting for 10 minutes, a police car slowly came. Zhou Jie sat in the passenger side expressionless, but suddenly stopped after getting out of the car. Yi Ling vaguely feel that someone is looking at themselves, subconsciously turn around and Zhou Jie's relative. Surprisingly, it's her? Zhou Jie found Yi Ling but did not have much expression, ordered his colleagues to follow him, then walked into the building with her long legs. Yi Ling smiled helplessly. Within minutes, Sun Dingwen was escorted down by 2 police officers. Zhou Jie was followed by the chairman's assistant. The two explained a few words to each other and then said goodbye. Yi Ling saw that the matter was perfectly finished and turned around to go home. On the way, he also thought a lot. His own appraisal technique can not only appraise everything, but also can peep into the secrets of a person's heart. Anyone in the appraisal technique will be torn off all the disguise. But this ability in the end how to use in order to be really helpful to himself? Couldn't one just use peeping into other people's secrets to gain profit? No way. Yi Ling immediately dismissed this thought as soon as it surfaced in his mind. If it was an improper secret, it would be fine if he exposed it himself. But if it was a private personal matter, he didn't like to appraise the snooping. In that case it's still necessary to utilize the ability to appraise items. Yi Ling muttered in a low voice, and suddenly realized that at the intersection ahead, there were a few middle-aged men, squatting on the ground and playing with something. It looked like some age-old contraptions. This was the road that he originally had to pass through to go to work. But nay, he arrived at the company at 6 o'clock or so every day, and only ended up working overtime at 10 p.m. So he had never known that there were a few stalls here. I'll come over and take a look. Just found a good thing. Absolutely old things. Celebrity paintings and calligraphy from the Qing dynasty. How delicate the picture is. You can't buy it and be fooled. Ling did not expect this place to be so lively. Driven by curiosity, he walked towards a stall. He found that it was filled with all kinds of objects, some of which he recognized and some of which he did not, but most of them looked really decent. Young man, look at the calligraphy and paintings. The stall owner is a middle-aged man in his 40s, keeping a handful of goatee, wearing a pair of gold glasses. The most striking that is the arm. A string of large gold watches in one hand, not to mention that the fingers are also set with a gold ring. Don't know, also thought it was where to come from the tycoonate. I'm actually just curious. Come here to see a hilarious. Ling smiled and answered truthfully, but had long ago utilized Appraisal to look at everything here. Item name, modern imitation of the prancing horse picture. Item rarity, 4. Item birth year, 1999. Silently pawning the fake in his hand, Ling realized that of everything in front of him, there was not a single piece that could be considered genuine. Young man, you casually look. I do not have those here. Like what? Ask the price on the line. Then I'll just take a look. The other party heard Ling say this and lost much interest. Ling put her attention on the next stall. The floor was full of paintings and ancient coins. If these were real, then the stall owner also had a big enough heart. Boss, how much is this? At this moment, an uncle pulled out a coin from the pile of ancient coins and picked it up to scrutinize it. When Ling saw it, he concentrated a little, and the word appraisal appeared on the coin in the other's hand. Appraisal. Appraisal successful. Item name, modern imitation ancient coin. Item rarity, 3. Item birth year, 2014. Good guy, then my age are small. Ling secretly staggered. Heart speech here is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Can these fake goods will be put out to buy openly? That is, only Antique Street can do this kind of thing, right? Wait a minute. In Ling ready to get up and go home, he suddenly found that the pile of coins, there is a coin active. Light up the weather identification for big words. Chapter 7, preparing to make a small profit. Ling subconsciously sensed that this ancient coin was unusual, but just then an old man wearing glasses just happened to pick up this coin, and also took out a magnifying glass to carefully observe. It was just like a means of an old man. Confirm identification. Ling squatted aside to stabilize his emotions, then appraised the coin. Identification successful. Item name, Xishan Heavy Treasure. Item rarity, 54. Item perfection rate, 98%. Item year of birth, 1861. Item details, is it accessible? The rarity of 54? Ling had seen so many items with such a high value for the first time. But on the contrary, the old man who studied for a long time, but now take back the magnifying glass and then skimmed his mouth, turned around and glanced at Ling, laughed and said, it's just a badly worn coin. Even if it has value, it has no collection significance, said, and threw it back to the pile of coins. Ling did not say anything to force himself to calm down, and then once again looked at the Xishan Heavy Treasure, opened the detailed information of this item. This item has been stored so that other metal coverings appear on the surface. This item can be completely removed by scientific means, and after success, it will show its original colorful appearance. I see. Ling's heart stirred when he saw the explanation. Obviously this was a real ancient coin. Thinking of this, he then also pretended to be curious and took out 2 random coins from the pile of ancient coins and delved into them with a serious face. Young man, you like this too? Seeing this, the old man who originally wanted to leave, surprisingly looked at Ling, nodding and shaking his head at times, and finally took out one from the pile of ancient coins once again. I just think it's quite interesting. Ancient coins look strange. Ling said this, but his attention was actually focused on that Xishan Heavy Treasure. Not many young people are interested in this kind of thing, but most of the things here are fake. If you really want to know about them, it's better to go to a more formal place. After the other party finished speaking, he got up and left. The stall owner saw him walk away, disdainfully skimming his mouth. What do you pretend to know, king? When you see the real thing, you want it more than anyone else. Ling naturally took these people's words as a whisper. Boss, how much is this coin out? Casually taking out a delicate coin, Ling placed it in his hand for the other party to glance at. 200. The boss didn't say anything and directly opened his mouth to say a number. I said that you don't need to pit me like this even though I'm young? Ling smiled helplessly, and then picked up a few more, among which was the Xishan Heavy Treasure. What you took is a real thing. Asking you for 200 isn't much. The other party's tone of voice towards Ling was a few points punchier because of what that old man said just now. I want these. 25 out or not? Ling took these coins and got up to speak again. When the other party saw Ling's intention to buy, he also immediately showed a pained expression. What you took are real things. One is worth $200. Not to mention these now. How can you say give me 450? Wow. Yi Ling threw back the ancient coins in his hand on the spot. The other party panicked. Young people don't talk about martial virtues, saying you won't buy, and you don't continue to bargain with me? But the good thing was that Yi Ling didn't leave, but instead looked at other stalls again, picking up a pair of paintings and calligraphy, or some trinkets to scrutinize from time to time, talking and laughing with the other stall owners. Young man, this guy finally couldn't help himself. Yi Ling had actually been secretly observing him, and turned around smilingly and bashfully after hearing himself called. What? If you really have the heart to, these total 50. The boss handed out a few ancient coins. Let's just make a friend, how about it? These? 50? Yi Ling walked over with a shocked face, and then squatted on the ground and carefully selected a few by himself. 25 for these, and I won't nag. After saying that, he took out 25 from his pocket and placed it on the stall. Deal. Seeing that he had not opened his stall for a few hours, the boss could only bite his tongue and nod his head in agreement, and after taking the 25, he wanted to continue to sell the ancient coins, but Yi Ling had long since gotten up and disappeared. Clang! Half an hour later Yi Ling locked the door to the room and came to the bedside. Putting the ancient coins he bought one by one, he then picked up the Qishan heavy treasure and looked at it seriously again. The ancient coins were covered with metal and dirt. Yi Ling found a toothbrush and gently brushed it a few times, then managed to make it reveal part of the handwriting. This also proved its authenticity. Yi Ling didn't dare to continue brushing it at that moment for fear of destroying the perfect rate of this ancient coin. Find a place to see if we can get it out. Finding a piece of red cloth to carefully wrap this ancient coin, Yi Ling checked the nearest antique street in the neighborhood, and then moved out once again to prepare to dump the ancient coin. To say that the most mysterious place in Ningyuan City was the Lanshan Antique Street. Even though Yi Ling had been working here for some time, it was still the first time he had come to this ancient and colorful place. Every building was modeled after the ancient times, and the whole street was paved with green stone slabs, which gave people a feeling of being in a different world when they walked here. Yi Ling stopped outside a building called Treasure House. This is it. The Jubilee building was lavishly decorated, with 4 floors from the bottom to the top. Each floor was covered with glazed tiles, and the eaves were squatting with statues of exotic beasts. All of them revealed its extravagance to the outsiders. And when Yi Ling came to the treasure building hall, but also was surrounded by the layout to completely shocked. Porcelain, murals, sculptures. Seeing so many items, Yi Ling naturally opened the appraisal technique. Item name, Imitation Yuan Qinghua. Item rarity, 17. Article birth year, 2000. Article name, High Imitation Yanjinqing Character Posters. Article rarity, 5. Article name, Peacock Bronze. Article name, Peacock Bronze Mirror. Article rarity, 32. Article birth year, Mid-Tang Dynasty. This look at the things here is also fake, more really less. Yi Ling subconsciously touched the ancient coins in his pocket. Also do not know the boss here will not like. At this time, the attendant of the treasure house also noticed Yi Ling in the same way. This gentleman, do you need anything? The attendant stepped forward with a smile and took the initiative to greet him. Who is the person in charge here? I have something I want to trade? You wait a moment. Hearing this, the attendant immediately got up and went upstairs, and greeted a few other attendants, taking Yi Ling to the 3rd floor of the treasure tower, where he rested in the ease of use pavilion. The service here was equally high. After Yi Ling came to Yi Bao Gu and took a seat, the waiter immediately came forward to make tea. There are also 2 female attendants wearing cheongsam and wearing light makeup to take down a piece of red cloth, and then gently spread it in front of Yi Ling's position. Chapter 8 Selling Treasure. This was a rule set by the owner of Treasure House. Any customer who came here to make a transaction would place something on this red cloth before he or she would play with it and appraise the valuation. The purpose is to let both buyers and sellers put down their scruples and trust each other. Yi Ling picked up a cup of tea sip, can only feel the entrance faintly bitter, but after fine taste and a little fragrance, he couldn't help but drink 2 more cups. And at this time, a woman wearing a blue cheongsam slowly came to stop at the entrance of Yi Bao Gu, and then looked at the door. A few waiters nodded slightly. Boss please. The waiters immediately pulled open the door to the room and the woman walked into the room with a smile on her face. Yi Ling heard the commotion followed by looking up. Her tall figure was even more elegant against the backdrop of the cheongsam. Under her long black hair, she had a beautiful face that made people's hearts flutter. Although she drew light makeup, but cannot see the deliberate traces, more like to the beauty of the accompaniment. The perfect body more reflects an ancient flavor, mature, knowledgeable. Yi Ling, as a young guy, naturally could not help but blush slightly, then hurriedly picked up the tea and drank it. This little brother looks very young. Wei Yaning also didn't expect that she would come across such a young lad. After all, people who had an understanding of antiques nowadays were all exceptionally old. Hello. Yi Ling pressed his throbbing heart after drinking his tea and looked at the other party once again, then opened the appraisal. Appraisal successful. Name, Gui Yanning. Face value, 96. Age, 28. Height, 177. Weight, 60 kilograms. Hobbies, treasure hunting, swimming. Yi Ling would have liked to continue to read down the information, but since the other party was already sitting in front of him, he had no way to focus his attention at all. After briefly introducing themselves to each other, Gui Yanning then stretched out her luxuriant jade finger in front of her. What good things does little brother have? You can put them on this red cloth, so I can also appraise and observe them on the spot. I want you to take a look at this. Yi Ling nodded embarrassedly upon hearing this, and then took out the things in his pocket and carefully placed them in front of the other party. Ancient coins? Gui Yanning frowned slightly after seeing Yi Ling take out only one ancient coin. After all, when this kind of thing is compared to porcelain treasures and jades, that doesn't have any possibility of comparison at all, unless it has an exceptionally short production cycle, and there is, and so on. Gui Yanning originally just wanted to briefly survey it, but after seeing a few words on this ancient coin, the words she was originally prepared to say immediately followed and changed her mind. It seems to be an ancient coin from the Qing dynasty, but it doesn't look like it has a good face. She uttered very official words and techniques, first identifying the item as authentic, but without revealing the will to want it. Seeing this, Yi Ling also decided to have a good exchange with the other party. Boss Gui can pick it up and examine it carefully. He looked at Gui Yanning with a simple face, and was clearly able to notice the light glowing in the other party's eyes. And the next second the other party also seriously put on his gloves to study it carefully. From time to time, he furrowed his eyebrows and murmured. Eventually a deep sigh was placed on the red cloth. This thing of yours is real, but the wear and tear is too severe, and the year is not much longer. I can only offer 500 if I want to take it. 500? Yi Ling didn't expect that this big sister with a lot of charm would deliberately use this way to suppress the price. Cannot. He looked at Gui Yanning with a slight smile and then shook his head. Gui Yanning followed with a silver bell-like laughter. Mr. Yi, I'll be explicit with you. This coin year in the Qing, it's less than 200 years, according to the year, are not counted as old antiques. Indeed cannot be counted as an old antique, but any item is precious by its rarity, not to mention that it is still a Qishan heavy treasure. Yi Ling also did not want to continue to sell secrets with the other party. After all, giving a price of 500 at the first opening was clearly treating himself as a novice. Gui Yanning's smile condensed as she looked at Yi Ling. Mr. Yi knows what this is? Of course. Yi Ling spoke slowly with a calm face. Qishan heavy treasure minted in the Qing Muzong first ascension to the throne. Money diameter of about 3.5 centimeters, weight is 12.5 grams or so. The total minting time is also more than 60 days. The market to see most of the sample coins, the circulation of coins, then almost all of the recycling process. Saying that, he once again looked at Gui Yanning. Boss Gui wouldn't have not recognized it, right? Mr. Yi is really powerful. Gui Yanning shook her head. I wanted to pick up a leak, but I didn't expect to actually recognize it. After all, it is very rare. Yi Ling smilingly picked up the tea and savored it again. There are too many impurities on this ancient coin. I need to take a good look at it with my equipment. Gui Yanning said and took out a magnifying glass. If it's really a Qishan heavy treasure, it's a rare treasure. Seeing her explaining to herself so seriously, Yi Ling also followed and continued to explain, making the other party completely cut off the idea of trying to suppress the price. This one of mine is not only rare. If you can look more carefully, you will find that this ancient coin is also a misprinted coin. Misprint coin. Gui Yanning gently stroked her fingers on both sides of the coin, and actually really noticed that the ancient coin had all the same handwriting on both sides. This was probably unique in the entire ancient coin circle. Mr. Yi is really knowledgeable. Treasure House handles hundreds of antiques a year, but this is the first time I've seen this ancient coin today. Gui Yanning said here there is no nagging. Gently put the ancient coin on the red cloth again. Contemplating for a moment to look at Yi Ling blandly opened his mouth. $300,000 to sell to my treasure building can? Will boss you and give me to open this kind of joke? Yi Ling cleared his throat back. 9 years an auction. Qishan heavy treasure shot $1.5 million. Face is still less than one half of my right? In 18 years another one appeared. The final bidding reached 2 million. Sensationalized the entire ancient coin circle. You should also be clear about this matter, right? Although Gui Yanning wore a smile on her face, her eyes showed her unwillingness. Mr. Yi already has an estimate in his mind? There is. Yi Ling saw that the other party had the idea of purchasing, so he put down his teacup to look at Gui Yanning and nodded gently, but he could not see any expression on his face. How much? Gui Yanning subconsciously lowered her voice. 7 million. Yi Ling decisively opened his mouth. The price he gave himself was not just lip service. After all, Qishan heavy treasure, this ancient coin itself is very rare. Look at the weight of that is also designated as the amount of 10, although the surface attached to other metals, but the wrong version of the coin is very likely to only have a unique copy of it. There is no other. However, Wei Yanning shook her head repeatedly after hearing this. Mr. Yi, you're asking for too much. Although the item is a good one, 7 million is really unaffordable. Boss, could give a price? Yi Ling smiled faintly, signaling that he could continue to talk down. Although this coin of yours is rare, but there is still loss on the face, which is where the big discount is. Wei Yanning pretended to ponder and then opened her mouth. I'll give you a bid of 2,300,000. 300,000 as if the two of us were making a friend. Too low? Yi Ling picked up the ancient coin and looked at it, then put it down. What Gathering Treasure House is giving you is definitely the highest price in the market. If Mr. Yi really thinks that the price doesn't meet expectations, I, Wei Yanning, will have to send you off with a smile on my face. Chapter 9, The Powerful Landlord. Yi Ling saw that the other party had put words to this point, so he didn't want to continue to sell his words, so he pointed to the ancient coins and faintly opened his mouth. Bosque, here, if there is equipment that can clean it, you will understand why I will open the price of $7 million. Hearing this, Wei Yanning immediately ordered her men to bring over the high-frequency cleaning equipment. Then after some operation successfully made this ancient coin show its true form. The Qixing heavy treasure came to life under the light. Although this kind of coin had only existed for more than 60 days, it could still be seen that the ancient workers were skillful craftsmen, and every detail revealed the fine pursuit of perfection. It's so beautiful, Wei Yanning murmured as she picked up the ancient coin. Yi Ling also did not expect it to be so perfect. It seems that the description of the appraisal technique is true. After all, there is a 98% perfection rate. 3 million. Wei Yanning's chest rose and fell at this moment, seemingly because she saw her favorite thing. Her voice spoke with a lot more decisiveness. However, $3 million did not reach Yi Ling's psychological price. I can't possibly bid if it's 3 million. 6,800,000. 3,200,000. Wei Yanning's foxy eyes curved into a crescent moon, raised her hand and gently ruffled her long black hair. 2 fingers then stopped at the white swan-like neck. It seems that this is already her bottom line. 6.5 million. Yi Ling continued to return. 3.5 million. There is a say a Wei Yanning figure is really perfect, and the skin looks that is also blowing. Every move shows a full flavor. 6,300,000. I'm out. Any lower there is no need to talk. Yi Ling still did not take any action. Seeing this, Wei Yanning also knew that she couldn't get any benefits from Yi Ling. I can give you 5.5 million. 5 million is the price of this ancient coin, and the other 500,000 is a gift to you so that I can have such a perfect ancient coin. Deal. The price in Yi Ling's mind was also 5 million. 5.5 million naturally nodded in agreement immediately. Xiao Chen transfers money to Mr. Yi. The corner of Wei Yanning's mouth rose slightly at this moment, and then she gently put down the ancient coin and took out a hot gold business card from one side and handed it to Yi Ling. In the future, you can come to Sister's place for tea, and you can also come to Treasure House if you have other things. Definitely. Yi Ling took the business card and put it away carefully, and then gave the attendant her name and card number. In less than 3 short minutes, $5.5 million successfully arrived in the account. After walking out of this antique street, Yi Ling felt like he was in a dream world. Not more than an hour's work, he even became a millionaire so easily? And others will not believe. 100% will think they are winning the lottery. Coincidentally, at this time, he saw a bank. Yi Ling thought about it and came to the money transfer machine, inserted his bank card and entered a series of card numbers. The transfer was successful. Seeing the display pop up on the machine, Yi Ling then got up and walked out of the bank, then thought of finding a place to eat first. After all, after a busy morning, a bite of food has not been eaten. At the same time, a few hundred miles away in a certain ravine, Yi Ling's mother, Chen Shulan, was at home. Sun screened dried apricots, heard the cell phone vibrate and immediately put down the work in hand, and then saw a scene that made her instant cardiac arrest. The child's father, Chen Shulan, immediately yelled after seeing the content of the text message. What? Yi Jianjun ran back to the yard with a dry cigarette in his mouth. Look what your son did. Chen Shulan hurriedly lowered her voice. Suddenly transferred a sum of money to me. You see, you startled? Son graduated and worked. To us to transfer some money, so what? Yi Jianjun cloudy eyes at this time smiled into a crescent moon. The heart lamented his son finally have a good fortune. Transferred $50,000. Chen Shulan's face did not have any joy. What? 50,000? Yi Jianjun said and then hurriedly picked up his cell phone to look at the transfer record. It was indeed $50,000. Yi Ling just worked for a few months. How could he transfer so much money at once? Yi Jianjun pondered for a moment. I have to give him a call and ask. Yi Ling was still looking for a restaurant. Just then the phone suddenly rang. Dad? Yi Ling immediately answered the phone after seeing the caller. Little Plume, what is your situation? Suddenly transferred to us 50,000. Thus getting all this money? Of course it's your son I earned. Yi Ling heatedly smiled upon hearing this. And from today onwards, every month I'll transfer 50,000 to your old couple. Yi Jianjun was shocked on the other end of the phone. The money earned by his own son? And every month in the future, he will transfer another $50,000? Yi Ling saw that his father was slow to say anything, so he blurted out the reason he had made up. The chairman of the company saw me and made your son the manager, so you old folks can rest assured. As soon as these words came out, Yi Jianjun and Chen Shulan both breathed a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. The son has really made good progress. Now he has become a company manager, and later on he will rise up a bit more. Wouldn't it be? Father and son briefly exchanged a while. Yi Jianjun was urged to work by Chen Shulan. Yi Ling also let them hang up the phone first. Thinking back to some of the past, parents every day is down to work. Seems to have never been out of what far away. Now that they have the ability to earn money, the old couple has also reached the age of half 100. From now on, I must let them enjoy their happiness. Yi Ling had silently strengthened this belief in his heart. However, when he had eaten and drunk enough and walked out from the restaurant, the cell phone in his pocket buzzed again. Landlord? Looking at the caller ID, Yi Ling's brows instantly tightened. The image of the landlord wearing pink pajamas, revealing a pair of big white legs drying clothes in the hallway followed in his mind. But calling herself right now, it was absolutely nothing good. Hello? After answering the phone, Yi Ling spoke in a calm tone. Xiao Yi, you are now free. Sis, and you notify one thing. Is that we are now this room? Tomorrow starting from the monthly rent to quarterly rent law. A soft and sticky voice followed on the other end of the phone, but the content was like a knife. Seasonal rent? Sister, is also in order to make it convenient for everyone, so that we don't have to pay rent every month. The trouble you pay and the trouble I receive is also troublesome. It's better to change to quarterly rent. We pay 3 months of rent at once. The other party sat on the sofa shrewdly playing a small plan. I just paid the rent yesterday. You won't still let me pay it, right? Yi Ling asked rhetorically. Xiaoye, you should also understand. Since the rules have been changed, this rent naturally still has to be paid. Don't make it difficult for sister, okay? Yi Ling secretly said that the other party is really getting excessive. Today deposit 1 to pay 1, tomorrow deposit 1 to pay 3. The day after tomorrow, is it directly turning into an annual rent? If you don't have money, why don't you look at other rooms? Sister also has to live. I'll think about it. Click. Yi Ling hung up the call without even thinking about it. Deception is too much. A surge of anger surged in Yi Ling's heart, and the tragic situation when she rented an apartment came to her mind. Damn it, buy a house. His own pocket now has more than $5 million. Why should he continue to live in your house there? Little master will buy a suite later and then move. With this goal, Yi Ling immediately stopped a cab and then let the other party send himself to the nearest sales center. Little brother, please fasten your seatbelt. The driver's uncle was smiling and looked like a familiar face, and he sneaked a look at Yi Ling after she sat down. The car started. Little brother went to the sales center to apply for a sales job? No, to buy a house. Chapter 10, down payment to buy a house. Yi Ling got on the car and then took his cell phone to check the house prices in Ningyuan City. How much is the budget, little brother? I often pull guests, and I know a little bit about the house prices, the driver uncle said with a smile. For example, the Emerald City that we're going to right now, the average price is all around 18,000. What's the environment like? Yi Ling thought that since you want to buy a house, then you should buy the most suitable one at once. The environment and location should be taken into account. As for the price, is not a problem. The environment is of course particularly good. The greening done is also quite lush. The other party immediately returned. I will definitely buy a set there too if I have the money. Then let's take a look here first, and buy it here if it's suitable. Yi Ling also swiped to the Emerald City's real estate. Looked at the publicity introduction, is indeed some heartbeat. Driver uncle heard the face is written full of consternation. Exchange of so many sentences. A sentence did not mention the price of housing is too expensive. Could it be that people are rich, big brother? It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of Jade City's sales headquarters. Yi Ling got off the car and briefly surveyed the building in front of him. The hall as a whole is spliced by translucent glass. The marble floor spreads to the outside of the hall. A few foreign sports cars are parked at the entrance. It seems that they are also customers who come here to buy properties. After walking into the sales center, Yi Ling saw the property. At this time, there were several old sales in the hall, but they were sizing up Yi Ling with a poisonous eye. A woman with a sales manager sign narrowed her eyes and raised the corner of her mouth. If I was right just now, he came here by taxi, right? How can someone who took a taxi to come here afford to buy a house? And look at these clothes he's wearing. Altogether it's probably less than 200, right? Another employee immediately stood out and followed. But we can't not entertain people when they come, the sales manager said and turned to look behind him. Xiao Xiao, yes. The girl heard someone call her name and immediately put down the papers in her hands, then straightened her grooming and walked out quickly. Sister Lin, you called me? You've been here for so long and haven't opened a single order yet, right? The sales manager, who was called Sister Lin, opened her mouth with a stern face and asked. Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head upon hearing this, then returned. Yes, a single not. I am still memorizing the listings. Then how are you memorizing now? Almost. The other party then reveals a satisfied smile and nods slightly, then points to Yi Ling and continues. Did you see that person? He's the one who came over to buy a house. Don't say that sister didn't take care of you. This good thing will be given to you today. Thank you, Sister Lin. Su Xiaoxiao happily thanked again and again, and then walked towards Yi Ling. This gentleman? Yi Ling was looking for someone after skulking around in the hall for a while. When he heard someone speak, he followed the sound and looked over, lowering his head and fixing his eyes on it. It was actually a double ponytail girl. Her small melon face had a pair of big watery eyes, and under her slightly arched nose was a small, red and delicate cherry mouth. But in the moment, she was extraordinarily squirmy, and her eyes revealed raw timidity. From the professional uniform she was wearing, it could be determined that the other party should be one of Emerald City's sales. Begin appraisal. Concentrating on the other party, a string of data then surfaced. Name, Su Xiaoxiao. Face value, 91. Age, 22. Height, 164. Weight, 42 kilograms. Hobbies, selfie. Fitness. Hidden things, waist brother. Details, is it on? Open. Circumference, 88. 62. 89. Special experience, 0. This gentleman. Are you here to see the house? Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head and opened her mouth again and asked, but the delicate little face was written with nervous anxiety, and a pair of small hands were even gripping the corner of the coat and couldn't let go. I want to buy a suite. Do you have a recommendation? Yi Ling looked at her with a faint smile, then asked gently. Yes, there is. Please follow me. Su Xiaoxiao did not expect it to be so easy, while at this time the old sales in the hall, after seeing it, held back their laughter and started discussing. The new one is really the new one. Can't even see who can afford to buy a house. A person who came here by typing will be rich? She's been a bit of a fool since she joined. Let's just watch the fun here. Pity this little handsome guy. Originally I wanted to go and chat. What's the point of being handsome? A middle-aged sister snorted. He's probably a white boy who's been adopted by some rich woman. Sister Lin's vision is just poisonous. I've been in sales for more than 10 years, and I can tell whether or not you're going to buy a house from your clothes. Sister Lin narrowed her eyes and told the surrounding salespeople about her insights, but she didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to then bring Yi Ling to walk quickly towards the hall. What the hell? It can't be? The crowd's eyes widened when they saw this scene. However, the old saleswoman called Sister Lin continued to have a calm expression. I guess it's to tease that silly girl. Without a car, the clothes on her body aren't name brand either. How could she buy a building in our Emerald City? Sister Lin, thank you so much. When Yi Ling headed to the parlor, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran over and gave Sister Lin a deep bow. After saying that, she didn't care about the expressions of these people, picked up a paper cup and quickly ran towards the parlor, seemingly because she was overly excited. Her face was always flushed, and her double ponytails were swinging from time to time. Yi Ling found a sofa to sit down, and Su Xiaoxiao walked quickly with water in her hand. My name is Su Xiaoxiao. I'm the salesperson here. What's your name, sir? Yi Ling. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is our current property for sale. You see what needs you have. You can communicate with me. Guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. She placed a few internal flyers on the coffee table. Yi Ling picked it up and looked at it carefully, and found that there were a few housing types that were quite good, and the area and location were more satisfactory. I want to buy one with a better environment, and if the area is larger, it's best if it's renovated to be able to move in directly. Saying his needs, the other party immediately nodded his head vigorously. Then the price you can afford is? Probably more than $3 million. Yi Ling stated the budget in his mind. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she also immediately picked out the suitable house. There are numerous properties in our Emerald City, and the ones suitable for Mr. Ye's needs just happened to have 2 sets to choose from at the moment. She picked up the tablet and put out all the information about the house. The first suite is on the 2nd floor of the first phase of Emerald City on the upper floors. The room has an overall area of more than 300 square feet, and it is still well decorated, turnkey, ready to move in. Transportation is naturally very convenient. After all, in the center of our city of Ningyuan, the house price is about $2,700,000. Yi Ling nodded slightly after listening. This price can be accepted, but the first phase of the Emerald City building, that is naturally a bit of year, because the current Emerald City have reached 15 phases. What about the second set? The second set of house in our 14th phase, still is the fine decoration, can turnkey check-in. Area also has nearly 380 square feet, and this suite will give free underground parking. The geographical location is slightly remote compared to the first, but the living experience is definitely not inferior to the first. not to mention that its price is only $3,300,000. Su Xiaoxiao waited for Ling to make a decision after explaining all the information. In fact, a simple comparison would be able to see some of the doorways. Ling was naturally more interested in the second house. The room area was large, not to mention that it was also away from the downtown area and had a complimentary parking space. But the price of $3,300,000 made him have some hesitation. How much do I need if I make a down payment for the second set? He contemplated for a moment, looking at Su Xiaoxiao, and asked, the down payment if? About 700,000. The other party heard immediately calculated. Mister, you want to buy a second set? 700,000? Ling thought to himself that this price is not impossible. Take me to see the second set. If it's good, then it is. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at these words, secretly saying that she was one step away from the first single success. Please follow me. She immediately ran out of the hall to contact the driver, then explained the reason to the supervisor and took the room key before inviting Ling to get into the car to go to the house location. This was truly enviable. Those few old salesmen were even more skeptical. Chapter 11, The Snobbish Landlady. The place where the house was located was a bit remote, but it took less than 10 minutes to get to the place. The two of them got off the car and took the elevator to reach the 23rd floor. The house as a whole are used in European architecture. Wooden floors and marble walls. Electrical appliances are also just installed soon. If you find a problem in a week of moving in, we are unconditionally for a new one. Su Xiaoxiao led Ling into the house and then began to seriously introduce. Because the area here is large enough, so there are more other contents. For example, this one in front of you is the audio-visual room, she said, and turned on the lights in the room. Seeing this, Ling followed suit and turned on his appraisal technique, following which he realized that all the electrical furniture here, most of the years of manufacture, were in 2022. The two of them looked for nearly half an hour, glancing at the private parking space. In the meantime, Ling finally decided to buy this place. What does Mr. Yi think? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Ling with an expectant face. Pretty good. This is it. Sign the contract. Ling nodded back with a smile. Then let's go back and sign the contract now. Su Xiaoxiao was so happy that she couldn't wait to jump a few times in place, but she still held back her excitement and got on the car. And in the car again, Ling carefully explained the other content. Let's add the contact information. In the future, if there is any need, you can contact me at any time. Su Xiaoxiao said and took out her cell phone smilingly and waved it in front of the two. After passing the other party's application, Ling glanced at the other party's friend circle and realized that the daily updates were quite a lot. Today is another day of trying to memorize listings. Below, one text was paired with a selfie of Su Xiaoxiao's work clothes, and it was obvious to see that the little girl's face was full of confidence. Seriously tidied up her hut. The second piece of content was accompanied by a picture of her making a face with a rag. There were also life and travel photos at the back, and Ling realized that there were also a few swimsuit photos. The blue-printed swimsuit showed Su Xiaoxiao's body to the fullest. Her big watery eyes revealed innocence under the waves, and her smile looked more natural than the first few work photos. Further down there is her home photo. Seems to be doing some food, wearing an apron with a white hairpin. Her knit brows and smile are exuding the lovely atmosphere of a young girl at home. In this way, unknowingly returned to the sales center. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but rise when they saw the old salesman. It's estimated that 80% of them haven't been sold. The 11th phase of the house is at a minimum of $1.5 million. That young man looks like he just worked not long ago. How can he afford to buy a house in Emerald City? Sister Lin even couldn't help but snort coldly on the spot. Su Xiaoxiao needs this kind of exercise. But Su Xiaoxiao was full of joy at the moment and ran to Sister Lin. Sister Lin, I finally succeeded. Really, thank you so much. When the contract is signed, please have dinner. What? The crowd immediately changed their faces, but Su Xiaoxiao had long since run to the office to print the contract at this time. It can't be. This girl sold the house? The big guys all pretended to work with their heads down, but their eyes were always fixed on Su Xiaoxiao. A few minutes later, the other party came to Ling with a contract full of flowers. Mr. Yi, you read the contents of the contract. When the group saw her start the contract signing with Ling, they all immediately stopped their work and fluttered their ears. Yes. After Ling carefully read the contract, he took out his bank card from his pocket. Ding dong! A clear sound of arrival rang out, and a receipt was then printed out. The rest of the final payment, Mr. Yi, in accordance with the time stipulated in the contract to return on the line. Su Xiaoxiao at this time has become more and more skilled. Will be the room key handed to the hands of Ling. Faint smile, and then you have what you want to ask. You can at any time, and I have to contact. Good Lu. Ling took out her cell phone with a smile and shook it. Su Xiaoxiao then also took out her cell phone with the same heated smile. The discerning can see that the two also left contact information. Lin's sister saw this scene, that face for a while black and a while red, and finally seemed to be a little difficult to get up and left the office. Those employees who originally pretended to work in the corner, at this time also finally couldn't wait to rush out. Xiao, you are really great today. More than $3 million big order. The commission should be $70,000 to $80,000, right? I'm really envious. Although the big guys said envy on their mouths, behind their backs, their intestines had already repented. Su Xiao was also very excited after hearing this, but she still hadn't forgotten that this single of hers was the single that Sister Lin had sent out in order to take care of herself, mainly thanks to Sister Lin. Without her care, there is no success for me. Su Xiao didn't forget to say how good Sister Lin was to her. Unbeknownst to her, the other party was there to watch her own hilarity in the first place. The crowd all heckled along after hearing this, but most of them were actually mocking Sister Lin. Ling from the sales center back to his original residence is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, slowly climbing up to the 5th floor. Ling heart mixed feelings, but she still decided to move out from here immediately. Little Yi? A soft voice sounded from behind. Ling turned around and realized that it was the landlord, Kai Xinglu. The other party was still wearing pink pajamas today, and there was some care attached to the style. The hollowed-out design was able to perfectly show off her long legs. Her hair was disheveled and shapeless, but it had a distinctive flavor, and her googly egg face had a hint of baby fat on it. Looks an actual age to be several years younger. And the other party was just coming down from upstairs after collecting the rent. Sister Lulu. Ling reveals a professional fake smile to look at her and nods slightly. Little Yi got off work quite early today. Kai Xinglu similarly followed with a sweet smile. Sister, and you said that matter of seasonal rent. How are you considering it now? The thing about continuing to pay rent? Ling narrowed her eyes and faintly asked back. Sister can tell you again for the last time. Tomorrow the rest of the rent must be paid. Otherwise the other tenants will come over to see the room, and your place will have to be vacated in a hurry. Kai Xinglu finished taking out a bunch of money from her pocket. It looked like it was the back rent paid by those upstairs tenants. Ling laughed after hearing what she said before shaking his head and saying that he would renew the payment again. I'm ready to move now. What? Kai Xinglu frowned. She really didn't expect Ling to give this kind of answer. I just bought a house this afternoon. Emerald City 11th phase high floor large square meters. Said you should not know where it is. Anyway, here I do not intend to live. Ling looked at the other party with a smile and realized that the other party's expression was getting more and more comical. It was probably a bit angry. Then you should hurry up and move out. Don't delay me from finding a new tenant. Kai Xinglu's face sank. Losing me to think that you're considering it. What a good heart for a donkey's liver and lungs. Chapter 12, Teaching the Canary a Lesson. Ling didn't expect Kai Xinglu to change her face really fast. And just at this moment the other party also showed the 4 words, whether to appraise. Appraise. Ling did not hesitate. Appraisal success. Name, Kai Xinglu. Face value, 91. Age, 27. Height, 166. Weight, 48 kilograms. Hobby, stealing. Details, is it on? Stealing? Ling was immediately interested in Kai Xinglu's hobbies, and then focused on opening the details of this item. On the 22nd of this month, used the landlord's identity to take the 205 tenant Burberry purse and hid it under her bedroom bed. On the 12th of last month, stole open tenant 303's house and stole a string of pearls from the other tenant and stored them in her makeup case. On December 2nd last year, went to room 414 to collect rent to go along with the other brand name scarf, and secretly hid in the inner side of the bedroom closet. May 4th last year, a series of information spewed out. Ling did not expect the other party to do so many times. What are you gawking at when I'm talking to you? Kai Xinglu tilted her condescending head and spoke in a cold voice once again. I just suddenly remembered something. Ling stared at her and tapped her head. Did you know that 205 lost something downstairs? I don't go out all day, how would I know? The other party at that moment was looking at Ling more and more unpleasant, hating to make Ling disappear from here right away. It shouldn't be. Ling scratched his head and looked at Kai Xinglu with skeptical eyes. Don't be poor in front of me. Hurry up and pack up and leave. Downstairs 205 female tenants bought a Burberry bag. It seems to have cost more than $23,000. Without carrying it for a few days it suddenly disappeared. Burberry? Kai Xinglu heard the brain immediately recalled the next, and then cold face faintly back. Estimated that he threw it outside and let others pick it up. Lulu's sister, look at you, this memory. It should be under the bed in your bedroom. Ling said here, clearly feeling that Kai Xinglu froze. Under the bed? How did this guy know that? However, she immediately frowned in the next second, and her entire body leaned back, revealing an innocent expression. What are you babbling about? What's under my bedroom bed? How could you possibly know? Could it be that you don't have a Burberry purse under your bed? Ling stepped forward and lowered his voice. Kai Xinglu's eyes changed from firm to disoriented and then to panicked, and her baby fat face was already red at this moment. There's nothing under my bed. Don't slander me on purpose. It's you who stole the bag, you don't want to admit? Yi Ling took out his cell phone from his pocket after saying this. Kai Xinglu's heart thumped when she saw it. I'll call the police station right now and have them come over to look for the bag under your bed. Don't! Kai Xinglu immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yi Ling's arm when she saw this. You admit it? Yi Ling narrowed her eyes at her and asked coldly. I beg you not to call the police. I can give you money. This matter you know and I know. Kai Xinglu did not understand why Yi Ling knew that the 205 female tenant's bag was taken by herself though. Right now if she really let the police come over, then the matter of stealing and taking the bag herself would be exposed. At that time, not only would she be sentenced by the police, but she would also be disgraced in front of everyone, and her husband would probably be affected as well. Give me money? Yi Ling slowly lowered the hand holding the cell phone. Kai Xinglu sighed in relief when she saw it and followed by pulling Yi Ling to her room. Little Yi, you give your sister a chance. Aren't you ready to move? Sister, get you some money for the road. Just now that thing you just pretended didn't happen, okay? After the other party entered the room, her face flushed for a while, and after taking out a bunch of money from her pajama pocket, she thought of stuffing it into Yi Ling's arms. Yi Ling laughed coldly when she saw it. Money? It's the last thing I'm worried about right now. I'm not interested in money. Indifferently dropping this sentence to her, Yi Ling got up and came to sit on the sofa, then carefully looked at Kai Xinglu's room. There were all sorts of brand-name cosmetics on the table, all brand-name clothes on the clothes rack, and high heels filled a whole shoe rack. Kai Xinglu was obviously a canary that had been carefully cared for by her husband, but in these brand-name goods, but mixed with Kai Xinglu's stolen things, there was a pair of stolen shoes on the shoe rack at the door, a stolen silk scarf on the hanger, and a stolen lipstick on the vanity. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Ling memorized all these things in his mind. Little Yi, don't make it difficult for your sister, okay? Kai Xinglu heard Yi Ling didn't want money. Her whole body panicked once again. My sister was wrong before. My sister apologizes to you, okay? While she was talking, she came to sit beside Yi Ling. The arrogance that she had at the beginning was long gone. She reached out her small hand and grabbed Yi Ling's arm again and begged. However, Yi Ling's face was expressionless at this time, completely devoid of any emotions. Kai Xinglu's little heart bounced badly. Since you don't want money, what do you want? I want. Yi Ling lowered his head and glanced at Kai Xinglu, realizing that the other party was grasping herself at the moment while a begging expression hung on her face. Because she was sitting on the sofa, the other party's neckline was open a lot. Blue Windbell's perfume odor was getting stronger and stronger. Hiss. I can't imagine that a canary that has been pampered since then would also show this kind of undignified expression to herself. Interesting. It is really interesting. Yi Ling's expression became more and more playful. Kai Xinglu's mood was also getting more and more apprehensive. Please don't call the police. Anything can be discussed. She seemed to be overly scared and her body couldn't help but tremble. Get up, Yi Ling said and pulled Kai Xinglu up from the sofa. Little Yi, what are you doing? Kai Xinglu looked panicked, but did not dare to resist. Click. Yi Ling casually opened the bathroom room door, following which he pulled Kai Xinglu inside. Little Yi, you, what do you want to do? Half an hour later Yi Ling walked out from the bathroom with a satisfied face. Sister Lulu, you go and take a good rest first. I'll inform you right after I finish moving. Yi Ling came to the door and smiled blandly, followed by pulling open the door of the room and preparing to go out. At this time, there was a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the door. Slightly yellow face with spots hung a pair of gold glasses, soybean eyes revealed shrewdness, and his hair looked disheveled and unkempt. Although wearing a suit but without any physical shape, the whole person stood there like a gyroscope, obviously as often traveling to cause out of the problem. After all, he was already 50 years old and had a canary at home. It was only normal that he had become this appearance. Brother Chen. Yi Ling laughed after seeing the other party's face. Kai Xinglu's face was flustered upon hearing this, and then she rushed to welcome him. Husband? Chapter 13, The Magic Seal. Chen Wanli, in the process of business trip company temporary things, immediately bought a plane ticket to fly back home, but did not expect a door opened and ran into Yi Ling. What are you doing in my house? Chen Wanli asked with a cold face and a deep voice. Yi Ling was just about to explain to the other party, but Kai Xinglu immediately ran over from the back smilingly at this time. Little Yi came here to cancel his contract. He's going to live somewhere else soon. That's so. Chen Wanli nodded slightly after hearing this, followed by looking at Yi Ling again, the expression on his face gradually calming down. Did Brother Chen just come back from a business trip? Yi Ling didn't expect Kai Xinglu to be quite resourceful, and this statement left the other party without any suspicion. The company has been in so many situations lately. I guess I won't be able to stay at home for 2 days before I have to go somewhere else to get busy again. Chen Wanli finished speaking and got up to enter the house, only to find Kai Xinglu covering her stomach. What's wrong with you, dear? He asked with a concerned face. I'm fine. My stomach is just uncomfortable. Kai Xinglu immediately revealed a smile, then endured the pain and responded. Yi Ling saw this and endured a smile as he looked at the two of them. Then brother Chun, I won't disturb your little couple reunion. Dropping these words, Yi Ling glanced at Kai Xinglu and realized that the other party rolled her eyes greatly at herself but then covered her stomach with a pained face. Sister Lulu, you remember to return the stuff. Otherwise what I did just now, wouldn't it be wasted again? Dropping these words, Yi Ling walked out of the room. Chen Wanli did not hear it in the room and looked up at his wife with a smile and a wink. What did little Yi say to you again? He didn't say anything, you may have misheard. Kai Xinglu blushed then gently closed the door. After moving to the new home, Yi Ling immediately took a hot bath, and then lay on the big bed and beautifully entered the dreamland. The next day, when the sky just dawned, the alarm clock set by the cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Ling subconsciously got up from the bed, and then reacted to the fact that she had resigned from the company a long time ago. But because of the biological clock, Yi Ling did not continue to stay in bed, simply wash up and change into civilian clothes, then go downstairs to buy some breakfast to fill up the stomach. Sitting in the food stall, Yi Ling ate and pondered. Without a job to find something to do, why don't we go to the antique street and try our luck? Recall that when he was on his way home, he found an ancient coin from the usual stalls. That Blue Mountain Antique Street was a true mecca of antiques. How could it be said that there were more good things than other places? Said to do it. After all, the money in one's pocket will always run out one day. So after he finished eating, he immediately got up and went to the curb to call a car. 10 minutes later it came to this place again. At this time the Blue Mountain Antique Street has been busy. Most of the merchants will be things to the street, while some people are carrying backpacks to run here to set up a stall. Obviously it was going to be more lively than Yi Ling's first visit, and he had gone online to check a lot of information about this place before he came. Every week on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday is the busiest time here. From 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening, there were dozens of stalls of all sizes, and the things for sale were even more bizarre. All the people from the south and north come over to take a look. It's definitely authentic old material Hatian jade. Each piece is unique in existence. Yi Ling stopped and glanced after hearing this. A few bearded men were yelling vigorously, while more than a dozen stones were placed on the ground, and there were a few customers holding flashlights to study them carefully. Start appraising. Yi Ling concentrated on a piece of Hatian jade in the hands of one of them. Appraisal successful. Item name, fake Hatian jade, synthesized by jade powder. Item rarity, 5. Item birth year, 2020. Seeing this information, Yi Ling also put his attention elsewhere again. Look at the things I have here. They are all really old. A white-haired middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth, draped in a black shoulder, greeted smilingly. Yi Ling came here and realized that there were really quite a lot of things on the other side stall. Young man, look at this. The other party said and picked up a weirdly shaped ring from the stall. This is? Yi Ling briefly surveyed the ring. He found that the shape of this object was very strange and did not seem to belong to the heritage of his country's culture. Instead it was somewhat biased towards other cultures. I'm telling you that this ring's vintage is old. That all dates back to more than 1,000 years ago. The king's ring worn by the king of a certain border country. Then this kingdom disappeared, and the king's ring was passed down to here. The other party said that there was a nose and eyes. But fortunately, Yi Ling opened the appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Item name, toy ring. Item rarity, 1. Item birth year, 2021. Just born more than a year's worth of children. But he was blown into the history of more than 1,000 years. Yi Ling had to admire the lying ability of these people here. I think we are destined to be together. What if I sell it to you for $800,000? The other party saw Yi Ling keep staring at the ring and immediately spoke. $800,000? Yes, I won't even buy it for 80. Yi Ling hemmed and hawed, then looked at the other items. Look at you, young man, 80 to buy this ring of mine. That's not intentionally smashing my signboard. The other party sighed helplessly after finishing. Yi Ling, on the other hand, still had a smile on his face as he headed to the other stalls to skulk around. People who come here, you can only hold two thoughts. One of them is to look on, what feel like to ask. The price is right, then out to take. Do not think about anything else. Figure a happy on good. Another that is to pick up leaks. Yi Ling came here naturally as the second idea. Item name, high imitation Tang Sankai. Item rarity, 4. Item birth year, 2004. Put down the hands of colorful baby. Yi Ling then saw a good thing. I found last year's glass seed. A price of only 8 million. Yi Ling saw this and concentrated on the appraisal. The glass seed was surprisingly gone. Holy, they really dare to ask for a price. Selling this kind of fake goods is not afraid of being beaten? Turning to look at another stall. A variety of incense burners and wood carvings. Densely packed to see a moment on the dizzy. The stall owner is sitting on the ground with a smug face. Rosewood in my hair are not on the surface. Wang Wali must be Hainan. And then look at my incense burner things, which are put in incense powder. Each one is my hands to take the incense wood grinding. Fear of fear. Yi Ling stood by the side and listened to him bragging for a while. followed by using appraisal to carefully appraise the wood carving on the ground. Item name, plastic product. Item rarity, 1. Item year of birth, 2000. As for the incense he said was even more outrageous. Item name ordinary sandalwood crushed into pieces. Item rarity, 1. Item birth year, this morning. In this street around the whole morning, there is a say Yi Ling really learned a bit of knowledge. At least recognize a variety of counterfeit items. But going on like this is not a solution. It seems like I won't be able to touch anything good today. Putting down the string of wooden beads in his hand, Yi Ling followed and wanted to get up and have a bite to eat. After all, it was already noontime. But in a trance, he noticed that there was an appraisal prompt in a certain pile of things at the stall in front of him. Appraise or not? Identify. Item name, Manhwa chicken bloodstone seal. Item rarity, 59. Item perfection rate, 99. Item birth year, 1646. Chicken bloodstone seal? Chapter 14 must be taken. Yi Ling immediately reached out after reading the information and picked up the seal for a closer look. The slightly greenish surface didn't feel too comfortable to the touch, and a few words could be found from the bottom upwards, but it didn't seem to have been used a few times judging from the clean Azarok face. Overall it looked like it was only the size of a thumb finger. Boss, how much does this seal cost? Yi Ling placed the seal in his hand and showed it to the other party. The seal as a whole was wrapped in rusty copper skin, and the stall owner frowned slightly when he saw it. This seal can have years. Look at the copper skin on it. It's all rusted and green. How can you say you have to give me this amount? He looked at Yi Ling and stretched out 5 fingers. $5? Yi Ling finished speaking and was ready to pay out money to the other party. What $5? It's 50,000. The stall owner rolled his eyes and retorted. It's too pitiful for you to ask me for 50,000 for a copper skin seal, right? Yi Ling heatedly smiled and decided to cut the price with the other party. However, just at this time, an old man wearing glasses walked slowly from the side with his hands behind his back. Seal? He came to Yi Ling's side and suddenly came up with this sentence. Yi Ling looked at the old man after hearing the voice. He found that although the other party was hunched over, his face exuded spirituality and his eyes were filled with some light of wisdom. You're looking at it too, Grandpa? The ground stall owner was happy at this time. As long as something was being looked at here, then a price could be set without worry. Not to mention that the ones looking at it right now were still 2 people. Young man, can I take a look? The old man had interest written all over his face. Sorry Grandpa, I've got my eye on it. Yi Ling smiled faintly and looked at the stall owner once again. 100 out or not? 100? The stall owner actually knew all these things by heart. They are all antiques recovered from some remote old villages at low prices. But $100 himself was definitely not going to come out. 50,000 is 50,000. I'm all about one price here, said, then took the seal back from Yi Ling's hands. Himself again seriously measured some. The heart calculates how to take it to make a fortune. However, when the old man saw this scene, he laughed. 50,000 to buy it is truly not worth it. I always like to collect seals and paintings. Give you 500 will seal sold to me. Moncler, you are to mess up? Yi Ling heard to look at the old man to concentrate, and then it popped up. Whether to identify, sign. Appraisal. Identification successful. Name, Zhang Baokai. Age, 61. Height, 170. Weight, 65 kilograms. Hobbies and interests, collecting antiques, copying, calligraphy and painting. Occupation, member of the Calligraphy Association of Ningyuan City. Hidden thing, selling antiquities. I didn't expect him to be an expert in this area. Yi Ling secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and proceeded to check the other party's detailed description. On March 17, 1997, together with the association member Wang Shuejuan, with $50 to cheat his friend Deng Liang's family heirloom ancient treasures Goat Jade chapter, the two of them share the spoils of $18 million. Grandpa, you out of 500 is also low. You look at the color of the thing, clearly is the old thing. Ground stall boss said and handed the seal to Zhang Baokai. The other party got the seal and touched the magnifying glass from his pocket. This seal is small in size, but it is indeed also an old seal. I'll give you 550, take it to me. After he finished speaking, he was ready to pull out money. 550? The floor stall owner immediately looked at Yi Ling after hearing this price. Yi Ling really didn't expect to suddenly kill such a person halfway, but this seal was a must-have for himself. I said that everything should be first come first served. This seal is my first come to see. You from the hands of others, such a good thing to snatch things, right? How do I call it robbing? I call it liking. Zhang Baokai's old face darkened, staring at Yi Ling and disliking him back in a cold voice. I thought you were having an old problem. Yi Ling laughed, but the ground stall owner took the seal back from Zhang Baokai's hands at that moment. You two listen to me. The little scheme in his heart snapped. Yi Ling nodded slightly at the sight. The seal was not taken by the other party, so he had a chance to take it himself. You say? Zhang Baokai frowned. Since you all like the seal, then I as the seller naturally have to have conditions. The other party picked up the seal and sized it up for a couple of moments. How about the highest bidder gets this item? Yes. Yi Ling and Zhang Baokai spoke in unison. And then Yi Ling bid 1,000. Zhang Baokai, as an old fart on the antique street, came here and realized the difference in the seals. There were many seals wrapped in copper skin, but from the look of its face, it belonged to at least the Republican period. The seal of the Republic of China naturally has a certain value, but there is no much upper limit. 1,005. Zhang Baokai hesitated for a moment before uttering this number, because in his memory most prices for seals were right around 6,000. I'll offer 2,000 then. Yi Ling gave this price without even thinking. Zhang Baokai was slightly stunned after hearing this. Once again, he carefully sized up Yi Ling. Could it be that he also read that this seal belongs to the Republic of China? The floor stall owner was even more apprehensive at this time. This broken seal seemed to have cost 300 to collect at first, and then looking for connections to estimate the value is around 5,000. Right now $2,000 was definitely not able to be offered. Young man, think it is worth 2,000? Zhang Baokai came to the side of Yi Ling, lowered his voice and asked. The boss did not say the highest bidder. This seal is very much like my teacher's chapter. Buy it as a souvenir. Yi Ling casually made up a lie. I see. Zhang Baokai intentionally nodded his head again, pretending to be contemplative. After a few seconds, he looked at the floor stall owner. I'll offer 3,000. The bidding increase had reached a white-hot level. 5,000. Yi Ling casually picked up. Anyway, his own words had already been said, and looking at the eyes of the floor stall owner, he immediately sneaked a sigh of relief after saying 5,000. It was estimated that he had also reached a price point that made him satisfied and willing to offer. Zhang Baokai heard 5,000 after the whole person is stupid. Is it necessary? Is not just a Republic of China seal? Although this kind of thing is worth some money, but also do not need to spend this price, right? Could it be that you really want to buy back to collect? Sell antiques most like to touch is this kind of people. I like it. I've got my eye on it. How much money are willing to take out? I offer 5,005. Zhang Baokai honestly no longer want to continue to buy the idea, but what he wanted to do more at the moment was to secretly pit Yi Ling. You do not like it? Then let you spend a waste of money to buy back a money-losing goods. 6,000. The corner of Yi Ling's mouth rose slightly. The young man is quite interesting. Zhang Baokai frankly laughed out loud. To miss your teacher, willing to spend 6,000 to buy a seal. Some things can't be measured with money. Yi Ling pulled another meaningful line for both of them. But I've got my eye on it too. I'm bidding 6,005. Zhang Baokai had an expectant expression on his face after saying this. I'll bid 8,018. For an auspicious number. Yi Ling immediately topped it up again. Chapter 15, Meeting Old Man Zhang again. 8,018. I am willing to bow down. Zhang Baokai immediately withdrew, and a cold smile was also mixed on his face. You're not going to continue bidding, Grandpa? Yi Ling's face was devoid of any emotion. No. Zhang Baokai nodded slightly after hearing this. Behind his back, however, he had already been happy. The Republic of China seal that was worth at most 6,000. Letting him spend 8,880 to take it was also considered to be a lesson for him. In that case the item can be mine, Yi Ling said and looked at the stall owner. But the other party was still a bit hesitant to make a move at that moment. Master, don't you want this seal anymore? After all, it didn't take long for the two of them to raise the price to 8,800. Wouldn't it be 10,000 if they raised it one more time? Not interested. Zhang Baokai first shook his head before looking at Yi Ling, then took out an expression that begged for more, and after a deep sigh, he turned around and left the stall. The ground stall owner could only secretly feel helpless when he saw this. Are the things for sale or not? I won't buy it if it's not for sale. Yi Ling frowned impatiently and asked, Sell, sell, sell. The other party nodded like garlic and took out his cell phone for Yi Ling to scan the code. Ding dong. Joy Bao arrived at $8,800. The floor stall owner hemmed and hawed when he saw the arrival reminder, then placed the seal in the middle of Yi Ling's hand. This knife as a giveaway. Yi Ling placed the seal in his pocket before raising his hand and picking up the pocket knife in front of the boss. Young man, this knife is also. Forget it, take it. The stall owner waved his hand after glancing at the knife. After all, Yi Ling took this knife, brand new, selling price is just a few $dozen less. Yi Ling tucked in the seal in the antique street to find a restaurant, casually ordered a few dishes, then pondered and so on after eating to find a place out of the seal. Thinking of this, he fished out a hot gold business card from his pocket. Jubilee House, Guiyaning. The image of a Chongsan woman with a perfect body full of flavor immediately appeared in Yi Ling's mind. It seemed that he had dealt with the other party in Blue Mountain Antique Street. $5.5 million out of that Qishang heavy treasure ancient coin. And right now their own pockets this chicken bloodstone seal. Yi Ling also in the internet briefly checked. The estimated price is also to be within 3 million to 6.5 million. Just don't know how much Gua's sister can give herself after seeing. Ningyuan City summer temperature is a little hot. Yi Ling from the restaurant took a bottle of ice cola, settled the bill against the son to Gui Yining's treasure building. He found that the antique street stall bosses, at the same time also found a shady place to sit down, holding a few things and other bosses to brag about each other. The treasure gathering building was similarly bustling at this time. Several staff members were smiling, following behind an old man with various introductions. I came here just to take a look at the real body of the Qishang heavy treasure that Xiaogua collected. The old man skipped half a circle in the hall and then stopped, fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it on the spot, completely ignoring the no smoking pattern posted on the wall beside him. The staff didn't dare to open their mouths to remind them either. After all, the boss had once instructed with everyone individually that if it was this old man who came here and did anything out of the ordinary, he should not be bothered. The Qishang heavy treasure you mentioned, old sir, is placed in the hall of our treasure gathering building. A staff member heard this and immediately pointed to the glass display table in the center of the hall. Are you guys fooling me? Really, I don't understand? The old man didn't even look at it, and with a cold snort he looked for a seat. The staff members were in a sweat. They could only rush to serve the old man tea and water. Is Boss Gui here? Yi Ling arrived at the hall of the treasure house with a breeze under his feet, but in the next second, he was slightly stunned. The old man sitting on the chair in front of him drinking tea is not exactly Zhang Baokai. What a coincidence! Zhang Baokai heard someone talking and similarly felt a slight familiarity, and when he realized that the visitor was Yi Ling, his gloomy face instantly transformed into a smile. Surprisingly, it was that unjust young man. Without waiting for the staff to come forward to give Yi Ling an explanation, Zhang Baokai let out a laugh and then stood up. Ninger went out to do business to wait a while. You want to accompany the old man to drink a cup of tea and chat. After all, the two of us seem to be quite destiny. Ninger, could it be that the old man and Gui Yining are relatives? Yi Ling slightly nodded his head and got up to come in front of the other party. The staff saw this and immediately brought him a chair, and when seated the two briefly introduced themselves. Little Yi, you spent a lot of money to buy the seal. I can see that you admire your teacher. Zhang Baokai had a saddened look on his face. It was very different from the cunning look he had at that time in front of the ground stall. Elder Zhang is too kind. Yi Ling hemmed and hawed. Part speech, you old fox, never forget to troll me even now. How can it be overrated? I am heartily praising. Zhang Baokai pinched out his cigarette. And I see that you have some ability. A glance can tell that the seal is an antique. I just know a little bit about treasure appreciation. And Zhang Lao, that is not a level at all. Ah. Yi Ling finished with some respect following on his face. Me? Zhang Baokai was puzzled. Your great name, I have some understanding. Member of Ningyuan Calligraphy Association. Also has a unique way of identifying antiques. Yo ho. Zhang Baokai instantly had some fluttering. Am I right? Yi Ling laughed out along with him when he saw this look. Overpraise, overpraise. Zhang Baokai hurriedly waved his hand. I also know a little bit about it. In that case, Elder Zhang will give me a closer look at this seal. Yi Ling took the seal out of his pocket and then gently placed it on the table. When the staff of the treasure house heard the content of the two men's conversation, they all put down their hands and stubbed their ears. Zhang Baokai, on the other hand, pretended to be deep when he saw the seal. What do you want to hear from me? I want to know how much the seal can be sold for. Yi Ling stared at Zhang Baokai and slowly spoke. You want to sell it? The other party first froze when he heard this, but after seeing the expression on Yi Ling's face, he immediately laughed once again. What am I buying it for if I'm not selling it? Yi Ling followed with a hefty laugh. Lost, I really thought you are to miss the teacher. Now look is to pick up from the stalls. Look at Zhang Lao said. You are not also? Cough cough cough. Zhang Baokai suddenly couldn't help but cough a few times. His face red and then picked up the seal to seriously look at. The copper skin wrapped the seal as a whole, while the surface at the bottom was too clean, and there was almost nothing else that could be seen. This seal, look at the year, should belong to the Republic of China period, and the seal of that time, handed down is a lot. Zhang Baokai raised his eyes to look down at Yi Ling as he said this, but found that he was still wearing a smile. I'll tell you again the selling price of this kind of seal. Zhang Baokai put the seal back to the desktop. The year before last, a Republic of China seal in the auction, created from Shoshan stone, sold for a high price of $2,300,000. Is it that expensive? Yi Ling exclaimed. This seal of yours is wrapped in copper skin. The body is estimated to be nothing. The auction is definitely not on. Zhang Baokai finished skimming his lips. It shouldn't be, right? Chapter 16. Zhang Baokai is confused. I thought you spent $8,800 to buy it, really to miss your teacher. But now I must tell you that this seal is worth $6,000 at most. It shouldn't be. Yi Ling revealed an expression of disbelief, and then picked up the seal and examined it carefully, seemingly not quite believing what Zhang Baokai said. Let me put it to you this way. There are very many seals from the Republican period, and not many people are willing to take them. Zhang Baokai said this and picked up his teacup and took a sip. In his heart, he was secretly pleased. Deserved. Injustice. Shouldn't. Yi Ling muttered a few words in a low voice. Then, as if he remembered something, Zhang Lao, you help me look at this again. You still have it? Zhang Baokai's eyes lit up. Of course. Yi Ling was about to pull something out of his pocket when the next second footsteps came from outside the door of the treasure building. Ta-da-da. Following the sound was a beautiful scenery. Black bright color 10 centimeter high heels as a pair of white jade feet. A pair of beautiful legs and the black stockings under the package more tight. Completely cannot see a drop of flab. The white long neck is smooth and delicate. The jade pendant on the ear is more dynamic. When Gui Yanning saw the two of them, her pretty face revealed a faint smile, and her charming eyes were even more tantalizing. Uncle Zhang. She first greeted Zhang Baokai after walking over. Following that, she then looked at Yi Ling and nodded slightly. Mr. Yi has also come to be a guest. Aha. Yi Ling looked at her with a slight smile. On the contrary, Zhang Baokai froze when he saw it, followed by opening his mouth smilingly as well. You two know each other? Mr. Yi is a valued guest of our treasure house. Gui Yanning looked towards Yi Ling with a smile and gave Zhang Baokai a simple explanation. But it was obvious that Zhang Baokai still couldn't figure it out. This kind of ingrate who spends a lot of money to buy antiques is an honored guest of treasure house? Are you kidding? Boss Gui is overstating the case. I can't be considered an honored guest. If you want to be considered, it's also Elder Zhang. Yi Ling waved his hand with a bashful face. Of course Uncle Zhang is my honored guest here. Gui Yanning opened her mouth to make an introduction again. My grandfather and Uncle Zhang are old acquaintances. They knew each other 20 years ago. I see. Yi Ling laughed in his heart after hearing this. No wonder he was here like he was in his own home. Uncle Zhang, you come to the treasure house as something? Gui Yanning then asked. I but from the mouth of others heard that your grandson's jade poolshen received a good treasure a few times ago. Haha, a piece of jade is just. The other party immediately smiled like a flower. My grandson is also lucky, operating the jade poolshen for 5 years, but also from last year to gradually have a rise. That's always better than my Jubilee house. Gui Yanning said here with a slightly saddened look on her face. You can also reach my grandson's achievements with hard work. Zhang Baokai looked at Gui Yanning and said meaningfully, but he was also able to hear a drop of complacency in his words. After chatting a few more words in the hall, Gui Yanning invited the two of them to the second floor of the Easy Treasure Pavilion to drink tea and talk about the day. Zhang Bao just took his seat. He once again opened his mouth to mention the matter of the Qishang heavy treasure coin. I heard that you have received an ancient coin. Can you take it out to have a glimpse of the real thing? Uncle Zhang is talking about the Qishang heavy treasure, right? Gui Yanning got up after hearing this and asked the other party to wait for a moment, following which she walked out of the elegant room to head to her own office and brought over an exquisite mahogany square box. Zhang Baokai, on the other hand, continued to brag with Yi Ling during this time. Today you kid has a blessing. What Ninger will bring in a while may be the world's only Qishang heavy treasure. Really? Yi Ling sat in front of him and listened to him bragging. Zhang Baokai was playing with a plan in his heart. Gathering treasure house business is not very prosperous at the moment. At that time, he properly fooled, so that Gui Yanning will be the ancient coins out of there, with their own and their grandson's interpersonal relations. Backhandedly can sell it more than 10 million. It's better than leaving it here as a decoration. A few minutes later Gui Yanning returned to the room with the wooden box. Click. She stretched out her delicate white fingers to open the wooden box, and an exquisite ancient coin lay quietly in it. Zhang Baokai's eyes immediately glittered with gold. He didn't expect this Qishang heavy treasure to be so exquisite, and overall it didn't look like it had any scars, so it could be completely described as flawless. Can I pick it up and take a look? Zhang Baokai held back his excitement, picked up the white gloves and put them on with a sincere face. Of course. After receiving Gui Yanning's permission, Zhang Baokai carefully stretched out his hand and gently picked up this ancient coin before placing it in front of him for careful observation. Yi Ling noticed that his expression also slowly changed from surprise to calculation. To be able to see such a perfect Qishang heavy treasure misprinted coin in my lifetime. Zhang Baokai put the ancient coin down to look at Gui Yanning. Ninger, what are you going to do with it next? Just stay at the treasure house. Gui Yanning honestly did not expect to come across such a Qishang heavy treasure misprinted coin. And after she took this ancient coin from Yi Ling's hands, she immediately brought it home to her grandfather to look at it carefully for half a day, and the old man then ordered her not to do it again. Even if the gathering treasure house closed down and shut its doors, this object would still have to remain in the Guo family forever. That's a real pity, isn't it? Zhang Baokai slowly shook his head after hearing this. There's nothing to pity. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, I wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Gui Yanning smiled faintly then looked at Yi Ling. Who? Zhang Bao only froze and then looked at Yi Ling. I said Mr. Yi. Gui Yanning winked. Doesn't Uncle Zhang know that this ancient coin was offered to me by Mr. Yi? How could I possibly know? Zhang Baokai's head buzzed upon learning this news. Then the eyes that looked at Yi Ling also revealed surprise. It couldn't be possible. The kid surnamed Yi was actually the previous owner of the Qishang heavy treasure? He clearly didn't know how to appraise treasures. The ancient coins were sold to Manhwa, so they naturally belong to you, so there's no need to mention me again. Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Zhang Baocai's strange expression. That's not good. Wei Yanning followed suit and smiled. Her white arm raised and filled another cup of tea for Ling, but he did not notice Zhang Baocai's tangled emotions at the moment. Mr. Yi came to me today. Could it be that you want to catch up and chat? Wei Yanning's delicate red lips opened and closed. Coupled with this teasing tone, Ling hurriedly picked up his teacup and took a sip after hearing this. After stabilizing his emotions, he heatedly smiled and took out the seal in his pocket. I actually have a treasure I want to show you today. If Bosqua likes it, he might as well take it. Copper skin seal placed in front of the big guy. Wei Yanning see the natural face of joy, but after seeing what the seal looks like but slightly frowned. Is a Republic of China seal? Zhang Baocai was still shocked Ling pick up the good fortune, but saw him take out the seal wand out to Wei Yanning. Immediately pulled out his voice and decided to give the young man a lesson. Chapter 17 Top Grade Chicken Bloodstone now available. Little Yi, you're just not right, are you? An ordinary seal from the Republic of China period. How could Ninger possibly look at it? Just, Zhan Lao look at you the moment you come up to me to say demoralizing words. Guo boss may not like this seal in my hand. Spend a few million to buy it is also very normal, right? Yiling's face is full of calm, and then glanced at Gui Yanning. Seems to determine that his own seal, today 100% can be sold. But Gui Yanning was really a bit embarrassed at this time, only to see her lightly opening her red lips, narrowing her eyes and faintly opening her mouth to ask, is the thing that Mr. Yi brought today this seal? Because she always felt that Ling was joking with himself. After all, the Qishang heavy treasure that the other party brought last time was something that completely opened her eyes. If you want to ask like this, there is also such a knife. Ling immediately took out the knife and put it on the table. How can these two be worth more than the ancient coins? Young man, are you dreaming? Zhang Baocai could no longer look at it. The seal is an ordinary seal of the Republic of China period. The knife is simply a modern artifact. Both of them together would only cost $6,000 at the top of the day. How could anyone continue to want it? However, Ling did not say anything and continued to look at Gui Yanning with a smile on her face. Gui Yanning ruffled her black hair without making any response, but the expression on her face changed from embarrassment to helplessness. I say lad, you spent 8,018 and bought back a seal worth 6,000. Do you really think you can get it out of here? Zhang Baocai snorted coldly, letting Ling calm down for a while to ponder over it. Heart and feel that today is really interesting. Saw the real Qishang heavy treasure, not to mention, also met a love to take advantage of the little cute. I bought a seal for 8,888 and I want to sell it for $1 million. Ling similarly remained silent. Mr. Yi, did you really just bring these two things? Gui Yanning also couldn't help but look at Ling at this time. With a serious face, she wanted to confirm the fact again, and after saying this, she didn't shift her gaze and was still staring at Ling. Something is not right. The other party seemed to be very different from the first time she came to the treasure house. She frowned slightly, then crossed her legs and changed her sitting position, trying to adjust her helpless emotions at this moment. Right. Ling nodded vigorously, then picked up the knife and carefully played with it. If there's only this seal and the knife, and you also spent 8,800 on it, I can bid 9,000 to buy it over. The reason why Gui Yanning gave this answer, because of the thought of the last ancient coin matter. Spend 200 more to collect a seal put a few years is estimated to rise, but after all, the Republic of China seal is too common, not to mention the knife is still a modern product. However, just in the next second, Ling snorted a smile. Thank you Ms. for caring, but this seal of mine is not simple. Only to see him pick up the seal, then with the knife in his hand, he picked apart the copper skin on the spot. The seal, which was originally without any highlights, was instantly reddish all over. Now, how? Throwing the copper skin aside casually, Ling surveyed the chicken bloodstone seal, his face filled with a confident smile. Chicken bloodstone? No, impossible. Zhang Baocai saw the picture after the copper skin picked open. The original confident face immediately changed abruptly, replaced by only shock. A beautifully modeled seal with a bright red body appeared in the sight of the three people. Gui Yanning even placed her hand on her chest, her delicate face also mixed with a little scarlet. She really didn't expect the seal to have a double identity. Everything is possible. Yiling's slightly magnetic voice rang out. However, no further sound was made in the room. Zhang Baocai's eyes were about to fall onto the table, and that old face was even more afraid to let Ling look at it more, and could only barely hang out some smiles to prove that he was still conscious at the moment. And Gui Yanning in the silence for a few seconds after the consequences of disconnecting the mouth. Wings to Ling curved into a crescent moon. Mr. Yi seems to really like humor. The first time to pretend not to know Qishang heavy treasure. The second time to come back to give us a good lesson. Could it be that you want to see the little girl make a fool of herself? The other side, so say Yi Ling, is embarrassed, but Zhang Baokai in the side of the natural hear the meaning of it, cannot help but cough a couple of times and then picked up the teacup to drink tea. Boss Guo is joking. I was actually lucky to come across the chicken bloodstone seal. Yi Ling shifted the topic to the seal once again, thus causing the atmosphere in the room to gradually ease up. Mr. Yi is really getting more and more interesting. Gui Yanning lowered her voice and softly spoke, her tone sounding as if she was being pampered. In the next second, she stretched out her jade hand, put on her gloves carefully, and picked up the chicken bloodstone seal to scrutinize it. As for Zhang Baokai, hadn't made any sound up to now, but his eyes had been staring at the chicken bloodstone seal. Although chicken bloodstone is common in China, Mr. Ye's piece of material has been discontinued. The more Gui Yanning looked at it, the more she felt that this seal was marvelous, so it also came to be interested in continuing the explanation. The best place of origin for chicken bloodstone is Zhanghua. In terms of texture and color are set as the top grade, and the pure raw material can also reach millions and millions a kilogram. Then look at this Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal that Yi Ling picked up. The overall weight is probably just a few dozen grams, but chicken bloodstone seal can increase the basic conditions. In addition to its own origin and quality, the most plus points is naturally its level of craftsmanship. If the carver can in this piece of chicken bloodstone on the skillful work, that price can be 10 times 20 times to turn up. Mr. Yi, this bloodstone seal can be identified as a top quality bloodstone from Zhanghua. Gui Yanning looked at Zhang Baokai when she said this. After all, the other party hadn't even scrutinized it until now, and he was also much richer than himself in terms of experience in appraisal. Uncle Zhang, take a look? After she finished speaking, she slowly placed the seal in its original position. There was a comment that Zhang Baokai wanted to look at the chicken bloodstone seal after it appeared, but recalling what she said before, wasn't that just a slap in the face? Zhang Lao also take a look at it. After all, this seal, you had competed in the beginning. Yi Ling raised his eyebrows and came with a smile. When it really is killing people to kill the heart. Gui Yanning naturally understood something when she heard this, and the smile on her face increased a lot. Then I'll take a look. Zhang Baokai at this time, however, had long since lost this idea of humiliation. His emotions of coming here today had first changed from despising to skepticism, followed by a shift to remorse, and now he was completely out of temper and wanted to honestly come down and take a look at the good stuff. Picking up this seal again, Zhang Baokai's heart couldn't stop dripping blood. How did I not feel the difference in weight at first? Let the other party spend 8,800 on picking up the leakage into the pocket. There was a large amount of red color on all four faces of the seal, and the places were different on each face. In the hands of the engraver, it is then fully utilized to make 4 beautiful scenes. Chapter 18 Crazy Bidding. The first painting of the Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal is a detailed maple forest. Chicken bloodstone red set off the whole maple forest, and in the maple forest there are 2 or 3 lines of people, tilting their heads to make a gesture of enjoying the leaves. The second painting is a river. A lonely boat floating in the river. 2 boatmen holding oars are about to dock. Zhang Baokai saw the depths immediately pick up a magnifying glass, and then again observed the other 2 sides of the seal. A red stallion galloping figure jumped above the seal. On the last side was some unknown splendid palace. The carver had utilized the characteristics of chicken bloodstone to bring out the red color to the fullest extent, and with each red to carve lines, each picture was given a soul. This Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal is actually from Zhu Tai's hand. Zhang Baokai exclaimed when he saw the final brilliant palace. Zhu Tai? Yi Ling suddenly remembered that he had checked the information about this person on the internet. It seemed to be a famous carver during the Qing dynasty, and that most of the things carved out by his hands would be placed and used by the royal family. Master Zhu's work? Gui Yanning was equally excited to hear this, and then took the seal from Zhang Baokai's hand, and seriously surveyed the 4 designs on the seal. This seal is a masterpiece. Zhang Baokai at the moment has long since lost the confident look. The heart is only left on the stall bidding regret. If you know that this object for the Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal, but also the royal carver Zhu Tai's works, how to say also to snatch from the hands of Yi Ling. Yi Ling did not pay attention to what the other side said. The corner of the mouth slightly upward in the heart has a plan. A few minutes later Gui Yanning put the seal back on the face with a smile, followed by winks like silk to look at Yi Ling slowly opened his mouth. This thing Mr. Yi heart price? To be honest, Yi Ling from the internet did not find a suitable reference auction items, but according to the price of the bloodstone in previous years, coupled with the carving work of Master Zhu Tai, his own deliberation for a few moments to give the price, $20 million. Gui Yanning and Zhang Baokai froze at the same time after hearing this price. There was a saying that this Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal, if they only looked at the material and overall weight, it would only reach about 3,700,000 at most. After all, too small, but it was such a small seal. The 4 sides were able to carve 4 pictures, and the craftsmanship on the carving naturally gave it a new value. not to mention that it was still a work of art carved out by Master Zhu Tai. Gui Yanning sat in her seat and briefly thought about it. Her big long legs followed and slightly shook a few times, but the next second she immediately opened her mouth and agreed. $20 million is acceptable to me. She subconsciously glanced at Zhang Baokai after saying this. Unsurprisingly, she found that the other party's eyes just kept staring at the seal without moving away. Master Zhu's carvings are rare, and this chicken bloodstone seal is even more skillful. I can offer $22 million for this seal. Zhang Baokai spoke aloud with a confident smile on his face. Gui Yanning frowned slightly after hearing what he said, but in her heart, she had also guessed that this would happen. Is Uncle Zhang also interested in this seal? Such an exquisite seal would be liked by anyone. Not to mention that I have this hobby. Zhang Baokai didn't care what his status was. He only wanted to take this Zhonghua chicken bloodstone seal now. But Gui Yanning followed and also opened the price again. I'll offer $24 million. The tone was filled with determination. Zhang Baokai since has bid, naturally will not let go. After hearing Gui Yanning bid again, pause for a moment to continue to follow. I bid 25 million. 25.5 million. Gui Yanning had a bit of regret for letting Zhang Baokai come to Gathering Treasure House as a guest. Otherwise, he and Yi Ling to talk properly. How to say can also be this seal successfully bought. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Ling still didn't give any reaction at this time. Zhang Baokai froze after hearing this, then looked at Guiya and spoke with a serious face to Ninger, don't blame uncle for making a move. I truly like this seal. Remembering the friendship with your grandfather in the past, just give uncle a chance, okay? A chance? Gui Yanning wanted to laugh but couldn't. In fact, she understood very well in her heart that Zhang Baokai's purpose of coming here was to show off his grandson's store. But coincidentally, he came across Yi Ling selling seals. Tens of millions of dollars was not a small amount for Zhang Baokai, but if he could really take it, according to the other party's connections, he could turn around and sell it for a much higher price. Little Yi, I'll offer you 27 million. If you think the price is not good, I can. Zhang Baokai saw Gui Yanning's delay in speaking, and immediately looked at Yi Ling again to raise the price again, but without waiting for himself to finish the rest of his words, Gui Yanning immediately followed and raised the price. 28,888,000. Gui Yanning figure an auspicious number. Mr. Yi will give me the seal. 28,888,000. Gui Yanning's face was no longer smiling after giving this price. However, her body still exuded the flavor that she contained at her current age. This made Yi Ling's eyes subconsciously focus as he looked at her. In a trance, the words, appraisal or not, once again appeared on Gui Yanning's body. Appraise successfully. The first few pieces of information Yi Ling had already finished reading, and in the last, hidden matters, item, there was a phrase called about to go bankrupt. Open the detailed description. Gui Yanning's treasure house has been losing money year after year, and is about to close down. She is ready to put a few antiques up for auction, but there are no suitable antiques at the moment. Seeing the description in front of him, Yi Ling then reacted that Gui Yanning was in a difficult situation, and this Zhonghua chicken bloodstone seal would most likely be her chance to turn around. I'll offer $30 million. Zhang Baokai saw Yi Ling's delay in giving an answer to some waiting impatiently, so he thoughtlessly came up with a crushing price. $30 million. It was 10 million more than the 20 million Yi Ling wanted. Gui Yanning heard his bidding after the whole person's complexion has darkened. I'm afraid that I really won't be able to get this seal. Zhang Baokai gave this kind of price at the moment. Oneself further up to call also have no chance. After all, people with clear eyes can see that he is to set this seal. Hey, since Uncle Zhang is willing to offer 30 million, then Ninger will not continue to compete with each other. So let Mr. Yi bid at the highest price. Gui Yanning's pretty face barely pulled out a smile, and her tone was naturally filled with a bit of helplessness. On the contrary, Zhang Baokai was overjoyed at the moment. Then I'll be respectful. Mr. Yi, please tell me the card number. $30 million will be transferred to you right away. After he finished speaking, he reached out his hand to take the seal away, but he never expected Yi Ling to suddenly hold the seal in his hand. Zhang Baokai's face suddenly changed, but before he could open his mouth to question, Yi Ling had a calm face and looked at him to open his mouth to ask a rhetorical question. I just said $20 million. What do you mean by standing out to grab it? Chapter 19, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. Zhang Baokai let Yi Ling this sentence to ask the instantly lost half of the spirit. As for Gui Yanning's heartbeat accelerated at the moment. After all, she was able to hear and understand what the true meaning of Yi Ling's sentence was. Mr. Ye's meaning is to sell it to me? Gui Yanning immediately stared with wide eyes, a face of disbelief. On the contrary, Zhang Baokai was even more infuriated to the point of exploding in place. In his heart, he even immediately exploded into foul language. Nuts! I gave you an offer of $30 million you do not sell. Why must $20 million to sell to others? Yi Ling did not care about Zhang Baokai's gaze. still looking at Gui Yanning with a smile from the corner of his eye. I came to the purpose of the treasure building is to find you to sell seals, not to mention that I would have opened is to 20 million. Miss Guo agreed to be very decisive. We two people this pile of business is not talked about it? A few short words let Gui Yanning's heart 1,000 feelings. The same also let Zhang Baokai angry 7 orifices of smoke. Isn't this being said to me on purpose? Take it. Ling picked up the chicken bloodstone seal in front of Zhang Baokai and shoved it into Gui Yanning's hands, and then with a smiling face, he looked at Zhang Baokai and slowly opened his mouth. Elder Zhang, if you truly want it, just buy it from MS. Gua. Cough cough cough. Well. The other party from the encounter Ling did not take advantage of a drop of cheap. Not to mention the extra 10 million cannot get the seal. He is now angry body shivering just want to leave here as soon as possible. As for Gui Yanning holding this bloodstone seal emotional excitement. With this seal, the auction behind, wouldn't it have weight? That condensation I suddenly remembered that there is something at home. When I am free in the future I will come over to play. Today will be here first I will leave first. Zhang Baokai held his breath prancing up from his seat. Gui Yanning also immediately followed suit and got up when she saw this. Uncle Zhang I'll go see you off. However, the other party didn't say a word and walked out of the room in the blink of an eye. Seeing how quickly he left, Gui Yanning didn't say anything else and turned to look at Ling with a smile on her face. I'll transfer the money to Mr. Yi right away, Gui Yanning said and took out her phone. If Mr. Yi is free, why don't you have a meal together this afternoon? Actually, it was just to be grateful to Ling. With this Zhonghua chicken bloodstone seal carved by Master Zhu Tai, I think it will surely cause quite a stir in the auction later. Dinner that's not necessary, I still have something to do in a while. Ling shook his head and also got up from his seat. When Gui Yanning heard this, a touch of loss floated across her pretty face, but she immediately looked at Ling again and lightly opened her lips. Then let's get together again when we have the chance. I must treat you to a meal, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Good. Ling did not agree to the meal because she suddenly remembered that she had bought a house but had not bought a car. Without a means of transportation taking a taxi every day was also a hassle. In that case I'll send you downstairs, Gui Yanning said and opened the door for Ling. Her long legs then stepped out to the door. The two of them talked and laughed as they went downstairs, and the staff couldn't help but whisper when they saw it. Our boss hasn't laughed like this for days, right? Could it be that Mr. Yi and our boss? You guys better not be making things up. It's clearly the boss who received the thing of his heart's desire. A desired thing is always a thing. It's the desired man that's hard to find. After Ling walked out of the Jubilee house and said goodbye to Gui Yanning, he came to the intersection and took out his cell phone to check, and found that a few kilometers away, at the Star River Exhibition Center, a large-scale international automobile exhibition was going on. Immediately called an online car and went directly to the exhibition center site. At this time it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The hot sun also gradually faded, but this place is still crowded. Maybe everyone wants to take advantage of the cool weather to come over to the auto exhibition. Star River Exhibition Center is the largest exhibition address in Ningyuan City, and in the past years, it has held several exhibitions of various industries, and Ling had come here to do part-time work when she was studying in Ningyuan City, so she had some familiarity with this place. It looks quite lively. Ling got off the bus and found many people gathered at the entrance of the exhibition center. Several new joint venture cars were parked right there for everyone to visit. Of course, this group of people were holding cameras in their hands, but the lenses didn't dislike the new joint venture cars. Instead, they kept aiming at the beautiful car models next to the cars and kept shooting. At a glance, it is impure purpose. Ling looked at the eyes and shook his head, thinking to go to the hall to look at other cars. After all, he is already a multi-millionaire. Outside the hundreds of thousands of joint venture car, buy back to open the words is not appropriate. Besides, his usual favorite is also a sports car. Ling, however, just at this time, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind himself. Ling felt some familiarity, so he stopped and slowly turned around. A woman wearing Burberry designer clothes appeared in the line of sight. Although this person's figure was not outstanding, the designer necklace on her neck, and the designer purse on her wrist, none of them made other people pay more attention. Although her face, which was coated with all kinds of expensive cosmetics, was delicate, she could clearly feel a strand of arrogance, and her eyes revealed a variety of disdainful colors. Memories surged from his mind. Ling then also froze, then smiled with relief. Lu Yan? Lu Yan is Ling's girlfriend during the university. Hot love period. Two people are also in other people's mouth fairy couple. But not 2 days after graduation Lu Yan took the initiative to mention the breakup. The reason is also very simple. You are too poor. I do not want to suffer. I just felt that the back was familiar. I didn't think that it was really you, Lu Yan said and rolled her eyes. You wouldn't come here to do part-time work again. right? There's no need to say such things as soon as we meet, right? Ling realized that the other party still looked like this until now, and couldn't help but frown, then opened her mouth to ask a rhetorical question. TSK, you in a hurry? Yan skimmed her mouth and once again seriously sized up Ling. The upper half of his body was just a white half sleeve, the lower half of his body was just a pair of black shorts, and the shoes on his feet were also the $9 oddball products sold by Pieces of CC. The poor and sour flavor almost choked Yan down. I just want to say, classmates, there is no need to say such words. Ling returned with a bashful face, and then wanted to get up and move away from the other party. But right after he gave this kind of reaction from the other party, it made Yan think that he was poking through the poor disguise, and couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise up, then chased after him with a quick step. You shouldn't be thinking of buying a car, right? The tone of her sentence was clearly mixed with suspicion. What does it have to do with you? Ling remained expressionless. Yan, however, was even more certain of her thoughts and couldn't help but laugh and then speak. My boyfriend and I also want to buy a car here. Why don't we take a look at the car together? After all, as a girl I don't know much about cars. Chapter 20, buy a BMW if you have money. You guys want to buy a car too? Ling stopped again after hearing her words, followed by looking at Yan, revealing a rather interested expression. Is it appraised? When the identification reminder appeared on Yan's body, Ling concentrated on opening the identification. Name, Yan. Face value, 75. Age, 24. Height, 165. Weight, 55 kilograms. Hobbies and interests, Pong big money, love to brag. See the money eye to eye. Ling see here have no interest in looking down. The heart also instantly surged a view. How was he blind and then with Yan in the first place? My boyfriend and I discussed buying a car to drive first, Yan explains with a light expression, and then buy a better one if we get married in the future. Looks like your boyfriend is quite rich. Ling smiled casually back. He is now in the company as a department manager. A year will earn $1 million or so. Yan heard Ling mention his boyfriend, immediately followed the interest. You are now estimated to mix well? Make do. There was a saying that every word the other party said was deliberately mocking herself, but Ling was also too lazy to bother with her. Coming to a stop in front of a domestically produced trolley, and then carefully reading the car introduction. Honey, why are you here? Just then Yan's boyfriend Gao Ping came from not far away. I met my college friend who came here to buy a car too, Yan said and took Gao Ping's arm, then looked at Ling with a hint of excitement in her expression. Ling heard the two of them talking and naturally turned to look at each other. Gao Ping was wearing a beige suit, although he couldn't tell what brand it was, but because he was only 1.6 tall, he looked very funny when he walked. But what was even more embarrassing for Ling was that his weight had also broken through 200, making him look like a gyroscope at the car show. Your college classmate? Not giving me an introduction? Gao Ping looked at Ling followed by tightening his arm around Yan and asked. Aya is Ling la, I told you before. Yan slapped off Gao Ping's dishonest hand and then explained with a shy face. Who knows that the other party after hearing this, followed by an expression of sudden realization. He is your ex-boyfriend Ling? The other party's tone was full of disdain, and after saying that, he sized up Ling, and then the corner of his mouth lifted up with a cold snort. Although Ling heard the other party's cold snort, he still nodded to him in a graceful manner, and then once again looked at the domestically produced tram in front of him. Gao Ping and Yan looked at each other and smiled. The former even immediately came in front of this car, then very skillfully opened the door and moved his body a few times before sitting inside. Could it be that Mr. Yi is interested in this car? Gao Ping pretended to be dashing and rolled down the car window, then looked at Ling with a very interesting expression. Ha ha ha, it's not bad. Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw him sitting in the car in car sales, but he didn't expect it to make Gao Ping have a mood at once. It's no surprise that Mr. Yi can look at this kind of car. After all, a domestic car will be very low in price, and the average person will be able to make a down payment with some effort. Then may I ask how much is the total price of this car? Ling subconsciously returned his sentence. It's only a few $100,000 when all is counted. Gao Ping's mouth quirked as he got off the car. But if I were to buy it, it would have to be a Tesla. 10,000 times better than this kind of car. Hundreds of thousands? Forget it. Ling shook her head as she heard the price and turned to walk away. Honey, you actually don't need to say anymore. How can Ling afford a Tesla? I don't think he can even make a down payment on this car, right? Yan immediately opened her mouth at the back and sneered. Gao Ping nodded slightly at the sight. I've seen a lot of people like him. He has no money but likes to play hard to get. Looks at more cars than anyone else but can't afford a single car. Let's follow up and see what he really wants to do here. Yan was more and more excited at this time, pulling Gao Ping to catch up with Ling. Unbeknownst to Ling, the reason why he moved away from here was because the price and quality of these cars were completely unable to set off his status as a multimillionaire. So after slipping a few steps, he came to the premium sedan area. BMW, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce and other new models were all over the place. Mr. Yi is looking to buy a BMW? Gao Peng saw Yi Ling come to the BMW showcase before and after, immediately followed up and asked. However, Yi Ling was a little annoyed at the moment. Turning around, he saw Gao Peng's body showed the 4 words, whether to appraise. Appraisal. Appraisal successful. Name, Gao Peng. Height, 165. Weight, 105 kilograms. Occupation, building sales. Hobbies, talking big, pretending to be big money. Hidden thing, internet loan black household. The net loan black household? Pretending to be a big shot borrowed tens of thousands of dollars on the internet, and has now become an internet credit black account, receiving dozens of collection calls every day. He's actually a salesman? And borrowed tens of thousands of dollars in black online credit? It turns out that he has money. Are pretending. Lu Yan, don't you guys also want to buy a car? I see this BMW is very good. Perfect for you two to drive out and play. Yi Ling smilingly looked at them, slowly said. Lu Yan heard first froze, but immediately was successfully attracted. Cannot wait to pull open the door to see the interior. After all, in the eyes of most girls, the only luxury cars they know besides BMW, the rest are Mercedes, Ferrari. Gao Peng saw his girlfriend sitting in the car, followed by a smile, but also immediately opened his mouth and said to BMW 3 Series car, how to say, can't compare to the 7 Series, not to mention that it is only sold 300,000 or so. For people like me who earns $1 million a year, it will be very disgraceful to drive out. Lu Yan was originally very satisfied with this car, streamlined shape and perfect interior, and a large BMW logo on the front. The family relatives will be envious if they see it. But when she heard Gao Peng say the price, she immediately shook her head and got out of the car. Dear, you are right. More than 30,000 car cannot drive. That seat I sit waist pain. Lu Yan finished, also frowned and deliberately rubbed her waist. Then let's go see the 7 Series? Yi Ling smiled faintly and got up and walked towards the deeper part of the car show. Without saying a word, Lu Yan pulled Gao Peng to follow. Honey, we have to buy a BMW today. Just now that one that's more than $30,000 is great. Wouldn't a more expensive BMW be better? Her mind had already conjured up a glowing picture of herself driving a BMW home and then attending a class reunion afterward. Those friends and family who were already poor would absolutely die of acid. Of course, baby. Gao Peng smiled with a calm face, but the pace of walking on was much slower. But on the contrary, Yi Ling had already come to the BMW 7 Series exhibition stand at that moment, and was smilingly chatting with the car's salesperson. Chapter 21, Just Hardwaring. Sir, if you are interested in this 19-year-old modified 750 Li of ours, you can leave my private contact information, and we will invite you to the 4S store for a test drive at that time. The salesperson handed his business card to Yi Ling with an enthusiastic face. Okay, thanks. Yi Ling took the business card and turned to look at Lu Yan and Gao Peng. The other two saw that they dared to chat with the BMW sales. Both of them opened their mouths wide and stared in amazement, as if they thought that this was a shocking event. Yi Ling, are you planning to buy this car? Lu Yan asked in a tone of disbelief. I just looked at it and thought it's not bad. Do you guys want to take a good look at it as well? After all, with your subject's income of more than $1 million a year, this kind of car is the most suitable to drive on the street, right? That's right. The other party just forgot what his purpose was for following up earlier. After the salesperson heard their exchange, he followed with a smile and immediately went forward. The two of you can feel free to watch this car. Our car is a 4TV8 engine, and is still an 8-speed manual, absolutely able to meet all the requirements of your life. Lu Yan obviously couldn't understand, but still pretended to understand some, followed by making an expression of dawning realization, followed by faintly opening her mouth to ask, how much does this car cost? Our car is a 19 model 750 Li. The official price is $1,980,000. The down payment is $190,000. With your partner's annual income it should not be a problem. The salesperson explained with a smile on his face. That's natural. Lu Yan immediately drifted off after hearing what he said. On the contrary, Gao Peng circled around the 750 Li a few times, but his face did not show any joy. Instead, he frowned and muttered from time to time. The salesperson immediately walked up after seeing this. Sir, is there anything you need to explain? No need. Gao Peng immediately waved his hand in a gesture. The other party had no choice but to give up when they saw this. But Lu Yan at this time was happy to run to Gao Peng's side and pouted. Dear, don't you think this car is very elegant? Let's drive out, then it must be very dignified. Or let's take out 190,000 down payment to buy one? Yi Ling also immediately followed after hearing this and agreed. I also think we must buy a car. Drive out of the designated times, have face. Talk about business will also be twice as effective, right? However, Gao Peng still didn't say anything, quite capable of pretending. Lu Yan saw that his face was full of emotions and did not dare to continue to speak. After all, it is his own hard to get on the big money. If the other side angry and a kicked himself, then it can be considered to be more than worth it. I say Ling, you know quite a lot. Why don't you buy this car to drive? She focused her attention on Ling once again. I don't think it's appropriate with my status, so I'm looking to see if there are any other cars. Ling's purpose of coming here was to buy a sports car, and although the few cars at the moment did look good, they didn't fit in with her young and golden temperament. After saying this, he looked towards the BMW M8. This car looks obviously filled with a more youthful atmosphere. Opening the car door and looking at the interior, Ling then got up and sat on it. A comfortable feeling came over him. The salesperson saw this and immediately came over to make an introduction. This M8 is the Aurora version that just came out last June. With a 4.4 V8 engine, the maximum horsepower can reach 625, but the driving feeling is very comfortable. It does look good. Ling nodded slightly. However, Lu Yan saw it and walked over with a condescending face, looking at the salesperson and faintly asked, "How much is this M8? This car is now officially priced at $2,580,000. The salesperson immediately replied, "I said Ling, can you afford this car? How much is your yearly salary in total?" "I'm not working now." Ling held the steering wheel and pretended to test drive for a few minutes and answered casually after hearing Lu Yan's question. "Not on?" Lu Yan subconsciously rolled her eyes. "Where do you get the money if you don't go to work? How dare you have the face to come to a place like this to look at and buy a car? Let our department manager fired." Ling got off and looked at her and continued to explain. "It's what happened a few days ago. Gao Peng at that moment also came to the BMW M8 here. Hearing Ling being fired couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Yi, now since there is no job then, do you want me to arrange one for you? The company is recently in an upswing and needs employees." "No need." Ling skimmed his mouth. Hard speech. "You yourself is just a building sales." Really bold. What words dare to say out. "Dare you help him this do what?" Did not hear him say he was fired. Lu Yan this time hurried to persuade Gao Peng, "Do not come to the time when you good people do nothing, and then let him offend the higher leadership." "That's true." Gao Peng nodded slowly after pretending to think deeply. Both of them looked quite good at holding their own. The salesperson on the side couldn't stand to watch and got up to walk elsewhere. "Aren't you guys preparing to buy a car? Can't you also look at this car?" Ling asked again at this time. "Why don't you buy it? We're like you, don't have the money to pretend hard." Lu Yan finished looking at Gao Peng again, pampered. After all, these million-dollar luxury cars seen at the moment, in all aspects, are no longer any shortcomings. "This car I think is not pleasing in color." Gao Peng once again stated the reason why he did not want to purchase it. Lu Yan frowned slightly after hearing this. What did the other party mean by this? He had looked at all the cars from hundreds of thousands to millions, and he could pick out a little bit of fault in every car. "Just don't buy it." "Gao Peng, what do you mean?" Lu Yan's face sank as she looked at him and asked coldly. "I just don't think it's appropriate. Since we're going to buy a good car, surely we need to make a good choice?" Gao Peng smiled awkwardly, then gave an explanation that wasn't perfect. "Not buying." Lu Yan gritted her teeth and dropped the sentence before turning around and walking away. "Honey." Seeing this, Gao Peng immediately chased after her. Ling smiled helplessly after seeing these two living treasures disappear from in front of him, and then followed the signs indicating the hall of the automobile exhibition and moved to the last display stand of high-class sports cars. Bugatti, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati. Each sports car stood a long-legged beauty car model. Really can be called a sports car accompanied by a beautiful woman. Car handsome people more beautiful. Of course the price of the sports cars in front of them all reached more than $5 million. Ling probably looked at some. Locked a sports car. Lamborghini 2021 STO. Sharp and domineering appearance is the characteristics of Lamborghini, while the body of the charcoal black appearance is revealed low-key. Aircraft cockpit-type console is also more eye-catching. All in all, this Lamborghini exudes a unique flavor all over its body. Sitting in the cab, Ling also felt the seriousness of this new car. The overall interior is more perfect, and the space is also a few points larger, so it doesn't feel any compactness. Not bad. Ling saw the salesperson of this car walking towards himself after getting down from the car. Chapter 22 Chance Encounter with Su Xiao. "Good afternoon, sir. I am the sales of this car. You can call me Charlie." The other side with a professional smile handed out a personal business card to Ling. "Can you give me a detailed introduction to the parameters of this car?" Ling had a good impression of this Lamborghini sports car at the moment. "Of course." Charlie nodded his head vigorously and followed with the whole car introduction. The Huracan 2021 STO is rear-wheel drive. It is equipped with a naturally aspirated V10 engine, which can easily reach 640 horsepower in terms of power, making it a truly road-legal supercar. It accelerates to 100 kilometers in 3 seconds and can reach a top speed of 310 miles per hour. The other said before gently opening the hatch of the car. which features a monocoque front surround inspired by the Lamborghini Miura and Sesto Elemento models. Ling did not expect a sports car to have so many details. This car uses a lot of lightweight carbon fiber materials, and has a great impact on the visual senses, so if it goes on the road, it will definitely become the focus of attention of all pedestrians. That's it. How much is this car? Ling waved his hand for Charlie to stop. The official selling price of our car is $3,900,000, but this car in front of you is the official modified version, and its total price also reaches $5,320,000. Charlie immediately explained all the circumstances. $5,300,000? It wasn't that much. Then I'll take it. Can I swipe my card now? Ling thought for a moment before taking out his bank card from his pocket and handing it to Charlie. The other party obviously froze when he saw this scene. The Lamborghini STO's car model also grew her mouth in surprise. In less than 10 minutes this car was going to be bought? Is there a problem? Ling saw Charlie holding the bank card for a long time without taking action, and couldn't help but frown, then asked in a low voice. No. The other party came back to his senses and then immediately went through the sale procedures. In less than 2 minutes the car's keys were handed over to Ling. Mr. You can get in touch with me at any time if you have other needs. Charlie is at your service 24 hours a day. Thanks. Ling nodded slightly before getting up and going out. Right at this moment a car model wearing a racing bikini suddenly appeared from behind himself. Handsome guy, you bought this car? Ling and the other party were not half a meter apart, and could clearly see her face, although she was wearing heavy makeup but very alluring. Nearly 1 meter 8 height, looks very tall, but in front of himself has a kind of birdie illusion. Maybe this is the benefits brought by young and gold. Bought. Ling nodded and replied. The car model's heart was happy when she heard the result. Then she came to this Lamborghini car, her face followed by a hint of playful smile. Little brother, people stood all day today. Want to go up to sit and relax, can it? She said, and then reached out her hand and kneaded her long legs. Her eyes, however, wandered back and forth on Ling's body. However, Ling had long since seen through the other party's trick. I think the sofa in the lounge is more suitable for you. Ling smiled blandly. Where you can realize if you want to sit or lie down. The car model blushed and didn't say anything else. Ling then opened the car door and got on the car, starting the car under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lamborghini's unique roar followed in the hall. Worthy of being a top-class sports car? When the engine started, the blood in Ling's body boiled up, slowly turning around and driving out of the car showroom. When the Lamborghini came to the road, several passers-by immediately took out their cell phones to take pictures. As for the long-legged car model at this moment is angry stomping feet, and then there are a few passers-by smile and come up. Beauty, I have empty seats in the car. Do you want to take a break? My is a business car. Inside spacious. You can lie down. But the car model didn't even look at them and left the scene with her long legs. Outside the car show center, Su Xiao stood on the side of the road, sticking her neck out to peer out. She was wearing a black dress, black stockings and black high heels today, and in order to be able to attract attention, light makeup was also painted on her pretty little face, and her whole person looked very elegant. And the reason why she appeared in this kind of place was because she saw the car model part-time job from the internet. The salary of $500 a day made her decide to come over to give it a try, but she didn't expect to do it, but it was very tiring. She stood on the booth in high heels for more than 5 whole hours. It hurts. She simply reached out and gently rubbed her calves a few times, but the thought of earning $500 here still made her heart very happy. Right at this moment, a sports car suddenly stopped in front of her. The car window rolled down to reveal a handsome and sunny face. Ms. Su? Ling asked with some surprise after seeing the beauty sitting on the ground. Mr. Yi? Su Xiao tilted her head and realized that the person sitting in the car was Ling after her face slightly red. Then she immediately got up from the ground to reveal a professional smile and greeted. But the next second the little girl's pretty face was once again agonized. What are you doing here? Ling turned off the car somewhat surprised. The other party works in the sales department of Emerald City, and should not appear in this kind of place at the moment. I came here to work part-time as a car model, Su Xiao explained without avoiding. I just got off work and was ready to take a taxi home, but I couldn't imagine that there wasn't a net car here. Then you're too lucky today. Ling hemmed and hawed. My co-pilot happens to have a seat. Really? Su Xiao naturally could understand what Ling meant, and was instantly delighted, secretly saying that she didn't have to keep walking. Get in the car. Ling honestly had a pretty good impression of Su Xiao. The house that the other party chose for himself was great, geographically very quiet, and also gifted an underground private parking space, which was just used to park his newly purchased Lamborghini. However, it was only then that Su Xiao noticed the car driven by Ling. Lamborghini. He himself did not know much about cars, but seeing the other party's sharp styling, and the cool sports car tail, he naturally knew the name of this car. Carefully sitting on the co-pilot, Su Xiaoxiao fastened her seatbelt and then curiously looked around the car. What are you looking at? Ling asked with a smile, seeing her curious expression. How come there are no other girls in your car? Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously returned. Those girls are not good looking enough. I'm too lazy to let them come up. Ling finished looking at Su Xiaoxiao. How can I say it's also like you? The other party's small face that was already a little red. At that moment in an instant it reddened towards the root of the ear. Following that, she lowered her head and muttered somewhat stutteringly. What are people considered good looking, if you don't look good? Those other car models, I guess they don't have the face to see people. Ling said and started the Lamborghini again, and the engine power gushed out in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately filled with stars, and the deer in her heart also followed the chaotic collision, but also did not forget to knead her calves. If it's not suitable you can take off your high heels. Chapter 23, Go upstairs and sit down? Ling measured Su Xiaoxiao's thighs. Under the tight package of black stockings, smooth and flat, and there is not a drop of flab. The dress was a little short sitting in the car. Su Xiaoxiao's face was flushed and she kept pulling it down with her right hand, and when she heard Ling's words, the whole person became even more embarrassed. After all, sitting here should be lucky. It wasn't good to take off your shoes in the car by yourself. I'll just rub it. There's no need to take off my shoes. Su Xiaoxiao didn't even dare to look at Ling squarely now. Wearing them all the time will be very uncomfortable. It's fine to take them off and relax. Ling faintly returned. To be honest, although Su Xiaoxiao had sat in the car, her own feet were indeed hurting half to death. Seeing that Ling really didn't seem to care, she also nodded slightly with a red face, and then took off her high heels and put them aside. Finally able to completely stretch her feet, Su Xiaoxiao's entire body relaxed a lot. Ling also drove the car onto the highway at that moment. Mr. Yi, this car looks beautiful. How much did you spend to buy it? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but open her mouth to ask about the price of the car after relaxing. More than $5 million. Ling's tone was extraordinarily flat. On the contrary, when Su Xiaoxiao heard this price, the whole person first froze and then envied. Buying a car for more than $5 million was something she never dared to think about. Thinking back to when she came here to work as a part-time car model, her one-day's salary was only $500. Where is Ms. Su's home? Ling drove the Lamborghini slowly, picking up speed. You don't need to send me home. Just find a station to drop me off. Su Xiaoxiao immediately opened her mouth to return. I'll take public transportation and arrive home in a short while. Isn't that superfluous? Ling had just experienced the joy of driving at that moment. You tell me the address, I will directly send you downstairs. See, Ling so enthusiastic, Su Xiaoxiao is not good to refuse. Besides, they also do not want to continue to step on high heels to squeeze the bus, so it is contemplating for a moment and then said the address where they live. Changhe Road West Jinfeng Jiayuan. You just send me there. Okay. Ling nodded, then entered the destination on the large center control screen. The Lamborghini followed with a fierce roar and dashingly turned the car around before driving off into the distance. The two chatted happily on the road. Ling learned that Su Xiaoxiao was very diligent, and when the other party was studying in Ningyuan City, she would use her weekly rest time to work part-time, in order not to trouble her parents who were hundreds of miles away. Miss Su was really beautiful and kind-hearted. Ling sighed from the bottom of her heart. Parents who have a daughter like you will definitely be very happy in the future. However, the other party only nodded slightly and was silent after hearing this. It seemed to have something on her mind. Ling did not continue to speak when she saw this. The place where Su Xiaoxiao lived was not much far away. The location was in the old city street of Ningyuan City. Most of the office workers who came to Ningyuan City, in order to save money, would come to this place to rent a room. Ling's appearance in this place in a Lamborghini instantly attracted a large amount of attention. I've arrived at the place. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth at this time and reminded. Ling then parked the sports car to the side of the road. Thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Su Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at Ling. Why don't you come up for a cup of tea? I'm still a bit thirsty. Ling heatedly smiled and then got off the car together with Su Xiaoxiao. The two of them talked and laughed as they went up the stairs. When they came to the 7th floor 302, Su Xiaoxiao took out the key, and then embarrassedly turned to look at Ling. A little shy expression appeared on her face. My place is very small. Mr. Yi, don't mind. Look at what you said. I have also lived in a small place. Ling smiled with a bashful face upon hearing this, and his mind floated back to the rental house at the time, and the landlord Kai Xinglu's cute expression in the bathroom. I also don't know if she listened to herself and returned those things she secretly took to the tenant. Kada. Su Xiaoxiao saw that Ling did not care, also opened the door to the room, then squatted down and took a pair of slippers for Ling. Mr. Yi, please change your shoes. The other party said, and then first changed to take off his shoes and ran back to the house like the wind. Good Lu. Ling heard, lowered his head and changed into slippers, then slowly raised his head to look ahead. The first thing that came into view was a variety of pink and tender decorations. full of cute girl style. The house seems to have more than 40 square meters, but under Su Xiaoxiao's careful organization, the whole gives a good feeling. Ling slowly came to the sofa and sat down. Su Xiaoxiao immediately poured a cup of hot tea. I will go to the bathroom to change my clothes, she suddenly said with fluttering eyes. Oh, Ling naturally understood what it meant. After all, wearing this dress in the car show stayed for a day. The girl loves to be clean, back home will definitely change down. Hearing the sound of the lock in the bathroom, Ling then picked up the teacup and sipped the tea, and then once again surveyed the girl's room. In fact, in Su Xiaoxiao's circle of friends, he has seen some images, but still could not imagine that the other party's room is so clean and tidy. Everything is placed very neatly. The small balcony is hitched above the drying clothes, and a photo of her family is also placed on the bedside table. Although there was a bit of a distance, Ling was still able to see that it was a family of 4 in the photo. I'm really sorry. Su Xiaoxiao once again walked out from the bathroom. Ling turned her head to look at the other party. She was wearing a grass green thin pajamas, and her long hair that was originally spread out was also tied up randomly. It was completely the posture of a little sister at home. I came to your house to say sorry. Ling revealed a smile and then moved his eyes back to the teacup. Su Xiaoxiao then also cheerfully took a chair and sat across from him. The house that Mr. Yi bought should still be satisfactory, right? The little girl was also thinking about these things even now. Very satisfied. Ling replied from the bottom of his heart. Then I can really rest assured. After all, you are my first customer, and I'm very afraid that there is something bad that will trouble you, Su Xiaoxiao said with a sigh of relief. The two of them then talked some more about the house, and then moved on to the interesting things that each of them had encountered when they were studying, and just like that they chatted until the sun went down without even realizing it. There was no more light on the balcony, and the temperature in the room gradually turned cooler. Only then did Su Xiaoxiao notice that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. How did she chat so late all of a sudden? She sat on the chair a little fidgety. It's getting late. I should leave too. Just at this time Ling suddenly got up from the sofa, then looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, Alas are you leaving? The other party did not react at once. What? Ling saw the somewhat surprised look on her face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, followed by continuing to speak. Is it hard that you want me to spend the night here? Chapter 24 Get a babysitter? Over. Night? Su Xiaoxiao's already shy face directly reddened all over at that moment. Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this look of hers. I'm joking with you, Mr. Yi, you are too much. Su Xiaoxiao pouted in anger and hummed. But her big eyes didn't dare to stare at Ling until the other party walked out of the room before she hurriedly ran to the door. Following that, she stretched out her small hand at Ling and waved. Come back to your house as a guest when you have time. After smilingly dropping this sentence, Ling turned around and got on the elevator to prepare to go downstairs. Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, followed by a long exhale of breath, and hummed a small song after closing the door. Looks like the mood is very pleasant. Bang bang bang. However, just as she was preparing to tidy up the coffee table, a sharp knock suddenly sounded behind her. Could it be that Mr. Yi had left something behind? Su Xiaoxiao tidied up her hair in a panic, then adjusted her mood and came to the door again. Kada, Yi. Su Xiaoxiao's originally smiling face froze on the spot. A stranger stood in front of her house. He was nearly 1 meter 8 in height. His body was burly and full of horizontal meat. There was a tattoo on his right arm, and his eyes were cold without any emotion. Su Xiaoxiao, right? The other party asked in a mute voice. Who are you? Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously wanted to back up and close the door, but the other party followed with a cold snort, then took out a photo from his pocket. Do you recognize him? A boy in the photo had a disheveled expression, squatting in the corner without any spirit. Su Xiaoxiao fixed her eyes on it and sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother? Looks like I found the right person. The other party retrieved the photo and took out an IOU. Your brother in our field, playing cards, borrowed 1,200,000. Now he can't get this money. Had to entrust me to find you. Playing cards? Borrow money? Su Xiaoxiao's head buzzed, but the person in front of her did not give herself time to adapt. Get together $1,200,000 within 10 days and then call this bank account. Otherwise I can't guarantee your brother's safety. The other party narrowed his eyes and pointed to the string of bank card numbers on the IOU. Where am I going to get 1,200,000? Su Xiaoxiao's expression stiffened her head in confusion. Even 200,000 I can't get together. This matter is not under my control. Dropping this sentence with a cold smile, this person left. The door of the room closed with a clang. Su Xiaoxiao staggered and sat on the sofa. Her face was pale without a trace of blood, and the small hand holding the note was shaking slightly. Ling went downstairs and then drove the Lamborghini towards home, and when the car pulled into a private parking space, he subconsciously reached out and rubbed his waist. Lamborghini is good, but it's really uncomfortable to sit in. After all, a sports car is just a sports car. although it's very windy when it hits the street. But if you compare it with a sedan, the comfort level will definitely be greatly reduced. After muttering to himself, Ling turned around and got on the elevator, and after half a minute back he returned to his large flat. Click. The living room lights up. Ling immediately felt a burst of emptiness. Is not missing something? Ling touched his chin and fell into deep thought, thinking back to Su Xiaoxiao's house that he just went to. Although the overall size of the room was not large, but he could feel enough warmth and comfort. Looks like it's time to find a nanny. Ling immediately decided to go to the job market tomorrow to take a look. The sun had just risen early the next morning. Ling was woken up again by the biological clock, slipped to the bathroom to wash up, then changed a set of clothes and went downstairs in high spirits, in front of the neighborhood to find a breakfast standpoint of food. Ling looked at the time. Has been more than 8 o'clock in the morning, so it took out the car keys to the car to go to the talent market. The Lamborghini drew a beautiful arc on the road and arrived at the entrance of Ningyuan Talent Market in a few minutes. Ling parked the car and looked at it, realizing that this place was simply a sea of people. A glance at it looked like it couldn't even see the edge. Do you want 500 laborers a day? Regular licensed housekeeping nannies. Monthly wages as long as $6,000. Loading and unloading laborers have not come. I only need 10 people here. Me. A group of people followed and rushed forward. Ling saw this scene and hurriedly leaned to the side to stand still, following which he glanced at the nanny column not far away. More than a dozen tall young girls stood together with more than a dozen Amazons. The original somewhat out-of-place talent market, thus adding more space for reverie. Do you want to hire a nanny? I'm very capable. Handsome man, look at me. I'm really very capable. I can work during the day and night. Ling had naturally set the requirements before coming here. The nanny hired had to be between the ages of 22 and 28, and likewise had to be a young and pretty girl, with no problems with private work or interpersonal relationships. However, one came to a few of them and vaguely felt that something was wrong, not to mention whether or not they were applying for a nanny job. They didn't look too much like it just from the way they were dressed. A girl wearing a short leopard print skirt came up to Ling at that moment. Handsome man, are you hiring a nanny? She dangled her eyes and looked Ling up and down. Yes. Ling nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then what are your requirements? What are the wages and benefits? The other party followed and asked. My current house needs a female nanny. The daily work is to clean up the house and cook. Other free time can do other things. As for the salary, then $20,000 per month. 20,000? They all immediately jumped up when they heard the monthly salary. Handsome guy, see if I can do it. I can cook and clean up the house, and I can also wash your clothes, and I can also take care of pets if there are any at home. A girl who didn't look too old came up and introduced herself. Ling then sized her up. Appraisal. Name, Zhang Li. Face value, 39 or 77. Age, 23. Height, 165. Weight, 45 kilograms. Hobbies, makeup. Hidden thing, facial plastic surgery. The other side had spent a high price for facial plastic surgery. Every day need to spend a lot of makeup time. At the moment there is still a 100,000 cosmetic surgery loan has not been paid off. Surprisingly, it's a head swap monster. No wonder there are two values there in the face value. Ling shook his head expressionlessly when he saw this. Zhang Li could only sigh and turn around to leave when she saw this. And the girl behind her also jumped up again when she saw this. Boss, do you see if I can do it? A slightly plump-looking girl with a smile came in front of Ling and asked. Appraisal. Ling focused his attention and used the appraisal technique again. Name, Sun Feng. Face value, 78. Age, 27. Height, 164. Weight, 46 kilograms. Hobby, addicted to plastic surgery. Hidden things, breast augmentation, apple muscle, hyaluronic acid. In order to be able to make their own body more perfect, Sun Feng went abroad for surgery, successfully lifted 2 cup, and then injected into the face of hyaluronic acid. Before and after the roughly spent hundreds of thousands of yuan. Surprisingly, it's an artificial beauty. Ling felt that he had to carefully screen the content after reading it. Chapter 25, The Girl Who Fell Alone. After all, one was going to pay a high price to hire a nanny, and naturally, the requirement aspect should be higher than the nannies on the market. Otherwise one couldn't waste $20,000 every month for nothing. Not to mention the fact that 2 consecutive girls had big problems. Ling pondered for a moment, then took 2 steps back and cleared his throat before opening his mouth to present his hard and fast indicators for nannies. First of all, the one I'm looking for must be a female nanny, but age-wise she can't be over 28. At this statement there were a few less applicants in front of him. The second thing is to be physically healthy and have no bad habits. Ling sized up the few in front of her and followed by raising her hand and pointing at one of them to open her mouth. Those with tattoos, please leave too. The other party heard first a face of helplessness, but the next second was other people merit. A delicate face with a cheerful personality as well, and it would be even better if you can cook. After finishing all the conditions, there were only a few left in front of Ling. And at the same time another part of Ningyuan City's talent market. A small girl wearing a white dress carefully came to a certain recruitment position and then handed her personal resume up. Her skin was fair without any flab, and her pretty face looked as if it was carved out of powder. Watery big eyes revealed innocence, giving people an illusion of a descending fairy. But in a place like this, a good base was not king. Tell me what your requirements are? The female recruiter of a certain company glanced down at the little girl with squinted eyes. I'm hoping for a minimum salary of $5,000 a month, and I can work on some easier jobs. Dream on? The other party said and threw out her personal resume, before turning to look at the other applicants. Seeing this, Joey-nan hurriedly squatted on the ground and picked up the resume, and then turned around and walked out of the recruitment hall with a long sigh. It had already been 5 full days since she came to Ningyuan City. I thought it would be very easy to find a job in a big city. Just pay more and don't do manual labor. I never thought that it would be harsher than the factories in the town. And more importantly, after he came to the talent market, he found that the eyes of certain people were always looking at him with a lustful look. This has led to the fact that she has not found a job until now. Joey-nan stood under the blazing sun without a clue. Little girl? Just then a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked towards her. Seeing this, Joey-nan hurriedly organized her mood. Hello? The middle-aged man stopped and then took a serious look at her, the corners of his mouth followed by a slightly playful smile. And naturally, Joey-nan carefully observed the other party. Dressed in a black suit and wearing black sunglasses, although his face could not be seen, he gave off a more intimate feeling. Are you here looking for a job? The middle-aged man said and took out a business card from his pocket. Joey-nan nodded after receiving the business card. Following that, she realized that the other party was the manager of a certain KTV. I just graduated from college and I'm looking for a, but did not wait for Joey-nan to finish her situation. Huang Chengcai immediately could clap his hands. The whole person looked that happy and joyful. The surrounding passing pedestrians see this scene then helplessly shake their heads. Our company lacks college graduates like you. Huang Chengcai said this and took out his cell phone from his pocket. If you have an idea we can go to the company for an interview now. I want to know how is the salary. Although Joey-nan was also excited, she still held her emotions in check and took a deep breath to ask slowly. The girls who work at our place are paid at least 50,000 to 60,000 a month, and more like 100,000 or more. Of course it depends on how the bosses are feeling. Huang Chaoming didn't nag and returned directly. 50 or 60,000? Joey-nan's face reddened when she heard this figure. Although she had never seen it, she had heard of it. And if she could get this kind of high salary in a KTV, she was 100% an escort princess. This kind of thing can't really be done. Sorry, I'm not interested. Joey-nan dropped this sentence and immediately ran away. Huang Xiaoming saw this and his mouth twisted, then squinted and lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and then skimmed his mouth and muttered to himself. You can't even catch a chance to make a lot of money. I don't think you'll be able to find a job in this life. However, Joey-nan had already run far away, hiding in a corner and patting his chest to make sure there is no problem before jumping out. Took out his cell phone to look at the time. It was already more than 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I had no choice but to walk out of the talent market and find a restaurant to fill my stomach. I can't hesitate any longer. If someone takes the initiative to invite me in the afternoon, I must also hasten to say yes. Joey-nan stood on the side of the road and secretly made up her mind. And when she was on her way back to the talent market after finishing her meal, she suddenly noticed that a few people were taking pictures with their cell phones. It seemed like they had come across something new. Lamborghini in reality. It's the first time I've seen it. It's really sharp and windy. Dude, you quickly take your cell phone and take a picture of me with this car. I say you guys hurry up. Don't let the owner see. Then say you rubbed the paint. Pants are blackmailed away for you. Lamborghini? Joey-nan thought it was hilarious and went up to have a look. The charcoal black body looks so dazzling in front of other cars, and the cool front and rear wings are so eye-catching that anyone who sees it can't help but stop and stare for a few seconds and then feel a lot of emotions. It's so beautiful. Joey-nan was naturally envious, but she also knew that she would never be able to drive this kind of supercar, so she stood next to it and looked at it for a few more moments before putting aside her thoughts and continuing to look for a job. But the reality is cruel. Instead of finding a good job, Joey-nan was targeted by more middle-aged men who offered her a position as a secretary or personal assistant, and 2 of them even offered her a lover on the spot. Seeing that the sun is about to set, the talent market is gradually empty. Joey-nan's excited heart gradually cold, a butt on the door of the cement steps, or just go back to the village to farm. Ling was going crazy from the torture in the talent market. After the information of recruiting nannies at a high price was sent out, the people who came did not have 100 but at least 80. But surprisingly none of them were qualified after being weeded out according to the criteria. It's too difficult. Ling looked at the time as already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The talent market has also gone a lot of people. Let's take the time to look at it again later. Sighing helplessly, Ling got up and walked outside. Why is there a girl sitting at the door? The girl's back under the setting sunlight was particularly forlorn. Ling then realized that on her body, a purple, whether to appraise, was displayed. Identify. Appraisal successful. Name, Zhou Nan. Face value, 93. Age, 24. Height, 167. Weight 45 kg. Hobbies, reading, painting, cooking. Whether to turn on the detailed description? Open. Circumference, 90. 64. 89. Skills, cooking LV8. Special experience, 0. Skills? Ling's eyes lit up. Is the beauty looking for a job? Zhou Nan was losing her head at this moment with her small head down. When she heard a man's magnetic voice from behind her, she subconsciously stood up and turned around, then looked at Ling. A sunny and handsome face came into view. You are? Zhou Nan inquired in a small voice. Chapter 26, Finally having a home-cooked meal. My name is Ling. Ling smilingly introduced himself briefly. Following that, he took a serious look at Zhou Nan. Underneath the long black hair was a face that I felt sorry for. Cherry mouth and high nose. A pair of big watery eyes revealed innocence. Wearing a white dress at this time, she was like a fairy in a painting. My name is Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan realized that Ling didn't look very old, but she was still vigilant and slowly took a small half-step backward. Seeing the other party looking so nervous, Ling scratched his head with an embarrassed face. Could it be that he looked like a bad person? I see you sitting here. You should have come here without finding a job, right? Aha. Zhou Nan gently nodded her head, then replied in a small voice. My family lacks a nanny. Are you interested? The wage is stable and ends monthly. Signing a formal contract. Ling saw that she hadn't found a job, so she continued to ask. Nanny? Images then appeared in Zhou Nan's mind. She washed and cooked for a family of 3, and sometimes she had to help take care of the children, working day and night without end. But, if she couldn't find a job again, she wouldn't have any money to eat. Ling saw Zhou Nan's hesitation and explained her situation truthfully. I'm the only one at home, but the room is too big, so it's not good to clean and organize. One person? Zhou Nan's eyes lit up when she heard this. It didn't seem that troublesome to take care of the other person alone. Your job is mainly to take care of my 3 meals a day. The house is big, but there is a sweeping robot. You only need to clean it on time every day. Ling finished with a smile and a wink to Zhou Nan. The other party was shocked beyond belief at the moment. This was too easy, right? Then how much is the salary? Zhou Nan suddenly remembered this most important question. The salary is $20,000 per month, and you can take a paid vacation 1 day per week. Ling replied indifferently. $20,000? Zhou Nan hesitated again when she heard this. Why did she always feel that there was something unreliable? Such an easy job, but the salary given was so high. Didn't the other party find anyone suitable in the job market? If you are interested, you can come to my house to take a look. Ling said and took out the car keys to start the car. Zhou Nan followed and saw the lights of the Lamborghini in the parking lot flash. That sports car was actually his. No wonder people would drive $20,000 a month in salary. Good. With an apprehensive heart, Zhou Nan nodded vigorously. Following that, she followed Ling to the front of the Lamborghini. Get in. Ling smiled faintly, then opened the car door for Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan, who was sitting in the passenger side of a sports car for the first time, had all sorts of unknown emotions springing up in her heart. There was curiosity, excitement, and trance. Fasten your seatbelt, huh? Ling got on the car and found Zhou Nan in a daze, so he looked at her and reminded her with a smile, and then he started the car to turn around in style. The roar of the engine exploded violently in the parking lot, and the pedestrians on the road immediately stopped and looked here. Zhou Nan's face turned red after she fastened her seatbelt. She realized that many people were staring straight at this car. Their eyes even revealed an incomparable look of envy. On the contrary, Ling had already gotten used to this situation. On the contrary, she once again spat out a sports car seat is not comfortable to sit on. 10 minutes later the car pulled into the underground parking garage. Zhou Nan got out of the car and marveled at the prosperity of this place, and then took the elevator with Ling to reach the 23rd floor. Home. Ling pushed open the door and walked into the living room. Seeing this, Zhou Nan took out her cell phone and sent a location message to her best friend. Then with glowing eyes, she also followed to the living room. Your house is so big, she subconsciously whispered. Ling, on the other hand, turned on the lights of all the houses and then led her to carefully observe them one by one. The two returned to the living room after half an hour. Tired, right? Ling took out 2 cans of Coke from the refrigerator and placed them on the coffee table. Zhou Nan sat on the sofa and sent her best friend an OK emoji. Not tired. She stretched her legs cozily while flashing a smile at Ling. So how are you considering it? Do you want to apply for a nanny job? Ling asked smilingly. I think I can. Zhou Nan was very satisfied with the place at that moment. In that case then we sign the contract now. Ling picked up the cabinet and handed it to Joey Nan. You look carefully at the content above. No problem, word sign and press the handprints on the line. Okay. She obediently picked up the contract and read it. Ling took out her cell phone and looked at the time, and then pondered whether to go buy some food. Swish swish swish. Joey Nan wrote down her name after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, and then with a serious face, she pressed her handprint. From now on she officially became a full-time nanny in Yiling's house. Congratulations on joining. Ling clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Joey Nan gave him a bow in embarrassment. Then are we going to cook now? She remembered that it was already evening, and Ling didn't seem to have had dinner yet. That's of course. Ling nodded. There's no food in the refrigerator. Let's go out and buy some. Okay. The two of them hit it off. Half an hour later, the kitchen finally came out with the sound of stir-frying in a decent manner. Ling sat on the sofa and watched the TV news in a cozy manner. Mr. Yi, dinner. Joey Nan tied a pink apron and ran into the living room with a sweet voice. Coming. Ling got up and came to the dining room. Instantly, he smelled the aroma of the meal. It smells so good. He couldn't wait to wash his hands before sitting at the dining table, then picked up his chopsticks and put some dishes in his bowl to savor them carefully. Joey Nan had made 3 dishes today. They were cold mixed shredded seaweed, mushu pork and sweet and sour pork. Each dish looked colorful and fragrant. Mr. Yi, you taste the sweet and sour pork while it's hot. Seeing Ling's satisfied look, Joey Nan picked up the communal chopsticks and chucked a piece of tenderloin and gently placed it in the other party's rice bowl. Delicious. Ling stuffed the whole piece of tenderloin into her mouth without saying a word. Joey Nan was also filled with a sense of accomplishment at this moment. Turning around, she returned to the kitchen to bring the purple cabbage and egg flour soup to the table. Nan, you sit down and eat too. Ling ate a few bites and then realized that the other party was still standing in place. I'm a nanny, naturally I have to wait for you to finish eating. Joey Nan's small face blushed. I don't need to take care of that here. Not to mention it's no fun to eat alone. Ling said and got up to take the initiative to get the dishes for Joey Nan. The other party sat on the chair and froze slightly. Is this the liberality of the rich? There's one thing to say about the caliber of your mushu pork. It's at least comparable to a Michelin chef. Ling served himself a bowl of rice then said with a smile. Mr. Yi complimented. I'm just simply doing it. Where can I compare to a chef? Joey Nan blushed and also chucked a piece to savor it, suddenly realizing that it was indeed even more delicious than what she had made before. Could this be the happiness after finding a job? Chapter 27, Shopping on the Street. So full. Ling cozily patted her stomach after finishing the last bowl of soup. Joey Nan, on the other hand, packed up the dishes in the kitchen with a satisfied face, and hummed a little song beautifully. Nan, do you have anything to bring over? Ling slipped over to the babysitting room and took a look, suddenly remembering that the other party hadn't seemed to have brought anything when they came over. My stuff is at my best friend's house. Just go pick it up yourself tomorrow. Joey Nan heard and opened her mouth to return. Okay. Ling nodded and got up to return to her room. Afterwards, she simply washed up and went to bed. It doesn't feel bad to be full of food and drink. He lay on the bed and stretched his waist, followed by taking out his cell phone and swiping through the videos, unknowingly falling asleep. Joey Nan carefully returned to the babysitting room after cleaning everything up. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after closing the doors and windows. Following that, she surveyed the room that was her own. 2 separate closets, a computer desk in the corner and a large double bed. After that, what surprised her even more was that this room had an ensuite bathroom. It was a million times better than her old house. Slowly sitting on the bed and stroking the sheets, Joey Nan felt as if she was dreaming. Tick-tock. At this moment, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Taking it out and looking at it, she found that it was a video call from her best friend. Hello? Joey Nan fixed her hair and then answered the phone with a smile. Nan, you found a job? The girl on the other end of the phone was wearing a face mask at the moment, but she was still staring at the screen. Aha! Joey Nan immediately nodded her head. I see the positioning you just sent. It's almost to the outskirts of Ningyuan City. It can't be a scammer, right? The other party had a skeptical expression on his face. Mr. Yi is fine. He's not a liar. Joey Nan suddenly subconsciously replied back. Mr. Yi? A flash of cunning appeared in Chen Chen's eyes before he opened his mouth to ask a follow-up question. Then what kind of job did you find? And how much money can you earn in salary per month? I work as a nanny in Mr. Yi's house, and my monthly salary is 20,000. Nanny? 20,000? Chen dropped his mask in shock when he heard that. What kind of nanny pays so much? I say sister, you need to be more careful. This matter sounds unreliable. I know. To be honest, Joey Nan's mood at the moment was still very apprehensive. After all, this kind of thing would be unbelievable to anyone who said it. The two then chatted briefly for a few more moments. During this time, Chen Chen also told Joey Nan to go back to the county town to work, stating that she would be paid more than $5,000 every month. Joey Nan naturally refused decisively. It's getting late, I'll rest first. Unconsciously it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening at the moment. Joey Nan hung up the phone, then also simply washed up, and then lay down on the bed to enter dreamland. The next morning, Ling got up from the bed and walked out of the bedroom and smelled the aroma. Glancing at the kitchen she found Joey Nan busy inside. Good morning. Ling came to the kitchen door and greeted with a smile. Mr. Yi, quickly go wash your hands. We'll have breakfast in 5 minutes. Joey Nan turned around and smiled, and then continued to fry the donuts. Okay. There was a saying that Joey Nan's cooking ability was not covered. An ordinary donut in her hands. The fried texture and flavor was perfect. Ling couldn't stop praising it after tasting it. After having a full meal he took out his cell phone and checked the map. Inan, you pack up and go to the street with me. We have some necessities we need to buy. Necessities? Joey Nan blinked her eyes in the kitchen, not understanding what Ling was talking about at all, but she still agreed in the next second. A few minutes later the Lamborghini pulled out of the underground parking lot. Ling followed and navigated to a chain supermarket. After all, there were not many fresh ingredients in the refrigerator at home. Joey Nan arrived at the supermarket with Ling, purchased some seasonal vegetables and picked out a few pieces of fresh raw meat. In the future, you'll be responsible for buying the food, and you'll promptly talk to me if you don't have enough money. After Ling sent the things home, she transferred $5,000 to Joey Nan's account in one go. Okay. Joey Nan was secretly staggered when she saw the money. Is the life of the rich so capricious? You go out with me again now. Ling pondered for a moment, suddenly remembering something else. Good. Joey Nan was like a puppet on a string right now, allowing Ling to do all kinds of things and just nodding her head. However, half an hour later, the two appeared at a 4S store. The salesperson wore a professional smile and introduced various car models to Ling. What are your specific requirements, Mr. Yi? He asked in an enthusiastic tone. I just want to give my family's nanny a car. Just go to the supermarket every day to buy groceries and stuff. Ling finished looking at Joey Nan. Understood. The salesperson immediately understood. Following that, he invited the two to move to the west side of the hall. Joey Nan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that she would have an allotted car as a nanny. Mr. Yi doesn't have to, right? She looked to Ling and whispered. What? Ling did not hear what she said clearly. I said there's no need to give me a car. Those supermarkets aren't that far away. A round trip is only 10 minutes at most. Joey Nan embarrassedly explained. Giving you a car naturally has my reasoning. Ling smiled then returned. In the future, if I have any situation outside, you can also drive over in time. The other party suddenly realized. He didn't say anything else. Mr. Yi, you take a look at this car. The salesperson raised his hand at this time and pointed ahead. A 2020 Toyota Alpha appeared in front of Ling and Joey Nan. The white body looked especially beautiful. After opening the door, the interior was equally good. Inan, you take a look at this car too. Ling suddenly realized that Joey Nan was standing quietly next to him at this time. Good, good. The other party first froze, and then her face fiercely red, quickly walking towards Ling. How do you feel? Ling let her sit on the car to try the feeling of driving. The seats are very comfortable, and the line of sight is wide open. Joey Nan replied in a small voice. The salesperson immediately came up to continue explaining at that moment as well. Our car is famous for its comfort level and is also the #1 ranking among nanny cars. Ling nodded slowly after listening. This Toyota Alpha was indeed quite good. The 2020 model of the car has increased more versatility equipment, but the price has not increased much. The full payment is still only $820,000. The other party saw that Ling was very satisfied and immediately said the price. $820,000? Joey Nan was stunned when she heard this price in the car. On the other hand, Ling decisively took out his bank card, and then said with a calm face that he would buy the car in full. After all, only $800,000. Small money. Seeing the salesperson run to the counter with a happy face, Ling once again looked at Joey Nan with a smile. In the future, you will be solely responsible for this car, and reflect with me in time if there are any problems. Chapter 28, Traveling to the Jade Market. Joey Nan sat in the car not knowing what to say. Coming here in less than 10 minutes, Ling had spent $820,000, and bought a nanny car. Mr. Yi, your card. The salesperson trotted over at this time to hand out the bank card. Aha. Ling nodded with a bashful face, then asked Joey Nan to start the car. The two of them then drove out of the 4S store. Joey Nan followed behind Ling cautiously, fearing that she would rub against the car if she was not careful. But inwardly, she was even more surprised. She began to guess if Ling was a young master from some big family. After all, it was written like this in novels. Half an hour later, Ling drove the Lamborghini to the property management center. spending $100,000 to buy another parking space in the underground parking lot. The Toyota Alpha driven by Joey Nan happened to be parked on it. Mr. Yi, your car keys. She got out of the car and then hurriedly handed the car keys to Yi Ling. Didn't I say, you drive this car? I won't take the car keys. Yi Ling turned around with a bland expression and returned, followed by going up the elevator. Joey Nan's small face was reddened by what was said, but in the next second, she immediately chased after her. The atmosphere was suddenly a bit awkward, and when returning home, Yi Ling went straight to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take something out. I want to eat Sichuan food. Yi Nan, do you know how to make it? I will. Joey Nan also immediately came to the kitchen upon hearing this. Yi Ling's eyes lit up immediately. What do you know how to cook? The other party pouted and pondered for a moment, then looked at Yi Ling and replied, back to the pot meat boiled fish husband and wife long slices, mapo tofu. The little girl said more than 10 dish names in one breath. Yi Ling had some cravings just listening to it. Today at noon, you will give me to do 2 first taste. Okay, Joey Nan replied with a crisp answer, followed by a small pink apron on the body. A lunch was eaten for more than half an hour. Yi Ling couldn't help but sigh after putting down the rice bowl. Worthy of being a sister with cooking skills. Without realizing it, she ate a lot more. If he himself continued to eat like this, he would probably have to spend time running to the gym, getting up and returning to the living room sofa to sit down. Yi Ling took out her cell phone and looked at the SMS notification. The content was a Forest Store payment reminder for spending $820,000. Yi Ling realized that he had spent a bit too much in 2 days. Should he go to the antique market again? The idea surfaced in his heart. It just so happened that Joey Nan also finished cleaning up the kitchen at this time, carrying a plate of fruit and gently placed it on the coffee table. Nan, do you have something to do this afternoon? Do you want to go out with me? Yi Ling picked up a bunch of grapes and looked at the other party and asked. I'm fine Joey Nan immediately replied. In that case, come with me to the antique street. Saying do it, Yi Ling said and got up, grabbed the car keys and prepared to go out. Seeing this, Joey Nan also hurriedly followed behind, but in her heart, she was confused. Why did Mr. Yi suddenly want to go to the antique street? What's there to shop for? However, when she stood in the Blue Mountain Antique Street, she immediately discarded the ridiculous thoughts she had at first. Why are there so many people? Because of the temperature dropping in the afternoon, the antique street had gathered a lot of people at this moment. Yi Ling, on the other hand, as if he had come to his own home, found a stall and squatted down for a pick-me-up. Item name, high imitation yuan blue and white porcelain. Item rarity, 2. Item birth year, 2020. Putting down the porcelain in his hands, Yi Ling looked at another place. Item name, Republic of China watch. Item rarity, 15. Item birth year, 1922. As expected, trying to pick up a leak here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. This piece of Republic of China watch is worth a few tens of thousands of dollars at most. Moreover, the owner of the stall is also quite cognizant of this, and it is simply impossible to take it away at a low price. Hey! Yi Ling slowly got up. Joey Nan saw this and came up to ask in a low voice. Mr. Yi, is it hard for you to come here to buy antiques? Yes. Yi Ling nodded without hesitation. Following that, he walked towards another stall. But after a few minutes there was still nothing to be found. 99% were fakes. The price of the remaining 1% was not good either, and at most it would only earn a $10,000. Nan, what do you think is the easiest place to make money now? Yi Ling sat down in front of a bench on the antique street and prepared to take a break. It's not easy to do anything now, is it? Joey Nan heard casually back, but immediately followed by a small voice muttered. But if we really say there is, then it should be casinos, antiques or jade, right? Casino? Yi Ling didn't know much about this kind of industry. There is not much possibility for antiques. The success rate of picking up a leak was pitifully small. The only thing left was jade. Yi Ling suddenly remembered something. There was a jade market in Ningyuan City, and it was not far from the Blue Mountain Antique Street. Let's go to the jade market. Although Ningyuan City was an inland city, it was no less prosperous than the coast. The reason for this is that it has a long history and is rich in mineral resources. When Yi Ling and Joey Nan arrived at the market gate, they realized that the place was even more lively than the antique street. There were countless luxury cars in the parking lot. Looks like we've come to the right place. Yi Ling briefly surveyed the market surroundings and found that very few of them were jade jewelry stores. The most numerous ones were jade raw material stores. One of the stores was surrounded by dozens of people. What are they doing? Joey Nan asked with a curious look on her face. Gambling. Yi Ling replied indifferently. Up. A scream suddenly came out from the crowd, followed by a middle-aged uncle, holding a small piece of stone with a face full of excitement. On the other hand, the other young man looked downcast. Gambling on stones is all about luck. Some people can rely on it to get rich overnight. Others could go bankrupt overnight because of it. Let's go over and take a look. Ling watched from afar for a while and got up to the front. The first thing that caught his eye was the jade raw materials all over the ground. But in the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a piece of broken stone. Cut this piece for me. At this moment, there was a white-haired old man who picked up a fist-sized piece of stone, observed it for a moment and handed it to the shopkeeper. $3,000. The shopkeeper said and then flashed the payment code. The old man laughed at the situation, and a young man beside him immediately took out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay. Surprisingly, he still has a follower with him? Ling saw this and secretly said in his heart that this person definitely had two tricks up his sleeve. As expected, when the fist-sized stone was cut, the jade store fellow followed and shouted, "Up!" The crowd immediately followed the sound and looked. The original appearance of the stone was green and flowery, and some light green streaks appeared inside. The white-haired old man saw it, but he glanced at it. It seemed that he was not very satisfied with the result. After letting the young man put this piece of material away, he squatted in the pile of stones and continued to pick up. Chapter 29 are all old geezers. Ling naturally became interested when he saw this. Then he squatted beside the old man and carefully observed. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, stood behind him with a puzzled face. Young man also want to play gambling stones? The white-haired old man asked smilingly after noticing Ling. I just find it quite interesting. Ling nodded, followed by picking up a stone and taking a closer look. There's a lot to learn about gambling stones. The other man spoke in a deep voice. If you're a newcomer, you should take a look at it more often first. Thank you, senior, for your enlightenment. Ling smiled, then picked up a piece of raw material and carefully examined it. But it was obvious that he looked like a newcomer, and the raw material he was playing with was not looked upon favorably. One of the middle-aged men even laughed out loud on the spot after seeing it. Young man, in your hands this piece of waste at first glance. The surface does not want to come out of the signs of jade. Ling ignored, put down the raw materials in his hand, followed by looking to another place. Zhou Jie also squatted aside. You also help me see if there are any suitable raw materials. Ling turned his head and said to Zhou Jie, I can't. The other party hurriedly shook his head and decisively refused. And just then that white-haired old man once again found a piece from the raw materials. Ling raised his eyes to find that the raw material displayed the words, whether to appraise. Identify. Appraisal successful. Item name, common stone. Item rarity, 2. Item year of birth, unable to determine. A piece of waste material. Ling then didn't think much of the pile of stones in front of him. Let's go look at other places. Fatally dropping such a sentence, Ling took Zhou Jie and continued to walk inside. The white-haired old man, after hearing that the material he just bought didn't ship, stood up and shook his head before looking inside the market as well. Sir, it's getting late, we should go back. The young man looked at the table at this time and walked up to remind a sentence. No rush. The other waved his hand. But the matter of going to the appointment at night, the young man's face surfaced a little annoyance. It seemed like something big was happening. The weather is cool this afternoon. It's a good day to stroll around and gamble on stones. The old man laughed. Let's put off the evening matter for a bit later. With it he walked towards another raw material store under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A few guys who had discovered the doorway followed behind without saying a word. Ling and Zhou Jie skipped no more than a few steps before stopping in front of a jade raw material store. Compared to the first one, not only were there fewer people here, the raw materials were equally special. They were divided into several piles at the entrance, and the prices at which they were sold were likewise completely different. Sir, looking at the goods? The store owner saw Ling looking at the raw materials at the entrance, so he took out a pack of cigarettes and walked out quickly. Aha! Ling smiled, then waved his hand to refuse. Seeing this, the other party also took back the cigarettes and then stood next to him and introduced them. But the business of this store was not very good. Until now, there were only Ling and Zhou Jie squatting to look at the raw materials. I have $3,000 grade raw materials here. Most of them are shipped from the new mine. You can open a piece if you want to just play around, the boss said and pulled out one of the raw materials. Ling heard it and looked at it seriously. Appraisal. Appraisal success. Item name, Burma raw material. Item rarity, 4. Item year of birth, unable to determine. Although it didn't seem to be worth much money, what the boss said was true. The raw materials in front of him were all from the mine. I'll take a look myself. Ling smiled and followed to study it carefully once again. Just then the white-haired old man suddenly appeared. Young man here to look at the raw materials again? He took the initiative to go forward and greeted him. Ling originally wanted to appraise all the raw materials in front of him, but his sudden appearance also dispelled his thoughts. After all, this person was followed by a group of guys who wanted to pick up bargains. Yes, returning to him with a face full of indifference, Ling casually picked up a piece of raw material. The other party shook his head again after seeing it. Young man, I see that you are interested in gambling on stones. Why don't you let me tell you about the doorway inside? Then please take the trouble. Old sir. Yi Ling immediately handed the raw materials in his hand to the other party. Seeing Yi Ling's desire to learn, the old man slowly opened his mouth to teach with a slight smile. Although there is the word gambling in stone, it can't all be based on luck. After he finished speaking, he briefly looked at the raw materials and then pointed his finger to one of the spots. Yi Ling raised his eyes and noticed something different. There was a fine line on this stone, and if you looked closely from a certain angle with the help of light, you could see a faint green light looming. Good material. One of the middle-aged men suddenly came forward and exclaimed. Can't be sure yet. The old man grimaced in response and squinted his eyes to continue observing. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, came over to Yi Ling's side and muttered in a low voice. This old grandpa seems to know his stuff. That's right. Yi Ling nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking elsewhere. After all, good material was hard to find. The old man, on the other hand, put the piece of raw material back on the ground at that moment. It's too uncertain. It's most likely scrap. Only after observing for a long time did the old man say the final result. But the middle-aged man from earlier didn't believe it. Reaching out his hand, he picked up this piece of raw material. If Elder Bai doesn't like it, then I'll get down to it. After he finished with a smirk on his face, he handed the raw material to the store owner. Then he swept the code and paid $3,000 to wait for the lottery. Elder Bai? Yi Ling once again looked at this white-haired old man. Appraise. Appraisal successful. Name, Bai Guohua. Age, 67. Occupation, Jade Appraisal Scholar. No wonder he would be addressed by others as Bai Lao. So he was an expert in this area. Yi Ling had a small surprise in his heart. However, that middle-aged man who gambled on the stone, at that moment, walked out gray. The raw materials in his hand also went to nowhere. It didn't go up? Bai Guohua looked at the other party and asked indifferently. By old me too unlucky. Raw materials on the surface of the jade. Internal nothing. Spent $3,000 for nothing and cut a stone egg. Yi Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. What are you laughing at? The other party didn't expect a newcomer to laugh at himself. I'm laughing at you for wasting your money for nothing. After Yi Ling finished speaking, he continued to survey and study the stone egg in his hand. Listening to the way you talk, could it be that you know your way around? The other party took a closer look at Yi Ling and followed with a disdainful mockery. Some of the surrounding people also came up to watch the fun. As for Bai Guohua, he once again looked at the raw materials in Yi Ling's hand and slowly spoke. The piece of raw material you are holding is lower than the last one. I only know a little bit about it. Yi Ling laughed, then put the raw material back on the ground and got up in style. Seeing this, Zhou Jie followed suit and stood up. Bai Guohua, on the other hand, had an interested expression on his face when he saw this. I'm going to take a look at another house. Yi Ling dropped these words before turning around and leaving the place. Chapter 30, just by this stone egg. The people in front of the store couldn't help but talk at this time. To say that the new one is arrogant. And so on a few consecutive open stone eggs, there will be enough for him to suffer. Tugging like $1.5 million. Bai Lao spoke as if it were a whisper. However, while they were discussing like this, Bai Guohua didn't think so. This was because Yi Ling had not spent any money on material from the beginning, much less any impulsive desire. Although he balked that he was a newcomer, he could tell from his actions that he was definitely a calm young man at heart. Follow up again and take a look. Bai Guohua turned to look at the young man and commanded. Seeing this, those few people following him immediately put down the raw materials in their hands. The store owner disdainfully skimmed his mouth when he saw this, then muttered in a low voice. Opening your mouth and shutting your mouth is mocking newcomers. You're still proud of being an old fart yourself? There was a comment that the moisture in the jade market was not comparable to the antique street comparison. Yi Ling and Zhou Jie slipped around the whole circle here, and still did not find a suitable piece of jade raw materials. Mr. Yi, do we still have to continue? Zhou Jie felt that her ankles were aching from walking. She couldn't help but ask. Yi Ling then looked at the time then nodded slightly. You need to have patience in the market or you won't be able to squat good material. Having said that, he himself was almost disappointed to the end. After looking at hundreds of large and small raw materials, there was not a single piece of material that could be considered good, and the merchandise in the finished jade store also made Yi Ling's eyes wide open. Real jade and fake jade were mixed with each other. If not for the fact that he had appraisal skills, he would probably have been pitted to death several times. Let's take a look at the last one again, Yi Ling said and walked towards the small store in front. Zhou Jie nodded and immediately followed. At this time, it was already past 6 in the afternoon, and there was only some faint light left after the setting sun. The owner of the store was sitting in front of the door, chewing betel nut and swiping his cell phone, not caring at all that his business here was not in a good state. When he saw Yi Ling and Zhou Jie appear, he reluctantly exited the live broadcasting room of the young lady. Big brother looking at raw materials? Ah, you don't seem to have many raw materials here. Yi Ling nodded his head while crouching on the ground and casually said. The other party sighed helplessly upon hearing this. To tell you the truth, this place is about to close. There are not many people coming to buy raw materials. It's closing? Yi Ling picked up one of the raw materials and took a closer look. Item name, Burmese jadeite raw material. Item rarity, 10. Item birth year, cannot be determined. There is no sale, of course it will be closed. The others shrugged. Not to mention that no good jade came out, and not many people are willing to come and play. I see. People who played gambling stones naturally came with the idea of gambling for success. And if the raw materials here have never come out, naturally he can't attract many people to come and gamble. However, the quality of this pile of raw materials in front of him is much better than the raw materials of those stores in front of him. Joey Nan, squatting alone at the side of boredom, also picked up a piece of raw materials to pretend to observe. Mr. Yi, look at this piece of raw material. It's black and still dead heavy, she said with a smile. Yi Ling twisted his head and glanced at it upon hearing this. The black stone egg in Joey Nan's hand was actually emitting a golden glow. Is it appraised? Appraise. Appraisal in progress, please wait. The store owner let out a laugh along with it when he saw it. I say, beauty, you are also really good at finding this pile of raw materials inside it, black and no one is willing to touch. Why? Joey Nan held this piece of raw material with both hands, somewhat puzzled. Because it does not have any jade characteristics on its surface, so the chances of cutting it to produce jade are pitifully small. Bai Guohua suddenly appeared behind the few people. Elder Bai? The store owner saw the other party and immediately went forward to greet him with a respectful face. The other party, however, only nodded slightly. However, Yi Ling reached out and gently picked up the stone egg held by Joey Nan. Identification successful. Item name, Jade Emperor green raw material. Item rarity, 87. Item purity, 98%. Item birth year, unable to determine. Jade Emperor green. I'll take it. Yi Ling suddenly spoke without even thinking. What? The store owner subconsciously clasped his ears. Joey Nan, on the other hand, blinked her eyes in shock. You want this piece? A black and unattractive stone egg? Bai Guohua had thought that the young man in front of him had a talent for jade appraisal, but after hearing that Yi Ling was about to buy this stone egg, his heart was inexplicably slightly lost. Are you sure, Mr. Yi? Joey Nan didn't want Yi Ling to waste his money. What's more, an experienced senior like Bai Guohua had said that the raw material in his hand was just an ordinary stone. Very sure. I want it. Yi Ling once again nodded with a serious face. On the contrary, the group of people following behind Bai Guohua, at that moment, all followed and laughed heartily. I thought he was a jade appraisal expert, but I didn't realize he was an idiot. Finding a random person from the street, people wouldn't pick this stone egg. Maybe he learned the jade appraisal skills from the internet. The big guys all felt ridiculous about Yi Ling's move to buy the stone egg. The store owner also stood out to make sure again and again. Brother, you want this piece? That's right. Yi Ling nodded without hesitation. Didn't care at all what these people in front of him thought of him. Young man, you change it. Bai Guohua raised his hand at this time and pointed to one of the raw materials and slowly said, for what? Yi Ling then asked back. I've been identifying jade for more than 10 years. My experience is definitely higher than yours. This piece is much better than the one you have. Bai Guohua had a serious face. However, Yi Ling had a bland expression, and then handed the raw material in his hand to the store's fellow. This move made those who were watching even more unable to resist mocking. Bai Guohua also stared at Yi Ling with a cold face at that moment. Young man, are you stupid? You don't even believe Bai Lao's words? Mocking me for spending 3,000 to cut a stone egg, and in the end, you didn't do the same yourself? Young people nowadays just don't have a memory. Let's just watch him laugh. Although Joey Nan didn't know how to gamble stones, but after seeing Yi Ling handing a blackish stone to the store maid without hesitation, some doubts also welled up in her heart. Everyone was saying that this piece of raw material wouldn't ship. Why did Mr. Yi have to buy it? Boss, how much is this piece of raw material? Yi Ling took out his cell phone and scanned the code, and asked indifferently without lifting his head. That pile of raw materials are all at a uniform price. $3,000 a piece, 5,002. Okay. Yi Ling entered the price and then turned to look at the group with a bland face. Mockery was written all over their faces. Bai Guohua stood by the side and narrowed his eyes waiting for the final result. Yi Ling clicked the payment button and then slowly spoke. Just cut this piece. I don't know how to do it anyway. Just have a piece. Chapter 31 Emperor Green Present. You're too casual. Big brother, aren't you? The middle-aged man mocked again. Bai Guohua also slowly shook his head at this time, then sighed helplessly. Messing around won't lead to great things. But Yi Ling remained unconcerned. Then he turned to look at his own piece of raw jade that was about to be cut. There was calm confidence written all over his face. Seeing that the big guys were mocking Yi Ling, Joey Nan also hurried to his side and whispered, Mr. Yi, let's not gamble. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. I'm not gambling. Yi Ling looked at Joey Nan, expression calm and relaxed. How is gambling not gambling? That old man is very level. Other people believe him. Joey Nan really didn't want Yi Ling to spend money in vain. However, as soon as her words fell, the store fellows got busy. The piece of raw material Yi Ling bought weighed 5 pounds. The other party felt the weight after picking it up with one hand, but after seeing the color of this piece of raw material, he couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. How do you say also cut a few thousand pieces of jade raw materials? Is not a good piece of material also have some experience? Yi Ling bought this piece, not to mention that it is black, but it is also heavy. Maybe the iron content inside is too high. Big brother, I can cut it. He looked at Yi Ling and yelled. Then he placed the raw material firmly and picked up a small grinding wheel. Brother, be steady, don't cut it all at once, Yi Ling hurriedly reminded. After all, it was the imperial green raw material with a rarity of 87. Although he didn't know what was inside, but since it had such a high rarity value, it was enough to show that this raw material must be unusual. The number of onlookers increased. Bai Guohua continued to look for raw materials without any expression, because in his heart Yi Ling's move was a joke. Don't worry. Although the store fellow said so, for the stone egg in front of him, he pondered for a moment and then casually laid his hands on it. The process of gambling on stones is very long, and the first step that is to cautiously peel off the skin of the raw stone, because only in this way can determine the distribution of jade. It is also commonly known in the industry as the window, and when the small grinding will touch the surface of the raw material, the store mate suddenly slammed the power off. Something's not right, he muttered in a low voice. Following that, he turned on the power again and more carefully ground down the surface. A drop of green followed to reveal itself. It's loaded. After opening only a small window the size of a fingernail cap, the raw material revealed an emerald green color. The store assistant immediately stopped all movements, then looked at Yi Ling. High green comes out of the ground. It seems that the piece of material I chose will probably have a good result. Yi Ling smiled, then picked up the flashlight. After the light shone on this piece of emerald green, it revealed an incomparable depth. On the contrary, Bai Guohua remained unmoved by the matter after hearing the news. However, there was a man who was watching the spectacle, and at that moment, he came up and said with a smile, "Big brother is lucky. Average. Yi Ling didn't even look at him and kept staring at the piece of raw material in front of him. Continue. The shopkeeper was in high spirits at this moment. Pick up the small grinding wheel along the window just opened to continue to spread around. The thick green followed and grew. My God, could it be imperial green? The man couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw this. As soon as these words came out, everyone else immediately gathered around. Joey Nan was dumbfounded behind Yi Ling. What was imperial green? Is it worth a lot of money? The small store that was about to fall apart instantly gathered a group of people. The shopkeeper was tightened up, because he has not found much change on the surface of the raw material. It was all the same green color under the peeled skin. My God, it's really imperial green. The man looked at Yi Ling without saying a word. Big brother, I'll offer $50,000. Sell me this piece of raw material. $50,000? Yi Ling did not even look at him when he heard this price. On the other hand, when several other people heard someone bid, they all immediately came out to compete. After all, several of the windows at the moment were green, and most likely imperial green material. I can bid 80,000. 100,000. I'll offer 130,000. Yi Ling indifferently listened to them bidding in front of her, but her gaze was always fixed on the raw material. Joey Nan, on the other hand, did not expect them to be so crazy. Just seeing a touch of green would give a high price of $130,000. I'll bid 150,000. Give me the material. I'll offer $200,000. Within seconds the price had risen to 200,000 again. Joey Nan realized that the eyes of the group in front of him were crazy. Obviously, they were really betting on the stone, but no matter how many prices they uttered, Yi Ling didn't make any response. He continued to let the shopkeeper polish the surface of the raw material. Mr. Yi, are you sure you don't want to sell it? $3,000 has turned into $200,000. Joey Nan stepped forward and asked in a small voice, not for sale. Yi Ling nodded his head. Big brother, I can give you a reminder. Don't see the green will definitely have jade. One of them came up and said in a serious tone. After all, there was an old saying in the stone gambling world. It's hard for a fairy to break an inch of jade. What it says is that don't look at the raw material after opening the window. The surface is beautiful, but below an inch of the surface no one dares to make a judgment. I think $200,000 is quite a lot. It's decisively profitable to make a bid now. Another person also came up and said, if there's no more jade in the final cut, $2,000 is estimated that no one will want it. That's right. A few people chimed in as soon as he finished speaking. Joey Nan didn't have a clue in her heart when she heard this, but Yi Ling always had an open and calm demeanor, and at the same time, the store fellow stopped tiredly. It was also the first time he had seen such a strange raw material. Gently grinding down a layer of skin, a large area of pure green appeared. Keep grinding, don't stop. Ling saw this and spoke again, completely not putting what those people said in his eyes. Finally, after half an hour, a cheer suddenly came from the store. Big rise. A perfect piece of imperial green appeared in front of the crowd. When Ling poured water on the surface of the raw material, there was an illusion of green waves. Bai Guohua, who had originally disdained it, immediately got up and walked into the hall after learning that it was an emperor green that had appeared. At this moment the store hall was abuzz with people. Everyone gathered around Ling and Zhou, staring wide-eyed and quietly observing this piece of absolute beauty jade. The entire piece of imperial green jadeite was the size of an adult's fist. There was no color difference from any angle. Ling simply played with it in his hands for a few moments before turning to the store owner to let help box it up. Can I take a look? Bai Guohua suddenly appeared in front of Ling. Can. Seeing the shocked look on the other party's face, Ling slightly nodded his head and handed out the ingredients. Immediately, Bai Guohua stretched out his hands and gently took it. Just as soon as he put his hands on it, he felt the delicacy of this item. The overall surface of the imperial green was smooth and tender. Although it was simply ground down to the skin, there was no other tactile sensation after stroking it. And what made Bai Guohua most upset was that Ling had cut a perfect emperor green right out of the gate. How could he be so lucky? Chapter 32, 10,000 times over. Bai Lao, give me a review of this piece of imperial green chant? Ling looked at the other party smilingly and asked faintly. I'm honored, Bai Guohua blurted out. Then he took out his flashlight and continued to look at it carefully. The others could only stand back and stare dryly. As for the few guys who were mocking Ling, they could only hide behind the crowd and quietly watch. Oh my god. Bai Guohua took the raw materials and found an angle to look mesmerized. After the flashlight light irradiated on the surface of the imperial green, the emerald green color followed. Such a fantastic green color made everyone's heart flutter. It is a very perfect piece of imperial green jadeite. Bai Guohua hit his heart with a heartfelt sentiment. The name Emperor Green, as the name suggests, is the emperor-like green color of jadeite. There were many different colors of jadeite, and the main reason that affected the color, that was the presence of different dye ions. Such a pure piece of imperial green raw material, isn't it able to turn over thousands of times after cutting it out? After Ling heard what the other party said, he stood up and muttered faintly. Several thousand times? More than that. Bai Guohua looked at Ling with an increasingly surprised expression. Following that, he explained once again. Our love and understanding of jade can be traced back to ancient times, and the reason why imperial green has this name is naturally because of its special features. Emperor green is the glass seed of jadeite. The chances of it being born are pitifully small. Not to mention such a pure raw material, the finished product made will be even more perfect. Ling was slightly stunned when he heard this. To be honest, he had browsed through some documents on the internet, understanding how precious the imperial green jadeite was. However, the jade culture has a long history. If you use a fixed price to measure it, it is definitely a disrespect to the imperial green. Bai Guohua picked up the emperor green to the light and looked again, then once again slowly spoke. The piece you cut out today, according to the market price, can be sold for at least $10 million. $10 million? Zhou heart skipped a beat after hearing this price. A fist-sized piece of jadeite. How could it have such a high price? But the words that shocked her even more were yet to come. Of course, I said 10 million is the price of raw materials. If it is processed to carve out other objects, the price, how to say, on the basis of 10 million, and then doubled it a few times is simply easy. The words just fell. Before Ling opened his mouth to respond, someone came forward to bid again. Big brother, I can give you $10 million. Just please sell this piece of emperor green to me. However, the next second another person topped it. I'll bid $13 million. $15 million. The emperor green itself was very rare in existence, and the usual auction price was over $10 million. But Ling's emperor green hair oil, the overall look without any color difference, the weight is also nearly 5 pounds. This kind of perfect jadeite from the world is destined to be no longer ordinary. Bai Guohua smiled slightly as he saw their frantic bidding. 17 million. The bidding still didn't end. $20 million. The store owner also joined the bidding at this time, but the smile on Ling's face did not change, and he took the imperial green raw material back from Bai Guohua. Yinan, you keep it safe. Ling turned to look at Zhou and spoke. However, Zhou had already been stunned. In less than half a minute, the imperial green had risen to $20 million. Is this where the charm of gambling lies? Yinan? Ling raised his voice and called out again when he saw her dumbfounded. Ah? Zhou blushed when she came back to her senses. Thinking about something? No. She shook her head vigorously with an extraordinarily awkward expression. Even more so, she didn't dare to say what was on her mind to her face. Young man, see, you haven't said anything. Is it because you think the price is too low? Bai Guohua stepped forward with a smile on his face. Low or not low put aside. The key, I didn't say sell either. Ling looked at the group of people bidding, then shook his head. When the group heard this, their hearts instantly cooled halfway. people didn't want to sell. Imperial green wants to continue to appreciate in value. It must be carved by a professional carver. Otherwise its price will only stop at 10 million. Bai Guowo looked at Yi Ling and spoke faintly. There was naturally nothing wrong with what was said, but in Yi Ling's eyes, these people, in fact, were the same as himself. In their hearts, they were all thinking of picking up the pieces. If the Imperial green was sold out from here, they could make several times the amount of money by handing it over, especially Bai Guowo. He himself was a person in this field, and he definitely knew jade carvers. I'm not trying to make it appreciate. I can make it multiply 10,000 times. All you have to do now is nod your head yes, and $30 million will be in your account right away. Thanks. Not for sale. Dropping this sentence to the old man, Yi Ling turned the raw material of the Imperial green, and handed it over to Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan's palms went numb after she got the Imperial green raw material. She could not have imagined that she would be holding something so valuable in her lifetime. Mr. Yi, where are we going now? Home, of course. After Yi Ling made sure that there was nothing wrong, he was ready to leave the place with Zhou Nan. Bai Guowo was honestly pissed off. From the very beginning of teaching stone gambling, to the middle of the Emperor Green appearing in the world, in the end, he was unmoved by the offer of $30 million. His long years of accumulated experience in the jade world had been blown away by this young man. Yi Ling, can't let them go. He pondered for a moment, giving the young man behind him a wink. The other man immediately stepped forward quickly and chased after them. Inside the parking lot of the jade market, Zhou Nan got into the car all deadlocked on the Imperial green raw material. Yi Ling smiled when he saw it and said, "You muffled it again." "Ha?" Zhou Jie heard after Nan looked panicked. Her small hand did not know where to put it for a while. "Just teasing you." Yi Ling stifled his laughter, then prepared to get on the car as well. Just then he suddenly realized that there was a person walking head-on from not far away. It seemed to be the young man following behind Bai Guowo. "Hello, sir." The other person came in front of Yi Ling and extended his hand, then said with an expressionless face, "Something wrong?" Yi Ling did not extend his hand and raised his eyes to measure the other party. The face looked young and handsome, but the eyes revealed laboriousness. The tone of speech was similarly devoid of any power. "It's fate to meet today. I hope to get acquainted." He took out a hot gold business card from his pocket after withdrawing his hand. Yi Ling picked it up and glanced at it. Vice Chairman of Huang Group, Han Hao. Huang? Some memories of working at the company came to Yi Ling's mind. It seemed that he had heard of this company's name from his boss Sun Dingwen's mouth. "I'm sorry, Mr. Han. My humble self is just a loafer, so naturally I don't have a business card." Yi Ling smiled and scratched his head. Following that, he spoke his name with the other party. "Noted, Mr. Yi." Han Hao gently nodded, then raised his hand to look at the time. Chapter 33, preparing to sell the Imperial green. If Mr. Han doesn't have anything else, then Yi will take a step back first. Yi Ling honestly didn't have any interest in the other party, suddenly running over to introduce himself alone. It was 100% because he had heard Bai Guowo's words, so he turned around and got into the car, and realized that the other party then gave way. The roar of the Lamborghini resounded violently outside the jade market. "Mr. Yi, where are we going now?" Zhou Nan asked as she cautiously opened her mouth while holding the Imperial green. "Home, of course," Yi Ling faintly replied back, followed by raising the speed of the car and disappearing into the night color in the blink of an eye. The night neon of Ningyuan City remained the same. When driving into the city, Yi Ling lowered the speed of the car. "Inan, do you know about Huang Group?" he suddenly asked. The other party first recalled upon hearing this, and then nodded vigorously. "There was an on-campus job fair in my university one semester, and their company personnel came to our school to recruit one way." "What is their company's main business?" "It seems to be high-fashion jewelry customization, and there are branches abroad." Zhou Nan couldn't help but sigh when she said this. She had tried to apply for a job at the Huang Group back then, but was completely ignored by the other party in less than a few minutes. It seemed that the requirements for recruitment were extremely high. "I see." Yi Ling was also much clearer at that moment. Han Hao, as the vice chairman of the Huang Group following Bai Guowo, was clearly looking at the other party's fame and strength in the jade world. He probably wanted to buy some good raw materials when he showed up at the jade market today. "I didn't expect to come across myself opening an Imperial green. The latter spent 30 million, did not buy. I guess 80% of the heart is not willing to do it, but thinks so much is no use. Anyway, the Emperor green is safe to hand. They want to give who all depends on the mood. Anyway, will not be sold to the jade market, that group of old oil." After returning home, Yi Ling found a wooden box and put the Imperial green inside. Zhou Nan ran to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After all, the two of them hadn't eaten much all afternoon. "Mr. Yi, is it okay to eat squash noodles with shredded pork for dinner?" Zhou Nan took out the ingredients and then went to the living room to look at Yi Ling and asked. "Yes." Yi Ling nodded and followed and sat on the sofa. Then she took out her cell phone and started to check the internet for information about Imperial Green. But after reading a few messages herself, she suddenly heard her cell phone ringing. The sound came from the kitchen. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Joey Nan ran out with a bowl of noodles. A call suddenly came from home. It's fine, you go answer it. Yi Ling faintly smiled, then got up and came to the dining room. Joey Nan immediately ran to her nanny's room after hearing about it. After locking the door inside the room, she took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello? Is there a sound? A sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, there is. Joey Nan immediately returned. Then why don't you hurry up and pick up the phone? I thought it was this crappy cell phone that was broken. Joey Nan's mother's tone sounded as if she was a bit upset. I was just cooking. Joey Nan hurriedly explained. You're just eating now? Have you found a job yet? The other partyote then continued to ask. I've already found one. Speaking here, Joey Nan's mind suddenly popped up Yi Ling's sunny and handsome face. Unable to help but blush, her voice dropped a few degrees further. After all, without Yi Ling's appearance, he might be doing something right now. It is possible to listen to the words of girlfriends to go to the factory. Found on a good job to hurry to make money. The other finally laughed. Next door girlfriend last month to the family took 5,000 it. I know, mom. Joey Nan nodded vigorously. I asked if the salary said how much money yet. The other party's voice followed the small. 20,000. 20,000? The phone caller obviously froze. Joey Nan heard this and immediately opened her mouth to explain. I'm currently working as a full-time nanny. The price is naturally a bit higher. Then you'll call back 18,000 on your next month's paycheck, and having 2,000 as a full-time nanny yourself will be enough to spend. Joey Nan heard her mother's reminder followed by a clattering sound. Self-touching the door. Give money, give money. Da 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 da. Meanwhile, Yi Ling had just finished eating his noodles, and after satisfyingly drying his mouth he picked up his bowl and prepared to go to the kitchen. Mr. Yi, let me do it. Joey Nan came out of the house and saw the scene, then rushed forward. The flustered appearance startled Yi Ling. Did you finish the call? Finished calling, Mr. Yi. Joey Nan reached out and took the bowl. Please leave it to me. Okay. Yi Ling nodded and watched Joey Nan walk to the kitchen. In her heart, she vaguely felt that the other party was not quite right. Wasn't it just washing a bowl? There was no need to be so excited, right? But as a nanny, it was only natural for the other party to do this kind of thing. Yi Ling did not think too much, got up and went back to the bedroom, ready to look at the information again, and tomorrow will be out of the Imperial Green. The next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Ling then brought to Ning Yuan Jade Street. His own Lamborghini sports car naturally attracted a wave of eyeballs after appearing here. Let's go here. After Yi Ling circled around the Jade Street, he locked onto one of the biggest stores. After all, he was going to come out with the Imperial Green Jadeite. Other small stores probably couldn't eat this big piece of treasure. Hearing this, Joey Nan opened the car door and slowly got out of the car, keeping the wooden box containing the Emperor Green in her arms. Jade Fan Pavilion? Yi Ling looked at the two-story building in front of him and smiled. The name was quite elegant. Getting up and leading Joey Nan into the store's hall, a glance at it was a variety of jadeite. Welcome. The attendant immediately greeted Yi Ling and Joey Nan with a smile after seeing them. Yi Ling nodded slightly but did not speak. Instead, she walked to a counter and watched carefully. Various kinds of jade pendants were placed inside. Appraisal. Appraisal in progress. Please wait. Appraisal successful. Item name, synthetic jade necklace. Item rarity, 10. Item birth year, 2014. Item name, Burmese jade pendant. Item rarity, 17. Item birth year, unknown. It seems that one of the largest stores on Jade Street still has both real and fake jade items inside. Is Mr. interested in our pendant? The attendant saw this and immediately stepped forward to open the counter. No need. Yi Ling waved his hand, then looked to the second floor. Is your boss there? I have a piece of jade here. I want her to take a look at it. At these words, the other party immediately nodded his head vigorously. Following that, he replied with an even more respectful expression. Please move to the second floor and wait a moment. Sir, okay. Yi Ling said and went up to the second floor with Joey Nan. After coming to the parlor and sitting down, the waiter immediately made tea and poured water. Yi Ling sat on the sofa and noticed that on one side of the bookshelf, there were a large number of ancient books on jade, and on the other side, there were several pieces of raw materials. It seems that the store owner is a person who knows a lot about jade. Ta-da-da-da. Just as he was looking around, the sound of high-heeled shoes suddenly rang out from outside the door. A woman in a brown plaid shirt then walked in. She was wearing a pair of coffee-colored flats and a regular brown skirt underneath, but her straight legs were particularly eye-catching. Underneath her teal curls was a pretty face. A closer look reveals that she is wearing red-rimmed glasses. A sensible temperament came out. Chapter 34, successfully out of Imperial Green. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Xiyu casually closed the door to the room, followed by looking at Yi Ling and smiling. We also just sat down. Yi Ling welcomed the smile and cheerfully explained. Then let me introduce myself first. The other party took a chair and sat down. My name is Zhang Xiyu. I'm the owner of this store. Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded, then followed suit and spoke back. I'm Joey Nan. Joey Nan saw this and whispered before placing the wooden box on the coffee table. Is Mr. Yes Jade here? Zhang Xiyu couldn't help but ask after seeing the wooden box. Boss Zhang can open it and take a look. Yi Ling nodded his head once again, a smile on his face. The other party naturally put on his gloves immediately after getting the consent and took out a small flashlight from his pocket. It was a connoisseur at first glance. Click. Zhang Xiyu gently opened the lid of the wooden box, and the first thing that caught his eyes was a touch of green. It's imperial green? She was slightly surprised when she saw the face of what was inside the wooden box. That's right, Yi Ling said, and also got up and came aside, and then watched the other party take out the imperial green. Zhang Xiyu had seen countless types of jade in the years she had opened her store, and naturally, she had come into contact with imperial green many times, but when she took out Yi Ling's piece of imperial green, she could clearly feel that it was different from the other jades. The green is pure and dry, and it also weighed a full 5 pounds in weight. Mr. Yi couldn't be the one who opened the imperial green in the jade market yesterday, right? Zhang Xiyu picked up the small flashlight and observed it more carefully. It's me. Yi Ling didn't feel much surprise after hearing her question. After all, it was the most emerald green of all emperors that had appeared in the world, and the jade world would naturally cause a bit of a stir. I heard last night that a piece of emperor green came out in our market. I never thought I would be able to see its true colors with my own eyes today, Zhang Xiyu said, and then gently slid her flashlight against the surface of the imperial green. Every part of it was looked at carefully. The concentrated expression made both Yi Ling and Joey Nan slightly surprised. They had no choice but to sit back on the sofa to drink tea and look at their cell phones. Nearly half an hour or so passed before Zhang Xiyu took a deep breath and then put the imperial green back into the wooden box. This piece of imperial green is of high quality, and the reaction under the light is also good. Does Boss Zhang like it? Yi Ling realized that Zhang Xiyu already had joy written all over her face. Like it? The other party nodded without hesitation. The slender jade finger could not help but slide a few more times on the surface of the imperial green. Zhang Xiyu was very obsessed with jade. Otherwise, her store wouldn't be the largest in the entire street. If Mr. Yi is interested, then sell this jade to me. Zhang Xiyu pushed up her glasses before locking her gaze on Yi Ling. I can offer $15 million. $15 million? Yi Ling smiled after hearing the price. Following that, he sat back on the sofa and spoke faintly. $60 million. Zhang Xiyu did not think that Yi Ling would suddenly give himself this kind of price, but immediately followed with a slight smile and continued. $60 million is obviously on the high side. It is now only imperial green material. The highest is 17 million. But Yi Ling is not a vegetarian. I naturally understand the reasoning behind it. The purpose of coming here to Boss Zhang is to sell it at a high price. The other party had opened a jade store for so long. His understanding of jade prices was definitely higher than his own. There was no need to say any nonsense at the moment. If you like this piece of imperial green, give me a suitable price. $20 million. Zhang Xiyu naturally had her eyes on this piece of imperial green. Thinking for a moment, she continued to bid. 57 million. Yi Ling immediately bid back. Joey Nan was watching from the sidelines and was so nervous. She was afraid that they would get into a fight over the price. At the same time, she was also shocked by Yi Ling's bid. Prices of tens of millions and tens of millions of dollars violently bombarded their three views. Could a piece of jade really be worth so much? Zhang Xiyu narrowed her eyes at Yi Ling, followed by looking at the imperial green once again. 2,000. 2 million. Boss Zhang, just give me a satisfactory price. Yi Ling didn't want to continue selling with the other party. After all, it had all been called for several rounds. Since Mr. Yi is selling in good faith, then I can give 25 million. Zhang Xiyu sat in her chair and crossed her legs, and the smile on her face grew thicker. You should recognize Elder Bai in the jade world. He offered me 30 million yesterday. Yi Ling continued back with the same smirk. Elder Bai? Zhang Xiyu pretended to be contemplative. Could it be that he was talking about Bai Guohua? Is it hard to believe that the other party was also at the jade market yesterday? Yi Ling slightly nodded his head to indicate the correctness. If Elder Bai really offered you $30 million, that's enough to prove that this piece of imperial green is indeed precious. Zhang Xiyu said, and then picked up the imperial green again to scrutinize it. Her eyes were even more focused than before. 5 minutes later, I can offer $40 million. The price of finished jade had always been impossible to price specifically. This was because it had an exceptional amount of added value, such as the talent of the carver, such as the buyer's love for it. Yi Ling's Emperor Green was only raw material at the moment, but it was a fine product in every way, and from their own point of view, this object can make 2 pairs of jade bracelets. The remaining material can also continue to make a few pendants. According to the market price, how can also reach 40 million, 56 million. Yi Ling only gave her a loose 1 million. Zhang Xiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this price. She didn't understand until now. There was no way the other party would let herself pick up the slack. Since the words have come to this, I'll also give you a final price. Yes, 45 million. Sold. Yi Ling's psychological price was also 45 million, so then he decisively nodded his head in agreement. I'll transfer the money to you now. Zhang Xiyu immediately picked up the imperial green with a treasure-like expression on her face. It was obvious that $45 million was nothing in her eyes. After all, obtaining a piece of such pure emperor green was something that could not be touched for several years and decades. Zhou Yinan was dumbfounded in her seat. This was a deal? $45 million? Although she had been sitting here for quite a while, she had managed to call the imperial green from $30 million to $45 million. A whole $15 million more. An extra half a piece of imperial green. She subconsciously covered her chest and took a deep breath, secretly saying that if she continued to stay with Yi Ling, she estimated that she would gradually become numb to the price of money. Zhang Xiyu gently covered the wooden box at this moment before asking Yi Ling for the card number, and $45 million was successfully transferred into his account in the blink of an eye. Happy cooperation. She stretched out her hand to Yi Ling with a smiling face. Pleasure, pleasure. Holding Zhang Xiyu's slender hand, Yi Ling also nodded with a smile. If Mr. Yi has other beautiful jades in the future, you can also contact me for trading, and I guarantee to give you a reasonable purchase price. Definitely. After bidding farewell to each other, Yi Ling led Zhou Yinan downstairs. Zhang Xiyu, on the other hand, turned around with the wooden box and returned to her studio. At this time, the time was almost noon. Yi Ling felt the sun's scorching heat when he came to the street. Get in the car. Yi Ling looked at Zhou Yinan and said, followed by taking the lead in the car, starting it up and then preparing to leave the place. Chapter 35, A Stroll Through a Famous Watch Store. After earning another 45 million in the blink of an eye, Yi Ling opened the car window and cozily blew the wind as he drove his Lamborghini slowly back home. And in the following days Yi Ling traveled alone to the antique street and jade market a few times, but rather helplessly didn't see a single thing that could be worth laying hands on. That's it for today. Yi Ling sat in the car and picked up his cell phone to look at the time. 15 minutes past 10. He obviously hadn't been shopping in the antique street for long. There wasn't much point in going home now, and Zhou Yinan had probably gone to the food market as well. Wait. Yi Ling put down his cell phone and looked around the Lamborghini, and then raised his arm to take a closer look at his wrist. Am I missing a watch? After all, how can I say that it is now a rich person with a price of $10 million? It's impossible to look at the time and still have to pull out a cell phone, right? That would be too pricey. Without further ado, Yi Ling turned the car around and headed to Xinhua Street, the busiest street in Ningyuan City. Not only were there several shopping plazas here, but there were also most of the local corporate headquarters, and not far away was Ningyuan University. It was also the school that Yi Ling had once attended. After the Lamborghini was parked in the underground parking lot of Wanyu Plaza, Yi Ling took the elevator and went directly to the 9th floor of the plaza. Ding dong! The elevator door slowly opened. Yi Ling stepped out and saw many luxury stores at first glance. Burberry, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Gucci. Each store was decorated in a golden splendor, revealing luxury and elegance from the inside out. Yi Ling had naturally seen these places when he was in college, but at that time, he didn't have the idea of going inside to take a stroll. After all, their service group was the rich. But nowadays, times are different. Yi Ling came to the door of a store and walked into the hall with his legs open, without the slightest hesitation. Welcome to Vacheron Constantine. The waiter immediately followed behind himself with a smile. Yi Ling, on the other hand, went straight to the counter and looked at the watches inside. Each watch had a fixed display spot in the counter, and along with the all-around illumination of the special lights around them, it instantly raised their price and taste by several degrees. Is Mr. trying to pick a watch for himself? A pretty woman in professional attire immediately came over and asked in a soft voice. Aha! Yi Ling nodded slightly. Following that, he took a glance at the sales in front of him. Her height seemed to be 1.7 meters. Her face was painted with delicate light makeup, and her short brown hair revealed that she was competent. The lower half of her body was a professional short skirt with black silk, and at this moment, the sales was also secretly observing Yi Ling. As employees working in a designer watch store, they have to undergo strict training every day, one of which is to recognize the needs of customers. In short, it was to see the customer's worth in the first place. This way they can recommend a watch that will satisfy the customer. But at this time she was a little confused. The customer in front of her looked very young, and his clothes didn't seem to be very expensive. After hesitating for a while, she decided to recommend a few entry-level models to Yi Ling. The prices were just around $100,000 to $300,000. "Sir can take a look at this one of ours." The other party put on white gloves and gently took out a watch. "It's our most recent model this year." Ling glanced at it with a bland expression upon hearing it. Simple dial, simple configuration. At first glance looks a little quality, but after careful observation can find some shortcomings. The first and foremost is naturally the price. 38,000 for Ling is completely unworthy. Secondly, the material of the strap and dial seems to use some unusual materials. There was absolutely nothing special about it. Is there any other recommendation? I don't think it suits me. Ling lightly dropped this sentence and got up to another counter. Meanwhile, outside the Vacheron Constantin store, a couple was chatting with laughter. "Baby, you promised me last night that you would make me unique at the reunion. So how about buying me a watch?" Lu Yan looked towards Galpang, pouting her mouth to be deliberately cute. "Of course." The other party agreed without hesitation. "Then let's go to this store and take a look." Lu Yan stood on her tiptoes and kissed Galpang, following with a happy face to the store hall. But in the very next second, she suddenly stopped violently. Ling originally wanted to continue looking at other types of watches, but when she heard the familiar voice from behind her, she smiled helplessly. What a small world. Bumping into each other again. After Lu Yan realized that the person in front was really Ling, she immediately took Galpang's arm and chased after him. Yo. Looking at the watch? Lu Yan came in front of Ling and looked up and down before skimming her mouth. Ling, however, was too lazy to bother with the other party and lowered her head to continue picking carefully. Suddenly remembered that the last time we met, you and us said you wanted to buy a car. Lu Yan, on the other hand, still had a smile on her face. Could it be that you want to buy another watch today? You guys too? Ling did not answer but instead gave a smiley face to ask back. That's for sure. Lu Yan dangled her eyes and intentionally took out a set of car keys from her bag. Ling looked at them and realized that there was a Ferrari logo on them. Yoo-hoo, Ferrari? They have money to buy this car? Ling followed and focused on using the appraisal. Identification successful. Item name, lighter. Item rarity, 1. Item birth year, 2020. Ling couldn't wait to give Galpang a thumbs up right away in person after reading the introduction. You are really a connoisseur, using a lighter to trick Lu Yan. But on the contrary, Lu Yan was very satisfied at the moment. My boyfriend last time after looking at the car, he found a friend who knows, spent less than 3 million, bought a Ferrari's F8 sports car. An even more disdainful expression surfaced on her face as she finished speaking. Your current boyfriend treats you really well. Ling smiled faintly after reading this. Could it be that he brought you here to buy a watch today? That's for sure. Lu Yan showed off and then prettily took the car keys back into her bag. Galpang was also complacent throughout. He is really able to pretend. Ling's eyes took the two of them as clowns, adding a drop of joy to her rich and boring life. Waiter, introduce me to a few ladies' watches. Lu Yan said in a loud voice in front of Ling. The salesperson's head was filled with black lines after hearing this, but still immediately wore a professional smile and brought the two of them to the next counter. Seeing this, Ling also curiously came forward to take a look. Lu Yan was lying on the counter with her eyes glowing. Following that, she pointed to one of the pink wristwatches and asked the salesperson to take it out for a look. Mrs. Eyes are really good. This is our newest model. The salesperson opens the counter and takes out the watch. Its current selling price is only $98,000. $98,000? Lu Yan nodded with great satisfaction after hearing this price. Chapter 36. Let's buy this piece. Lu Yan's sisters in college honestly can't afford to wear a few $1,000 watch. Wearing a $98,000 lady's wristwatch by herself could definitely brighten up the room. What do you think, dear? Lu Yan picked up the watch and looked at Galpang and winked. Buy it if you like it. Boss Gao has money. Ling suddenly interjected from the side. $98,000 is nothing. Use you to talk too much? Galpang suddenly looked at Ling with a cold face and disliked back, but immediately looked at Lu Yan again with a faint smile and continued. I don't think it suits you very well. Should we continue to look? Is that so? Lu Yan had been spending all of Galpang's money, and since the other party had said such words, he definitely could not refute them, even if one felt that this watch was a perfect match for oneself. My woman is fit for better. Galpang looked at Lu Yan with a doting face and slowly spoke. Then you guys take a look at this piece. The dial is all encrusted with diamonds. Wear it on your hands to enjoy the nobility. Ling smiled and came out and pointed to the most beautiful piece of watch in the counter. Lu Yan and Galpang glanced at it and realized that the price was $300,000. The salesperson thought that Ling and the other party knew each other, so he followed suit and nodded hard with a smile. This watch is last year's breakout model. It must be especially beautiful if the young lady wears it. Seems like hey. Lu Yan's eyes once again sprouted stars. Last year? On the contrary, Galpang frowned when he heard it. Is there a problem, sir? The salesperson froze. We won't carry outdated watches. Galpang snorted coldly. Your sales level is limited. We might as well take a look for ourselves. Then sir, please feel free to watch it. The salesperson was disliked and flustered. He could only force himself to come in front of Yi Ling. Yi Ling was really admiring Gao Peng's calmness. It was good that the other party was really penniless. Having money would probably be loaded to the sky. Honey, let's see for ourselves. That waitress is just bad. Go complain about her then. Lu Yan at this time with a silly face advised Gao Peng not to be angry. Following that, they found Yi Ling and that salesperson went to other counters. Let's go see what he will buy. Yi Ling saw that the two of them didn't buy anything and lost interest. He turned around and went to another counter that looked more luxuriously decorated. The salesman's face panicked when he saw it, because the counter that Yi Ling was looking at was the Vacheron Constantin Art Master series. Every watch in this counter was designed by the master watchmaker himself, and it is equipped with an independent code number. There was absolutely no way to find a second piece of the same watch in the world. Yi Ling glanced down and was attracted to one of the watches. The blue and white starry sky dial with a golden sun in the center, and the blue and black strap revealed elegance. Let me have a look at this watch. Yi Ling looked at the salesperson and spoke. Is it this one? The other party froze. Aha! Yi Ling nodded. This model is our Art Master limited edition. Its full name is called the Copernicus Celestial Sphere, and the official selling price has also reached $1,744,000. What's the problem? Yi Ling blinked and looked at the other party. I do think that this watch has a heavy business atmosphere, and Mr. Sunshine's temperament is a bit incompatible. The salesperson smiled and then gave out advice. Yi Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. The other party obviously thought that he could not afford this watch, but was very resourceful in explaining in this way. $1,070,000 is nothing to me. Yi Ling smiled lightly, but Lu Yan and Gao Ping came up at this time. Upon seeing that Yi Ling was going to take out $1,070,000 watch to try it on, the former couldn't help but laugh out loud on the spot. I say, Yi Ling, what are you pretending? To buy $1,700,000 watch? Is not a daydream not a wake-ah? You guys don't buy it, is it hard to think that I don't buy it too? Yi Ling turned to look at her with the corners of her mouth rising, followed by a slightly joking dislike. You just pretend. Lu Yan still couldn't stop snorting coldly. She and Yi Ling had dated for a year at the university, and she knew everything about him for a long time. Not to mention $1,700,000, even a $7,000 watch. He definitely couldn't afford it. The salesperson didn't know what to do when he saw this scene. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. Since you think I'm pretending, I'll simply pretend, Yi Ling said and placed his car keys on the counter. The Lamborghini logo instantly managed to attract everyone present. Lu Yan and Gao Peng even froze on the spot, revealing a skeptical expression. It's not, is it, Lamborghini? How could Yi Ling possibly drive a sports car? However, Vacheron Constantin's sales staff were very sharp-eyed. They recognized at a glance that the Lamborghini's car key on the counter was absolutely genuine. Just a moment. The other party no longer had any hesitation and immediately took out the watch from the counter. Although it had lost the light from the counter's lamp, its brilliance remained undiminished. The case material of this watch is 18K white gold, and below it is a transparent sapphire crystal caseback. The salesperson carried out the introduction with a serious face. Yi Ling nodded slightly from time to time. Its dial material is 22K white gold. The strap is Mississippi River crocodile leather. The number of internal gems is 27, and it has the Geneva Seal certification. After giving a clear introduction of most of the conditions, the salesperson then indicated that Yi Ling could try wearing it. Lu Yan, however, immediately opened her mouth and reminded, you guys better pay attention. His key might be fake. It might just be a lighter. However, the salesperson simply ignored her. Instead, he handed the wristwatch to Yi Ling with an even sweeter smile. Although Yi Ling listened to most of the data, as a person who had just come into contact with the watch, she naturally could only understand a small portion of it. Again, without paying attention to Lu Yan beside Baba, Yi Ling put the watch on in front of them. A touch of coolness came out, worthy of being a Master Art limited edition. When worn it felt different. The first thing was the comfort of the skin to the material. There is no abnormal feeling at all after wearing it. The second is the overall aura of enhancement. After all, it was a Master Series product, and every part of the watch revealed delicacy, and any angle was the most perfect picture. So perfect. The salesperson immediately applauded at the sight. I think it's not bad either. Yi Ling was also quite satisfied after carefully surveying it. It matches well with Sir. The overall effect is great. The other party immediately nodded vigorously. Lu Yan and Gao Peng curled their mouths when they saw this. It's the last step of the installation, right? Time to reveal the cloven foot, right? Yi Ling, don't try to hold out in front of us. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. It's a shame that you can't pay by credit card. Swipe the card. Yi Ling didn't even look at them. After pulling out the bank card from his pocket, he casually handed it to the salesperson. With such a bland expression combined with a calm payment action, The original mockery on Lu Yan and Gao Peng's faces instantly stiffened. The heart even thumped violently. It can't be true, right? Is it possible that he could really afford $1,070,000 watch? However, reality did not give them more time to adapt. The Vacheron Constantin department manager was already wearing a smile at that moment, personally holding the bank card and walking out quickly from the room. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Richard. I am the manager here. The other party came to Yi Ling with a respectful face and introduced himself. Chapter 37, Don't Deceive the Youth. Hello. Yi Ling shook the other party's hand and then retrieved his bank card. Richard followed and handed over his business card. If Mr. Yi has any needs in the future, you can call me at any time. You are already a platinum member of our store. Thanks. Yi Ling nodded then glanced at Lu Yan and Gao Peng. Although they were still standing next to each other, they no longer had the smugness they had at the beginning. Instead they were staring at themselves with a shocked look on their faces. Then I will take my leave first. Yi Ling originally thought that these two goods would have some new reaction. Unexpectedly, the $1,070,000,000 watch completely dumbfounded them. Boring. Mr. Yi, take care. Richard once again bowed deeply at Yi Ling, and upon seeing him out of the hall, he turned to Lu Yan and Gao Peng again. They are? Richard looked at the salesperson and softly opened his mouth to ask. Mr. Yes. Friends, right? The salesperson couldn't make up his mind, but Richard saw the fake necklace Lu Yan was wearing on her neck at a glance. Friend? How could Mr. Yi have such friends? You simply deal with them. Richard returned faintly. Let me know if you have any big customers. Understood. The other party immediately nodded in agreement, but Lu Yan and Gao Peng also ran out from the store in the next second. Is it hard for Yi Ling to have won the lottery? $1,070,000 watch bought just like that? After they arrived at the elevator ready to head to the underground parking lot, Lu Yan finally couldn't help but look at Gao Peng then muttered in a low voice. It's possible, Gao Peng faintly replied back. Lu Yan then did not say anything else. Instead, she comforted herself. Isn't it just luck winning the lottery? My boyfriend earns more than $100,000 a month, and he can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in future promotions. It is not possible that he is a net loan. It is estimated that it is not far from death. In order to pretend to spend all the money, really swollen face, Lu Yan didn't stop mocking as the elevator descended. As for Gao Peng, it was an awkward smile throughout, but when they arrived at the underground parking lot, a charcoal black Lamborghini slowly pulled out. The dazzling appearance immediately stunned Lu Yan. Too handsome, right? She chanted in her heart, but followed it with a smile. I also have a sports car. Honey, where is our Ferrari F8 parked? Lu Yan lingered on the Lamborghini's taillights before turning to look at Gao Peng with an expectant face and asked. The Ferrari F8 is grinding. The other party smiled faintly and took out the string of car keys. I drove the company car here. Ah, the anticipation on Lu Yan's face instantly dissipated. Gao Peng, on the other hand, started a Volkswagen Passat not far away. I also didn't expect you to suddenly find me shopping. The car bought back, I immediately looked for someone to grind. Probably next week to drive on it. No rush, no rush. Lu Yan put her heart down again when she heard this. After all, the Ferrari's car keys are in her bag. It's hard not to be afraid of not being able to sit in a sports car. Thinking of this, she once again held Gao Peng's arm beautifully. At the same time, Yi Ling has driven the Lamborghini out of the underground parking lot. The cell phone also received a message from Joey Nan. Learned that the noon meal is very sumptuous. Yi Ling raised her hand and looked at the time, when it was already 11:30 a.m. Go straight home. Yi Ling thought for a moment, then turned the car around under the watchful eyes of passers-by. Wait, when Yi Ling was just about to fuel up and drive onto Xinhua Street, he realized that there was a familiar silhouette standing in front of him. Kai Xinglu? Yi Ling rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it, so he swerved and parked the car on the side of the road. Following that, he got out of the car and walked towards the front. The other party was currently standing in front of a fast food restaurant with a helpless expression. Sister Lulu? Yi Ling came behind the other party and called out. Yi Ling? Kai Xinglu turned around and saw Yi Ling, and her body immediately followed and shook. Why are you here? Yi Ling carefully sized up the other party and realized that there was something not quite right about the other party. The other party was wearing a white half-sleeve. The lower half of her body was a pair of denim shorts, and her shoes were naturally just ordinary flats. But there was one thing that could not be said about Kai Xinglu's good figure. Even though she was dressed so plainly at the moment, she still had a lot of eye-catching features, but the delicate little face seemed to have some tear marks. It gave people a feeling of pity when I see it. Kai Xinglu was momentarily speechless. Yi Ling looked more carefully and realized that her eyes were already red. Are you experiencing something? Yi Ling, can you treat me to a meal first? She did not answer Yi Ling's question. Instead, she covered her stomach with an embarrassed expression and followed by raising her head to look at the fast food restaurant in front of her. Eating fast food? Yi Ling was really a bit surprised. and then couldn't help but sneer and raise an eyebrow to ask back, "You don't have money?" Kai Xinglu's voice became more and more feeble, and the expression on her face became more and more embarrassed. "Go away." Ling knew she was starving just by looking at her appearance. "I'll take you to eat something nice and delicious." The other party first froze, and then followed, walking with Ling towards the front. A few minutes later, they arrived at a restaurant called Shangqing Four Seasons. Kai Xinglu was a bit surprised after seeing the store's 5-story decor. "Ling, are you rich? Actually invited me to eat here." In her memory, Ling was someone who delayed paying the rent until the end. How could he possibly afford to invite up to this kind of big restaurant for dinner? However, Ling didn't have any expression and stepped into the hotel hall directly with his legs open. "Welcome." The waiter immediately came forward after seeing a guest. "Open an elegant room for me," Ling faintly ordered and continued to move upstairs. Kai Xinglu realized that he seemed to have changed, but did not think much about it and immediately followed him upstairs. After coming to the elegant room and taking a seat, Ling took out his cell phone. Because he suddenly met Kai Xinglu, Ling sent a message to Joeynan, asking her not to wait for him to come home at noon. After dealing with this, he simply ordered some dishes, but the other party still didn't say anything the entire time. Ling didn't say anything either and poured herself a cup of tea, and the moment the waiter brought the dishes up, Kai Xinglu immediately picked up her chopsticks and ate. While watching the other party gulping down the dishes, Ling's eyebrows had arched high. He stretched out his fingers to point at the table, then slowly opened his mouth to ask again, "I say, what exactly happened to you? It's impossible that you can't even afford to eat, right?" Kai Xinglu still lowered her head and stuffed vegetables into her mouth, but her tears fell into the rice bowl again. The grievances in her heart followed a wave of brain all set out. "I found out that my husband cheated on me." "Ha?" Ling thought she didn't hear clearly, and hurriedly subconsciously pulled out her ears. "My husband cheated on me, and I was kicked out, so I can't eat." Oh, Kai Xinglu said here and then couldn't help crying again. "Good guy. Finding out that your husband cheated on you? Indeed miserable enough. Wipe your tears and talk to me slowly." Ling got up and handed her a pack of tissues. Chapter 38 Netting? Kai Xinglu never expected that the last person to help her was a former tenant. Picking up a tissue to dry her tears, she then continued to choke. "It was the last time he suddenly came home from a business trip, and I found the chat records in his cell phone. The other side used to give the reason is a business trip when the company suddenly something, but the real situation is his cheating object's sudden illness hospitalized. In order to be able to take care of the cheating object, Chen Wanli immediately took leave from the company and then flew back to Ningyuan City that night. He had been with that woman for those 2 days, but the message he gave me was that he had stayed up all night working overtime at the company." Kai Xinglu paused again when she said this. It seemed like she had thought of something that made things even harder for her. And then? Ling was truly surprised that a person like Chen Wanli would still cheat on his wife. "Didn't I say that I found the chat logs? So I secretly wrote them down and then killed the hospital. And I just happened to run into the two of them making love there." Kai Xinglu followed and continued. "After you saw it, you went up and did it?" Ling asked. "I didn't go up to them. I asked Chen Wanli to make it clear what was going on, but he tried to hoodwink me, saying that the woman was his cousin." Kai Xinglu suddenly put down her chopsticks and sighed helplessly. "I tried to salvage my marriage, but Chen Wanli said I was messing around, and last week we both filed for divorce. TSK. Ling felt that this matter of the other party was very dog-blooded. Cheating, divorce. Wait, not quite right. Since your ex-husband cheated on you, you can go sue him and make him pay you some money." Ling looked at Kai Xinglu somewhat puzzled and said, "He and I never had any children. We didn't get a job after we got married. We ate what he had and spent what he had. We simply can't win a lawsuit." The other party replied and then let out another long sigh. "So that's why she netted no money for food. I sold all my jewelry last week to barely fight it off," Kai Xinglu said and then looked at Ling with some gratitude. "If I hadn't met you today, I guess I wouldn't have a place to eat." Ling just smiled bashfully after hearing this, but after hearing the jewelry himself, he suddenly remembered one more thing. That was that the other party had once stolen from the tenants. "Did you do everything I said to you before I left?" Ling cleared his throat then lowered his voice and asked. Kai Xinglu immediately nodded vigorously. "All returned to them? I put back everything I took to them the next day." After the other party finished speaking, the things that happened in the bathroom came to mind. Unable to help, she blushed slightly and lowered her head to continue eating her food. Half an hour later she finally put down her chopsticks. Ling casually poured her another cup of hot tea. After all, Kai Xinglu was a canary, and after just wolfing down her meal, the rice grains hanging from the corners of her mouth had not been taken off until now. "Thank you." The other party gently sipped the tea then raised her eyes to Ling. "Wipe your mouth and let's go." After Ling finished speaking, she got up and prepared to walk out of the elegant room. "Go?" Kai Xinglu froze again. "Go where?" But after she asked, she realized that Yi Ling had long since gone downstairs. Her face followed and became slightly red and hot, and certain strange things surfaced in her mind. However, when the two of them finished settling the bill, Yi Ling slowly walked back the same way. Kai Xinglu also had to carefully follow behind. A few minutes later they arrived at the Wanyu Plaza on Xinhua Street again. Yi Ling stopped in front of the Lamborghini followed by taking out the car keys. Get in the car. This is your car? After Kai Xinglu saw this cool Lamborghini in front of her, she immediately stared wide-eyed with an expression of disbelief. Right. Yi Ling, on the other hand, nodded with a bland expression before opening the car door and sitting inside. Kai Xinglu reddened her small face and took a deep breath, pulling open the car door and sitting in the passenger side without hesitation. What a handsome car. The cool exterior and exaggerated interior made Kai Xinglu subconsciously lament offhandedly. Yi Ling smiled slightly when he saw this look on her face and followed by starting the car to let the engine roar. The sudden roar caused the passers-by on the street to immediately stop. Envious expressions then appeared on their faces, but Yi Ling had long gotten used to this situation. Turning his head to look at Kai Xinglu, opening his mouth to ask indifferently, "Where do you live now?" "Living in the low-cost housing on the north side of Bin Road." Kai Xinglu lowered her head and returned with a very small voice. "Good." Yi Ling set the place she said as the navigation destination after hearing this. Following that, he made a dashing U-turn and disappeared into Xinhua Street. A few minutes later the Lamborghini stopped in front of a three-story silo. The dilapidated walls and littered corners were out of place with the surrounding buildings. At the entrance was a rusty iron door. The wind would probably be able to break it completely. Yi Ling couldn't help but frown after getting off the bus. Following that, he turned to look at Kai Xinglu. "You live in a place like this? The rent is only 500 per month, and I can only live here now." Kai Xinglu looked at Yi Ling and revealed a helpless smile. Yi Ling didn't say anything else, got up and directly pushed the door up the stairs. The walls of the stairs were plastered with small advertisements. The floor was clean but very worn out, and there were a few steps without a piece. Upon stopping at the door of Kai Xinglu's room, Yi Ling had been completely disappointed with the environment here. "My house is a bit messy, don't you mind?" Kai Xinglu was a little embarrassed and took out her key to unlock the door to her room. Kada. The first thing that caught his eyes was the various cardboard boxes placed on the floor. There were all sorts of things piled up there, and there was no place to step down. How could it be so messy? Kai Xinglu's eyes, however, had already entered the room, followed by pulling the rope of the light on the wall, and the orange light instantly lit up. But cannot turn on the light, do not rush. As soon as the light was turned on, Yi Ling realized that on the table in the house, half of the table was placed in many takeaway lunchboxes. The other half was placed with cosmetics. "You sit here." Kai Xinglu hurriedly took out a chair when she saw Yi Ling had been standing at the door. Before Yi Ling finished her sentence, the next door suddenly opened. A thieving man came out and then also came to Kai Xinglu's door. He was just under 1.6 meters in height, and his whole body didn't have much mental energy. "Ms. Kai is also so beautiful today." His eyes stared at Kai Xinglu, looking up and down, the expression on his face as obscene as it could be. Kai Xinglu's complexion flustered upon seeing the other party. Yet, she still pulled at the corners of her mouth and smiled, then nodded her head. "Ms. Kai's home has quite a lot of things. Why don't I come and clean it up for you?" The other party suddenly wanted to take another step forward. No. Seeing this, Kai Xinglu was frightened and hurried to the doorway, signaling that there was no need for this. But the next second Yi Ling suddenly stepped forward, pulling up his arm and forcing himself into his arms. The lewd man was slightly stunned at the sight. Kai Xinglu, on the other hand, her brain went blank. "Watch what you say in the future. You look like you owe a beating." Yi Ling looked at the other party with a cold face and faintly reminded, "You're in charge quite broadly. Are you looking for a beating?" The lewd man's gaze suddenly became hard, and then he swung his fist at Yi Ling, but he somewhat overestimated his strength. Yi Ling's height of 1.8 meters looked at him as a small chicken. He raised his right hand and held down his head, and with the help of inertia, he turned around and raised his leg. Bang! Imbecile man! Ouch came to a dog gnawing mud, but when he reacted, but found that they have long gone downstairs, the roar of the Lamborghini sounded again. Yi Ling here without any hesitation, after hanging up the gears and violently drove out of the street. Chapter 39 Mr. Yes woman? I don't know how long it took, but the Hilton Hotel was downstairs. Yi Ling parked the car to the curb. Get out of the car. Yi Ling turned off the engine and glanced at Kai Xinglu, followed by getting out of the car and getting up to walk towards the front. Here, Kai Xinglu was still immersed in the feeling of the sports car speeding by at this moment. A special mood was slowly sprouting inside, but when she got out of the car and saw that the place she came from was a hotel, the things that happened with Yi Ling in the first place surged up again. To come here, could it be that? Kai Xinglu stood at the door of the hall with a red face, somewhat hesitant. What are you waiting to do? Hurry to come in. Yi Ling's voice sounded in front. Coming. She didn't bother to think at all. and after answering the voice, she stepped out with her long legs and came to the Hilton lobby with Yi Ling. The front desk of the hotel was a young lady with a delicate face. Seeing Yi Ling leading a hesitant girl, the smile on her face became more and more professional. "Welcome to the Hilton Hotel. Open a presidential suite for me," Yi Ling said and tapped out his bank card and documents. "For the time being, let's start with a month. Presidential suite? 1 month?" Both the receptionist girl and Kai Xinglu clearly froze. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" Kai Xinglu finally couldn't help but walk up and ask in a low voice. "Get a room. What else can I do?" Yi Ling disliked back without blushing. "Open a room." Kai Xinglu's face was about to drip blood, so she could only lower her head and stand with Yi Ling clutching the corner of her coat. "Front desk little sister," I then hurriedly check in on the check-in procedures. After all, there are not many people who book a presidential suite for a month in Hilton Hotel. "Mr. Yi, your room card, please follow me up to the 33rd floor. A waitress who was responsible for guiding led Yi Ling and Kai Xinglu onto the elevator. When it reached the 33rd floor, the other party immediately came forward to open the door. The spacious living room immediately came into view. "Have a pleasant stay." After the waitress finished speaking, she immediately got up and took the elevator to go downstairs again. Yi Ling stretched his waist and changed into slippers, then walked straight to the sofa and sat down. "Quite nice." He looked around the room, then nodded with satisfaction. Kai Xinglu, on the other hand, at this time, wriggled and changed into her slippers, then came to Yi Ling's front and asked in a soft voice, "What do you want to do by opening a room here for a month?" "Of course it's for you." Yi Ling burst out laughing when he heard this question. He has a high-rise large square meter in the Emerald City, and then comes here to open a presidential suite is nothing to do? Give it to me? The tangled emotions on Kai Xinglu's face grew thicker. After calming down for a moment, she raised her pretty face to look at Yi Ling again. "Why did you do this to me?" "I used to, because you were adopted by me." Yi Ling's mouth corners rise. The smile on his face is also getting thicker and thicker. "Package? Adopted?" Kai Xinglu's little face was now burning to death. How could he directly open his mouth and say such words? You'll live well here from now on. I'll fulfill your daily needs," Yi Ling said and slowly got up. "Of course you'll have to fulfill my needs as well." Kai Xinglu's head was dizzy, and when she came to her senses a little, she realized that she had long since come to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Yi Ling walked out of the elevator in a refreshed state. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi." The Hilton Hotel attendant immediately greeted himself with a smile on his face. "Aha." Yi Ling gently nodded his head and walked out of the hotel lobby, lifting his wrist to look at the time after getting into the car. Gotta give Inan a call and send some clothes to Kai Xinglu. Although Kai Xinglu had once done some bad things to herself, but after all, this beautiful canary had a relationship with himself, so he couldn't just watch her live on in a low-cost housing. Could he? Not to mention that he himself had money now. Might as well just spend some money to keep her in the hotel. Joey Nan at noon at home alone simply fried some vegetables, but during the meal cannot help but guess what Yi Ling encountered. How come she didn't come back for lunch all of a sudden? Tick tick tick. The cell phone suddenly rang. Joey Nan picked it up and looked at the caller ID, and immediately answered it after realizing it was Yi Ling's call. "Mr. Yi, Inan, you go to the mall now and buy a few sets of women's clothes. The size should be a bit bigger than yours." Yi Ling opened his mouth and instructed, "I'll send you the exact address later." Women's clothes? Joey Nan couldn't help but freeze when she heard this. "Remember to choose some slightly better clothes," Yi Ling reminded again when she suddenly remembered. Understood. Even though Joey Nan had a lot of questions on her mind right now, she was equally clear about her identity as Yi Ling's nanny. After hanging up the phone, she grabbed the car keys and immediately left the house. After she drove the Toyota Alpha out of the underground parking lot, her cell phone also received a new message from Yi Ling once again. Joey Nan was even more surprised when she looked at it. The positioning was actually at the Hilton Hotel, and it was the 33rd floor presidential suite. Shouldn't. After a small guess in her heart, she hurriedly shook her head hard again and drove earnestly towards the clothing mall. Yi Ling put down the cell phone and then drove the Lamborghini to the antique street. After all, the first step in something like picking up antiques is relying on time. Spend a lot of time in the antique street, guaranteed to be the first time to pick up the leak. Of course, the second step is to listen to God's fate. After all, there are not many antiques that can be picked up. Yi Ling came to Blue Mountain Antique Street and parked his car, then moved to look for those usual stalls. Their stalls are full of strange things, and the chances of picking up leaks are higher than the curio store. But as he was skulking around the street, he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the Jubilee House. As the largest antique store on Blue Mountain Antique Street, it had locked its doors and was not open for business today. What's the situation? Yi Ling stepped forward and took a closer look. It was found that there were no major changes inside the store, and the small wooden board of closure hanging on the door seemed to explain the reason for this closure. The store manager is organizing an antique auction. This store is closed until the end of this month. Yi Ling suddenly remembered what Gui Yanning said to herself last time. She seemed to be preparing to take the Qishang heavy treasure and the Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal to auction. The purpose then was to preserve her treasure house. Let's hope that Bosqua can succeed. Yi Ling silently chanted in his heart, following which he got up and walked towards the ground stall in front of him. At this time, Joey Nan brought a few sets of clothes bought from a designer clothing store and headed to the 33rd floor under the guidance of the Hilton Hotel's waiter. Mr. Ye's friend is here. Thanks. Joey Nan nodded. The waitress followed and turned around to take the elevator down. Joey Nan stood alone in the doorway of the mahogany room somewhat awkwardly, but after a few seconds of silence, she raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong! Kai Xinglu immediately bounced up from the bed when she heard the sound. With the same awkward face, she came to the door of the room, and then from the monitor on the wall next to the door she realized that standing outside the door was a handsome-looking little girl. Chapter 40, Sister Gua's Invitation. Hello, I'm sent by Mr. Yi to deliver your clothes. Joey Nan cleared her throat speaking in a crisp voice at the door. Kada. Kai Xinglu immediately opened the door to her room then looked at Joey Nan. Hello. Probably because she was too nervous, so her voice was very small. Joey Nan realized that the other party was quite pretty and her body seemed to be a bit better than her own as well. The eyes also revealed some softness. The conjecture in her heart deepened a few more points. Your clothes. Joey Nan tried her best to make her tone sound softer. Thank you. Kai Xinglu nodded her head and followed, placing several sets of clothes onto the living room sofa. Then suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly turned to look out the door. She had wanted to invite the other party to come and sit in the house, but found that Joey Nan had already gotten on the elevator long ago. Hey! Kai Xinglu went to the living room after closing the door to the room and looked at the clothes. They all seemed to be from designer clothing stores. No way! She muttered in a small voice with a red face before picking up a set of clothes and moving to the bedroom in a beautiful manner. The design and quality of the clothes were very good. Kai Xinglu was even more impressed after trying them on. Could it be that what Ji Ling just said was true? He really was adopted? But how to think about it all felt a bit dreamy. Kai Xinglu's head was dizzy as she lay down on the bed, stretching out her small hand to cover her burning face. Images once again surfaced in her mind. It seems that it felt quite good to be raised by him like this. Joey Nan also got off the building and got into the car at this time. She took out her cell phone with a hesitant expression, finally decided to just send a text message back to Yi Ling, informing the other party that the clothes had all been delivered to the other party. After editing the content and successfully sending it, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then looked at the towering building of the Hilton Hotel. It didn't take long for her cell phone to vibrate. Opening the screen revealed that Yi Ling had sent an OK emoticon back to herself. Seeing this, Joey Nan put down her phone and started the car to prepare to go home. Yi Ling after a few days in the Jade Market and Antique Street did not have many big gains. However, he had gotten acquainted with a few antique store owners. From their mouths, they heard some things about the Antique Street in Blue Mountain. All the stores don't look at the surface and peaceful, but behind the scenes the competition is very fierce. After all, there are high and low prices for antiques, and there are also good and bad in terms of quality. Good antiques who want to be their own, in order to be able to get naturally will be in the back of some unknown hooks. Yi Ling once again remembered what Gui Yanning had said at the beginning. The situation at the treasure house should also look very dangerous now. Otherwise, Gui Yanning wouldn't have brought the antiques to the auction. Tick tick tick. Yi Ling was lying on the sofa and swiping his cell phone when the screen suddenly popped up with an incoming call from Gui Yanning. Hello? He then clicked the answer button. Good morning Mr. Yi, what have you been up to lately? Gui Yanning's very feminine voice came out from the receiver. Immediately, Yi Ling's mind conjured up images of the other party when she was wearing a cheongsam. Little brother, I just sat at home and also went to the Antique Street to have a look, but I saw that your store was closed. Sister, I was preparing for the auction, so I didn't have time to take care of the store on Antique Street. Gui Yanning was sitting on a mahogany chair at this time, wiping the Qishang heavy treasure with a white handkerchief. And the auction didn't open? Yi Ling sat up from the sofa after hearing this. It will be held at 7 o'clock this evening, on the 5th floor of the Tian Yuan Hotel building. Gui Yanning gently placed the ancient coin into the wooden box after she finished speaking, and those regal eyes then moved to the chicken bloodstone seal. I'll first wish Sister Gui a successful horse. Yi Ling heatedly smiled. Does Mr. You want to come over to play together? Gui Yanning suddenly asked in a low voice with her red lips slightly opened. Going to see an antique auction? Yi Ling suddenly brightened up. It was possible that he could come across more valuable antiques. Can I? Yi Ling asked busily. Of course. Gui Yanning smiled faintly on the other end of the phone. After all, as an important guest at the auction herself, it was natural that she could bring a few friends along. Not to mention that Yi Ling was also a multi-millionaire at the moment. He also had his own opinions on antiques. Bringing him along could possibly lead to better discoveries. Then I'll get ready. Yi Ling got up violently. Let's make an appointment and go together then. 6:30 in the evening in front of Tianyuan Mansion. Gui Yanning crossed her own long legs. I'll personally wait for you there. I'll definitely be on time. Yi Ling took the lead and hung up the phone after saying that. Joey Nan was in the kitchen preparing the dinner ingredients. When she saw Yi Ling standing up and hanging up the phone, her little face immediately turned half red. Mr. Yi couldn't be on the phone with that woman in the hotel, right? Could it be that you're going to meet up in a while? What about my carefully prepared dinner? Inan, what's wrong with you? Yi Ling suddenly appeared in front of her with a worried face. I'm fine. Joey Nan subconsciously stretched out her hand to cover her reddened and burning face. Hurry up and cook if you're fine. I'm going out before 6. After Yi Ling finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the bedroom to get a suit to change into. Joey Nan naturally also immediately set her thoughts straight and turned back around to immediately get busy in the kitchen. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Ling came to the underground parking lot wearing a chiton suit. His height of 1 meter 8.5, he was already very tall, and in the chiton suit accompanied by more obvious a lot. The overall look is like an elegant gentleman. Driving the Lamborghini onto the ground, Yi Ling input the Tianyuan hotel building and then drove straight to his destination smoothly. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the building on time. At this time, the Tianyuan hotel ground parking lot had long run out of space. When the hotel security guard saw Yi Ling's car was a Lamborghini, he immediately ran here at a fast pace, and then assisted Yi Ling to park the car in front of the building. Although there were many sports cars and luxury cars in the parking lot, but Yi Ling's Lamborghini as the latest model was not common, so when the car stopped at the entrance of the building, it managed to attract the attention of a small group of people. Quite lively. Yi Ling opened the car door and got out of the car, then took out his cell phone and prepared to call Gui Yanning. Handsome guy. Behind him, there suddenly came a woman's voice that winks like a crispy bone. Yi Ling immediately turned around upon hearing it. The other party was wearing a black evening gown, and the split part revealed white thighs. On the white swan-like neck was a 24K white gold amethyst necklace. A smiling face didn't need any other adornment, while the bright eyes exuded outwardly a soul-stirring gaze. Sister Gua? Yi Ling saw the other party's outfit and immediately scored a perfect score in his heart. Yi, old brother is so handsome today. I don't dare to come over and recognize you. Gui Yanning immediately covered her mouth to hide her smile when she finished speaking. Her shy appearance moved the other men present. Chapter 41. Old acquaintances quite a lot. Sister Gui is also a beautiful woman tonight, Yi Ling said from the bottom of his heart. Gui Yanning's heart was naturally joyful after hearing the praise. Raising her hand and ruffling her hair that was blown away by the breeze, she led Yi Ling side by side towards the hotel lobby with a smile. The Tianyuan Hotel building was a landmark building in Ningyuan City. The building as a whole referenced some of the architectural aesthetics, with a sky garden and revolving restaurant on the top floor, and large banquet halls of various natures elsewhere. Yi Ling felt the luxury of the hotel when he arrived at the lobby. The visual impact of gold and splendor emanated from all around. Tonight's auction is very lively. All the rich and powerful in Ningyuan City are there. I'll introduce you to a few to get to know when the time comes, Gui Yanning said smilingly as she looked towards Yi Ling after getting on the elevator. I'm not interested in those people, Yi Ling heard faintly returned. It's best to have an auction item that makes my heart flutter. I guess it won't disappoint you. Gui Yanning had done her best to successfully hold this auction. Her own Qishang heavy treasure and Manhwa chicken bloodstone seal had managed to attract a large group of people after the publicity. The auction items taken out by several other friends were equally precious. It was sure to make Yi Ling's heart flutter. Half a minute later the elevator arrived at the auction banquet hall. After Yi Ling and Gui Yanning came out there was a waiter who immediately came forward. Hello sir, may I ask you? The other party didn't finish her sentence before Gui Yanning opened her mouth to interrupt. He is my friend. The waiter's face grew more and more respectful upon hearing this, immediately giving Yi Ling a bow followed by getting up and returning to his original position. Let's go. Gui Yanning looked at Yi Ling with a slight smile before getting up and walking towards the interior of the hall. Yi Ling nodded and followed her, and surveyed the entire auction, realizing that there were security guards standing in all corners of the hall. The security measures were perfect, and just then he suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. A beautiful woman in a blue dress was sitting alone in a VIP chair in silence. Blue diamond-encrusted high heels, straight white long legs, and a piece of jade on her swan-like neck. It was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Every move attracted the male compatriots present. You know her? Gui Yanning suddenly noticed that Yi Ling's line of sight was locked by someone. Zhang Shiyu Ba Xiang. I have a piece of jade that I once offered to her. Yi Ling looked at Gui Yanning and casually explained. Oh. Gui Yanning nodded then turned around and sat back in her seat. The sudden change made Yi Ling a little uncertain. He immediately came to the seat beside her and sat down, then looked at her and asked, Is it hard for Sister Gua to know Boss Xiang? She is Zhang Baokai's granddaughter. Do you think I could not recognize her? Gui Yanning said this with a slightly smug expression on her face. He himself had sent out an invitation to Zhang Baokai before holding the auction, but now seeing that only his granddaughter Zhang Xiyu had come, he must have been angry that he didn't want to come here to look at his own eyes because of the success of his auction, right? Ling instantly understood what was going on after hearing this. He nodded and didn't say anything more. The auction was held at 7:30 sharp. Right now the time is naturally a bit early. Everyone is chatting in their respective circles. Gui is so pretty today. A man wearing a white suit came before Gui Yanning with a smile on his face. Feng Dong? Gui Yanning immediately stood up to shake hands after seeing the other party. Ling always felt that he looked a bit familiar after seeing him. Ling, let me introduce to you. Gui Yanning turned to look at Ling. He is the Feng Dong of Farhang International. Farhang International? Appraisal. Identification successful. Name, Feng Jianyu. Age, 42. Height, 174. Occupation, Chairman of the Board. Farhang International Trade Company. No wonder it looks familiar. His own old boss Feng Dong good. Ling froze, followed by also got up and shook hands with the other party. Feng Jianyu smilingly looked up and measured Ling. Also felt that the other party seems to have some familiarity, but after briefly thinking about it, he couldn't think of much, so he had to give up. Mr. Yi good. After greeting each other, Feng Jianyu chatted with Gui Yanning. Ling sat on the side and also followed and listened to a few sentences. How is Uncle Guo now? The old man is in good health. Gui Yanning returned with a smile. He even asked me 2 days ago, how is your company operating now? A bitter smile surfaced on Feng Jianyu's face upon hearing this. There are more and more internal assholes in the company. After the Sun Dingguan incident happened last time, I immediately held an emergency meeting and thoroughly investigated all the middle and high-level cadres in the company. It was also thanks to the secret help of that mysterious person. Gui Yanning then followed with a sigh of relief. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Feng Jianyu nodded. If it wasn't for him informing on me, I wouldn't have been able to find out until now. Pay more attention, Gui Yanning reminded. Then she turned her head and realized that Ling was sitting on the chairboard. At once, she somewhat awkwardly explained. Feng Dong was once my grandfather's student, and the names of his company, Yuanhang International, were all names given by my grandfather. Ling realized after hearing this. It turned out that Feng Jianyu and Gui Yanning's family had a deep connection. I also owe a lot to Uncle Guo's help in the early stages of my business, or else I wouldn't have had such great results. Feng Jianyu finished speaking with pride on his face. Right. The other party suddenly shifted his gaze back to Ling. Where is Mr. Yi in his senior position now? Me? Ling suddenly scratched his head awkwardly. Gui Yanning also turned her head to look at herself at this moment, and the smile on her pretty face grew stronger. I don't have a job, so I stay at home. Ling smiled then replied. Then Mr. Yi is really something. Feng Jianyu raised his eyebrows. I guess he must have been financially free a long time ago, right? Free. Ling immediately nodded. But the reason why Feng Jianyu said such words was because he noticed the wristwatch Ling was wearing. Vacheron Constantine Master Series Copernicus Celestial Sphere Limited Edition. It was priced at a whopping $1,700,000. To be able to wear it to an auction and say that he was unemployed, no one would choose to believe it. Gui Yanning's laughter didn't stop after hearing Ling's explanation. I'll go check on my other friends. You two stay here and chat first, Feng Jianyu said and got up to walk elsewhere. Gui Yanning then turned to look at Ling. Those charming eyes couldn't stop looking up and down in detail. Sister Guo, why are you suddenly looking at me like this? Ling felt uncomfortable being looked at. I found out that elder brother Yi has many secrets in his body. The other party replied with a wink. You've almost seen me through. Ling laughed. What secrets can I still have? Gui Yanning's big white legs gently lifted down, and then she changed to a sitting position. Her red lips slightly opened to deliberately lower her voice. Then slowly said, your suit is wearing so sturdy. How could I possibly see through it? The words just fell. Her silver bell-like laughter sounded again. Ling was set old face red, hurriedly coughed twice. Boss Gui is so spirited today. But just as the two of them were chatting hotly, Zhang Xiyu appeared beside them at some point. Chapter 42, the auction begins. Zhang isn't bad either. Gui Yanning stood up in mock surprise. How can I compare to our heroine today? Zhang Xiyu followed with a slight smile. This auction Miss Gui is well prepared, right? It must be sufficient. It must be perfect. Gui Yanning blinked and turned to look at Ling. Ling had no choice but to hurriedly stand up when she saw this. Good evening, Boss Zhang. Mr. Yi? Zhang Xiyu was equally surprised to see Ling. She didn't expect Gui Yanning to sit with Ling. Could it be that the two of them had known each other for a long time? Elder brother Yi is a VIP that I invited here, and likewise an honored guest of my Guomao. The smile on Gui Yanning's face grew thicker. The chicken bloodstone seal that Uncle Zhang has his eyes on was offered to me by elder brother Yi. What? Surprisingly, It was Yi Ling who sold it to Gui Yanning? Zhang Shiyu's face instantly floated with a touch of gloom. To know that his own grandfather was on fire a few days ago. It was for that Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal. Paying more money didn't even get it in the end. Anyone who put it aside would be pissed off enough. But Zhang Shiyu immediately forced out another smile, slowly shaking her head. Mr. Yi is also my valued guest. The piece of jade that was offered to me last time was really satisfactory. I heard it from old brother Yi. Gui Yanning then nodded her head. With more than 5 kilograms of imperial green raw material, I made a pair of jade bracelets, Zhang Shiyu said as she ruffled her hair, as well as this pair of earrings that I'm wearing today. Yi Ling heard this and immediately fixed her eyes on it. A piece of imperial green as big as a fingernail cap was green with oil, and under the illumination of the hotel lights, it showed its honor. Indeed good. Gui Yanning returned with a flat tone after seeing it. The two women were full of gunpowder flavor in just a few words. Yi Ling had to try to make the atmosphere as cheerful as possible with a smile on his face. The auction is about to start. I'm going to see how the preparations are going, Gui Yanning said and got up, walking her long legs towards the backstage of the banquet hall. Hurry up and go. Zhang Shiyu waved her hand with a smiling face as she sat in her chair. Then she placed her eyes on Yi Ling once again. There was something not quite right about how the gaze looked. The Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal surprisingly came from Mr. Ye's hand. Zhang Shiyu had no expression on her face. My grandpa had his heart set on it for days because of it. Well, Yi Ling didn't know how he should respond. But that piece of imperial green is very good. After I took it back to them to go over it, they all praised me for buying good raw materials. Zhang Shiyu didn't actually have any emotions towards Yi Ling. After all, the thing is his. He wants to sell it any way he can. The only thing he was not happy about was not knowing Yi Ling in advance. Otherwise, he would have grabbed the Qisheng heavy treasure and the chicken bloodstone seal. Ms. Zhang has a deep understanding of jade. It will also be more valuable in your hands. Yi Ling immediately chimed in. Then, Mr. Yi was invited here today. Is he interested in a certain auction item? Zhang Shiyu asked. I don't even know what's there. Let's see when the time comes. Yi Ling answered truthfully. Then let's look forward to the auction. Zhang Shiyu finished speaking and gently pulled her chair towards Yi Ling's end. This action immediately detected the uncomplicated relationship between the two in the eyes of the others. Good. Yi Ling was only looking forward to the auction ending quickly. After all, the feeling of two beautiful women targeting each other in front of themselves was really uncomfortable. Once 7:30 arrived, the auction officially began. All the guests took their seats, and Gui Yanning then came to the front stage. It's a great honor to be able to hold this auction. She looked to the crowd with a surging voice. And I'm also very thankful to everyone for coming out of their busy schedules. Everyone under the stage applauded. Tonight's auction items have a total of 68 pieces, containing a long history of years. I also hope that everyone can enjoy and successfully take their own auction items. Gui Yanning didn't say much other nonsense. After simply explaining these things, she turned around and let the waiter take out the first collection. The hall lights gradually dimmed, and everyone's eyes moved forward. The waiter slowly walked out from the backstage. In his hand was a scroll. As soon as he arrived on stage, the spotlight immediately focused on the scroll. Our first auction item is the Chaosong Xian Gui by Ning Jiang AI, Gui Yanning said and then showed this vertical scroll landscape painting to the crowd. Jiang AI? Yi Ling couldn't help but frown upon hearing it. Seeing this, Zhang Shiyu spoke up and explained. Jiang AI was a painter in the Ming dynasty. There is very little news about him, and those who don't know much about ancient calligraphy and painting naturally don't know who this person is. I see. Yi Ling slowly nodded his head, followed by concentrating on this painting. Appraise. Appraisal successful. Item name, Chaosong Xian Gui diagram. Item rarity, 45. Item birth year, 1657. The first piece was surprisingly authentic. Gui Yanning was also giving everyone at the scene an introduction at that moment. This painting is one of the author's works from his later years, and you can clearly see the strength in his brushwork. Zhang Shiyu looked at it for a few moments before continuing her discussion with Yi Ling. Is it possible that Ms. Zhang is very fond of it? Yi Ling asked. I'm only fond of jade. This painting is not my cup of tea even though it's very classic. Gui Yanning announced the auction rules after the introduction on the stage. Bidding from 150,000 with a minimum increase of 10,000. 160,000. As soon as the words fell, one of the middle-aged men immediately bid. 170,000. Another man in a suit immediately followed suit. There was a saying that the auction was actually very boring. It was nothing more than watching several people who liked the same auction item compete with each other. 200,000. The man at the very beginning thought for a moment before speaking again. Seeing this, Zhang Shiyu then suddenly came to Yi Ling's ear and softly said, the value of this painting is at most 250,000. After all, the author's fame was not high. No one was willing to pay a higher price for a painting that was not very famous. Yi Ling lost interest after looking at it for a while. A few minutes later this painting was successfully auctioned off by one of the people at a price of $320,000. The second auction item was a yuan porcelain. This object made most people move as soon as it came up. Ling even immediately opened an appraisal on it. Appraisal success. Item name, yuan blue and white porcelain landscape dish. Item rarity, 55. Item birth year, 1300. Blue and white porcelain in history is one of the most famous porcelain. This object is extremely perfect. Porcelain body almost no bump. At first glance is simply a new model. Is Mr. Yi very interested in it? Jiangshi, you noticed that Ling's eyes kept gazing at the blue and white porcelain. I'm a bit curious to see it for the first time. Ling nodded slightly, followed by waiting for Gui Yanning to read out the bidding price. After all, it is yuan Qinghua. The initial price is definitely not low. Even if one likes it, one has to consider it at one's discretion. Chapter 43, This is my place. The reserve price for bidding on our second auction item is $3 million, with a minimum increase of $100,000 each time. The bidding will now begin. $3.5 million. Gui Yanning said, and someone immediately raised the price to $3.5 million. $4 million. Feng Jianyu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted out the price. In less than half a minute, the yuan Changhua rose from $3 million to $4 million. Ling shook his head when he saw this and decided to give up. Although it is a blue and white porcelain, but it is a plate. The price to $4 million is already the limit. There were naturally many celebrities in the antique world among the guests. They saw that the price reached $4 million and then did not continue to call down the idea. However, certain bigwigs in the business world still continued to bid. $4,200,000. $4,300,000. In their eyes yuan Qinghua was yuan Qinghua. There was no need to discuss what exactly it was. Moreover, each of their assets has long exceeded $100 million. A few million to buy a yuan Qinghua eyes will not blink. Ling listened for a while and felt that it was not very interesting. He got up from his seat and walked towards the back of the banquet hall. The waiter immediately stepped forward when he saw this. Sir, can I help you? Where is the restroom? Ling stopped and asked. Please follow me. After hearing this, the other party immediately showed Ling the way, pushing open the door to the other side of the corridor. Arriving at the place, Ling unscrewed the faucet and washed his face. Then leaning against the wall he took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Nan's number. Mr. Yi? Zhou Nan was currently staying in his room watching a drama on his cell phone. Upon realizing that Ling was calling, he immediately pressed the answer button. You prepare some snacks for me at 10 o'clock. Mr. Yi, do you have something to avoid? Zhou Nan immediately asked after hearing this. I don't have any contraindications. Everything you make is delicious. Okay. Zhou Nan's face immediately surfaced a sweet smile. Ling, on the other hand, hung up the phone and got up, ready to return to the banquet hall. But just as she turned to walk out of the restroom, she happened to bump into a man in a suit. Sorry, Ling, after all, had suddenly come to the corridor, so she subconsciously opened her mouth to apologize to the other party. Ling? Cao Peng was about to get angry, but after seeing that the other party was Ling, surprise was immediately written all over his face. On the contrary, Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart after realizing that the other party was Gao Peng. What was wrong with himself? How is it that I often run into him lately? You also came to the auction. Ling looked at the expression on his face and followed by opening her mouth to casually ask, Yo-ho, you too? Gao Peng's face tugged as if he was $2.5 million, and then rolled his eyes in a very disdainful manner. Ling saw this and didn't want to continue communicating with him, nodded and went straight back to the banquet hall. On the contrary, after Gao Peng came to the toilet cubicle, he immediately made a video call to Lu Yan. Baby? Gao Peng hemmed and hawed when he saw Lu Yan. The other party was currently lying in the rented house watching Netflix, and answered the video call with a frown on her face. Honey, where are you? Didn't I tell you that I came to participate in an auction? Gao Peng immediately explained. Cell phones are not allowed at the scene, so I came to the restroom to make a video call to you. You are so smart. Lu Yan immediately gave Gao Peng a thumbs up. Her head, on the other hand, beautifully fantasized about what the inside of the auction would look like. Wouldn't there be a lot of rich people sitting together looking at the auction items? Then for the sake of auctioning a collectible, continuous bidding breaks through $1 million. I'm telling you, I ran into Ling here. A mocking expression immediately surfaced on Gao Peng's face after he said these words out loud. Ling? Why is he also here? Lu Yan immediately became interested. I guess that kid is here to do part-time work. Gao Peng pondered for a moment then guessed. After all, there are very many rich people coming here today, and there must be more hotel security and whatnot. He is the life of a part-time job. Don't say you recognize him. It will affect your identity in the future. Lu Yan hurriedly reminded Gao Peng. Don't worry. Gao Peng pouted and kissed at the camera before hanging up the video call with Lu Yan. Tick-tock. But when he was about to go out, Lu Yan's message suddenly popped up again. It was a voice message. Gao Peng had to close the toilet door, then turn on the earpiece mode and click play. Honey, can you take a few photos for me? Or can I show off to my little sisters to prove that this girl is also someone who has participated in the auction? Okay, Gao Peng immediately replied and then went out the door in a spirited manner. After Yi Ling returned to the auction site, she noticed that her original position. She did not know when she was actually sitting on a person. The lights under the stage were dim, but one could still roughly make out that the other person was chatting with Zhang Xiyu. Ms. Zhang is really pretty today. Can you give me a favor after the auction? Let's go to the night bar to continue chatting? Xian Xiaozhang didn't say more than a few words before pulling to other places. Zhang Xiyu frowned slightly but could not lose her status. She could only smile awkwardly and then faintly spoke. It's already 10 o'clock if the auction is over, right? 10 o'clock is the beginning of our young people's nightlife. Xian Xiaozhang heatedly smiled. Not to mention that a beautiful woman like Ms. Zhang should have a more exciting nightlife than me, right? Mr. Qian respects himself. Zhang Xiyu's smiling face instantly disappeared. The other party also immediately reacted to the situation. Ms. Zhang, don't think too much. I don't mean that. But as soon as his words were spoken, Yi Ling arrived in front of him. Friend, you sat in my seat. Yi Ling lowered her head to look at Qian Xiaozhang with an icy tone. Zhang Xiyu also sighed in relief immediately after seeing Yi Ling appear. In her heart, she secretly said that a normal man had finally appeared. Your position? Xian Xiaozhang at this time but did not have the intention to get out of the way. Instead, he looked at Yi Ling then issued a question. Yes. Yi Ling nodded her head in a nonchalant manner. After all, it was at the auction site, so she definitely had to give Sister Gui a face. Can the two of us change seats? Ms. Zhang and I have a lot to talk about. Xian Xiaozhang sat on the chair and deliberately crossed his legs, and with a tone that didn't sound like he was going for a discussion. Instead, it sounded like he was ordering Yi Ling. No way. Yi Ling decisively rebuffed. You kid. Xian Xiaozhang's face suddenly became much more somber, but in the next second, he laughed indifferently. Then he stood up. Make way. Yi Ling raised his hand and pulled him aside, then sat back to his own seat. Zhang Xiyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker when she saw the scene. On the contrary, Xian Xiaozhang seemed to feel overly humiliated and stared at Yi Ling viciously for several seconds. Only in the end did he leave indignantly. Who is he? Yi Ling turned her head to look at Zhang Xiyu and asked in a low voice. Qian Xiaozhang, the young master of Qian Clan Real Estate. Don't you recognize this guy? Zhang Xiyu asked back with some surprise. What do I know him for? Yi Ling shrugged her shoulders. It's just not the same person. Chapter 44, Mysterious Auction Item Appears. Xian Xiaozhang was furious when he returned to his position. Turning around and glancing at it, he found Gao Peng waving his cell phone around. Snapped. Raising his hand, he slapped the other party. You came here with me just to play with your cell phone? Xian Xiaozhang had an unusually gloomy expression on his face. Gao Peng hurriedly retrieved his cell phone after seeing it not daring to make any noise. After all, it was with great difficulty that he had begged for the opportunity to attend the auction with Mr. Chen. You now go and check for me. What is the identity of the person who did it there? Xian Xiaozhang picked up his teacup and took a sip, while then coldly looking at Gao Peng to give the order. Gao Peng immediately nodded his head vigorously upon hearing this. But when he looked at the direction Xian Xiaozhang pointed to, he immediately froze. Wasn't that Yi Ling? Are you talking about that kid, Mr. Qian? Uncertainty was written all over Gao Peng's face. That's him. Xian Xiaozhang slowly nodded his head. He's just a poor kid who likes to pretend. Gao Peng immediately replied. Showing up here is probably a part-time job. Ha! Xian Xiaozhang frowned after hearing this. A poor boy? Part-time job? Then how did he dare to treat himself like this and talk and laugh with Zhang Xiyu? Are you sure he's here for a part-time job? Gao Peng saw that Xian Xiaozhang was a bit skeptical, so he immediately patted his chest to make an assurance. He's really pretending to be rich. My girlfriend is his ex-girlfriend and knows him especially well. His parents are farmers in the ravine. Good. Xian Xiaozhang's face became more and more gloomy. He's not capable of, but he loves to play big. But the more he said this, the more Qian Xiaozhang became upset. He was the young master of the Qian Clan Real Estate. To be whisked back to his seat by a nobody, wouldn't it make people laugh if it was spread out? Today, he had to get his face back. However, Yi Ling had long forgotten what had just happened. With Zhang Xiyu, she was laughing and discussing the auction items behind her. The next auction item to come out is very large. Gui Yanning looked behind her when she said that. It must be carried to the display table by 4 people for it. Everyone present also focused their attention upon hearing this, only to see 4 waiters carrying a huge wooden screen to the front stage in slow steps. When the spotlight hit the screen, the pattern on it followed. Surprisingly, it was a 4-in-1 landscape picture. When the screen was fully unfolded, the 4 landscape pictures merged into one. But if the 4 screens were separated, they would become 4 landscape paintings again. and there was no sense of dissonance. The height of the wooden screen was nearly 2 meters, and the horizontal length reached more than 3 meters. It was truly the largest of all the previous auction items. Here's me to give you all a detailed introduction. Wei Yining stepped forward to the side of the screen. The full name of this object is the Eastern Jin Dynasty Shanin Zhanghe wooden screen. The screen as a whole is composed of 4 landscape paintings, all unfolded as one as if it were a scroll, and the owner of this object, Shanin Zhanghe, is also the Eastern Jin Dynasty famous family. The screen on the 4 paintings are all completed by him personally. Zhang Xiyu couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard this, then muttered to herself, I never thought that I would be able to see something from the Eastern Jin Dynasty here. Wei Yining has also gone to great lengths for this auction. Isn't this screen very expensive? For the first time, Ling saw an interested expression on Zhang Xiyu's face. It also felt that this item was not simple. Not really if it's expensive. Even though it came from the Eastern Jin Dynasty, the screen belongs to household items, so it doesn't have much collection value. Zhang Xiyu shook her head, then looked at Ling and explained. But it was obvious that everyone else present was very interested in the screen. After Wei Yining finished introducing the screen a bit on stage, she ordered the waiter to turn the back of the screen around for the crowd to see. It is, after all, a wooden screen, and will naturally have wear and tear after many years. When the back of the screen was revealed, the crowd on stage let out a sigh. This was because there were many signs of breakage on the back of the screen. There were a few places that were even patched. It had lost the original elegance it once had. Zhang Xiyu also couldn't help but smile and clap her hands when she saw it. Then she looked at Ling and continued. I had thought that this screen would go up big because of the holder's identity, but now it seems like it's estimated to be a several $100,000 at most. Is Shanin Zhanghe very famous? The more Ling heard this, the more he felt that his knowledge of antiques was too sparse, completely unable to see where the richest value of these antiques lies. Shanin Zhanghe himself is not famous, but he has great famous good friends. Zhang Xiyu said here and deliberately stopped to let Ling guess by himself. Good friends? And greatly famous? The era they lived in was the Eastern Jin Dynasty. Could it be Huang Shiji? Ling blurted out. That's right. Zhang Xiyu nodded gently. Speaking of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, that would naturally be associated with Huang Shiji. As the most famous calligrapher of that era, Huang Shiji's writing was one of the best. He was named the Sage of Calligraphy. His works are also worth a lot of money. Even his facsimiles can fetch millions of dollars at modern auctions. Huang Shiji's Peaceful Post facsimile, even more than $300 million. After Ling learned about these contents, he once again placed his eyes on the screen, and at this time the screen was also once again turned to the front and all unfolded. The 4 landscape paintings were exquisite. In the upper right corner of the last landscape painting, there were even a few lines of small words written on it. Identification. Ling saw the words, appraisal or not, emerge on the screen. Appraisal successful. Item name, Eastern Jin Dynasty screen. Item rarity, 67. Item perfection rate, 77. Item birth year, 310. Does it continue to be appraised in detail? Ling suddenly realized that other appraisal items had appeared on the screen. Continue, only to see the overall light of the screen getting smaller and smaller, while the upper right corner of the last landscape painting suddenly erupted with a golden light. Identification successful. Item name, genuine Huang Shiji painting. Item rarity, 88. Item perfection rate, 95. Item birth year, 310. Huang Shiji's true stains? Ling immediately focused all his attention on the last landscape painting after reading the details. Wei Yining then began to announce the bidding rules for this auction item. The auction reserve price for this item is $400,000. Each bid shall not be less than 50,000 whole dollars. 450,000. As soon as her words fell, Feng Jianyu followed the bidding. 500,000. Another middle-aged man immediately followed. Ling, at this moment, continued to carefully survey the few lines of small characters on the landscape painting. The author's penmanship was euphemistic and subtle when he wrote it, and the style also emphasized calmness and naturalness. It was just like the words written by Huang Shiji. $550,000. Xian Xiaozhang suddenly followed and opened his mouth. 550,000. Does anyone continue? Wei Yining did not expect the bidding for this item to reach 550,000. After all, the screen itself was badly damaged, and the back of the 4 landscape paintings also had hard marks. At most, it was only worth $500,000. 600,000. A magnetic voice rang out from the stage. Chapter 45, Taking the Screen. $600,000? Wei Yining couldn't help but faintly freeze after glancing at the person who shouted the price. Why was it Ling? Could he be interested in this wooden screen? Xian Xiaojiang also felt slightly familiar after hearing the voice. He turned his head to look but didn't see who actually made the bid. You keep an eye on there now, he ordered as he looked at Gao Pang. Find the next bidder. Okay, Mr. Shen. Gao Pang immediately nodded vigorously. Qian Xiaojiang was actually really slightly knowledgeable about antiques, but it was only skin deep. The reason why he would bid $550,000 was because he looked at the year the screen belonged to. The longer the year, the higher the price should be. The other guests present did not say anything, just happily watching them bidding. Just like a look at the mentality of watching. $650,000. Qian Xiaojiang's voice was full of determination, as if he was determined to win this auction item. Ling did not think that someone would compete with him for this screen. Turning his head and glancing at it, he realized that the person who had just shouted the price looked a bit familiar. The one surnamed Qian? Looks like Mr. Yi has met his match. Zhang Xiyu also got a good look at the person who continued to bid at this time. But one thing that made her even more curious at the moment was why Ling and Qian Xiaojiang would favor the screen. 700,000. Ling was silent for 2 seconds before speaking again. Gao Pang locked onto him with a glance. Mr. Qian, it's Ling. Gao Pang immediately attached himself to Qian Xiaojiang's ear and whispered. Ling? It was the kid who had just asked him to give up his seat? What's the situation? Qian Xiaojiang had just learned about Ling's background from Gao Pang. Wasn't he a poor guy who came here to work part-time? How could he stand up and bid against himself? On the contrary, Gao Pang was also a bit confused at the moment. How could he think about it? He couldn't understand why Ling would sit there and would grab the auction item with Mr. Chen. $700,000 a time. Wei Yining also didn't expect Ling to take out nearly double the price for the screen, but since she had brought it herself, people naturally did not hesitate if they liked it. Not to mention that $700,000 was not considered big money in Ling's eyes. 800,000. Qian Xiaojiang's voice sounded again. The auction site was in an uproar. Several guests who were also involved in the real estate industry looked at Qian Xiaojiang in unison. Mr. Qian is broad-minded. It's directly raised $100,000 upwards. It seems like this item is a must-have for Mr. Qian. But there were also a few people who slowly shook their heads. Gao Pang was also stunned at the side. $800,000 for a wooden broken screen really wasn't necessary, was it? However, after Qian Xiaojiang finished speaking, he looked at Ling with a smug expression. This young man just wants you to keep pretending down. Let's see how long you can pretend. 850,000. Ling smiled blandly and then opened his mouth, and once again looked at Qian Xiaojiang. Identify. Identification successful. Name, Qian Xiaojiang. Age, 33 years old. Height, 175. Weight, 75 kilograms. Occupation, Vice President of Qian's Real Estate. Hidden thing, overseas smuggling. Is it on? Open. Qian Xiaojiang utilized his position of identity to smuggle large amounts of building materials from abroad, and his cell phone's memo has a detailed record of all of it. Ling was a little surprised after reading it. It was unthinkable that the young master of a powerful family would actually do such things behind his back. $900,000. Qian Xiaojiang's interest in the moment however grew. Without hesitation, he mentioned the price to $900,000. Mr. Qian, we don't need to fight with someone like Ling, right? Gao Peng couldn't help but ask in a low voice when he saw this. But who knew that Qian Xiaojiang replied with a gloomy face. What do you know? Doesn't he love to pretend? I'll just raise the price to 1 million, so that he can spend a few $100,000 more to buy this screen. Gao Peng immediately gave a thumbs up upon hearing this. Mr. Qian deserves to be Mr. Qian. Ling would never have thought of it. Qian Xiaojiang slowly nodded his head. Ever since he realized that it was Ling who was bidding against himself, he had been constantly observing the change in Ling's expression, making sure that the other party would continue to raise the price upwards. If he saw that Ling hesitated, then he would stop raising the price appropriately. You'll only die if you go against me. The corner of Qian Xiaojiang's mouth curled up slightly. 950,000. Ling unsurprisingly followed up again, but the next second Zhang Xiyu reached out and patted her thigh. What? Ling looked at Zhang Xiyu and blinked. Are you working against Qian Xiaojiang? The other party asked expressionlessly. Actually, not really, Ling replied frankly. I quite want the screen. The screen is not worth the price. Zhang Xiyu looked at Ling's expression with some disappointment. Antique play is not collection. Ling smiled and then returned. Buy back to their favorite on the line, no matter how much it is worth. That's right. Zhang Xiyu ruffled her hair and nodded slightly. She sometimes encountered jade that she liked, and would spend many times the price to sell it. It was said that money was hard to buy a master's pleasure. 950,000. Qian Xiaojiang grunted out coldly after saying this price. It seemed like the bad anger had been taken out. 1 million. Ling's tone revealed flatness throughout. On the contrary, everyone else present couldn't help but laugh at the moment. A few of the old curiosity circles even sighed and shook their heads. Taking $1 million to buy a broken screen from the Eastern Jin dynasty? Even a multi-millionaire wouldn't spend his money on this kind of, right? $1 million once, 1 million twice. Gui Yanning placed her eyes on Qian Xiaojiang. only to find that the other party had crossed his legs at this moment and was chatting furiously with several other guests around him. It seemed that there was no longer any relationship with the previous bidding. 1 million 3 times. The gavel fell. The auction ended. Congratulations to our Mr. Yi for successfully auctioning off the Eastern Jin Dynasty Shanin Zhang Ho wooden screen at a price of 1 million. Good. Qian Shaojiang was the first to speak, then applauded vigorously. Cao Pang also immediately followed with a smile. The others followed suit when they saw this, but obviously they were all mainly making fun of it. After all, spending $1 million to buy a broken antique would probably be the biggest joke of the entire auction. But Yi Ling, under everyone's gaze, got up with a smile on his face and came to the stage to shake hands with Gui Yanning. I really thank Sister Guo for bringing me such a precious screen. It's good that you feel like it. Gui Yanning nodded with a professional smile. The screen belongs to me, right? Yi Ling and Gui Yanning finished another busy sentence after they released their hands. Just sign it in a moment. Gui Yanning looked at Yi Ling. Do I need to send you home? No hurry, Yi Ling said and circled around the screen, then stopped in front of the fourth landscape painting. I'm going to enjoy the treasure I've photographed. Meanwhile, the scene had entered the intermission stage. Qian Shaojiang originally wanted to go up to the front stage to properly taunt Yi Ling, but the next second he received a call from his father, Qian Changming, learning that the other party was on their way here with Li Jinfeng at this time. Chapter 46, The True Trace appears in the world. Why did you come over at this time? Impatience was written all over Qian Shaojiang's face after he hung up the phone. On the contrary, Cao Peng had no eyesight. He secretly took out his cell phone once again, wanting to take advantage of the intermission to take a few pictures of Lu Yan and send them over, but without waiting for himself to find the right angle. Qian Shujiang's slap rang out once again. Slap? What the are you wiggling around for? Mr. Chen is sorry. Gao Peng immediately withdrew his phone and lowered his head to apologize. Qian Shujiang's face clouded over and after glaring fiercely at Gao Peng, he ordered him to follow him downstairs. At the same time, Yi Ling was invited by Gui Yanning to the backstage of the banquet hall for the auction signing. After a few minutes, both parties successfully signed the contract. The screen also completely belonged to Yi Ling. Yi old brother is now okay to do whatever he wants with it. Gui Yanning sat on a chair and picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. Just split it into 4 parts for me, Yi Ling immediately said. I only need the painting on it. Yes, Gui Yanning said and ordered the professionals under her hand to handle it. Yi Ling was afraid that they would damage the fourth landscape painting, so he stood up and followed them to the screen. But it didn't take long for Yi Ling to realize that he had been overly concerned. Gui Yanning's people were indeed very professional and removed the 4 paintings very neatly. How is it? Gui Yanning came in front of Yi Ling and raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth to ask. Very good. Yi Ling picked up the 4 paintings and looked at them carefully, finally settling in front of the last painting. Then he raised his hand and stroked the few lines of small characters on the scroll. It truly floats like a floating cloud and is as strong as a stunning dragon. He couldn't help but open his mouth to express his heartfelt feelings. When Gui Yanning heard this, she first froze, and then she also placed her gaze on the words on the painting. Half a minute later her pupils violently contracted. Impossible. The words on the scroll could not be Wang Shiji's real handwriting. Yi Ling naturally saw Gui Yanning's shock at that moment. Unable to help, he smiled blandly. Sister Guo, could it be that she also saw something? Can old brother Yi let me observe it carefully for a few moments? Gui Yanning stared at Yi Ling's eyes without saying a word and asked urgently. Of course. Yi Ling slowly nodded his head. On the contrary, Gui Yanning immediately took out a pair of eyeglasses from her pocket and put them on before lying down on the landscape painting and carefully reading the words. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The intermission time had already ended, but Gui Yanning still didn't stand up. Sorry guests and friends at the scene. The hotel manager walked up to the front stage with a touch of apology. The second half of the auction will continue to be postponed for a few minutes. Postponed? Those who were originally seated in the guest seats immediately complained. After all, the guys were all famous in the business circle and antique circle. Suddenly being told that the second half of the auction was delayed, everyone was naturally furious. MS. Whoa, what's the situation? Is it impossible to run? I'm here for the Qishan heavy treasure, and I can't cope with all the crap in front of me. Let MS. Go come out and explain. Let her come out. The cries from the stage are getting louder and louder, and the hotel manager is sweating profusely. But fortunately, Feng Jianyu got up at this time and came to the front desk to pick up the microphone. Everyone calm down. His voice then stabilized the emotions of most of the people present. However, there were a few guys who still had a black face, with an expression that even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't work. Don't give me any useless talk. Take out the Kixiang heavy BMW. The purpose of my coming here today is it. The guy who called the most joyful name just now opened his mouth again. Feng Jianyu glanced at him with a slight frown, but following that, he smiled slightly again and explained in a very calm tone. MS. Guo will definitely do whatever she promised you guys. Zhang Xiyu sat in the corner with a faint smile on her face, although she wasn't sure what exactly happened to Gui Yanning. But the sudden delay of the auction would definitely attract most people's dissatisfaction. It would also follow and affect the future reputation of her treasure house. Gui Yanning's face was slightly red in the background at this time, and after removing her glasses, she even took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. Sister Gua, are you alright? Ling saw her appearance and asked. It's okay. The other party took a deep breath, then lifted her head to look at Ling and waved her hand. Following that, she moved her gaze back to the fourth scroll. I heard that there seems to be a clamor outside. Won't Sister Gua go out and explain? Ling spoke with a somewhat awkward expression. After all, he was the one who suddenly made the other party fail to conduct the second half of the auction on time. No need. Gui Yanning stood up very confidently and shook her hair. Those charming eyes proceeded to look at Ling. Elder brother, Yi just now auctioned off the screen. The purpose should also be it, right? That's right. Ling nodded without denying it. Since that's the case, do you want to keep it or go on the auction again? Gui Yanning's red lips slightly opened. Anticipatory light flashed in her eyes. I naturally want to get rid of it. Ling answered very dryly. After all, one's purpose of stepping into the antique circle was to make money. Good. Gui Yanning nodded vigorously after hearing this and followed by picking up the scroll on the table. Then after tying her originally disorganized hair casually, she walked towards the front desk with her head held high and her long legs. At the same time, the entrance to the Tian Yuan Hotel building, a lengthened Lincoln directly parked on the road. Seeing this, Qian Shaojiang greeted him with an expressionless face. When Gao Peng saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel scared, because the person sitting in the car was not someone else. It was Qian Chenming, the president of Qian's real estate. Dad, when a see-through wearing a navy blue tang suit got out of the car, Qian Shaojiang then immediately pulled out a smiling face and called out, "Humph." Shen Changming did not have any expression, only slightly nodded and slowly raised his hand after getting out of the car. The next second a lotus root-like arm wrapped around it. When Qian Shaojiang saw the woman beside Qian Changnan, the expression on his face became a little more somber once again. Good evening, Shaojiang. Li Jinfeng sized up Qian Shaojiang with dangling eyes before taking the initiative to greet him. Hello. However, Li Jinfeng had long looked towards Qian Changming at that moment, pouting with a pleasing look on her face as she said, "Let's go upstairs, dear." Aha. Qian Chengnan's hand then slid downwards, wrapping his arm around Li Jinfeng's thin waist and stepped onto the steps. Disgusting. Unbeknownst to Qian Shaojiang, he cursed in a vicious whisper from behind. Gao Peng foolishly stood aside and naturally did not see it. The elevator of the Tian Yuan Hotel slowly went upwards and stopped at the floor where the auction was located half a minute later. Qian Chenming's expression was serious the entire time, and when he walked into the venue with Li Jinfeng, those VIPs under the stage who were originally chattering immediately all shut their mouths and stopped saying anything. The few people near the door even immediately stood up. Then with a respectful face, they looked at Qian Changming and said, "Good evening, Mr. Chen." Good. Qian Changming still nodded his head blandly, and followed by casually finding a seat to sit down. Chapter 47. Qian Chenming, who was infuriated. Qian Shaojiang walked at the very back. Upon seeing his father casually find a place, he naturally immediately asked for a chair and honestly ran behind him to take a seat. Then he twisted his head to look at Gao Peng. "You go wait outside the hall." The reason why Qian Shaojiang would do this was because he was afraid that Gao Peng would make a mess. At that time, he would then make his father feel that he had brought a dusha bag to the auction. "Okay, Mr. Chen." Although Gao Peng did not understand why he could not follow behind, he immediately turned around and walked out of the hall after hearing the order. Where did the auction go? Qian Changming turned his head towards Qian Shaojiang and asked in a low voice. Just now was the intermission. Now the second half is coming up soon. Qian Shaojiang hurriedly replied. Then we've come at quite the right time. Li Jinfeng leaned her head on Qian Changming's shoulder after she finished speaking. As Qian Changming's lover, Li Jinfeng's methods were very high. Every word she said and every action she did was to make Qian Changming happy. Naturally, there was also a deeper meaning in it. Qian Shaojiang was angry and stopped talking after seeing this scene. He couldn't understand why his father would bring Li Jinfeng to the auction. However, right now everyone's attention was once again focused on the front. Honored guests, I'm really sorry. There was a bit of a delay just now, only to see Gui Yanning holding a scroll in her hands, excitement written all over her pretty face as she quickly walked up to the front stage. Ling also returned to his seat at this time. Zhang Xiyu smiled slightly when she saw him, and then slowly opened her mouth to ask, "Did you go to see the screen just now?" "Just now went to dismantle the screen," Ling faintly replied back to her, and then gestured to look at Gui Yanning. Removing the screen? Zhang Xiyu was a bit incomprehensible after hearing that. In the next second, Gui Yanning slowly unfolded the scroll in her hands, and then all the lights in the hall converged on the scroll. The completely unintelligible mood of the painting made the guests under the stage have a vaguely familiar feeling. Qian Shaozhang even couldn't help but mutter after looking at it. Isn't what Gui Yanning took out the painting on the screen just now? The painting on the screen? Qian Changnan heard and turned his head to look at Qian Shaozhang to let him give himself a clear explanation. At the same time Gui Yanning cleared her throat and prepared to grandly introduce this object to the big guys. Please all move your eyes to the upper right corner of the scroll. She raised her hand and pointed to those lines of small letters. The guests on stage couldn't help but lower their heads and whisper when they heard it. What does Gui Yanning mean? Taking a finished auction to continue the auction? What's the point of looking at those lines of small words? Is it hard to believe that those few words are worth a lot of money? Along with the voices of discussion getting louder and louder, the smile on Gui Yanning's face was also getting thicker and thicker. She took the microphone to the front and spoke in an impassioned tone. Our collection for this round of auction. That is the famous calligrapher of the Eastern Jin dynasty, the sage of calligraphy Wang Shiji's authentic works. This word out of the room clamor. Wang Shiji, authentic works? Those few guests who were originally questioning immediately widened their eyes. The other few old geezers in the antique world were even more surprised when they heard this. After all, everyone present understands that the saint of calligraphy Wang Shiji handed down the word, each at least worth millions. If the words on the scroll in front of you are really written by Wang Shiji, then its value cannot be measured in money. Ms. Hua, you're lying, right? A white-haired old man with glasses under the stage couldn't help but stand up and open his mouth to question. If Uncle Ma doesn't believe it, he can naturally come up on stage for an inspection. Gui Yanning's response was titanic. The other party immediately went up to the stage without saying a word. Zhang Xiyu sat in her seat with an increasingly surprised expression. Then she turned her head to stare at Yi Ling. However, she found that the other party's face was completely filled with a winning expression. The auction held at the Tian Yuan Hotel building tonight could be said to have shocked the entire antique world. Ma Honghai watched for nearly 10 minutes, then removed his glasses with trembling hands and looked at the crowd on the stage and slowly nodded his head. Indeed, it's Wang Shiji's real handwriting. As the person who knows the most about calligraphy and painting in the Ningyuan antique world, what he said naturally had most people convinced. Immediately, they all became excited. After Qin Changming learned that there was an authentic Wang Shiji painting on the stage, he even immediately turned his head to look at Qian Shaozhang then frowned. You said that you just bid up to $950,000 and then let another person auction it off for $1 million? Yes. Qian Shaozhang didn't even know what to say at the moment. He himself had actually eyeballed the sage of calligraphy's work earlier and let it go to Yi Ling. Idiot. Qian Changming cursed Qian Shaozhang in anger. If he had bid against the only other bidder during the auction of the screen, he would have been able to take the real work for tens of millions of dollars at most. But now that the true artifact was exposed, everyone was moved by it. Tens of millions of dollars had no effect here at all. Qian Shaozhang could only keep his head down and not say anything after being scolded. His intestines, however, had long since turned green with remorse. You shouldn't keep talking about him, dear. Li Jinfeng suddenly spoke. After all, we came in time. That's true too. Qian Chenming slowly nodded then stopped reprimanding Qian Shaozhang. But Qian Shaozhang was even more enraged after hearing Li Jinfeng's words. My father and I are talking. Why are you an outsider interrupting? It was a pity that he didn't dare to continue speaking at the moment. After all, his father was still angry at the moment. At that time in front of everyone cursing, their own face will never pick back. At the same moment on the stage, Ma Honghai slowly stepped off the stage. The auction was once again underway. Anticipation was revealed in the eyes of all the guests. The minimum price for this auction is $30 million, and each bidding price will not be less than $200,000. Gui Yanning announced the start of the bidding after saying this. Hearing this, Feng Jianyu immediately opened his mouth to bid $30,400,000. Yi Ling, as the provider of the lot, naturally could not participate in this round of bidding. He then turned his head to look at Zhang Xiyu then smiled and asked, Is Ms. Zhang not going to participate in the bidding? Zhang Xiyu was honestly naturally full of interest in Wang Shiji's authentic artwork, but she likewise understood the financial power of the auction guests. Not to mention that Qian Chenming, the president of Qian Clan Real Estate, had come to the scene. There was almost no possibility of trying to take this lot. I'd rather not compete. She smiled then waved her hand, and in the next second a businessman sitting in the corner raised the bidding to $31 million. $32 million. Feng Jianyu immediately followed the bidding again. $32,200,000. The other party was similarly unhesitant. $32.5 million. Ma Honghai's voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Qian Shaozhang heard the bidding but felt his head keep buzzing. The $30 million bidding reserve price. It was a whole 30 times higher than the 1 million Yi Ling spent at the beginning. Gao Peng secretly pressed his ear to the door in the corridor. He couldn't help but skim his lips when he heard the bidding price faintly emanating from inside. Following that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Yan. The latest lot seems to be worth a lot of money. It's all shouted up to over $30 million now. Chapter 48 Crazy Bidding. Lu Yan's mask cracked in fear when she heard the price, but immediately feigned calmness again and sent a message back to Gao Peng. Honey, didn't you say you can't play with your cell phone at the auction site? I drank too much champagne tonight, so I just came back to the restroom. Gao Peng casually made up a reason to put Lu Yan off, and then he stood up straight and leaned against the corridor wall with a calm face. At this moment on the auction site, the bidding had already exceeded $35 million. Feng Jianyu was sitting in his seat and was very emotional. He had never thought that Gui Yanning would reveal such an item at the auction. If he had known in advance, he would have cut it off. $35.5 million. Feng Jianyu's voice once again resounded in the hall, but in just a few seconds, another person raised the bidding once again. $35,800,000. Actually, Gui Yanning setting the current bidding price at $200,000 was very low. However, it gave the guests on stage hope all the same. There was no chance that they themselves would lose out on the real Wang Shiji just because of the difference of $200,000. The moment Mr. Ye's lot came out, it really made everyone lose their minds. Although Zhang Xiyu was smilingly saying this, her heart was more interested in Yi Ling. After all, he himself did not think that Yi Ling had much understanding of antiques at first, but now it seems that he was careless. I think it's average. Yi Ling smiled faintly. After all, the price is still at $30 million. $40 million. Who knew that just after his own words, the person in a certain corner suddenly opened his mouth. The entire room was silent. An expressionless middle-aged man sat on a chair without making any more noise. Gui Yanning saw it but immediately opened her mouth. Boss Huang of Star River Entertainment is bidding $40 million. Star River Entertainment? Zhang Xiyu frowned slightly after hearing that. Coincidentally, it was Yi Ling who saw it. Miss Zhang knows the other party? I know his son. Just a denizen. Zhang Xiyu's smirk was full of teasing. That old man is also a product all the way. Really? Yi Ling couldn't help but glance towards the corner upon hearing that. It was found that although the middle-aged man sitting on the chair was expressionless, his right hand had been placed at the thigh of a certain female guest. It seemed that Zhang Xiyu was right. $40.5 million. $41 million. $41,200,000. There was a saying that Yi Ling heard them keep calling out 200,000 and 500,000 upwards all the time and didn't think it was much fun. After all, what he offered was Wang Shiji's authentic work. Want to take it away with tens of millions of dollars? Dream on? Shen Shenming sat at the end and watched the people in front of him bidding frantically. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Li Jinfeng leaned on him and stretched her waist, and then pretended to ruffle her hair to look behind her. Just in time, she saw that Qian Xiaojian was staring at herself with a deadly stare. The originally calm she couldn't help but panic a little. What? Shen Shenming asked in a deep voice as he turned his head to look at her after realizing that she was out of sorts. I am fine. Li Jinfeng immediately shook her head. However, Qian Changnan instantly returned his attention back to Qian Xiaojian once again. When the price reaches $50 million, you bid $60 million. He slowly opened his mouth and reminded. $60 million? Double the $30 million base price? Qian Xiaojian felt that his father was out of his mind after hearing this. For something that could obviously be bid upwards by 220,000 and 20,000. Why would he directly add $10 million at $50 million? But he then could only hurriedly nod his head in agreement. After all, $60 million wasn't much for Qianclan real estate. $44 million. Feng Jianyu had already reached his limit at the moment. He would not be able to get the money to buy this auction item if he were to bid any further. $45 million. Boss Huang of Star River Entertainment continued to follow suit. There were no more people who could continue bidding. Besides, some people came here for the Qishang Heavy Treasure and the Chicken Bloodstone Seal. $46 million. $46.5 million. Yi Ling raised his hand to look at the time when he heard this and realized that it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. It was also unknown what kind of snack Joanne had prepared for herself at home. I have a suggestion. A person among the guests on stage suddenly stood up violently. Gui Yanning nodded slightly when she saw the other person, followed by having the waiter pass the microphone up. Boss Sun, please speak. The person who was called Boss Sun was named Sun Dimeo. He was also considered one of the top old-timers in the Ningyuan business circle. His Galaxy Electronics factory was even able to generate billions of revenue every year. When the crowd saw that he had something to say, they naturally had to give him face, only to see Sun Dimeo clear his throat. Then he looked around before opening his mouth to faintly come up with a sentence. Anyone should know the price of the true masterpiece of the book sage. So bidding that won't keep calling until midnight? Right. Immediately, someone stood up and agreed. However, Gui Yanning couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw it. It's an honor for all of us to have such a precious lot appear in the auction. She once again made all eyes look at her. Although the bidding reserve price is fixed, there is no upper limit to the bidding price. If you really want to get the item in your hands, you should have had the final price in your heart a long time ago. Ling was too lazy to listen to the sound of their endless discussion. He then got up again and walked out of the auction hall. After going out, he happened to bump into Gao Ping, who was listening on the wall. "What is Boss Gao doing?" Ling couldn't help but ask with a smile when she saw his appearance. "Not doing anything." The other party immediately returned to his original position, then took out his cell phone and swiped it a few times, trying to look very natural and calm. Then he raised his head again and frowned at Ling. "If you find it interesting in there, you can go in and listen to it now." Although Ling did not understand why Gao Ping was standing here, but seeing the curious expression on his face, he also cheerfully continued. Anyway, in his own eyes, the inside was not as interesting as the outside. "Not interested." Gao Ping shook his head, then shook his head with a bland expression. But the next second the hall's room door opened again, just as the latest bidding sound also came out. $60 million. It can be considered to be on the right track. Ling chatted to himself after hearing the price and then realized that the person who walked out of the hall was actually Zhang Xiyu. The other party came out and then took out her cell phone and edited a text message and sent it out. Following that, she lifted her head to find Ling and a smile appeared on her face. Gao Ping couldn't see too clearly from the back, but still had the illusion of being surprised. "Boss Zhang is also lazy?" Ling laughed then asked. "The parties involved don't even want to continue watching. How can someone like me who only watches the fun continue watching?" Zhang Xiyu replied indifferently, then raised her hand and rubbed her arm. Seeing this, Ling immediately took off his suit and draped it over the other party. Chapter 49, Breaking a Billion. "Thanks." The corner of Zhang Xiyu's mouth curled up slightly, then looked to Ling to thank him. The corridor is too big without many people, so the temperature naturally has to be lower. Ling scratched his head, not to mention that it's almost fall at the moment. Gao Ping's expression in the back was gloomy. Am I not a human being? But then he realized that the other two walked towards the balcony in front. Could it be that Ling and that woman had a situation? Without saying a word, Gao Ping took out his cell phone and wanted to take a picture of the evidence to show Lu Yan. Maybe it would explain why Ling could afford a men's watch. She's been adopted. Little white girl. Achoo. Ling couldn't help but sneeze when she arrived on the balcony. Seeing this, Zhang Xiyu immediately wanted to return the clothes to Ling. "It's okay." Ling immediately shook her head to indicate that it was not necessary. "Really?" Zhang Xiyu raised her eyebrows then stared at Ling's eyes and asked again. "I think it's myself that's being discussed." Ling returned indifferently as she leaned on the railing. "You will definitely be discussed today." Zhang Xiyu nodded as she stood next to her. "After all, you brought such a big surprise to the big guys. It was just by chance for me." A modest smile surfaced on Ling's face, and at the auction site at this moment, the bidding price had reached $78 million. After Chen Xiaojiang shouted $60 million in the first place, there were only 3 people left on the scene who continued to bid. Huang Chaoming of Star River Entertainment, Zhang Shua of Mingyu Electrical Appliances, and Su Haipeng of Kenan Foods. The highest bidder now was Zhang Shua, bidding $78 million. The scene was quieter than ever. The hustle and bustle of the beginning was long gone. The big guys just quietly watched the 4 of them continue to bid upwards. Qian Shenming sat at the very back and looked at the only 3 people left, then turned his head and glanced at Qian Xiaojiang with a slight nod. $79 million, $80 million. Zhang Shua didn't even blink an eye. $81 million, $82 million. The guests present always felt that it was no longer a bidding war. Instead, it was a few bigwigs competing with each other. $83 million. Qian Xiaojiang opened his mouth again after getting the agreement. Gui Yanning also didn't expect the price to rise so quickly right now. It was less than 10 minutes from 30 million to 80 million. Mr. Qian seems to be determined to win. Huang Chaoming of Star River Entertainment suddenly laughed, but there was no happy expression on his face. Mr. Huang is really flattering. I've always loved calligraphy and paintings in my life. Qian Shanming followed with a smile. Today I came across a genuine handwriting of the sage of calligraphy, so naturally I'm going to fight for it. In that case I'll retire first. Huang Chaoming also got up violently and walked out of the venue when he said this. However, the remaining 2 still had no intention of giving up. $85 million. Zhang Shua's Mingyu Electrical Appliance had multiplied the benefits of e-commerce, and its annual revenue was at least not less than $5 billion. Naturally, he had such strength to continue competing with Qian Changming, but Su Haipeng was actually the biggest dark horse of them all. He didn't open his mouth a few times during the bidding process, but he would always mention it when he was about to price. Old Su, why don't you give up as well? Qian Changming's face was smiling, but in his heart, he had been suppressing his anger. The root of the problem was that Su Haipeng and himself had some problems a few years ago. Old money, why don't you give up? Su Haipeng twisted his head to look at Qian Changming with a bashful smile, and then glanced at Li Jinfeng beside the other party. The smile on his face immediately became even more amused. I've always been a hobbyist of calligraphy and painting. It's obvious to everyone. Qian Shenming crossed his legs and looked at him and opened his mouth to explain. Since that's the case, then I've fallen in love with calligraphy and painting today as well. Su Haipeng waved his hand at Gui Yanning after dropping these words. $90 million. Mr. Su has bid $90 million. May I ask if there are any more too? Before Gui Yanning finished speaking, Qian Changming violently got up. Then he glared viciously at Su Haipeng, and then stretched out a finger at Gui Yanning. I'll offer $100 million. Achoo! Ling couldn't help but sneeze again as she sat in her seat. Zhang Xiyu followed and stood up to look at him with a smile. We should also return to the scene now, right? Good. Ling rubbed his arms without refuting and stood up to walk side by side with Zhang Xiyu. When the two of them returned to the auction site, they happened to see Qian Changming bidding $100 million. Congratulations! Zhang Xiyu leaned her head on Ling's shoulder and said smilingly, but immediately following that, another neutral voice could be heard ringing out from a short distance away. I bid $120 million. Su Haipeng sat in his chair in a dignified manner. It was a stark contrast to Qian Changming's furious appearance. However, none of the people present dared to make a sound. Ling would naturally be even less likely to say anything. Anyway, the more they competed, the more they earned. It's only good to make a noise. Getting up and calmly returning to his seat to sit down, Ling realized that Gui Yanning was staring at himself. It seemed to be pondering why she was talking and laughing with Zhang Xiyu. If you have any other good things in the future, you can come to me first and let me take a look. Zhang Xiyu handed Ling 2 business cards once she sat back in her seat. One was her own and the other was also her brother's. I guess I won't be panning for antiques for some time in the future, Ling said with a smile after taking the business cards. After all, the bidding for the auction item at the moment had already exceeded $100 million, and with that amount of money it was enough to spend for a while. That's a real pity. Zhang Xiyu skimmed her mouth then leaned back in her chair and sighed helplessly. At the same time Qian Changming also gave a new bid once again. $111 million. Probably because he was really in over his head. What Qian Changming wanted at the moment was nothing more than to compare Su Haipeng to him. How much the auction item was actually worth was obviously no longer the top priority. I say, old Qian, are you in a hurry? Su Haipeng once again laughed out loud when he saw his bare teeth. However, it did not give another price. 111 million one time. Gui Yanning shouted from the stage. Qian Changming then sat back on his chair with an annoyed expression. Li Jinfeng didn't even dare to continue posting up after seeing this. Qian Shaojiang was even hardened and persuaded in a low voice from behind. Dad, you don't need to get angry with him. Surname Su has always remembered 3 years ago when the factory was built. We asked him for an extra $500,000. Qian Shenming didn't have anything to worry about, and spoke to Qian Shaojiang about the matter in person. 3 years ago $500,000 wasn't much for people in the business circle, but Su Haipeng's company wasn't doing well in the first few years, and it wasn't easy to innovate a new product. But when it came time to build the factory, Chen's real estate was sitting on the price. If not, he begged his friends and family to put together $500,000. It would have been impossible for him to come to this auction today, so whatever he said tonight, he had to let Qian's success get off the stage. I'll offer $112 million. Su Haipeng opened his mouth again, then followed with a laugh. Seeing that the flavor of gunpowder between the two of them was getting thicker and thicker, there were a few guests who retreated immediately for fear of getting caught in the crossfire. There were also a few guests who hid in the corner to watch the fun, desperately want to know who is actually more skillful. Chapter 50, The End of the Auction. Gui Yanning is the organizer of the auction. After discovering that the other two were not quite right, she picked up the microphone and began to ease the atmosphere of the scene. The two seniors don't get angry. Bidding second to participate first. What should I do if I get angry? As soon as these words came out, the people around them immediately rushed to persuade. Li Jinfeng hurriedly stretched out her hand to rub Qian Changming's chest to smooth out his anger. Qian Shaojiang even got up from his seat and came to Qian Changnan. Then whispered, Dad, don't get angry with that kind of person. Shooting the bid is the primary goal, but who knows that after he finished, Qian Changnan was even more angry and dizzy. After all, if the previous Dong Jin screen successfully auctioned, where will still appear now this embarrassing situation? Now the bidding price has reached 100 million, but still cannot see any results. Several of Su Haipeng's friends also came up to persuade him. It's not necessary, old Su. Qian Changming's character is understood by everyone. You and him going against each other here will in turn cheapen others. That's right, it's not necessary. But Su Haipeng was a man of one word. He came here to support Gui Yanning, but when he saw Qian Changming's bullish demeanor, the anger in his heart instantly went out of control. Ling naturally did not expect them to have such a big conflict, but seeing this scene was somewhat happy again. After all, without the two of them, the auction item could not have reached $100 million. When will it end? He couldn't help but mutter as he sat in his chair. Zhang Xiyu blinked when she heard it from the side. Following that, she looked at Ling with a curious face and issued a question. Aren't you excited for your $100 million? What's there to be excited about? Yi Ling blinked then shrugged. Wang Shiji's character. Anyone should know the price. 100 million is normal, okay? The other party listened to the face written all over the speechless, and after the auction site cooled down, Qian Shenming and Su Haipeng also calmed down a lot. $115 million. Qian Shenming glared after hearing Su Haipeng's bid again. However, he immediately recovered as before, and then fell into thought immediately afterward. The main type of things being auctioned were actually Eastern Ji landscape paintings. Wang Shiji's characters were only written in the upper right corner. If it was according to normal people's thoughts, the content of the landscape should be ranked first. The upper right corner of the word ranked second. But now the important point. The upper right corner of the word for Wang Shiji authentic. It also completely subverts the emphasis of this painting. $117 million. He raised his eyes and continued to give the price in a bland tone. Su Haipeng did not say anything after seeing this. It seemed to have accepted the persuasion of his friends. 170 million one time. Gui Yanning saw that everyone else on stage had stopped moving, so she took the microphone and announced the final stage of the final auction. 170 million twice. Qian Xiaozhan's heart was in his throat when he heard it, and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice as he sat in his chair. Take it. Don't argue. 170 million. 3 times. Gui Yanning said, and the sound of the hammer striking followed. The final price of this item was $117 million. On the other hand, Qian Shenming sat in his chair with no happiness written on his face. Instead, he looked a little upset. Yi Ling was sitting in his chair in a daze, but when the hammer sounded he snapped suddenly awake, and then he realized that Gui Yanning was hooking her finger at herself. It's over? Getting up and coming backstage with Gui Yanning again, Yi Ling found that Qian Xiaozhan was also there, but immediately, it suddenly occurred to him that the other party was Qian Shenming's son. It is normal to appear here. When Qian Xiaozhan saw Yi Ling, he shattered all his previous doubts. What Gao Peng said to himself was all lies. The suit he was wearing was a chiton and the watch on his wrist was a Vacheron Constantine. How could it be a part-time job? Both of you please sign. Gui Yanning had also noticed Yi Ling and Qian Xiaozhan meeting on stage earlier, but didn't realize that they had formed a bond. Don't think you're crazy just because you've earned $100 million. Qian Xiaozhan looked at Yi Ling after signing and said coldly. Yi Ling picked up the pen but didn't even look at the other party and wrote down his name before confirming the transfer again. When he saw that $170 million had really been deposited, he looked at Qian Xiaozhan and waved his hand with a smile on his face. Many thanks boss. Boss atmosphere. The subsequent rounds of the auction obviously didn't have the same passion as earlier. After all, the guests on stage had all been drained of their spirit by the authentic Wang Shiji artifacts. When the Qishang heavy treasure and the Zhanghua chicken bloodstone seal appeared, there were also no more competitors like Su Haipeng and Qian Chengming. At 10:30 in the evening, the auction ended. Yi Ling sat in his seat and yawned, then got up and prepared to go home for a snack. But in the very next second Qian Chengming walked straight towards himself. Gui Yanning was busy saying goodbye to the others and didn't notice Yi Ling. As for Zhang Xiyu, after the auction was announced to be over, she immediately got up then stepped on her high heels and left in style. Hello? Qian Chengming took the initiative to extend his hand to Yi Ling. Hello Mr. Shen. Yi Ling immediately shook hands with the right Yu then opened her mouth to say hello, but then he noticed Qian Xiaozhan's hostile eyes. Qian Chengming was a complete veteran in the Jianghu. After learning that Yi Ling had spent $1 million to put the screen up for auction, he vaguely felt that there was something not quite right about Yi Ling. It was unlikely that he had managed to discover Wang Shiji's handwriting at that point, so he wanted to chat with Yi Ling in person to get to know each other. I can't imagine that Mr. Yi, at his young age, has long been more than blue, and the appraisal standard of antiques is really high. Qian Chengming gave Yi Ling a thumbs up when he said this. Mr. Chen is too kind. I just happened to be. Yi Ling scratched his head and then modestly gave a sentence back to the other party, but he also immediately found something wrong. That was that the woman following behind Qian Chengming was too young. Identify. Identification successful. Name, Li Jinfeng. Face value, 34 without makeup, 65 with makeup. Height, 170. Weight, 60 kilograms. Occupation, lover of Qian Chengming. Hobbies and interests, consumption. Comparison. Hidden thing, raising a gigolo. Li Jinfeng used her identity as Qian Chengming's lover to spend a lot of money to raise a white boy at home, and every Saturday she would meet with her sisters in the name of shopping. Yi Ling exclaimed in shock at how spicy the data was when she looked it over. It was unthinkable that the lover Qian Chengming was keeping was also keeping other people behind his back. It could simply be said that it was a showstopper. It's a good character for a young man to not be petulant or arrogant. My son should learn from you, Qian Shenming said and then looked at Qian Xiaozhan, revealing an expression of hatred. But who knew that the other party immediately retorted. Didn't I also make money for you with my own hands? Yi Ling couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Making money with your own hands? Could it be illegal smuggling by all means for profit? Chapter 51 Class President's Invitation. But ridicule to ridicule. Yi Ling did not say anything else, but Qian Shaojiang was obviously a bit agitated emotionally, and his tone of voice was full of backbiting. Qian Shenming's face instantly became much more somber. Seeing this, Qian Shaojiang immediately shut up. If Mr. Yi has time in the future, feel free to come to our Qian family as a guest. Qian Changming looked at Yi Ling before handing out a business card. Good. Yi Ling honestly had no interest in their family. The fact that Qian Changming would say such things to himself was probably because other purposes existed as well. But how can I say it? I have to give people face. After all, he was the one who had spent more than $100 million to auction off Wang Shiji's true masterpiece. Wei Yaning had also sent most of the people downstairs at that moment. After going upstairs, she happened to bump into Yi Ling chatting with Qian's father and son. Mr. Shen. She walked up and greeted smilingly. Qian Changming laughed out loud when he saw that the visitor was Gui Yaning. Miss Gui is getting prettier and prettier. Mr. Qian compliments. Gui Yaning smiled sweetly. Almost 30. Miss Gui doesn't even look like someone almost 30 now. Qian Changming's eyes looked up and down carefully, then slowly said. Seeing this, Li Jinfeng immediately stepped forward and took his arm. Then she attached her ear and whispered a reminder. Dear, let's go. Right. Shen Shenming tapped his head as if he had thought of something and immediately nodded vigorously. I'll see you guys off. Gui Yaning immediately said. No need. Qian Shenming waved his hand and said goodbye to Gui Yaning and Yi Ling. Qian Shaojiang walked at the end and got on the elevator, not forgetting to glare fiercely at Yi Ling with a ferocious face. Ding! The elevator door slowly closed. The smile on Gui Yaning's face immediately disappeared, and then turned her head to look into Yi Ling's eyes. Sister Gua, how do you look at me like this? Yi Ling smiled with an embarrassed face. Elder brother Yi has made a lot of money tonight. Gui Yaning stared into his eyes, becoming a billionaire in the blink of an eye, mainly thanks to Sister Gua's invitation. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow then returned. Remember to treat me to a good meal. Gui Yaning's pretty face finally surfaced a smile again. Must. Yi Ling immediately nodded his head vigorously. Tired, Gui Yaning said, and then lifted her arms and stretched her waist with force. The original delicate waist was even more enchanting at the moment, but the next second she suddenly let out an ouch, followed by her body suddenly collapsing to one side. Sister Gua. When it was too late, Yi Ling immediately stretched out his arms. Gui Yaning was cradled in her arms. Sister Gua, are you alright? Yi Ling immediately let go of his arms after righting the other party, and then stared at the other party's eyes with worry revealed on his face. It's fine. On the contrary, Gui Yaning's laughter was much more cheerful at the moment. It didn't seem to care about what had just happened. However, a touch of pink color surfaced on her face. It's good that it's okay. Yi Ling was relieved to hear that. Your sister, I'm old. Gui Yaning's gaze grew tender. It's natural to have a bit of a problem. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Your body is fine. Yi Ling subconsciously returned the other party's sentence. Gui Yaning nodded slightly with a smile on her face, and then she also suddenly remembered something. Then she gently moved her wrist again. It's getting late. Old brother Yi is not leaving? Gui Yaning blinked and looked at Yi Ling and asked in a soft voice. Leave now. Yi Ling raised his hand and looked at the time and realized that it was already 10:30. The cell phone in his pocket also vibrated a few times just now. It was probably a message sent by Joey Nan to herself. Then be careful on your way. I won't go out to see you off. Gui Yaning ruffled her hair with a confident smile on her face. As the organizer of this auction, she naturally had some aftermath to deal with at the moment. Goodbye, Sister Gua. Yi Ling waved his hand as he heard this and got up to walk out of the hall. It was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night after returning home. Yi Ling gently pushed open the door into the living room and found that the kitchen and dining room were still lit. Is Yi Nan not asleep? Yi Ling recalled the message he had read after getting on the bus. The other party had specially made 3 fresh wontons for himself. He himself then replied, indicating that he would be back home soon. Mr. Yi? Joey Nan was sitting quietly in the kitchen at this moment, and immediately got up when she heard footsteps. Why aren't you going to bed yet? Yi Ling subconsciously asked after seeing her. I'm not sleepy right now, so I didn't sleep. Sleepiness was written all over Joey Nan's sweet eyes, but she was still communicating with Yi Ling in a serious manner. Yi Ling didn't say anything else after seeing this. Coming to the kitchen and looking at the steaming hot wontons, his stomach followed and rumbled indisputably. Mr. Yi, go wash your hands. I'll serve you the wontons right away. Joey Nan immediately turned around to prepare the dishes after hearing Yi Ling's stomach growl. Good. Yi Ling wasn't very hungry, but after smelling the aroma of the wontons, he immediately became a bit unable to walk. A few minutes later, Joey Nan placed a bowl of wontons on the table. Yi Ling picked up her chopsticks and was ready to feast. Tick-tock. The cell phone, however, vibrated at this inopportune moment. Ha! Yiling slightly frowned and then glanced at the caller ID. Caller, Brother Fei. High school classmate? Seeing this, Yiling put down his chopsticks and picked up his cell phone to answer the other party's call. Hello? 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 Great God Yi? The voice that Yiling was familiar with followed on the other end of the phone. What the hell ye big god? Why did Boss Dong think of calling me? Yiling laughed then returned. But immediately, he heard the voices on the other end of the phone getting more and more cluttered. It seemed like so many people were trying to scramble for Dong Kaifei's cell phone. Let me talk. Let me talk to Yiling. You guys be quiet. Let me speak first. Yiling's eardrums were about to be cracked by their voices. Subconsciously, she took her cell phone to the side. Yiling, I'm Dong Kaifei. The voice coming out of the receiver was clear again. I'm calling you just to say that our high school, we are going to hold a class reunion the day after tomorrow. I don't know who suddenly came up and pulled his voice to sound. Yiling heard immediately laughed out loud, then rushed to the cell phone and opened his mouth. Subin, isn't you next to Dong Kaifei? There's a lot of high school classmates too. Subin again continued in a loud voice back. A lot of high school classmates are also in. Yiling's mind then conjured up images of his high school days. Youthful, ignorance, curiosity. The few people on the other end of the phone were also over the hustle and bustle at the moment, and Dong Kaifei got up from the bar with his cell phone, followed by a quieter-looking corner. Yiling, Brother Fei? Yiling immediately returned. I ran into Su Bin and the others today, discussing a party the day after tomorrow. Can you come over to participate? The other party's voice sounded a bit excited. I have to be there for the class president's invitation. Yiling agreed without hesitation. Chapter 52, 2 months' wages paid in advance. Since you can even agree to it, the high school party is a sure thing. Dong Kaifei then laughed out loud. Look at what you're saying. Tell me what place. The day after tomorrow I promise to be on time. Yiling patted his chest and returned another sentence to the other party. Dong Kaifei's eyes pondered for a few seconds, then slowly opened his mouth and continued. The place of the party is mostly set in our high school county. Okay. Yiling hadn't met with the group since graduating from high school. The only one who left contact was class president Dong Kaifei, but the other party didn't contact him much when he was in college. Right now the high school classmates should have all graduated from college. Naturally, there was also the opportunity to be able to get together. Then let's contact each other on time the day after tomorrow. Dong Kaifei and Yiling chatted a few more words about their high school days before hanging up. Seeing this, Joey Nan reached out to reheat the wontons. No need, Nan. Just eat it like this. Yiling smiled, then picked up her chopsticks and picked up the wontons and stuffed them into her mouth. The other party had no choice but to stop when they saw this, but still sat across the table quietly watching Yiling eat. Nan, what did you do this afternoon? Yiling raised his head and realized that Joey Nan was still there, so he subconsciously asked. I ironed all of Mr. Ye's suits, Joey Nan immediately replied, and then went to the nearby supermarket to buy next week's ingredients. Thanks, ha! Yiling nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Following that, she took out her cell phone and opened the next mobile banking app. Ding dong! Joey Nan suddenly felt the cell phone in her pocket vibrate. I just paid you some salary. Yiling put back the phone and continued. By the way, there's also food expenses for the family in the future. Ha! Joey Nan obviously froze. How could she suddenly pay her salary now? He had worked at Mr. Ye's house for less than half a month in total. Mr. Yi, could you be? Joey Nan bit her lip but did not say the words out loud. What's wrong? Yiling froze when he saw this look on her face, but immediately reacted and then immediately opened his mouth to explain. I'm just paying you a little bit of salary in advance. Sometimes when there's a lot of things going on, I forget things. Although she quit her job and stopped working, Yiling hadn't been idle these past few days, slipping around the antique street and jade market every day. There were things that could fall by the wayside, not to mention that he had just made over $100 million today. It is normal to give Joey Nan a few months' salary in advance. The other party's head buzzed when he heard the explanation. It seems that he was overthinking. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I just didn't think of it. That's why it's like this. Joey Nan lowered her head and immediately apologized to Yiling. Just get down to earth and work well here with me. Yiling had also finished the wontons by now and patted his stomach to get up and return to the living room. Joey Nan immediately nodded her head vigorously. Then, full of joy, she picked up the bowl and went back to the kitchen to get busy. And when she had packed everything up, she opened the refrigerator and prepared to wash some fruits for Yiling. Nan, you don't need to be busy. I want to rest now. Yiling saw this and hurriedly reminded her before yawning and returning to the bedroom. Good. To be honest, Joey Nan hadn't had much energy left after staying up until now. After closing the refrigerator, she was finally able to stretch her back and then return to her room with long, slow strides. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight shot in through the window, spreading its silver light over the bed. Joey Nan took a deep breath after closing the door. then picked up her cell phone and looked at the content of the text message. 50,000? She exclaimed at once. Isn't my monthly salary 20,000? How did Mr. Yi suddenly transfer 50,000 to me? Counting next month's food expenses, it shouldn't be 50,000, right? Without hesitation, she rushed out of the room and ran towards Yi Ling's bedroom. Mr. Yi, are you asleep? Joey-nan summoned up the courage to raise her hand and gently knocked on the bedroom door. Yi Ling was lying on the bed recalling his high school past, and when he heard the knock, he immediately got up and slipped on his slippers. Not asleep. What's the matter? He asked as he walked towards the door. You transferred $50,000 to me. Did you transfer the wrong number? Joey-nan immediately reminded at the door. No. Yi Ling pulled open the door of the room to look at Joey-nan's flustered expression, couldn't help but laugh out loud. No? The other party had a puzzled expression. My monthly salary is only 20,000. Food expenses are 5,000 per month. At most 25,000 Joey-nan said as she flashed her cell phone's text messages out to Yi Ling. It seemed like she wanted to prove that she was right. 50,000 is 2 months' salary. 2 months? Joey-nan was completely confused as to why Yi Ling did this, but she didn't know that Yi Ling was too lazy to bother. Otherwise, paying a year's salary in advance wasn't impossible. It was because he was afraid that Joey-nan wouldn't be able to adapt that he paid 2 months' salary first. I gave you the money and you can take it. Yi Ling looked at his watch. If you have any questions, come back and ask me in the morning. The door to the room closed. Joey-nan had surprise written all over her face, but then returned to her nanny's room once again. Sitting on her bed, she raised her hand and rubbed her head. Since Mr. Yi has said so, there must be his reasoning in there. Wasn't it not quite right for me to rashly go knock on the door just now? Joey-nan muttered to herself, and then she hurriedly picked up her cell phone and once again confirmed her bank account balance. Early the next morning, Yi Ling woke up from her bed beautifully and looked at the kitchen after coming to the living room. Joey-nan was wearing a single ponytail today, and her pretty face was filled with happiness. Good morning, Mr. Yi. The other party looked at Yi Ling and immediately revealed a smile. Good morning. Yi Ling gently nodded his head, and then he stretched and looked out the window, realizing that today's weather seemed to be very good. Is Mr. Yi hungry? I'll make breakfast right away. Joey-nan immediately asked when she saw Yi Ling still standing in the living room. A little. After giving this sentence back to the other party, Yi Ling walked towards the restroom. The other party immediately sped up the speed of her hands after hearing this. A few minutes later, a hearty breakfast appeared on the table. Yi Ling came to the dining room after washing up and then asked Joey-nan to come over and eat together. After dinner, I'm going to go to the mall. You can move around freely after you clean up. After all, tomorrow we'll be back to the county to attend the class reunion. One should dress up a bit anyways. Okay. Joey-nan happened to want to go out in the morning as well. There's no need for you to be busy at home every day. Yi Ling reminded again. Sometimes you can also go out to find friends and classmates to play with. But who knew that Joey-nan shook her head after hearing this, followed by stating that she had no friends in Ningyuan City. The sisters in the university dormitory were all from the south and north of the country. After graduation, they all went back to their hometowns to find jobs and work. Then you are quite lonely here. Yi Ling had a feeling after learning about Joey-nan's situation. Chapter 53 is not good. Joey-nan's eyes, however, hemmed and hawed to express indifference. After all, everyone was no longer a student, and after stepping into society they understood even more how disparate the gap between reality and ideals was. I'm done eating. Yi Ling put down her chopsticks and raised her hand to look at the time. Following that, he got up and picked up his car keys and prepared to go out. Mr. Yi, take your time. Seeing this, Joey-nan looked at Yi Ling and said, Aha. Yi Ling nodded and then entered the elevator to the underground parking lot. Getting into the Lamborghini and inserting the key, a roar full of power sounded. He then slowly drove the car out of the ground, following which he drove towards Xinhua Road Commercial Street. Since quitting his job to live in style, Yi Ling hadn't even seriously bought himself a dress. The chiton that he wore to the auction last night was also one that he had bought a few days ago when he was strolling through the antique street and saw a suit store on his way. So Yi Ling decided to spend some time primping himself today. 10 minutes later the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Wanyu Plaza. Yi Ling got off the car and looked at the floor where the men's clothing was located, entered it and then took the elevator straight to the destination. Armenegildo Zegna, Canali, Rubinacci. To say where the suit is the most famous, the first thing to mention is Italy. Although the Italian suit brands are not the top of the line, they are the most compatible with the finished suit brands for men in any country. Customized words is not to mention. Yi Ling briefly glanced over and realized that most of the stores here were also Italian suit brand stores, and when he was ready to go to a store first to take a look, he suddenly realized that there was a Jeeves and Hawkes store open in a corner in front of him. Those who knew all about suits would definitely know about Jeeves and Hawkes. It comes from Savile Row, after all, and it had 3 royal warrant labels in hand. Yi Ling didn't even think about it before he stepped in and went into the store. As soon as he came in, he realized that the decor here was not quite the same. Compared to the brilliant decorations of the other suit stores, the decorations of Giovan's didn't seem to have any specialties to speak of. There were only a few finished suits in the tens of square meters of the store. "Welcome." A foreign man with a hawkish nose immediately greeted Yi Ling upon seeing him. "Hello." Yi Ling did not expect the store attendant to be a foreigner. The man seemed to be in his 60s from his appearance. However, his golden hair was tied into pigtails and his blue eyes revealed some depth. The nameplate on his chest read, "Store Manager Christian. Is Mr. here to have his suit customized?" The other party said and then looked Yi Ling's figure up and down, and his face followed with an expression of great satisfaction. Yi Ling nodded slightly upon hearing this. Following that, he opened his mouth and asked, "How long does it usually take to customize a suit?" Christian contemplated for a moment followed by immediately proceeding back. "Our customization standards are very high. To first understand Mr. Figure data, and then proceed to the next step of production." Listening to the other side so answer Yi Ling also understand that the time will be very long. After all, Githank's main focus was customization. The steps on customization were naturally much more tedious. The figure is to strive for excellence. Then I'll take a look at the finished suit first. Yi Ling thought about it and then decided to buy a fitted one to wear first. If customized, wait to pick a time to come here and do it slowly. But who knew that after he said this, Christian was suddenly anxious. "Sir, your figure is perfect. Customizing a suit would be the most appropriate." "Really?" Yi Ling did not expect the other party to suddenly say this. "I've been working in Seville Row for 10 years and I haven't even come across a figure like yours." The other party replied with a serious face, "But I'm going to attend a class reunion tomorrow, and I can't wear a customized suit if I customize it now." Yi Ling also explained his situation here when he saw this. "A perfect body doesn't need too much tailoring." Christian dropped this sentence and then immediately picked up the soft ruler from the side. Then he took out his glasses from his pocket again and put them on. Seeing that he was surprisingly so enthusiastic, Yi Ling had no choice but to smile then nod his head. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Tomorrow's class reunion, high and low to wear a whole suit. "Hubby, you're right." Jiabang's store suddenly walked in two young men. Christian just happened to finish recording Yi Ling's full body measurements at the moment. "Hey, old foreign man, how do you sell suits?" Luo wisely looked at the other party and shouted very impolitely. Yi Ling, however, vaguely heard the accent of his old hometown. Turning around, she saw the two men standing in the doorway. The man was 1.75 meters tall, combing his big back hair and wearing big sunglasses, with a black briefcase clutched in his right arm, although he was wearing a suit but with the buttons open, just like a packer's dress. The woman's face was painted with heavy makeup, and she could not see her original face at all, probably only have 3 points of color. They also happened to look at Yi Ling at this time. "Yi Ling?" Shock surfaced on Luo Wisely's face. The woman beside him even froze in place on the spot. "Luo Wisely? Jiang Xiala?" Yi Ling didn't expect that she would run into her high school classmates here. "I didn't think it was really you," the other party once again said in a loud voice, and then pulled Jiang Xiala to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded smilingly at the sight, but to be honest in his heart, he definitely didn't have much of an impression. After all, that period of Luo Jiqing's performance was very poor. The most intersection with himself is to borrow homework, but some did not expect as Jiang Xiala. Surprisingly, Will and Luo wisely came together. "You kid is getting more and more handsome. Where are you working now?" Luo Jiqing stretched out his hand and patted Yi Ling with a big grin. "I'm just staying at home without a job." Yi Ling looked at the other party and answered truthfully. "No job? No way?" Luo wisely revealed an expression of disbelief, and Jiang Xiala rolled her eyes even more disdainfully after hearing this. Yi Ling naturally saw their reactions, smiling blandly then continued, "Just resigned half a month ago." "Oh." Luo wisely instantly lost the passion he had at the beginning, but Yi Ling also did not have an uncomfortable feeling. After all, it wasn't a piece of high school with them either. Turning to look at Christian, he found that the other party was preparing the materials. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before the finished product would be made. Then he found a chair and sat down to wait for the news. "I thought you were high up, but I didn't expect to be a hobo." Luo Wisdom skimmed his lips. "Mixing is also too miserable, right? I still make do." Yi Ling scratched his head with a somewhat embarrassed smile. "You are also really optimistic. Lost your job and no money to earn, but even say make do with me." Luo Mingqing thought that here to meet Yi Ling, that Yi Ling must be in the society mixed well. He thought that he might be able to make it to the top with a little bit of friendship. Now it seems impossible. The other party is not as good as himself. Yi Ling didn't say anything and quietly listened to him, but the scene of tomorrow's party had already appeared in his mind. It was estimated that everyone would have to resist comparing themselves to each other, right? Chapter 54, Remittances. If this was really the case tomorrow, the high school party would be tainted. Yi Ling shook his head, then looked at Christian once again, realizing that the other party was in the middle of a tailoring session, completely oblivious to the two of them, Luo Mingcheng and Jiang Xiala, and the other party only just now realized that there weren't a few suits here. Yi Ling, you're going to buy a suit here? Luo Mingcheng once again looked Yi Ling up and down and realized that what he was wearing was the usual half sleeves. The pants and shoes were also very ordinary. Coming here was probably just to deal with the high school reunion tomorrow. But one thing to say about this store is that it doesn't even have a few suits, and the only clerk is a foreigner who can't understand the local language. Yes, Yi Ling, however, nodded lightly. You keep looking here. I'll go next door to Armani to take a look. Luo Mingcheng raised an eyebrow. Zhang Xiaola followed and took his arm smilingly. I heard that Armani's Giorgio Armani collection is good. Let's go try it out now. Luo Mingcheng dropped this sentence and walked out of the store. Yi Ling didn't bother with them either, and raised her hand to look at the time, realizing that it was already noon right now. Why don't we go out for some dinner first? Yi Ling got up and walked towards Christian. The other party slowly looked up after hearing footsteps. I'll go out for a stroll first, and come back to see it in the afternoon. Okay. Christian was already immersed in the design at the moment. Seeing this, Yi Ling did not continue to disturb the other party, and got up and walked out of the store before preparing to find a place to eat. Joey Nan cleaned up her room immediately after Yi Ling left. Then she took her car keys and drove downstairs to the nearest bank. Coming to the automatic money transfer machine and inserting her bank card, Joey Nan entered the account number on her cell phone, double-checked that there were no problems, and then began to transfer money. Because Yi Ling had paid herself 2 months' salary, she didn't think too much and directly input $39,000. You have a new short message, please check. Joey Nan's mother, Lu Huifeng, was sitting on the mahjong table at this time and was playing in the heat of the moment. When she saw the content of the text message pop up on her cell phone, she didn't bother to take a look at it. 30,000. She raised her hand and threw out the mahjong tile in her hand, but not for half a minute the phone suddenly vibrated again. Who is it? Annoying. Lu Huifeng's cards were already not going well today, and after being interfered with, she was even more furious, picking up her cell phone and pressing the answer button without even looking at it. Mom? Joey Nan was startled by her. Why are you calling me now? Lu Huifeng frowned slightly upon hearing her daughter's voice. I just called you for money, so check if it's in the account yet. Joey Nan heard that Lu Huifeng's tone didn't seem too good, so she could only walk to the corner and then explain in a low voice. Called the money? Lu Huifeng immediately brightened up. Wait and I'll take a look, she said, and then beautifully clicked on the text message to look at the unread message. Upon realizing that she had received a remittance of $39,000, she was immediately overjoyed. A few poker players couldn't help but skim their lips when they saw her appearance. How did my daughter remit $39,000 to me? Didn't she say that her monthly salary is $20,000? Lu Huifeng raised her eyebrows and deliberately asked loudly in front of everyone. The poker players all immediately widened their eyes upon hearing this. A monthly salary of $20,000? What was Lu Huifeng's daughter doing in the big city? The boss said that he was afraid of forgetting to pay the salary, so he paid me $50,000 in advance. Joey Nan answered truthfully. $50,000? Lu Huifeng's face was originally wearing a smile, but she immediately froze after hearing 50,000. Didn't she mention to her before that she had earned money and kept 1,000 and called back the rest? Contemplating for a moment, she turned her head and lowered her voice to ask coldly. To you sent 50,000, how only to the home to play 39,000? The remaining 10,000 is 2 months' food expenses. I need to go to the supermarket every day to purchase ingredients. Oh, after hearing Joey Nan's explanation, Lu Huifeng understood, but in her heart, she couldn't help but sigh at how extravagant the lives of the rich really are, to spend $5,000 on ingredients every month. Daughter, you must do a good job there. Lu Huifeng turned back and then yanked her voice back in front of her poker friends. I will, Mom. Our dad. Your mom, I'm still a bit of a thing here. Wait for the time to come back to me. Lu Huifeng did not wait for Joey Nan to finish her sentence. Will first phone hang up. Then she hummed a little song beautifully. The poker players saw her so happy look also followed the gossip up. Sister Lu, what is so happy? Is the daughter work promotion? Promotion? Lu Huifeng corners of her mouth rose and then smiled disdainfully. My daughter just graduated. Okay? Her first job salary is 20,000 yuan. Nan has made a fortune. The poker players couldn't stop the envious look on their faces after hearing this. Don't look at whose daughter. Lu Huifeng put down her cell phone and laughed. Today's card must be played to the fullest before stopping. Then what else to say? 80,000. Touch. Joey Nan put down the phone and returned to the car with a lost expression. She could actually guess what her mother was doing, since she could remember the other party had been playing mahjong at the mahjong parlor all year round. Rain or shine, nothing could affect her. I wonder what Mr. Yi is doing now. She glanced at the time and realized that it was already noon. But Yi Ling wasn't at home herself, so she didn't need to prepare lunch for him. That said, Yi Ling suddenly remembered after simply eating a meal. Shouldn't he or she go look at other clothing accessories again? After all, he had already entered the ranks of billionaires. Ties and belts and whatnot should also keep up with the specifications, right? Thinking of this, he then once again came to the 7th floor of Wanyu Plaza. The first thing he naturally did was to go to Gibanks to see how the progress of the customized suits was going. Store manager? When he returned to the store, he found Christian holding a dark blue suit in his hand. Mr. Yi, you came back at the right time. I've already made the initial version of the suit. Please try it on now to see the effect. The other party said and handed the suit over. So fast? Yi Ling felt a little surprised when he saw it. Who knows that the other party at this time, but with a smug face, he opened his mouth to explain. The main thing is that your figure is very perfect, and I don't have to go through much thinking in doing on the design. Good. Yi Ling nodded, then took the clothes and entered the dressing room. He walked out in the suit a few minutes later. Perfect. Christian let out a gasp when he saw it. Yi Ling followed and came to the mirror to take a closer look at himself. Worthy of being a luxury customized brand from Seville Row. When the suit was worn on himself, it instantly enhanced his temperament. Shoulders, waist, arms, chest, every place revealed delicacy and gentleness. Yi Ling's height had already reached 1 meter 8.5, and when paired with the dark blue suit, it accentuated a bit of steadiness. It was almost like a male fashion model who was about to go on stage. Not bad. Yi Ling slowly nodded his head after observing carefully for a moment. Christian then followed and said that this version has reached the final version effect, and as long as some other accessories are added, it can be put on the body. Yes, Yi Ling said and took off his clothes, then quietly waited for the other party to finish the finalization. Chapter 55, Buying a Good Pair of Shoes. After waiting for about an hour and a half, the other party could be considered to have finished everything. When Christian sewed all the buttons of the Giovan's logo, this customized suit that belonged to Yi Ling was only completed now. Yi Ling inquired about the customization price, and then swiped $1,350,000, carrying the suit bag out of the store. Welcome to your next visit. Christian stood at the door and bowed deeply. However, as soon as Yi Ling's front foot stepped out of the door, he bumped into Luo Mingcheng and Zhang Xiela again. Yoho, a bit of a coincidence. Luo Mingcheng was a bit surprised to see Yi Ling carrying a suit bag, but immediately followed by a bashful smile. After all, it's just a suit and it doesn't cost much. The Armani Giorgio Armani series that he bought himself was just under $70,000 to $80,000. As for the store that Yi Ling just in, the name of a large series does not say that there are not a few pieces of clothing. It was estimated that it was that for an old man who deliberately came here to fool people to make a third-rate brand in order to make money. Quite a coincidence indeed. Although Yi Ling didn't really want to talk to him, but in the way of being in the same class in high school, she could only look at him with a slight smile. Honey, what are we going to buy next? Luo Mingcheng turned his head at this time to look at Zhang Xiela and asked in a pretense of confusion. Leather shoes, of course. Zhang Xiela immediately returned. A perfect pair of leather shoes is a symbol of a successful person. Right. Luo Mingcheng nodded vigorously, then glanced at Yi Ling. In his heart, he couldn't help but continuously spit. It's estimated that 80% of you don't have money to buy leather shoes, right? After all, you have no job and no income right now. That Yi Ling is really sorry. We still have to stroll around here. Let's talk at the class reunion tomorrow. Luo Mingcheng said and pulled Zhang Xiela towards the leather shoes specialty store in front of him. Yi Ling stood in place, always feeling that the world was a bit magical. Can't it be that the other party is thinking that it's too cheap to be with him? Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Yi Ling followed and turned to look at a few stores ahead, then locked on to one of the stores named Bontoni. Welcome to Bontoni. The two waitresses immediately put on professional smiles to welcome Yi Ling when they saw him. I want to see if there are any shoes that fit me. Yi Ling felt that this place was relatively good after roughly surveying the surroundings. Then he looked at the waitress and spoke with a slight smile. Yes, sir. One of them said and immediately brought Yi Ling to the Amarcord series booth, which was the main focus of the store. The best of the Bontoni Italian luxury goods. Every pair of shoes must be handmade by artisans. Yi Ling took one of the shoes at a glance. The brown upper matched most people's aesthetics. It didn't look too revealing either. Very much in line with his low-key status. Sir, try this one? A waitress at a luxury store must have eyes to see and ears to hear. Just a moment ago she had spotted the watch on Yi Ling's wrist. It was the Copernicus Celestial Sphere from the Vacheron Constantin Master Collection. Anyone who came here to shop wearing a $1 million watch could try on any leather shoes in the store. Even if they don't buy, they still have to leave a good service impression on the customer. Good. Yi Ling honestly didn't want to go shopping in other shoe stores. It's tiring, not to mention that she might run into Luo Jiwei and the others again. So she nodded and sat on the chair. The waitress immediately took out leather shoes that fit Yi Ling's foot size after she got the consent. Welcome to Bontoni. But just as Yi Ling was about to try them on, two more people walked in right outside the store. Introduce me to some leather shoes. The other person shouted at the top of his voice as soon as he entered, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was here to buy shoes. A flock of crows flew over Yi Ling's head after hearing this familiar voice. How come it's the two of them again? A trainee waiter came forward right after Luo wisely finished speaking, but he followed and spotted Yi Ling. You didn't go home? No. Yi Ling faintly replied back, then put on his leather shoes and slowly got up. Luo Mingcheng and Zhang Xiaola looked at each other. Then they realized that Yi Ling was wearing new leather shoes on her feet. It seems like he's invested a lot of money, buying leather shoes after buying a suit. Zhang Xiaola bristled. Just waiting to show off at the party? We can't care if people are happy. Luo Jiwei said this, but the expression on his face is with ridicule. However, at this moment, the trainee waiter became more enthusiastic, because from the communication between Luo Mingkai and Yi Ling, the intern guessed that they should know each other and be friends. And friends of rich people were definitely not poor people. Even if the clothes Luo Jiwei and Zhang Xiaola were wearing were popular brands. May I ask what specific needs Mr. has for shoes? Our store's high-end leather shoes include the Amarcord series and Casanova series. The trainee waiter's tone was unusually enthusiastic, but Luo wisely didn't hear the foreign language the other party was speaking at once. My friend definitely fits the Amarcord series as well. Yi Ling suddenly spoke up at this time. Right, that's it. Luo Mingkai also on the slope to nod his head vigorously. On the contrary, after the trainee waiter heard Yi Ling's opening, he was even more determined that his guess was correct. Without saying a word, he led Luo Mingkai to the Amarcord series booth. At the same time, Yi Ling had already changed her shoes back. Then she handed the bank card to the attendant and signaled to load the shoes. Every move was exceptionally calm, and Zhang Xiaola happened to see it all. She was stunned and stared in amazement. It's not true, is it? Payment was made? The waiter swiped his card and then walked up with a more respectful face, then handed the bank card and shoes to Yi Ling. Welcome, Mr. Ye's next visit. Good. Yi Ling slowly nodded his head, then moved in front of Luo Mingcheng and Zhang Xiaola. Luo Mingcheng at this moment had long been made unconfident by the variety of leather shoes in front of him. The trainee waitress, however, was recommending all sorts of things on the side. What popped out of her mouth was also a variety of terms. Wisely, you guys take your time to pick. I'll take my leave first. Yi Ling said with a smile and then got up and walked out of the store with her long legs. Luo Mingcheng reacted and realized that Yi Ling had already walked away. Gone? He looked to Zhang Xiaola and asked, bought shoes and left. Zhang Xiaola immediately replied. Luo wisely nodded his head slowly upon hearing this, and followed by looking at the waiter, pretending to be deep in thought. Is there any more of that pair of shoes my friend just had? I want to try them on to see if they fit. Are you talking about it? The trainee waiter immediately took out the same leather shoes that Yi Ling had just bought. Yes. Luo Mingcheng immediately nodded his head as he looked at the leather shoes that the other party took out. Then he also sat down on the chair and prepared to try them on. Zhang Xiaola stood by the side but vaguely felt a drop of something not quite right. Why did the waitress in the store look so excited after Luo Jiwei mentioned Yi Ling? But right now, Luo Mingcheng had already put the leather shoes on his feet, not very energized. He stood up and skimmed his lips, then complained. The trainee waiter heard this, but the expression on his face became more and more awkward. Chapter 56. I hope everyone hasn't changed. She didn't expect Luo wisely to find this leather shoe uncomfortable to wear. Then, should we try another one on? The corners of Luo Mingcheng's mouth rose after hearing the waiter's inquiry. He himself just wanted to let them know that the leather shoes he wore had to be even better than Yi Ling. But Zhang Xiaola suddenly looked at the waiter and opened her mouth to ask, how much are these shoes? All of our Bontoni shoes are handmade. The pair of shoes your husband just tried on is new this year, and it costs $388,800 if you buy them now. The waiter immediately replied. How much more? Luo Mingcheng immediately glared after hearing the other party finish the price. $388,800. The other party took a deep breath, then repeated it again. Bang! Luo Jiqing felt his blood pressure shoot up to his head all of a sudden. What leather shoes were so expensive? To be nearly $400,000? Wait, Yi Ling, that kid just bought this pair of leather shoes? It cost $400,000? Zhang Xiaola's heart naturally stopped when she heard the price, but immediately forced herself to regain her composure. Sir, would you like to try this one again? It's a grade higher than the shoe just now. The trainee waitress brought out another pair of leather shoes as she spoke. That, me. Luo wisely didn't know whether to agree to it or not at the moment. It must be that the pair of shoes that people were now taking out must be more than $380,000 in price. We suddenly remembered that there's something we haven't dealt with. Zhang Xiaola was in a hurry and then came to the front of the trainee waitress and explained with a smile. Yes, there's something. Luo Mingcheng saw this and immediately slipped on his leather shoes and got up after him. The trainee waitress was a little helpless by the reaction of the two of them. However, she still wore a smile and gently nodded her head to show that it was understandable. Honey, let's come back tomorrow. If that company matter isn't dealt with as soon as possible, it will definitely have a big impact, Zhang Xiaola said and escaped from the store on Luo Mingqing's arm. Following that, she couldn't be bothered to continue browsing the other stores and quickly walked to the elevator door and got on the elevator to go straight to the underground parking lot. Only after the two of them got into the car did they slowly let out a breath. Daughter-in-law, you were really resourceful just now. Otherwise we definitely couldn't get out. Luo wisely wanted to embrace Zhang Xiaola and kiss her after he finished speaking, but the other party frowned at this time then ducked back. What? Luo Jiqing froze. Don't you think Ling isn't quite right? He told us that he doesn't have a job, but yet he can afford leather shoes that are over $300,000. Zhang Xiaola then asked in a low voice. That's not just wrong, it's simply terrifying. Luo wisely leaned back in his seat following and fell into deep thought. After all, everyone studied in the same town. They had heard about everyone's family conditions. Ling's parents were farmers in a mountain valley, but no matter how the two of them thought about it, they couldn't understand what had happened to Ling. Let's observe at the class reunion tomorrow. Zhang Xiaola gave Luo wisely a final wake-up call. Ling went to the leather goods store after buying leather shoes and bought 2 belts before driving home, and while waiting for Nan to cook dinner, class president Dong Kaifei's phone call came again. Hello? Ling got up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and answered the call. Don't forget to come back to town for the class reunion tomorrow, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 6th floor of the Jufu building, box 666. Dong Kaifei repeated several times in a row for fear that Ling would forget. Okay. Ling laughed then patted his chest to ensure that he would be at the place on time. I'm telling you that the beauties from our class will be here. Dong Kaifei suddenly smiled mysteriously. You should seize the opportunity to see if you can renew your relationship. I don't have that interest, Ling heard him say, and immediately balked. Dong Kaifei laughed happily on the other end of the phone, but following that, he spoke in a serious manner. Let me tell you in advance, Xia Zishi has a boyfriend now, so don't be a jerk tomorrow. Xia Zishi? Ling almost didn't remember who the other party was at once. Only after pondering for a moment did she react. Wasn't she her high school girlfriend? What do I have to be a jerk about with her? Ling smiled blandly. I didn't even know what love was at that time, and being with her was purely coincidental. Then I'm relieved. Dong Kaifei rattled on a few more times before hanging up with Ling. Everyone seemed to be looking forward to the high school party tomorrow. Ling put down her cell phone and then got up and went to the dining room to prepare for dinner. Nan had made white chopped chicken and dongpa pork tonight, and she could smell a meaty aroma as she sat in the living room by herself. Mr. Yi is eating. The other party placed the dishes on the table after finishing with Ling. It smells so good. Ling picked up his chopsticks and feasted without saying a word. Seeing this, Nan immediately placed the cooked soup in front of him as well. Half an hour later, Ling contentedly patted his stomach, then got up and grabbed a bunch of grapes and slowly skipped back to the living room. Nan, you don't have to cook tomorrow either. I'm going to a high school reunion. Ling sat on the sofa and spoke. When will Mr. Yi come back? Do you need me to pick you up? Nan immediately came to the living room after cleaning the dishes and asked. We'll see what happens then. I'll call you if I need you. Ling thought for a moment then replied. Good. The other party nodded then returned to the kitchen again. The next day, Ling woke up and changed into a set of sportswear and went out to run for exercise. After breathing fresh air he felt refreshed, so he sat in the park and watched the old people play Tai Chi. It was not until Nan's text message came that he got up and returned home. When he came to the living room Ling realized that breakfast had already been placed on the table. Nan's eyes, on the other hand, was polishing the new leather shoes on the floor. Nan doesn't need to do it. Hurry over and eat, Ling subconsciously said after seeing it. But who knew that the other party shook her head, then looked at Ling and slowly said, Mr. Yi is attending a class reunion. You have to dress up handsomely. It's not necessary. Ling returned bashfully after hearing her explanation. Wasn't the purpose of a class reunion to meet and catch up? Mr. Yi is so good. Let the classmates see it. Nan set her leather shoes. After all, they have all stepped into the society and understand what is ideal and what is reality. Her words made Ling feel quite deeply. Running into Luo Jiwei and Zhang Xiaola in the shopping center yesterday says it all. The former high school classmates had all worked by now. All of them have started to climb the social ladder. Some of them may have become more and more powerful. Some may still be fighting for their ideals and the reality of society. I hope that my high school classmates are simple and still able to talk to each other like they did back then. Ling lamented before getting up and walking towards the cafeteria. Chapter 57 The Party Scene. 10 o'clock in the morning. After Ling dressed everything, he lifted his hand and looked at the time, then took the car keys and went out. Mr. Yi, pay attention to safety on the road. Nan sent Ling to the underground parking lot. I will. The characteristic engine sound of the Lamborghini sounded. Ling found Jufu building in the navigation. clicked start navigation and then drove towards his destination. At the same moment the others in the high school class were also rushing towards this place. Dong Kai-fei, as the class president, naturally arrived at the place early. With him were several other male classmates, all of whom had played best with Yi Ling at the beginning. You guys said that Yi Ling, as the class bully, is now a company supervisor, right? Subin sat in the box and said with a smile, he's so smart he must be. Maybe he's even the vice president of the company. Dong Kai-fei recalled chatting with Yi Ling on the phone a few days ago, and could clearly feel the other party's calmness in conversation. Definitely have long been living the days of the rich. And just as the few of them were chatting furiously, the door to the box room opened again. The two people, Luo Mingcheng and Jiang Xiela, walked in with smiles on their faces. Squad leader, holy Luo wisely. Dong Kai-fei immediately got up with an excited face. How Jiang Xiela too? We got married. Luo Jiqing heatedly smiled then wrapped Jiang Xiela in his arms. My god, you two even. Subin stared wide-eyed from the side. Subin, you're not still a bachelor, are you? Luo Mingcheng couldn't help but ask in a slightly mocking manner on purpose after seeing him. The box was getting more and more lively and other students were arriving one after another. Half an hour later the room was filled with a whole table of people. Dong Kai-fei took out his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that it was half an hour short of the start of the gathering. So he stood up and decided to count the students who came down first. Then those who didn't show up would call again to remind them. At this time, Yi Ling just happened to park his Lamborghini in the parking lot. After getting out of the car, he raised his hand and looked at his watch, and realized that he was not late inside with relief, and then walked quickly towards Jufu Lu. The boss's wife of Jufu Lu was behind the counter swiping a small video on her cell phone. Boss lady? A magnetic voice rang out in front of her, and she immediately raised her head with a flustered expression. Following that, she saw Yi Ling's sunny and handsome face. Hello? She immediately turned off her cell phone and stood up. I'm here for the class reunion. May I ask how to get upstairs? Yi Ling asked with a smile on his face. High school 83 class reunion, right? You follow me, I'll send you upstairs. The boss lady said and took the initiative to lead the way for Yi Ling. Upon arriving at the entrance of the box, Yi Ling's cell phone followed suit. Here it is. The boss's wife stopped and pointed to the door of the box in front of her. Yi Ling then looked at the caller ID and after realizing that the caller was Dong Kai-fei, he casually pressed the hang up button. What's the situation? Dong Kai-fei muttered in a low voice after hearing the busy signal. Yi Ling didn't answer? Subin immediately asked when he saw this. Maybe she's driving? Dong Kai-fei said and then decided to call the other people who hadn't come. But he didn't notice the sudden change in Luo Jiwei and Jiang Xiola's faces. Sorry for being late. And just then Yi Ling suddenly pushed open the door of the room and walked in with a smile on her face. Yi Ling? The people in the box all froze at first when they saw Yi Ling. Then they immediately erupted into a scream. Luo Wisely and Jiang Xiola were equally so. But what shocked them even more at this moment was that Yi Ling's aura today was literally dozens of times higher compared to yesterday. Dong Kai-fei looked Yi Ling up and down with his mouth open. After that, he put down his cell phone and gave him a bear hug. Brat, you're still so handsome, he said with a smile on his face. Yi Ling smiled after hearing this and then looked around. He found that most of the male students were more or less the same as they were back then. The female students were probably more carefully dressed, but they could still recognize who they were if they looked closely. Yi Ling casually found a seat and sat down. Subin immediately came up with a smile. Ye big god, a few years have not seen today, must accompany the brother I could drink a few cups. Must. Subin is his own high school period best buddy. Since he said so, that must be a company to the end. Unbeknownst to some of the other people present, they were all whispering at the moment. After all, Yi Ling had gone to Ningyuan City to attend university after graduating from high school. He hadn't been in much contact with the big guys for 4 whole years. I can't imagine that Yi Ling is getting more and more handsome now. A female classmate was flirting. How come I didn't lay my hands on him when I was in high school? Can you do it? Forget who was his date in high school? The other female classmate rolled her eyes then returned her comment. You're not talking about Xia Zishi, but she hasn't come until now. I guess she didn't mix well enough to come? The other party's mouth turned away, then her face showed disdain. I see you are looking at the handsome look bewitched. Xia Zishi, then the family has a few million. Now estimated how to say is also a multimillionaire. But who knows? Just as her words fell, the door of the box room opened again. A woman wearing designer clothes walked in slowly. She wore a pair of sunglasses, carrying a limited edition LV bag, just like a big brother wind. Dong Kai-fei didn't dare to say anything when he saw it. I can't imagine that after a few years of not seeing each other, the big guys still look the same. Xia Zishi took off her sunglasses and casually glanced around, then coldly dropped a sentence and sat on a chair. The originally cheery box was suddenly lost in temperature by her. Yi Ling frowned and glanced at Xia Zishi. Found that the other party in high school will be more than a few points older. Estimated to be too much cosmetics. The face is now white, that called us scary. and the eyes are also, and was beaten like, how to look up and down is a large crimson. Subin realized that Yi Ling was looking at Xie Zishi, immediately reached out and poked his thigh. Why don't you say hello when you see your ex-girlfriend? Me? Yi Ling shrugged, seeing the other party with a gossipy expression. Himself now seeing the other party could recall the embarrassing events in high school. At first, he didn't know how he was blind and would be with the heavily made-up Xie Zishi. Mr. Xie. At this moment, Luo Mingcheng, however, immediately stood up and greeted Xie Zishi with a smile. Who are you? Xie Zishi took out her cell phone and swiped the video after sitting down. It seemed as if he had come here not to attend a party, but instead to deal with some errand. However, Luo Jiwei still had a smile written all over his face. I'm Luo Wisely from our class. Don't you recognize me? Forgot long ago. Xie Zishi rolled her eyes, then looked around again, suddenly noticing a tall and handsome guy in the corner. At once, he brightened up. You are? She frowned as if she was trying to remember something. Yi Ling did not expect the other party to take the initiative to talk to him. In the way of a classmate also had to look at Xie Zishi, slowly adjusted his head to face a smile. Long time no see. Chapter 58. Long time no see. Yi Ling? Xie Zishi's mind instantly recalled her high school days when that tall, handsome boy who took her hand and tutored her math homework. After Yi Ling saw her reveal a slightly surprised expression, he once again smiled bashfully before turning his head to continue chatting with Su Bin. After all, she did not have any good feelings towards Xie Zishi. When he was in high school, he didn't know any better, and it was only after being stalked by her that he got involved with her. And Xie Zishi hung her eyes again after being surprised, because she herself was just having fun with Yi Ling at that time. How could one possibly fall in love with a poor boy for the rest of one's life? But the reaction given by Yi Ling's eyes made himself very upset. I can't imagine that Yi Ling, who was the god of learning in our class at the beginning, is now also mixed up with a human-like dog wearing a suit? Xie Zishi coughed a bit and then suddenly came up with such a sentence in his throat. Everyone present was slightly stunned after hearing this. However, no one dared to communicate with Xie Zishi. Most people knew what Xie Zishi's current status was. How can I say it's also a high school reunion? I definitely want to come over in all my glory. Yi Ling, on the other hand, laughed, his face looking titanic. Then where are you in high school now? The corner of Xie Zishi's mouth rose. I resigned for almost half a month, and now I'm staying at home. Yi Ling finished saying that. The expressions on the faces of all the students at the scene darkened. Su Bin's face was even more disbelieving when he heard it. Yi Ling, you don't have a job anymore? Yes. Yi Ling blinked and looked at the other party, then gently nodded her head. On the contrary, Xie Zishi couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. The other students in the class couldn't help but talk as well. The nymphomaniac female student at the beginning was even more realistic. The original nymphomaniac face immediately transformed into disgust. Do you want me to ask my boyfriend to introduce you to a job? Xie Zishi stared at Yi Ling after laughing and slowly asked. Dong Kaifei's eyes lit up when he heard this and immediately looked at Yi Ling and said with a smile, our boss Xie is now a big business person. Her company's annual revenue can reach tens of millions. Everyone present cast envious gazes at Xie Zishi at these words, but she waved her hand with an unnecessary expression. Actually, it's all because of my boyfriend. Otherwise I wouldn't have the achievements I have now. Speaking of boss Xie's boyfriend is even more impressive. Dong Kaifei immediately continued to explain to the crowd. Mr. Song of Sunrise Transportation is boss Xie's boyfriend. Sunrise Transportation? Yi Ling always felt slightly familiar after hearing that, but for a moment, she couldn't recall. But right now, the other students in the class were all thrilled to death. Surprisingly, it's Mr. Song from Sunrise. Zishi and Mr. Song are a perfect match. Why don't you give me a job? Mr. Xie? They all revealed their desire to flatter Xie Zishi. Only Yi Ling shook her head indifferently, then faintly rejected her good intentions. No need. I never thought that the three short words would make Xie Zishi's heart rage. Everyone in the box was itching to come over and flatter themselves right now, but Yi Ling had a face that didn't care the entire time. Su Bin was also anxious when he saw this. Yi Ling, what's in your head? Xie Zishi introduced you to a job don't want. Is it possible that you want to stay at home all the time? She gave me a good job? Yi Ling blinked and asked rhetorically. Her boyfriend is Song Chang, the biggest enterprise in our county, the boss of Sunrise Transportation Company. Oh. Yi Ling finally remembered why she felt familiar with the Chaoyang Company. She had dealt with it when she was working. A small enterprise with an annual income of tens of millions of dollars. Compared to Fengjingyu's Farhang International, it was not even in the top of the queue for others to mention their shoes. I didn't realize that we all felt that Sunrise was a very good company. Luo Jiwei even hardened his head and looked at Xie Zishi again with a smile. Xie boss, when and your boyfriend mentioned me. I do business on the ground in our county. In the transportation of materials can also be cooperation. Okay. Xie Zishi nodded after hearing this, but in his heart, he was still diabolizing what Yi Ling had just said to himself. However, Dong Kai-fei, in order to ease the embarrassment, then suddenly gave an ouch at the door. Has our class arrived yet? Let's serve the food if we're all here. At these words the big guys all immediately looked around themselves. Xie Zishi, however, took out her cell phone and took a few pictures, then began to carefully retouch her selfie. The school committee didn't come, did they? Subin looked to Dong Kai-fei and spoke. Our sports committee doesn't seem to have arrived either. Another female student followed. Physical education committee member Wei Shihao is studying abroad and told me that he would come to the party, so we should be there after waiting a bit longer. Dong Kai-fei looked at the group and then opened his mouth to explain. Yi Ling was a little surprised when he heard this. He remembered that Wei Shihao did not like to study much. Every day is to play basketball and engage in a relationship. There is a period of time in Xie Zishi also ambiguous. He never thought that he would go abroad to study now? Our school committee member Chu Xinyan and I have no contact. I think she might not come to this gathering. Dong Kai-fei said this and turned around to go downstairs to prepare to order the restaurant to serve the food. And at this moment, downstairs in the Jufu building, a tall man in a suit was being berated by a girl in a dress. Wei Shihao, I'm warning you now. If you have any other thoughts about me, we don't even get to be classmates. The girl shouted angrily with a cold face when she finished speaking. I've been chasing you for 3 whole years in college. You really won't give me a chance? Doubt was written all over the other party's face. But the girl had already walked towards the gathering of fortune building at that moment. Thump! The guys in the box were all waiting for Dong Kai-fei to come back at the moment, but they didn't expect a rush of footsteps to suddenly ring out outside. Immediately following that was a man in a gray tailored suit pushing his way in, and behind him stood a young girl in a white dress. Wei Shihao, Xie Zishi recognized the other party with a single glance. The sports committee? Su Bin and the others also rose from their seats in excitement at the sight. However, Yi Ling had a stunned expression at this moment and stared at the woman in white for 3 seconds. Although the other party was wearing a white dress, her figure was not inferior to the other girls present, especially the pair of white, flawless and straight long legs. Stepping on the silver high heels was like a beautiful landscape, and underneath her long yellowish hair was an absolutely beautiful face. There was no cosmetics on her skin, but she could still clearly see the redness in her whiteness. The large watery eyes were filled with thousands of stars. Under the high nose was a small cherry mouth. Although there was no emotion on the other party's face, a slight excitement could be vaguely felt. It's been a long time everyone. The smile on her face grew thicker. Chu Xinyan? Everyone present let out a gasp when they saw her. I'm here. Chu Xinyan followed with a silver bell-like laughter. Chapter 59, I don't want to work. Thoughts went back to the high school days. Although Chu Xinyan was the study committee member of the class, she ranked second in the class every time she took an exam. As for the first place is always occupied by Yi Ling, the little girl was particularly unconvinced, so every day, like no life to do the paper. So Yi Ling in high school on Chu Xinyan impression is relatively deep. He was also able to recall what she looked like at first, often wearing a white dress, but left a short hair not over the shoulder, wearing glasses just no writing homework. However, the current her Yi Ling is really not dare to recognize. The degree of beauty is simply a debut on the scene will be present all the girls killed. But right now the students in the box were chatting with Wei Shihao. Brother Wei, you are broad now. I didn't expect you to be able to apply for a big company enterprise after you came back from studying abroad. Brother Wei, can you take my little brother to fly with you? Brother Wei, let's leave a phone number first. Wei Shihao saw that everyone was coming up to flatter himself, and he was immediately filled with a smile, nodding his head while dealing with the group of people in front of him. Chu Xinyan, on the other hand, came to where the female classmates were. Xinyan, you graduated from high school, where to go? How we can not contact you? Chu Xinyan just sat down. A few female classmates immediately stared at her and questioned. I went abroad. Chu Xinyan ruffled her hair and then looked at the group and replied with a smile. Going abroad? Studying? Yes. She nodded again. I didn't expect our class to have 2 talents who went abroad. One is you and the other is the sports committee member Wei Shihao. A female classmate then exclaimed, while most of the classmates were more concerned about Chu Xinyan's change at the moment. Xinyan, how did you change? What cosmetics are you using? Are you not going out after returning to China? Yi Ling saw that the box was once again bustling with activity and smiled along. Then he turned his head and Su Bin continued to chat about things in high school. Dong Kai-fei also ordered with the hotel that the food could be served. When he returned to the box and saw that everyone had arrived, he excitedly wiped his eyes and then said that he would not get drunk tonight. Class president, you can't talk nonsense. Our class female classmates are drunk. What should we do then? Wei Shihao looked at Dong Kai-fei and asked smilingly. Drunk, of course it's our male classmates who will drive them home. The sports committee is right. I'll volunteer. Everyone play openly. Luo Mingqing said and slapped the car keys in his pocket on the table. A flash of displeasure appeared on Zhang Shela's face, but the female classmates in the box revealed expressions of incomparable envy when they saw it. Wise, you actually bought a car. Wow, even it's a Cadillac. Lele, your husband is great. Now you bought a car. And look at us, we haven't even found a partner. When Jiang Shaola heard this, her face immediately smiled like a flower, then deliberately embarrassed back. Luo Jiwei is also making money for me every day. At this time, several other male students also took out their car keys. Volkswagen, Hyundai, Toyota, Audi, whatever car. Su Bin looked at Yi Ling slyly after seeing it. Let's not talk about anything between the two of us. You don't have a job and I'm a farmer at home. How can I afford a small car? Good. Yi Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. But Wei Shihao also took out the car keys from his pocket at this time, then gently placed it on the dining table. Porsche. Dong Kai-fei immediately exclaimed after seeing it. Xia Zishi couldn't even help but glance at the car keys on the table. It was important to realize that although she was bullish, her own ride was only a Volkswagen. The others in the class also hurriedly stood up to take a look after hearing the commotion. Is it really a Porsche? I remember when I came here, I saw a car in the parking lot with a logo of a cow. A Porsche is not that logo. The big guy's discussion grew louder and louder. Wei Shihao smiled faintly at the sight, and then picked up the car keys and said, I just picked up the Porsche yesterday, and there can only be one seat for female students. After he finished speaking, he fixed his eyes on Chu Xinyan's body. Sit in one? Most of the female classmates revealed a puzzled expression. Because I bought a Porsche Cayman, so besides me there is only one last co-pilot left. A sports car? The female classmates' eyes popped out stars after hearing this. A few even threw winks to Wei Shihao on the spot. After all, who wouldn't want to sit in the passenger seat of a sports car and smile? That's not right. However, the male student who spoke just now suddenly scratched his head. When I parked the car just now, I clearly saw a sports car that was charcoal black and had a very cool appearance. You're talking about that Lamborghini, right? Wei Shihao actually saw it when he parked his car. He thought that it was one of the students in the class who had bought this car after being completely rich, but now it seems like the car owner shouldn't be someone from his class. Yes, it's a Lamborghini. The male student nodded his head vigorously. It's probably someone else's car. Wei Shihao casually returned. Yi Ling didn't say anything after hearing that. Anyway, his purpose of coming here was to meet and catch up with his classmates. Then again, Chu Xinyan, where did you go after high school? Dong Kai-fei saw the other party chatting hotly with his female classmates, but still couldn't help but want to open his mouth and ask a question. After all, she was the only one in the class who had no news at all after graduating from high school. People Xinyan graduated from high school and went to study abroad. The female students in the class immediately helped answer. Wei Shihao, on the other hand, looked at Dong Kai-fei and raised an eyebrow, then spoke with a smug expression. Xinyan University and I are in the same school. I'm really sorry for not talking to you before. Excellent. Dong Kai-fei gave them both a thumbs up. I'm actually just average, but Xinyan's grades are very good. Wei Shihao said here, suddenly remembering Yi Ling, who had the best academic performance in high school. So then he looked at Yi Ling smilingly and opened his mouth to ask, Yi Ling, where are you studying now? But before Yi Ling could open her mouth to answer, Xia Zishi stepped forward and mocked. Yi Ling is at home right now, waiting for her job. No way? Wei Shihao couldn't help but reveal a surprising expression when he heard that. Chu Xinyan also couldn't help but frown. I just resigned half a month ago. Yi Ling eyes but unusually calmly looked at the big guy and repeated it again. What's the point of talking about these things? It's not easy for us to get together. Let's all talk about happy things. Dong Kai-fei stood up then raised his glass. Class president, you are wrong. Since we are in the same class, we should take care of each other. Wei Shihao finished speaking then contemplated for a moment before looking at Yi Ling once again. I happen to have a job. Do you want to apply for it? The company's internal security monthly salary of 5,000. Internal security? A monthly salary of 5,000? Su Bin immediately got excited after hearing this. Yi Ling, however, smiled slightly then shook her head, letting himself go as a security guard. Was he joking? Xia Zishi took the opportunity to fan the flames from the side. Yi Ling will definitely work if he does it. Look at his size. He's good material for security. Are you coming or not? I can remind you first. After this village, there is no this store. Wei Shihao also followed and emphasized once again, but the expression on his face was full of contempt. I don't want to work right now. Let's talk about it if I have plans. Yi Ling also raised the wine cup in front of her after she finished speaking, then slowly stood up to signal the group to raise their cups and drink together. But except for Su Bin and Chu Xinyan who followed and stood up, everyone else remained indifferent in their seats. Come, let's all share a drink. Wei Shihao couldn't help but laugh at the situation before picking up the wine cup and standing up to say, come. The other students immediately followed and stood up. Chapter 60, Su Bin's Heart. The drinks went down. The big guys were once again hot chatting. Su Bin sat down but skimmed his mouth. Apparently found that some students in the class is more and more snobbish. Just a few minutes less than once again formed a small circle. Hotel waiter at this time carrying dishes came up. Dong Kaifei saw this and greeted the group to eat and play openly. I said, do we have any other programs for the night? Wei Shihao looked at Dong Kaifei and asked after a few glasses of wine had been consumed. Other programs? The other female students in the class got excited again after hearing this. We guys can decide, after dinner to go to KTV to sing, or go somewhere else. Dong Kaifei smiled then looked at everyone and replied, KTV and all that is outdated. Xia Zishi frowned then crossed her legs as if she didn't want to go play. Wei Shihao nodded along when he saw this. KTV is indeed the way to play a few years ago. Why don't we go to the city together after dinner? I have a villa where we can have a party. Villa? Party? Most of the female students immediately lit up. It was important to realize that most of the people in the room hadn't studied since graduating from high school. Naturally, they had never experienced a party. Immediately, they all said it was acceptable. Then let's go to the city after dinner. The male students in the class who have a car, make sure to take advantage of the opportunity. Haha. Wei Shihao said. Here I subconsciously glanced to Yi Ling, but suddenly found Yi Ling face smilingly followed nodded. Unable to help, he slightly frowned. But the more embarrassing thing at the moment was that not all the boys had cars. Su Bin and the others also took a taxi with Dong Kaifei to come here. But right now, everyone seemed happy, so the few of them couldn't say anything right now. They could only continue to drink and eat food and then talk about interesting things from high school. After a few cups of wine, Su Bin seemed to think of something and then let out a deep long sigh. Su Bin, what's wrong with you? Yi Ling naturally observed his perversity. I'm fine. I'm happy to see you guys today. Su Bin said and poured himself a full beer ready to drink it all in one go. Dong Kaifei saw this from the side and immediately walked quickly, then reached out his hand and pressed Su Bin's glass back onto the table with force. What are you doing? Let me keep drinking. Su Bin's voice sounded a little shaky. What's wrong with him? Yi Ling looked at Dong Kaifei, frowned and asked in a deep voice. It's a long story. Dong Kaifei first glanced at Su Bin and swallowed the words he wanted to say. What's a long story? Not treating me as a buddy? Yi Ling did not expect that the two people who were the best with him in the beginning would become so inked by now. Dong Kaifei saw Yi Ling say this, so he couldn't help but bite his teeth and stomp his feet, then slowly opened his mouth to explain. Su Bin's parents had a car accident in the county 3 years ago, and now only his father, who was paralyzed in bed, is left. What? Why didn't you tell me? Yi Ling's emotions were a bit agitated under the stimulation of alcohol. Brother, calm down. Dong Kaifei patted Yi Ling's shoulder and looked at Su Bin again as he slowly spoke. Something that happened a long time ago, when you were in college, the brothers didn't tell you. Yi Ling's mood was getting calmer and calmer. He understood what Dong Kaifei and Su Bin were thinking, but in high school the two of them were his best friends. What's wrong, Su Bin? At this time, Wei Shihao also noticed that Su Bin was drinking mulled wine. He couldn't help but stand up and asked in a loud voice. Nothing. Su Bin shook his head and forced a smile. You kid is really not interesting enough. Others' Wei is caring about you. One of the male classmates suddenly followed in a conspiratorial manner. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became awkward. Dong Kaifei honestly wanted to slap that male student. However, as the class president, he could only stand up and snort again. We're gathering today all talking about something happy. Su Bin is just excited about not seeing Yi Ling for a long time. After he finished speaking, he immediately lowered his body to let Yi Ling bring Su Bin downstairs to get some air. Su Bin, let's go downstairs. Yi Ling honestly also saw through certain people in the house. Good. Su Bin nodded and went out of the box with Yi Ling's support. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two of them left the room, the male student couldn't help but mutter again. Two poor people touch a piece of what can be excited. Dong Kaifei's face suddenly changed, but the other people in the room, but could not help but laugh out loud. It seemed that what the other party said was very funny. Xia Zishi also raised his wine glass at this time and stood up to ruffle his hair. Then looking at everyone present, he slowly opened his mouth and said, don't let the two of them ruin the atmosphere between our classmates. If I say so, how about we all share a drink together again? Come. Luo Mingcheng and Jiang Xiela immediately stood up with their wine glasses. Seeing this, the other classmates also immediately poured wine. But Dong Kaifei spoke with a cold face too. As class president, I need to go downstairs to check on Yi Ling and Su Bin. Saying that, he turned around and went downstairs. Life member Zhang Shuang also sensed that there was something wrong with the attitude of the big guys, so he put down his wine glass and followed out of the box as well. I'll go take a look too. Seeing this, Xu Xinyan also wanted to get up and go downstairs. Xu Xinyan, what are you going to do? Xia Zishi was quite upset to see her going downstairs. It was not easy for him to improvise for the group to raise their glasses and share a drink, but he did not expect to be spoiled by Su Bin, the one from the countryside. As a member of the class committee, I naturally have to go and take a look at Su Bin's situation. Xu Xinyan dropped these words and went downstairs without looking back. Xinyan. Seeing this, Wei Shihao immediately chased out as well. Although Xia Zishi was wearing expensive cosmetics, she could still see an iron blue color on her face under her eyes. After Yi Ling assisted Su Bin downstairs, she slowly skipped to the vicinity of the parking lot. Afterwards, he found a place to just sit and continue chatting. Good brother, not to hide from you. After my parents' accident, the case is not finalized. Su Bin's heart is the most difficult to pass is this matter. Not finalized? Didn't catch anyone? Yi Ling frowned. Because that intersection in the county happens to have no surveillance, so the truck driver fled on the spot without leaving any evidence. Su Bin hung his head helplessly as he said this. At the same time, Dong Kaifei and the others all walked over. Su Bin? Chu Xinyan walked forward and handed the other party a pack of tissues. Thanks. Su Bin barely lifted his head with reddened eyes to look at the few people in front of him, and while going downstairs, Dong Kaifei also roughly told the other class members about Su Bin's matter. Quite a big old man crying for what? Wait for me to find you someone to deal with it. Wei Shihao's face revealed disgust, as if it was Su Bin who had spoiled the party. Don't need you. Yi Ling suddenly stood up and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Yoo-hoo! Wei Shihao suddenly became interested when he saw Yi Ling suddenly disliked him back. Surprisingly, you don't need me? Is it hard to let you come? Hobo Mr. Yi? He stared at Yi Ling with a dangling eye and a disdainful face as he questioned in a cold voice. However, Yi Ling didn't even bother to take care of him. Found a cell phone number in his address book and dialed it in front of everyone. Chapter 61, Keeping the Low Profile. Hello? Zhou Jie at this time is in the office to organize the documents. After seeing the caller ID, slightly frowned, but a moment of contemplation still pressed the answer button. Officer Zhou, this is Yi Ling. Yi Ling introduced herself in a light tone. I know. Is there something wrong? My high school classmates' parents had a car accident a few years ago. The suspect truck driver hit and ran after the accident, and still haven't found out who the hit-and-run driver was. Yi Ling relayed the general content to Zhou Jie. Hit and run? Zhou Jie was just organizing documents at the moment, and immediately consulted the information after hearing Yi Ling mention it. As expected, she really saw an open case that was roughly the same as what Yi Ling had said. September 7, 2020 in Donghua County Fujian Road intersection there was a car accident. A fully loaded truck and a farm tractor collision. The accident caused one of the middle-aged woman died on the spot. Will probably contents seriously look at the eye? Zhou Jie once again picked up the phone slowly speak. I just looked at the bureau's records. During the 2 days when the case occurred, the local surveillance lines were being repaired, and there was no way to find out the exact course of the crime. Surveillance maintenance? Although Yi Ling didn't think much about it, he always felt that things weren't quite right. But then Zhou Jie brought him good news. There is a senior in our bureau who has been in charge of this case. If there is any latest news, he will definitely inform in time. Please say sorry to your classmate for me. Since there was still a police officer in charge of this matter, Yi Ling's hanging heart was put down. After hanging up the phone with Zhou Jie, Yi Ling once again came to Su Bin's front, and conveyed the content of the chat to the other party. But who knew that Su Bin's emotions were even more agitated at this time? He clenched his fists as if he was enduring something. On the contrary, the corners of Wei Shihao's mouth rose after seeing Yi Ling give Su Bin a head start. Then he let the big guys continue to go back to the box to drink as if nothing had happened. But neither Dong Kaifei nor Zhang Xuan moved half a step. Didn't Yi Ling ask for Su Bin? What's the use of us continuing here? Wei Shihao asked them back with a cold face. Who knew that the next second Chu Xinyan looked at him with the same coldness, then opened her mouth to dislike him back. You can go back if you want to. Why should we be allowed to follow? Xinyan, look at what you said. Isn't Yi Ling able to help Su Bin? What are we messing up here? Wei Shihao saw Chu Xinyan angry, immediately lowered the tone of voice to reveal a face of pleasing appearance. Yi Ling saw Su Bin's mood still did not come down, then looked up to Dong Kaifei, gave him a wink. The other party immediately understood. Just let Yi Ling take care of Su Bin. Let's a few class members go up first. Saying so, he patted Zhang Shuang on the shoulder before pulling him to take the lead to go upstairs. When Wei Shihao saw this, he immediately followed with a nod, then also hurriedly followed them. Although Chu Xian was frowning, but right now she could only listen to the squad leader and return to the room with them piece by piece. Brother, what difficulties do you have? All say out. I will definitely help you if I can. Yi Ling looked at Su Bin with a serious face and spoke. I don't have any difficulties now. Living in bitterness. Su Bin smiled bitterly and looked at Yi Ling, slowly opened his mouth, but did not wait for himself to finish what he was going to say. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He then fished out a senior citizen's cell phone from his pocket. Then he answered the phone in front of Yi Ling. Hello? Su Bin, when will you pay back the money you owe our brother Wang? If you don't, we'll go to your house to ask for it now. A gangly voice followed on the other end of the phone. Cannot be another 2 days of grace? The family's grain immediately sold. Su Bin heard this and immediately returned in a pleasing tone. Yi Ling saw this while frowning. Wang doesn't want to listen to your continued bull ********. Now call the money over right away, or you and that paralyzed father of yours get ready to go live on the streets. Kata. The other party dropped the sentence and then hung up the phone. Subin put down the phone then gave a helpless bitter smile. Damn. What a rush. Subin, do you owe money? Ling had already heard about it just now. Nothing. The other party, however, waved his hand indifferently, then touched a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, but it was obvious that he was preoccupied at the moment. The reason why he told Ling that there was nothing wrong was because he didn't want him to get into trouble. Subin, if you treat me as a buddy, tell me the whole story now. Ling coldly raised his hand to take away the cigarette in his mouth and threw it on the ground. The other party froze. Then once again, he sighed deeply. In order to cure my father's paralysis, I borrowed from Wang Guangfu's loan sharks in town. How much? Ling immediately continued to ask after hearing this. 100,000. Subin laughed out loud once again when he finished speaking. He actually didn't even think about repaying the money. If it's only 100,000, I'll give you the money to pay him back right away. Ling took out her bank card without even thinking about it. Let's go to the bank and get the money now. Are you crazy? Subin's eyes widened when he saw Ling suddenly say such words. What he owed was $100,000. Not a small amount. How could I be crazy? Ling said in a deep voice. I'm just helping my brother. Subin's eyes reddened at the words, but still sat on the ground and didn't get up. Your own work is not even now. Give me $100,000 to get what to eat and drink yourself? I have money. Ling at the moment there is no extra time to explain to Subin, only thinking to help each other immediately the 100,000 loan sharks to pay back. Where do you go to have money? We are not both. Subin stood up and suddenly realized that Ling pulled out the car keys from his pocket. The Lamborghini's lights followed and flashed a few times. Subin was shocked to see Ling open the door of the Lamborghini and then stared wide-eyed. Go! Ling looked at Subin and waved. Ling, you. Subin felt as if he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, how Ling drove a sports car? Get in the car. Ling pushed the other party into the car and then himself immediately sat in the car, followed by finding the nearest self-service banking machine in the navigation. Half an hour later, Ling and Subin returned to the party private room. You two can finally come. Wei Shihao's nose turned up when he saw it. I thought I was trying to escape the bill. The others laughed along after hearing this. After all, in their eyes, Ling and Subin were just people who didn't have much money in their pockets. Running away from the bill is not so bad. Ling didn't even look at Wei Shihao and continued to drink after sitting down with Subin. Nothing seemed to have happened. Dong Kaifei was also relieved to see this, and then greeted the big guys to continue getting high. It's past 8 o'clock, what can we get high here? Wei Shihao put down his glass and grunted. We should consider going to the city to continue getting high. Right. The female students immediately raised their hands in favor after hearing this. A few of the boys followed suit and nodded vigorously before hurriedly taking out the car keys in their pockets. Dong Kaifei saw that the big guys had also eaten well, so he nodded then indicated that he would continue to go out and play. Chapter 62. A car is just a means of transportation. Go to the city. Female classmates said they took out lipstick makeup. There are 2 female classmates have also long found the driver, with each other sitting together chatting that a hot. Ling heard that they looked at Dong Kaifei, and then pulled out $600 in cash from his pocket. I and Subin this party money. Indifferently uttering these words he placed the money right on the table. This move instantly but suddenly froze most of the female classmates present, but Chu Xinyan followed right after and also took out the $300 in cash. Dong Kaifei and Zhang Shuang also took the money immediately after seeing it. After all, it was a high school reunion, and the expenses were definitely all AA. However, Wei Shihao stood up at this time and said smilingly, what era is it now? How can we let the girls take the money? The words of a few successful and female classmates on the male classmates also immediately followed the stand-up and nodded that Wei Shihao said right. I suggest we boys AA girls free, how about it? Wei Shihao once again took the lead and immediately looked to the group to say the suggestion. The female classmates immediately smiled after hearing this. However, Ling didn't even listen to what the other party said, and after finishing her glass of wine, she got up from her seat and prepared to go downstairs. Ling, what are you leaving for? Let's boys AA. 300 per person is not enough. Wei Shihao saw Ling about to leave and immediately opened his mouth to call him back. You boys who are happy to be more. Ling blinked at the crowd, slowly said, I ate a person's share of the money, why more? Ling, you man up a little bit into it? One of the female students looked at him and pouted and complained. You have to go to bed and try before you can say. Ling immediately returned such a sentence to the other party. Some people didn't understand and froze, while those who understood immediately laughed. Chu Xinyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker after listening to the explanation of the female classmate beside her. Wei Shihao at this time but stood out to let everyone quiet. Some male students have economic difficulties, we have to sympathize. Or not, today's party expenses all by me to pay it. Not early to say. Yi Ling listened to him and raised his hand to pick up the $600 and stuffed it back into his pocket. The movement was so fast that everyone present froze in place. Wei Shihao originally wanted to win a wave of goodwill from all his classmates. But he didn't expect Yi Ling to act and answer in such a way that seemed to be telling the others that he was just a rich idiot. And now that the words were said, there was no way to take them back. So Wei Shihao paid the hotel more than $10,000 with everyone's thanks. The incomparable meat pain, he went downstairs and then decided to give Yi Ling a downward spiral. Has everyone found their cars yet? He jogged all the way to the parking lot, then took out the car key in his pocket and put it on his finger and turned it a few times. But then he realized that everyone's eyes were attracted to a charcoal black sports car. It's the latest Lamborghini. Hey, can you stop blocking the light? Let me take some pictures of it. Don't get too close, you can't afford to lose the paint. Luo Mingqing took his cell phone and walked up to the front, then talked to a few other male students. Several other male students with cars also found that the female students, who had an appointment before, were surrounding the Lamborghini and couldn't walk. Yi Ling stood next to him and watched happily. Subin saw this and immediately went to him and asked in a low voice, "Brother, you are not afraid of them till you rub bad car? The car is a transportation tool only." Yi Ling face without any expression. Moreover, the Lamborghini Open is not very comfortable. You're awesome. Subin didn't say anything else when he heard him explain in this way, but Wei Shihao's eyes had already slowly driven his Porsche in front of the crowd. "Where are your cars?" He slowly rolled down the window, then looked at the crowd. Luo Wisely and the others immediately took out their car keys after hearing this. Then they all walked towards the place where their cars were. The female students at this time, however, were still surrounding the Lamborghini and Wei Shihao's red Porsche sports car. "Brother Wei, can I go up and sit?" A female classmate threw a wink at Wei Shihao. However, the other party immediately shook his head and placed his gaze on Chu Xinyan, but Chu Xinyan casually called a cab to a halt at this moment. "Those who don't have a seat can come over and carpool," she said with a sweet smile on her face as she looked towards the group. Seeing that the school committee member took the lead in making an appearance, Dong Kai-fei immediately called the cab to a halt as well. Subin saw this and raised his hand to pat Yi Ling on the shoulder. "Brother, your car will definitely have a lot of girls sitting upwards in a while." "Really?" Yi Ling honestly doesn't want to get into other relationships with them. "I'm going to go with the class president and the others." After Subin finished speaking, he quickly walked to the cab called by Dong Kai-fei. On the contrary, several other male students had female students in their cars as well. Wei Shihao naturally didn't want to give up. He got out of the car and then came to Chu Xinyan in large strides before opening his mouth with an almost ingratiating expression and requesting, "There are empty seats in my car. Wait until I arrange for the big guys to sit in the car first." Chu Xinyan smiled faintly at him before turning to look at the other female students. "Good." Wei Shihao also immediately nodded his head vigorously after hearing this. Then he also got down from the car to call a taxi for the other students. After all, right now it was already after 8 o'clock at night. Although there were many cabs in the county, there were not many cars willing to run to the city. After calling off a few cabs to arrange for the students without cars, Wei Shihao was finally able to sigh in relief and look at Chu Xinyan again. "Ying, you should either go to the car of the sports committee." But who knew that Chu Xinyan pushed a female student to herself at that moment? Okay, Wang Ying had wanted to take the sports car, and after hearing Chu Xinyan's arrangement, she immediately jumped up in excitement. On the contrary, Wei Shihao's eyes froze in place, but immediately looked at Chu Xinyan again and opened his mouth to ask, "Xinyan, what are you going to do?" "Of course I'm continuing to wait for a cab." Chu Xinyan looked at Yi Ling and the remaining few students winked and replied. Wei Shihao was screaming in his heart, but he couldn't come up with any solutions at the moment. Suddenly he found that Yi Ling was actually still standing in the parking lot. "Yi Ling, you are the only male left without a car. Quickly go find a cab to bring the students to Goa." Wei Shihao saw that Yi Ling was the only boy left without a car, so he decided to give him the task of hailing a taxi. "I have a car." Yi Ling scratched his head with a bashful expression and followed by taking out the car keys from his pocket. The Lamborghini's headlights immediately flashed a few times. "What's the situation?" The students who didn't set off immediately opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. How did the Lamborghini that everyone had just discussed suddenly become Yi Ling's car? Wei Shihao was even dazzled by the Lamborghini's headlights. And right at this moment Chu Xinyan managed to call a cab again. After letting all three students set up, there were only 4 people left who didn't get in the car. Yi Ling and Chu Xinyan, Wei Shihao and Wang Yingying. Chapter 63, I was already beautiful. Where's Yi Ling? Chu Xinyan turned around and looked around, then realized that Lamborghini, slowly parked in front of her. I happen to have an empty seat here. Will the beautiful school board member adults get on? Yi Ling rolled down the window to look at Chu Xinyan, revealing a sunny smile. Chu Xinyan immediately nodded upon hearing this. Waving her hand with Wang Yingying and Wei Shihao, she sat in the passenger side of the Lamborghini. Yi Ling. Wei Shihao almost exploded with anger when he saw the scene. However, He could only smile slightly and then warmly invited Wang Yingying to get on the car. More than 10 cars lined up and slowly drove onto the road. After all, it was Wei Shihao who made the invitation, so his car was naturally at the front, while the Lamborghini driven by Yi Ling was at the end of all the cars. Closing the windows of the sports car slowly, Yi Ling glanced at the beautiful person on the passenger seat. Not cold, right? A little bit. Chu Xinyan gently nodded her head as she gazed ahead. Then she reached out her hand and rubbed her arm that was as white as a lotus root. I didn't expect you to go abroad after graduation. Yi Ling's tone was filled with curiosity. There are many things you can't think of. Chu Xinyan laughed, then turned her head to look at Yi Ling and winked. Those big eyes under the long eyelashes looked extraordinarily beautiful. Also, Yi Ling graduated from university, although he only worked for a few months. But yet, she had seen a lot of human feelings during that time. Then again, you're doing well now. Chu Xinyan glanced at Yi Ling's wristwatch. You should be one of the best among our classmates, right? No? Yi Ling laughed. Don't be modest. Chu Xinyan pouted, then hummed softly. Seeing through and not saying anything, giving you face. Actually, after Yi Ling invited Chu Xinyan to get on the car, he vaguely noticed certain changes in the other party. Chu Xinyan did not have the same expression of surprise as others. Instead, it remained in normal emotion. Then how long are you going to stay after returning to China? Yi Ling immediately changed the topic. I'm not going to leave the country. I've studied what I should have studied. Chu Xinyan immediately replied. What I have to do at the moment, that's to deal with some personal matters. Oh. Yi Ling nodded thoughtfully. The car suddenly followed suit and fell into silence. Chu Xinyan's small hand scratched her dress. Before glancing at Yi Ling out of the corner of her eye once again, you've asked me so much. I haven't asked you yet. You ask. Yi Ling subconsciously returned her sentence. What did you do after high school? She opened her mouth to ask after a moment's thought. After graduating from high school, I went to Ning Yuan University, and after graduating from university, I went to a company for an internship, and I was fired by the manager after not working there for 2 months. Yi Ling briefly summarized her experience after graduating from high school. No? The expression on Chu Xinyan's face became more and more puzzled. It's gone. So monotonous. Chu Xinyan didn't seem to ask what she wanted to know. Pouting, she twisted her head to look out the window at the night. My life has always been just so boring. Do you want to tell me something interesting about your life? Yi Ling hemmed and hawed. I actually don't have any interesting things. I don't have any friends abroad, and I can only bury my head in reading and studying. Chu Xinyan said here couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Our sports committee is not in you a school? Yi Ling eeped, then looked at her again and asked. Him? Chu Xinyan muttered in a small voice, then shook her head with a smile. And at this time the big guys also happened to arrive at their destination. Yi Ling lowered the speed of the car, then raised his eyes to the front and realized that the place Wei Shihao brought them to was a rich villa area called Eternal Century. Although it was already late at night, it was still possible to see the luxurious decorations of this place. Unknown trees were planted on both sides of the road, and each villa was in a mixed Chinese-European style, with various kinds of glazed tile roofs that were very bright. Get off! Yi Ling parked the car in a public parking space before looking at Chu Xinyan again. Yi Ling, you didn't have a girlfriend in college? The other party at this time but suddenly opened his mouth and asked this. University talked about but has broken up. Yi Ling casually responded. Now playing bachelorette. Chu Xinyan bared a smile, and then followed down the car, slowly came to Yi Ling and slowly said, you really haven't changed at all. Talking is especially interesting. Miss Chu has changed a lot. I was so scared that I didn't dare to recognize it when I first met. Yi Ling locked the car, then returned. Where has it changed a lot? Chu Xinyan heard and immediately grabbed Yi Ling to let him give himself a clear explanation. Of course it's become more beautiful. Yi Ling immediately answered truthfully. This young lady has always been very beautiful. Okay. Chu Xinyan puffed up her mouth in anger. It's just that a certain fool didn't pay attention in the first place. The two stood in front of the Lamborghini talking and laughing. Luo Mingcheng and the others immediately stopped in their tracks when they saw them. Two of the female students were furious. Eyes read that they were sent to a cab by Chu Xinyan, and in turn did not sit in Yi Ling's Lamborghini. But more people's thoughts at this time were regret. After all, everyone had seen Yi Ling sitting in a Lamborghini with their own eyes. On the way to the city, they also went online to check the price of the car. The official price was more than $3 million. Driving a car with more than $3 million to attend a class reunion, and then blandly said that he is not working now. It is clear that he deliberately put down the rich man's stature to give face to the group. On the contrary, Wei Shihao, who was at the front, hurriedly dressed Wang Yingying. We're at the place. Hearing this, Wang Yingying tidied up his messy hair, then took out his lipstick and calmly applied it to his lips. After getting this done, he looked at Wei Shihao and winked. After the party, Wei brother, you have to send me home. Oh, okay. Wei Shihao immediately nodded his head vigorously, then got out of the car and glanced at the reflector. After realizing that there was nothing wrong with his face and neck, he quickly walked towards the direction where Chu Xinyan was, but when he saw the other party again, he realized that the other party and Yi Ling were chatting furiously. "Where's your villa, brother Wei?" Dong Kaifei immediately walked up when he saw Wei Shihao and asked the other party to hurry up and take the group to the villa. "What's the rush?" Although Wei Shihao was in the middle of his anger, he could only put a smile on his face. Gritting his teeth, he got up and walked to a 3-story villa. He took out the key from his pocket and slowly opened the door. "Go, party party party." The big guys cheered from outside, then surged towards the villa. Yi Ling naturally walked side by side with Chu Xinyan. The living room is so big. The student who was the first to arrive at the living room on the first floor immediately opened his mouth and sighed. The male students behind them then sat down on the leather sofa with a single butt. After Wei Shihao turned on all the lights on the first floor, he came to the front of the big group with a smile on his face, then raised his hand and pointed to the wine cabinet in front where the wine was kept. "Let's drink to our heart's content tonight, and if we get drunk, we'll go upstairs to our rooms and sleep." Chapter 64 Piles of Luxury Goods. Brother Wei is handsome. Brother Wei is mighty. A few male students immediately stood up and shouted a slogan. The female students, on the other hand, looked east and touched the west with curious faces, and a few of them had even gone up the stairs to the second floor. Yi Ling went to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water, then sat on a chair and watched everyone get high. Su Bin and Dong Kaifei searched around before they found him. "Brat, you're hiding really deep." Dong Kaifei walked over and patted Yi Ling on the shoulder before pulling a chair across from him as well. "What did I hide?" Yi Ling immediately put on an innocent expression. "You're a big spender now. Don't pretend anymore." Dong Kaifei heatedly smiled. "I told them before. You're such a good person. How can you be so bad?" Su Bin at this time also brought a few cans of beer in front of the two of them, then smilingly said, "I also said that Yi Ling couldn't possibly be doing poorly. He's one of the best learners in our class." "That's right." Dong Kaifei immediately nodded his head vigorously. "Why are you guys hiding here?" Chu Xinyan suddenly came in front of the three of them. "School committee?" After Su Bin and Dong Kaifei saw her, they immediately turned their heads to look at Yi Ling again. "What are you looking at me for?" Yi Ling pointed at herself with doubt written all over her face. "Nothing. Dong Kaifei immediately got up. "Come sit over here. School committee member." "Thanks." Chu Xinyan smiled and nodded, then sat in front of Yi Ling. Dong Kaifei followed and moved a chair to sit with Su Bin. "I've asked you guys something that hasn't been said yet. Why don't you go and play with the big guys?" Chu Xinyan looked at the living room, then back to the three of them and asked. "A few of us don't like to get together." Yi Ling then explained. "So we came here to sit and chat." "Then count me in?" Chu Xinyan said, and then also took a can of beer for herself and placed it in front of her. "Of course it's a done deal." Dong Kaifei and Su Bin glanced at each other, and then immediately opened their mouths to say that they didn't have any problems. On the contrary, Yi Ling vaguely felt that these two guys were not quite right. "Xinyan?" But just at this moment, Wei Shihao suddenly walked over with a glass of red wine. "Something wrong?" Chu Xinyan turned her head to look at him and opened her mouth to ask. "We're preparing to play truth or dare. The big guys are looking forward to your participation." Wei Shihao pointed behind him, then replied with a smile. "I'm not very good at it. Just forget it." Chu Xinyan shook her head, then refused the other party's invitation. Wei Shihao heard it but still had no intention of giving up. "It's actually very simple. I can teach you. Come over and play together." But when his words were just finished, Wang Yingying and the others ran over. "Brother Wei is missing you, come over quickly. It's okay to join them later." The two female classmates followed and took Wei Shihao back to the living room forcefully, with one on the left and one on the right. Dong Kaifei laughed at this scene. Then looking to the big guys, he opened his mouth to. "This Wei Shihao guy is getting more and more womanly. I remember when he was on the basketball team in high school, there were especially a lot of girls following him every day." Su Bin also immediately followed at this time. Yi Ling also nodded after hearing this. But who knew that Chu Xinyan lightly opened her micro lips at this time, then looked at Yi Ling and said with a smiling face, "I remember that Yi Ling also had a lot of people chasing after him back then." Cough cough cough. Yi Ling was holding a cup of water and just wanted to take a sip, but by what Chu Xinyan said, she immediately choked her throat. "Why did you suddenly mention me? Yi Ling, are you alright?" Dong Kaifei saw Yi Ling coughing and immediately opened his mouth to ask. "It's fine." Yi Ling shook his head and then stood up and patted his chest. On the contrary, Chu Xinyan was laughing that happy, silver bell-like laughter resounded through the restaurant. Although Wei Shihao was playing the game in the living room, his mind was always on Chu Xinyan's body, so a few rounds down did not win once. Instead, he was poured a lot of wine by his classmates. "Brother Wei, you lost again." A female classmate looked at him with a smile before pouring the wine glass in front of the other party full of wine. The other classmates immediately followed suit. "I can't drink a bit more." Wei Shihao picked up the wine glass and put it to his mouth, then immediately put it back on the coffee table. Then he stood up and went straight to the restroom. The students playing the game couldn't help but laugh when they saw it. One male student seemed to be too drunk to be clear, and immediately leaned against the wall after standing up from the sofa. And when he barely took 2 steps, he raised his hand and pushed the door of the room in front of him open at once. "What's all this stuff here?" he asked as he pointed at the things in the room, turning to look at the big guy and opening his mouth. "What ah?" The students in the living room all immediately stood up upon hearing this. Ling heard that there was no more movement in the living room, so he followed suit and got up to glance in front of him. A golden light suddenly flashed out from the room in front. "Is it appraised? Appraisal. Appraisal in progress. Please wait. Appraisal successful. Item name, 2020 model LV ladies leather bag. Item rarity, 14. Article birth year, 2020. Item name, Vacheron Constantin Heritage Collection men's watch. Item rarity, 15. Item birth year, 2017. A large string of data surfaced in front of Ling. There were several hundred entire items, and all of them were products of luxury brands. Wei Shihao washed his face in the toilet to sober up a bit, but when he walked out and realized that the door of the room in front of him was opened, without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward then closed the door. "What's with the messy opening?" Wei Shihao said before pulling the male student back onto the sofa. Then he continued with a smile on his face for everyone present to continue the game. It seemed like nothing had happened just now. Come on, continue." Seeing this, Xia Zishi followed suit and greeted the students around him. Luo Mingcheng and Zhang Xiaolei similarly stepped forward to liven up the atmosphere. Ling sat in the distance but vaguely felt that things were not simple. Why would Wei Shihao's villa have so many luxury goods? And there were dozens of pieces of each type. It simply didn't match the amount he needed in his daily life. "Ling, what's wrong with you?" Dong Kaifei noticed Ling's frown, so he immediately patted his shoulder and asked. "I'm fine." Ling shook his head then smiled faintly. What did they see just now? Chu Xinyan was also a bit curious at this time. How come Wei Shihao came out and closed the door? "I'll go over and ask." Hearing this, Dong Kaifei stood up and prepared to walk towards the living room, but the next second Ling raised her hand and yanked him back fiercely. "What do you care about those things? Let's continue to talk about ours." Ling looked towards Dong Kaifei and slowly opened his mouth to speak in a deep voice. "You're right." Dong Kaifei heatedly smiled and returned to his seat. However, Chu Xinyan's eyes stared at Ling, revealing a meaningful expression. After a few seconds had passed, she also nodded her head slightly, indicating that there was indeed no need for this. Chapter 65, Hello Uncle. The night of the Eternal Century was more lively than expected. Several other single-family houses were also lit up, while Wei Shihao here had a few classmates, sitting paralyzed on the sofa yawning long ago. "Brother Wei, I can't carry on anymore. I'm going upstairs to sleep." A classmate stood up with half-closed eyes and looked at Wei Shihao and spoke. Wei Shihao raised his hand and looked at his watch. He realized that it was just under 11 o'clock. Not continuing? He stood up and looked at the big guys and asked. "No more, no more." The students in the living room all immediately nodded their heads vigorously. "Then I'll arrange for the big guys to rest in the rooms upstairs." Wei Shihao scratched his head and couldn't help but yawn as well before leading the students in the living room upstairs. However, there were still a few students sitting on the sofa chatting. Seeing this, Ling was also ready to get up and say goodbye to the big guys. After all, he himself had a house in the city. "It's getting late, I'll go back first." Ling looked at Dong Kaifei and spoke to. "Let's get together again when we have time. Then we'll leave too. It's still early anyway." Hearing this, Dong Kaifei also pulled Su Bin to stand up, both of them similarly not wanting to stay here any longer. "Are they all leaving?" Chu Xinyan put down her water cup and looked at Ling with a wink. Of course, Ling also didn't give the other party a reason. After all, people with clear eyes could also see it. "Since that's the case, I'll also go home," Chu Xinyan said and also stood up. "Ling, your co-pilot doesn't have anyone else, right?" How can there be someone else? I'll take a taxi back to the county with the class president." Su Bin saw this and immediately jumped out and patted Dong Kaifei's shoulder. Right. We'll take a cab." The other party saw Su Bin give himself a wink, so he followed suit and nodded vigorously in reply. Ling naturally saw what the two of them meant, but he didn't open his mouth to continue saying anything. The most he could do was to send Chu Xinyan home. "Then go?" Chu Xinyan look also. Ling did not say anything on the grin. Big eyes instantly curved into two crescent moon. It looked really cute to the extreme. "Go." 4 people said and came to the living room side by side. The few students in the living room froze when they saw it, but followed by standing up and asking where Ling was going. "We're going home. You guys keep playing." Ling waved her hand at them then explained. "Are you all leaving? It's getting late." One of the students looked out the window. "Why don't you sleep here too?" No, there are rooms in the city." Faintly dropping this sentence to them, Ling took the lead and was the first to push the door out. As for Wei Shihao, he was still on the second floor arranging for the students to move in. The boys slept in one room, the girls slept in one room, and those who chatted well slept in one room. When he finished arranging the big guys, he glanced at the last few empty rooms, and the corner of his mouth followed with a slight upturn. Xin, are you resting? He came to the first floor and went straight to the dining room. The school counselor has already left. Seeing this, the students in the living room looked at Wei Shihao and opened their mouths to remind him. What? Gone? Wei Shihao froze in place and followed to look out the window. The cool tail lights of the Lamborghini lit up, and a beautiful figure then entered the car. Why didn't you guys say anything to me? Wei Shihao was furious at this scene, but in the end, he could only turn around and question the others present. The main thing is that they just left on the front foot and you came down on the back foot. The few people in the living room immediately returned his words. Forget about it, you guys also quickly go and rest. Wei Shihao suddenly thought that he had more important things to do later, so he waved his hand and told them to hurry up and go upstairs to rest. Ling didn't realize that Chu Xinyan was also living in the city right now. After sending the other party to the entrance of a certain upscale neighborhood, the other party said that it would be good to get off from this place. I'll send you downstairs? Ling looked at Chu Xinyan then subconsciously said, my parents are definitely not sleeping right now. They will ask questions if you go downstairs. Chu Xinyan smiled slightly then also looked at him and explained. Fear of what messy questions? Just say it's a classmate. Ling shrugged indifferently. A stream of oil, said he then drove the Lamborghini into the neighborhood, then parked under Chu Xinyan's prompting at the 4th unit downstairs of the 8th building. Thank you for sending me home. Chu Xinyan opened the car door and got out of the car then smiled sweetly at Ling then thanked him. You're welcome. Ling immediately waved his hand. However, in the very next second, a man in pajamas walked out from the hallway. Xin, you're back? Dad. Chu Xinyan immediately turned around after hearing the voice. Ling had no choice but to turn off the engine when he saw this, then opened the car door and looked at the other party. Hello uncle. Although Chu Tianxian was wearing glasses, he could still vaguely see ahead. He suddenly realized that his daughter was actually sent back home by a boy. That originally kind face immediately turned sunny. Chu Xinyan of course knew exactly what her father would be thinking and immediately came to the other side with quick steps then beamed her mouth to. The one who sent me back is my high school classmate Ling. You should remember him if you have an impression. Ling? Chu Tianxian closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled that when his daughter was in high school, she would often mention a classmate to himself when she came back from school. It seemed to be called Ling. Ling also seriously surveyed Chu Xinyan's father at this time. The other party was 1 meter 8 in height, a standard country face, but the eyes that looked at Chu Xinyan were all full of doting. Thinking about it yet? Chu Xinyan tilted her head to look at her father and asked again. Aha. The other party slowly nodded and then looked at Ling once again. Ling subconsciously straightened his chest. Thank you for sending my daughter back, but it's getting late, so hurry home yourself. Chu Tianxian raised his hand and waved. Bye uncle. Ling smiled upon hearing this, and following that, he returned to the car and turned it around and drove out of the neighborhood. Seeing the car go far away, Chu Xinyan looked at her father and pouted once again. I say dad, can you not be too fierce? All my high school classmates let you scare them away. How can I call it fierce? I'm worried about you. Chu Tianxian immediately retorted. Look at what time it is. If you don't come back your mom is going to be anxious. My mom is not worried about me. Chu Xinyan rolled her father's eyes, and then went upstairs with cheerful steps. On the contrary, Chu Tianxian pushed his glasses in thought. At the same time outside Eternal Century's main door, a black BMW slowly drove in, and then it stopped outside the door of the villa where Wei Shihao was. The driver took out his cell phone in the car and sent a text message, followed by getting out of the car and taking out the things in the trunk. Kada. The door of the villa slowly opened, and Wei Shihao walked out slowly alone. Where's the stuff? He put back his cell phone and lowered his voice and opened his mouth to ask. The above said that the recent period of time is strictly investigated. There are only so many things that can be brought. When the driver said that, he raised his hand and pointed to the 2 small boxes on the ground. Chapter 66 Changing Villa. Just this much? Wei Shihao picked up the 2 boxes and weighed them. Then he couldn't help but mutter. I can send it over to you as good. The driver heard skimmed his mouth. The city's various intersections are particularly strict. Okay. Wei Shihao waved his hand impatiently, then took out a stack of cash from his pocket. The driver saw the money and hemmed and hawed, got his hands and simply counted it, then put it in his waistband with great joy. After the situation at Qian's place recovers, you remember to contact me in time. Wei Shihao lowered his voice to the other party to remind a sentence, and then carried 2 small boxes back to the villa. The BMW then drove out of Eternal Century and slowly disappeared into the night. Ling returned home after the cell phone beeped incessantly. Taking out his cell phone, he glanced at it and realized that Dong Kaifei had created a high school group. The big guys are chatting inside. Class President Dong Kaifei, I have successfully arrived home. Chu Xinyan, we should get together more often in the future. Su Bin, we must. Chu Xinyan, spit your tongue out. It didn't take long for other people's emoticons to brush up after them. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Yi Ling had wanted to follow and join in the fun, but the vibrating sound that couldn't be stopped gave him a headache, and in the end, he could only tap on the upper right corner to set the message to be undisturbed. Mr. Yi, I made you a midnight snack. Joey Nan brought out a bowl of clear soup noodles from her room. Yi Ling hadn't eaten much at the party and immediately washed his hands after smelling the noodles before coming to the dining room to sit down and prepare for a full meal. But when he put his cell phone on the dining table, the ding dong sound rang again. What's the situation? Yi Ling opened his cell phone and glanced at the screen, and realized that there was an additional verification message in his address book. Xu Xinyan, request to add friend. Without hesitation, Yi Ling clicked agree, and Yi Ling was about to ask her if she had slept yet, when the other party's message suddenly popped up. Xu Xinyan, have you arrived home yet? Yi Ling saw this and immediately deleted the edited words. Yi Ling, I'm at home having a late night snack. Xu Xinyan, thank you for sending me home. Have time to come out to get together again? Xu Xinyan, spit tongue. And when he finished replying to the sentence, the address book there once again appeared small red dot. After clicking on it, he found that all of them were friend verification from his classmates. Mr. Yi, do I have to stop warming you up? Joey Nan saw that Yi Ling had been holding his cell phone, so he stood up and asked softly. No need. Yi Ling waved his hand when he heard this, and then he put his cell phone aside and picked up his chopsticks and ate his noodles with a big mouthful. A few minutes later, Yi Nan, what do you think about me buying a villa to live in? Yi Ling put down his chopsticks and then looked at Joey Nan and asked, a villa? Joey Nan didn't seem to understand what Yi Ling meant by this at once. I'm just thinking that if you have guests at home or want to have a party or something like that, isn't a villa a lot better than the current house? That's for sure. Joey Nan immediately nodded vigorously. The light and privacy of a villa was definitely higher than the large flat in the high-rise where she lived now. In that case, tomorrow I'll go and take a look at the villa. The idea of buying a villa came up in Yi Ling's mind after attending the class reunion. In the future, it would be convenient to bring his parents to live in the city. Other classmates who came to play with them didn't have to think about the number of rooms. Of course, the best thing is privacy. Speaking of which, Yi Ling picked up his cell phone and looked at his address book, then clicked on Su Xiaoxiao's circle of friends. He remembered that the other party's friend circle seemed to have posted a lot of information about villas for sale. Only visible for 3 days? Yi Ling froze when he saw the other party's blank circle of friends. What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that she quit her real estate sales job? What's wrong with you, Mr. Yi? After Joey Nan finished packing the dishes into the kitchen and cleaning them, she suddenly realized that Yi Ling was standing motionless in the living room. Nothing. Yi Ling turned off his cell phone and shook his head. Then she was ready to go back to the bedroom to rest first, but still felt that there was something not quite right about Su Xiaoxiao. Early in the morning the next day, Yi Ling ate breakfast and went out the door and dialed Su Xiaoxiao's phone, but the other party's cell phone was always off. There is no way he had no choice but to first go to the sales center where the other party is to take a look, and when one arrived at the destination, the salesperson immediately greeted him. Hello sir, are you buying a property? Lin Yefeng came in front of Yi Ling with a professional smile, but immediately froze again. It always felt that the person in front of her looked familiar. I want to see the villa. Yi Ling saw that Su Xiaoxiao was not here, so he lowered his head to look at the other party and whispered to, buying a villa? Lin Yefeng's excitement was overflowing after hearing Yi Ling's needs. Sir, please follow me to the parlor first and take a seat. Good. After coming to the parlor and sitting down, Lin Yefeng immediately poured water and made tea, then took out several documents. Yi Ling picked up one of the documents and opened it to look at it. The other party, on the other hand, sat on the side to explain. The villas in our Emerald City are all built in Phase 6 and Phase 8, and each villa is uniquely designed. Sir, if you have your eye on any of them, we can go and see them now. I would like to ask. Yi Ling nodded and put down the document. Your sales department, is Su Xiaoxiao in? Su Xiaoxiao? Lin Yefeng immediately frowned upon hearing this name. That's her. Yi Ling nodded again. The last time I came to your place, she was the one who recommended the room for me. Lin Yefeng at that moment but skimmed her mouth, then looked at Yi Ling and opened her mouth. Su Xiaoxiao just resigned yesterday. It seems that she owes loan sharks to someone, and she's been dealing with this matter for the past few days. Loan shark? Yi Ling also tightened her brows when she heard this. He himself suddenly remembered the hidden things on the other party. Rubbish brother. I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, 2 days ago someone came here to make a scene and told Su Xiaoxiao to hurry up and return $2 million to him. Although Lin Yefeng liked to get together and gossip, but the person who came to make trouble last time was obviously not easy to deal with. Naturally, she didn't dare to say anything more. Su Xiaoxiao then let our manager call away, and when she came out, she said that she had written her resignation, and then we never saw her again. Hiss. Yi Ling pondered for a moment then got up from the sofa. Is Mr. looking after the villa? Seeing this, Lin Yifeng immediately followed and stood up and asked, "I'll come back to buy the villa in a few days." Yi Ling raised his hand and looked at the time. "I'll take a step to say goodbye a bit beforehand now. Take care, sir." Lin Yifeng immediately pulled her postcard out of her pocket, but following that, she realized that Yi Ling had already walked out of the hall long ago. The other salespeople in the surroundings mistakenly thought that Lin Yifeng had negotiated a deal, and when they saw her run out they immediately came up with a smile on their faces. "Sister Lin, you're so powerful. You've got another order, right? That man is handsome and rich. The car he drives is a Lamborghini. Why don't you say something, Sister Lin?" "Shut up!" Lin Yifeng glared at them fiercely and followed them and ran to stop outside the hall door. But Yi Ling had already driven the Lamborghini into the distance by now. Chapter 67 The Father Who Couldn't Raise His Head. Yi Ling took out his cell phone in the car and dialed Su Xiaoxiao's phone again, but it still prompted that the owner had turned off the phone. Thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the place where Su Xiaoxiao rented an apartment to take a look. Half an hour later finally arrived at Jinfeng Jiayuan. The Lamborghini found a place to park. Yi Ling got off the car and looked around, then quickly walked to Su Xiaoxiao's downstairs. When he was just about to go upstairs, a flower-armed strong man walked out. Yi Ling immediately stopped aside when he saw this, and then realized that gloom was written all over the other party's face. Appraisal. Appraisal successful. Name, Chen Wenjie. Nickname, Black Dog. Age, 37. Height, 176. Weight, 80 kilograms. Occupation, hitter. Hidden thing, belligerent sister-in-law. Open detailed description. Chen Wenjie has had many affairs with Liang Fei, the wife of the elder King Yiwei, and he has saved many unpleasant chatting records on his cell phone, and there is a tattoo of Liang Fei's initials on the inner side of his right arm. After seeing such detailed content, Yi Ling stepped away and went up the elevator. Then he found the room rented by Su Xiaoxiao. All around the walls were written in red paint with the words debt repayment heaven and earth. The door of the room also had marks of being hit by a blunt object. Holding the idea of giving it a try, Yi Ling raised his hand and knocked on the door, then opened his mouth and softly shouted, "Miss Su, are you home?" After waiting for a few seconds there was still no reply in the room, but Yi Ling thought for a moment and continued to knock on the door. Bang bang bang. "Miss Su, are you at home, right? Is it Yi? Mr. Yi?" Su Xiaoxiao's soft voice suddenly came out from inside, but without waiting for Yi Ling to reply, the door to the room was suddenly opened. "Miss Su." The first time Yi Ling came up, he realized that Su Xiaoxiao had emaciated quite a bit. There also seemed to be tear stains hanging on her face. "Come in and talk." Su Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head after realizing Yi Ling was staring at her. "Good." Yi Ling nodded upon hearing this and walked into the room. Su Xiaoxiao then poked her head out and looked around the corridor. After determining that there was no one, she immediately turned back and closed the door of the room and locked it. After turning around she slowly exhaled a breath, then moved the chair beside her to in front of Yi Ling. "Mr. Yi, are you looking for me for something?" The little girl's voice sounded very hoarse when she spoke. Yi Ling sat on the chair looking at her eyes, slowly nodding his head before opening his mouth and asking, "I went to the sales center today to look for you to buy a villa, but I heard the news that you suddenly resigned, and they said that you owed someone 2 million loan sharks?" As soon as these words came out, Su Xiaoxiao's tears barred down. "Don't cry first, tell me what's wrong." Yi Ling saw this, then immediately told her to calm down first. The other party choked for a while with a tissue, then tearfully looked at him and explained, "I don't owe loan sharks. It's my brother who borrowed their money, but they had to find me to ask for it." "Why did your brother borrow money?" Yi Ling took a deep breath and decided to ask everything. 10 minutes later Yi Ling finally understood the general picture. Su Xiaoxiao's brother Su Ming studied in a famous university in his early years, and he has always been the hope of his family for both his character and academic excellence. But after graduation, he was unexpectedly brought to an underground money changer to gamble. In a few days, he lost all his money, and lost the job he had just applied for. In order to win back the money lost, Su Ming secretly ran home to get the passbook, and loan sharks borrowed 100,000 yuan. But in the end, he didn't win back a single point. "Where is your brother now?" "He's hiding in his old home in the village right now, but that group of people go to my house every day to make trouble, and the neighbors are now going around when they see my parents." Su Xiaoxiao obviously also understood that her brother had been victimized by bad people, but the things he had done had made it impossible for the parents at home to hold their heads up as human beings. "I just went upstairs and ran into a man. He should be the one who came to ask you for a debt, right?" Yi Ling said and stood up to walk towards the window. "That's right." Su Xiaoxiao immediately nodded her head, but when Yi Ling looked downstairs, he realized that in front of that flower-armed strong man, an old man with white hair had appeared at some point. Who was he? Yi Ling frowned. At this time downstairs, "Big brother, I beg you, don't go looking for my daughter anymore. I'll pay back the money Su Ming owes for him." Su Jiangwo looked at Chen Wenjie with tears in his eyes and slowly said, Grandpa, are you kidding me? Chen Wenjie immediately smiled disdainfully with a crooked smile after hearing this. Your pants pockets are cleaner than your face. You can't even take out $100, right? I have money, Su Jiangwo said and took out a stack of cash from his pocket trembling. Chen Wenjie's eyes lit up when he saw it. Following that, he snatched the money from the other party's hands without saying a word. Just $3,000? He counted it once then stuffed the money into his pocket. I just sold the family's donkey. Can you give us a few more days of grace? Su Jiangwo said until his body was hunched over with him, because he had thought of everything. I'm also working for the boss. Your son is dragging his feet for too long. If he drags it on, it'll be 4 million. The other party pulled out his ears then rolled his eyes. 4 million? On the contrary, Su Jiangwo's entire body froze after hearing this sentence. Hadn't he agreed to borrow just 100,000 at first? How did it become 4 million in the blink of an eye? Big brother, you said it wrong. My son owes you 100,000. Su Jiangwo said and stretched out his hand to let the other party to explain himself clearly. Egu, don't touch me. Can you take away your dirty hands? Chen Wenjie's face was filled with disgust, followed by raising his leg to kick Su Jiangwo away. But in the moment he was about to kick out his leg, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared from the side, followed by pulling Su Jiangwo to the side. Uncle, you calm down, Ling said and stood in front of Su Jiangwo. Chen Wenjie's face darkened when he saw Ling. Then he deliberately suppressed his voice and said in a cold voice, there is no business for you here, hurry up and get lost. Scram? The corner of Ling's mouth rose slightly then did not pay attention to the other party. Instead, he turned to look at Su Jiangwo and asked if he was injured. I'm fine. Su Jiangwo was covering his chest at this moment and panting hard. It seemed to be because Chen Wenjie had just said that he owed $4 million. Who the hell are you? Meddling in other people's business, right? Seeing that Ling still didn't walk away after hearing the warning, Chen Wenjie rolled up his sleeves without saying a word and prepared to lay his hands on him. It doesn't matter who I am. On the contrary, it's you, Chen Black Dog, who did the most unscrupulous thing. Ling coldly looked at him with a furious cry. How do you know that I? Chen Wenjie immediately swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Not only do I know what your name is, the tattoo on the inside of your right arm, I also know what it's about. The moment these words came out, Chen Wenjie's little heart was shivering on the spot. How did he know about this? Chapter 68, How to Compensate? Su Xiaoxiao hid in the hallway trembling with fear. And when Ling learned that the old man downstairs is Su Xiaoxiao's father, also immediately moved without saying anything and ran down, and let Su Xiaoxiao stay in the hallway do not appear. Mr. Yi. Su Xiaoxiao saw Chen Wenjie rolled up his sleeves to do it after. The small face scared white lips have no blood color, but fortunately, the other party did not make a move in the end. Instead, he slowly took 2 steps back. Ling was also slightly relieved at this time. After all, he couldn't tell what kind of person Chen Wenjie was. If the other party did not care about anything, perhaps the two would have already fought. But right now it seemed like he had made the right bet. First letting Su Jiangwo go to the side and sit down. Ling then looked towards the building, then hooked his hand at Su Xiaoxiao. The other party saw this and immediately ran out. Dad! Su Xiaoxiao's tears came out after seeing Su Jiangwo. Ling slowly nodded his head after seeing this scene, followed by coming in front of Chen Wenjie once again. Brother, where are you from? There are some words that are best left unsaid. Chen Wenjie's tone at this time was still heavy. However, it had long since lost the arrogance it had earlier. You think I'm talking nonsense? Ling laughed upon hearing this. The other party's heart became even more bottomless when he saw this. After all, what Ling just said is true. If he knows more things. If you want to know more, follow me. Ling suddenly dropped a sentence in a cold voice. Following that, he got up and walked towards the underground parking lot in front of him. The cold and damp air filled the surroundings as Ling stood expressionless in the corner, and the smile on Chen Wenjie's face was simply worse than crying. Brother, look, I've come here with you. Just tell me everything you want to say. When he said that, he fished out a box of huazi from his pocket and handed it to Ling. But Ling just looked at himself faintly, never opened his mouth. The cold wind blew from behind him, and Chen Wenjie felt a cold chill on his back. You want to know what I know? Ling suddenly opened his mouth. Brother, you finally opened your mouth. I was waiting for you to say this. Chen Wenjie immediately nodded, and tried to use laughter to ease the awkward situation in front of him. But Ling didn't eat his words. If you really want to know, then show some sincerity. Sincerity? Chen Wenjie blinked, followed by a puzzled expression. Could it be that the other party was after money? Brother, look, I have more than $5,000 in my pocket right now. He took out all the money in his pocket. How about you take it and go spend it properly? I'm the one who's short of your 5,000 plus? Ling snorted coldly, then raised his hand to look at the time. The other party's heart thumped when he saw his action. Although he was only with a hitman who watched the venue, he had encountered many rich people in the venue. The watch on Ling's wrist was obviously a Vacheron Constantine. $5,000 to take it out was indeed insulting. If you don't understand what sincerity means by now, then I'm going to have to find Wang Hui tomorrow to give him a good talking to, Ling said here and deliberately paused. What are you going to say? Of course it's to ask Su Ming exactly how much money he owes, and by the way to mention his woman Liang Fei to him again. Ling stared at the other party's eyes and slowly spoke out word by word. Big brother don't. Never. Chen Wenjie was completely flustered at this time. Ling could not leave Liang Fei without a few sentences, and obviously knew about the two of them. Then tell me what sincerity you're going to show me? Ling once again smiled slightly. I don't want the money that Su Ming owes, and I won't look for trouble from him in the future. Chen Wenjie immediately replied. No more? Ling's eyebrows rose slightly upwards. I'll compensate Su Ming an additional $100,000 for his mental damage. The other party pondered for a moment before continuing back. How much Su Ming lost in the underground money bank? You all have to spit it out. Then go and compensate the two oldest members of the Su family $2 million each. If you can't do it, you'll wait to be a bitter lovebirds with Liang Fei. Ling once heard other students mention underground money changers when she was in college. She also learned that Wang Hui is a person who is all-powerful. The consequences of offending him would definitely be very tragic. As expected, when he finished speaking, Chen Wenjie's face suddenly turned white. He never thought that the matter with his sister-in-law would be exposed to others. Big brother, the moment you open your mouth let me take 4 million is a bit much. Although he had utilized his identity to secretly lend money at the underground money bank, he had only made less than $2 million from the beginning until now. 4 million was definitely not something he could take out. If you can't get it out, you'll just wait for Wang Hui to come looking for you. And by the way, let him take a look at your cell phone albums and chat records. Don't. I promise. The other party is now completely afraid. Not to mention a mouthful of $4 million. $40 million will have to find a way to get it together. When can you do it? Ling nodded slowly when she saw him agree. At the latest tomorrow night I'll take care of it. Big brother, you mustn't go to my boss. Also mustn't talk to him about those things. Chen Wenjie was reminding again and again, fearing that Ling really went and did the deed as he had spoken. Ling nodded slowly once again. Su Xiaoxiao was worried when she saw Ling and that strong man walking away together, but Ling came back alone after half an hour. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Su Xiaoxiao saw Ling and hurriedly looked at him left and right a few times. I can have anything. Ling smiled faintly, then looked at her and opened his mouth to. That person. Su Xiaoxiao heard immediately to Ling back to the place, looked a few eyes, but found that there was no more movement. He won't even come to bother you in the future. Ling slowly explained to. Your brother also doesn't need to hide. Really? Su Xiaoxiao's big eyes once again welled up with tears. Yes. Ling could confirm that guy Chen Wenjie didn't dare to mess around. After all, from the exchange just now, he could feel that he was truly afraid that Wang Hui would come after him. Benefactor. After Su Jiangwo heard what Ling said, he immediately came to Ling to thank him. Uncle, don't be like this. Ling hurriedly stretched out his hands to assist the other party. He himself was actually just raising his hand. As for why he would suddenly help Su Xiaoxiao, it could be that seeing her was seeing the person he once was. When Ling was in college, in order to not let her family spend more money, she tried to find a part-time job, and Su Xiaoxiao, for the sake of her family, is also trying to do everything part-time. He could not just stand by and watch such an outstanding girl being pestered and bullied by the ruffians in the society, right? Su Jiangwo was in tears at this moment. He understood that without Ling's appearance, there would be no end to Su Ming's affairs. Su, I have other things to do. Let's contact each other again when we have time. Ling let Su Xiaoxiao help Su Jiangwo up. Then he smiled blandly, then waved his hand at the two of them. Chapter 69 is not that simple. Mr. Yi, you wait. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately pulled out the key from her pocket and handed it to her father. Then she jogged all the way to catch up to the door of Jinfeng Jiayuan neighborhood. What's wrong? Ling stops his steps and turns around when he hears someone calling him. Upon realizing that it was Su Xiaoxiao, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Mr. Yi, they can all be people on the road. Don't get yourself involved for my brother's business. Anxiety was written all over Su Xiaoxiao's face. I'm fine. Ling smiled faintly, then replied. Really? Su Xiaoxiao, honestly still afraid of Ling's accident in her heart. But on second thought, Ling drove a luxury car and lived in a large flat, so he must have the same fearful status on the road. Of course what I said is true. Ling smiled and then remembered one more thing. Remember to let uncle wait for good news at home. Good news? Su Xiaoxiao froze at hearing this, but when she reacted, Ling had already gotten into the car. Mr. Yi, thank you. She looked towards the gradually distant Lamborghini and bowed deeply. Then she turned around with a smile and returned to the neighborhood. As for Ling, he thought about continuing to take a look at the villas in Emerald City. but when he was driving the Lamborghini and just wanted to make a U-turn, the phone of the squad leader Dong Kaifei suddenly rang. Hello? Ling pulled over to the side of the road then picked up his cell phone. Ling, where are you now? Dong Kaifei's voice seemed a bit urgent. I'm in the city. What happened? Ling heard immediately returned the sentence. Su Bin and I are also in the city now, and have run into a little bit of trouble. Dong Kaifei said here the tone is getting lower and lower. Where are you guys? I'll be right there. Ling immediately asked where they were without saying a word. Then he drove his Lamborghini like lightning to his destination. 10 minutes later, Ling parked the car in front of a 3-story commercial building called Guangda Credit. Su Bin and Dong Kaifei were standing outside the lobby door smoking cigarettes, and when they saw Ling coming, they immediately dropped their cigarettes and quickly walked towards him. What's the situation? Ling sized up Su Bin and Dong Kaifei and realized that both of them had a slightly haggard expression. It seemed that they had run into something unhappy. Su Bin's loan shark has doubled. Dong Kaifei took a deep breath then looked at Ling and said slowly, doubled? Ling frowned upon hearing this then looked towards Su Bin. Didn't he say he owed 100,000? How did he suddenly double it? Ing let the surname Wang Pit. He was not in the town's company today. Then let me come to the city's company to pay back the money. But the person in charge here said I was overdue. Su Bin was furious when he said this. What company? The more Ling heard, the more confused she felt. Seeing this, Dong Kaifei stepped forward to explain to him. It turned out that the 100,000 yuan loan shark that Su Bin borrowed came from Guangda Credit. Wang Guanfu is just an agent of this company in the town, but now Su Bin is ready to pay back the money. The credit headquarters said that the loan is overdue for 1 day, and now must come up with 200,000 to be able to completely pay off. Where is Wang Guangfu? Ling continued to ask after listening. That guy does not know where to hide. Ask the company people say do not recognize this number of people. Su Bin red-faced tone of voice or rushed 3 points. Brother, you first calm down. Ling raised his hand and patted his shoulder. I'll help you solve this matter. Ling, can you do it? Seeing this, Dong Kaifei looked at him with some concern and asked. Don't worry. Ling smiled faintly then stepped into the lobby of the Quanta Credit headquarters. Dong Kaifei and Su Bin were afraid that something would happen, so they came to the entrance of the hall to look inside. Ling came to the hall and then saw the business processing window at a glance. But at the moment, there was only one woman in professional attire sitting inside. Although it was business hours right now, she was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Hello. Ling came to the window with a smile and greeted the other party. Here for borrowing business? The other party looked up and glanced at Ling and asked then turned the phone off and put it aside. Appraisal. Identification successful. Name, Lu Yile. Face value, 42. Age, 27. Height, 165. Weight, 67 kilograms. Hidden thing, misappropriation of public funds. Details. Lu Yile, in order to be able to satisfy his desire to consume, often misappropriated the company's public funds to buy all kinds of expensive cosmetics. Now the company account still has 10,000 yuan did not make up for it. Ling smiled slightly after seeing such a detailed description. Do you do business or not? If you don't do it, go on the side, okay? Lu Yile saw that Ling did not say anything but instead laughed out loud, and immediately cold-faced then took out his cell phone ready to call the internal security over. Miss Lu, $10,000. Ling's finger gently tapped on the counter then looked at Lu Yile and faintly said, $10,000? What $10,000? The other party blinked somewhat not quite understanding. Miss Lu usually likes to buy. Will there be times when you don't have enough money? What are you babbling about? Lu Yile's heart thumped before she widened her eyes and looked at Ling sternly questioning. However, the smile on Ling's face at this moment was getting thicker and thicker, nor did she answer her question. I'm looking for you just to ask one thing. If Ms. Lu is willing to tell me a certain thing I won't tell out. Looking at the other party's anxious fire behind the counter, Ling coughed lightly then slowly spoke again. What is it? Lu Yile forcibly suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Where is your company's Wang Guanfu now? I'm looking for him to settle some personal matters. Looking for Vice President Wang? Lu Yile followed and remembered that someone was also looking for him just now. Could it be that the person in front of him is in league with those two? But he couldn't help but think about it. Ling raised his hand and gently knocked on the bulletproof glass in front of him, and the original smile on his face slowly disappeared. Lu Yile swallowed a mouthful of spit in fear, then opened his mouth and replied to, Vice President Wang went to Wild Grass KTV. I don't know the rest. Wild Grass KTV? Ling vaguely recalled his college roommates discussing this KTV. It seemed to be Wang Hui's field. Wang Hui. Wang Guangfu. Could it be that there was some kind of relationship between the two of them? Thinking here, Ling then fiercely got up and prepared to go to a trip to the Weeds KTV to see. After all, it was his own brother Su Bin's matter. If it can be resolved early, it can be resolved early. On the contrary, Lu Yao saw Yi Ling suddenly turned around and walked away scared half to death. Then without saying a word, she picked up her cell phone and followed to chase out. But when she ran out of the room and came to the hall, she found that Yi Ling had already walked out of the hall long ago, and then walked side by side with two men towards a place further away. Now go to Wild Grass KTV. Wang Guangfu is there, Yi Ling said and let Su Bin get into the car. Dong Kai-fei, on the other hand, raised his hand and stopped a taxi, then followed behind the Lamborghini. Chapter 70, The Suspicious Underground Level. Yi Ling took out his cell phone on the way to Wild Grass KTV to check the company information about Guangda Credit. He found that one of the shareholders of this company is Wang Hui. From this, he was able to deduce that Wang Guangfu was most likely working for Wang Hui again. Let's go to the Weeds KTV to find Wang Guangfu can be successful. Su Bin's heart at this time was torn. To be honest, he really didn't want to bother Yi Ling so much. After all, the money was borrowed by himself, and then also really spent. There was likewise his own signature and handprint on the IOU. Whether it can succeed or not is also to be seen. Yi Ling puts down her cell phone and looks at Su Bin in a calm manner. Just put your heart in your stomach and don't think about anything. Good. The other party subconsciously nodded vigorously when he saw such a firm look in his eyes. Half an hour later the Lamborghini stopped in the parking lot of Weed KTV. Yi Ling and Su Bin got out of the car and met up with Dong Kai-fei outside the parking lot. The three of us will pretend to go in first to consume, and then find out where Wang Guangfu is. After briefly discussing the action plan, Yi Ling led them towards the KTV. To say that Wang Hui's strength was indeed extraordinary. The overall look of the Wild Grass KTV was huge and gave off an illusion of a luxurious palace. Yi Ling came to the entrance and saw two stout security guards. From the expression on their faces, they could detect a bit of ferocity. Welcome to Weed KTV. As soon as the three of them stepped into the lobby, the beautiful welcome guest immediately came in style. Yi Ling then looked the other party up and down. Under the light blue hair was a delicate face. The upper body was wearing a customized uniform, while the lower body was a short black skirt, paired with flesh-colored stockings that were exceptionally eye-catching. May I ask what program the three of you came to Wild Grass to experience? The other party looked towards Yi Ling, revealing a sweet smile, slowly asked. What's all the fun? Yi Ling saw this and pulled out the car keys from his pocket and shook them in front of the other party. The beautiful welcome guest immediately understood after seeing the Lamborghini car keys. Our main business here is singing, but we also have upscale programs such as playing cards and accompanying games. The other party immediately replied. Playing cards? Accompanying games? Yi Ling nodded slowly after briefly thinking about it. It's not much fun for the three of us to sing. Why don't we go play cards to relieve our boredom? Then please follow me, the beautiful welcome guest said and led Yi Ling and the three of them towards the underground floor of Weed KTV. Su Bin and Dong Kai-fei walked at the end, then carefully observed the surroundings. Half a minute later, the three of them finally arrived at the lobby of the first floor. The first thing Yi Ling saw when he came up was a variety of slot machines. A group of bare-chested men were sitting there with cigarettes in their mouths, frantically tapping the buttons. Bosses have fun. Chips are exchanged at the front desk. The beautiful welcome guest briefly introduced the environment before getting up and going upstairs. What should we do now? Dong Kai-fei was the first time he had come to this kind of place, and was completely at a loss as to what to do next. Yi Ling calmly patted his shoulder and told him and Su Bin to find a place to sit down and rest. He himself walked slowly around the first floor and found that there were about a few hundred slot machines in this place alone. Deeper down, there were all gambling tables. A large group of guys with cigarettes in their mouths surrounded the tables and placed crazy bets. And just after Yi Ling had a look around, he found a middle-aged man with a bloated body. The other party is wearing a black suit, in front of a large number of chips. At first glance looks like a company boss, but now this person on the gambling table is no life like crazy betting. It seems that the chips in front of him are not money. Mr. Wang, you're a bit unlucky today. You've lost $3 million so far, right? A young man with white hair said with a smile. 3 million is nothing in my eyes. The other party had indifference written all over his face. I'll earn it back in a few days. Mr. Wang? Yi Ling heard their conversation and then sized it up more carefully. Appraise. Appraisal successful. Name, Wang Guangfu. Nickname, Fat Dragon. Age, 47. Height, 174. Weight, 75 kilograms. Occupation, Vice President of Guangda Credit Company. Hidden matters, extraordinary. Wang Guangfu used his position as vice president of the company to embezzle loan funds, buy foreign products and then smuggle them into the country for sale, and all smuggling records were kept on a USB flash drive. The flash drive is in a black shoebox under Wang Guangfu's bed. After obtaining these data, Yi Ling stepped behind Wang Guangfu, then he raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Who are you? The other party turned around and frowned slightly when he saw Yi Ling, then coldly opened his mouth and asked without any humor. I'm Su Bin's friend, looking for you to pay him back. Yi Ling replied indifferently. Su Bin's friend? Ah, Wang Guangfu froze and got down from the gambling table. Then he seriously looked at Yi Ling. Not long afterward, he spoke again. Do you know how much he owes my company? 100,000. 100,000 is the principal that should have been paid back yesterday, and now you need 200,000 if you want to pay it off. Wang Guangfu waved his hand, then explained with a serious face. Doubling the amount in 1 day overdue. Isn't this usury? Yi Ling deliberately pretended to be surprised and then marveled. The other party was amused and laughed out loud at this time, as if he had heard a big joke. I say, little brother, you pay back your friend. Don't you know that what he borrowed is usury? Loan sharking is not legal, right? Yi Ling did not answer the other party. Instead he let out a question. When Wang Guangfu heard this, he stopped laughing. Then with a cold face, he looked at Yi Ling again and slowly opened his mouth to question word by word. Are you trying to renege on your debt? The other people on the table rolled up their sleeves as soon as the words left their mouths. What's the situation with brother Wang? Does he want to make trouble? Do you want me to finish him off for you? Several people stared at Yi Ling with arrogant expressions and let out vicious words. However, Wang Guangfu shook his head at the moment, indicating to wait a moment first. Little brother, you have something to say. Just say it straight. There is no need to beat around the bush here, so as not to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Is boss Wang secretly doing smuggling? Yi Ling followed and opened his mouth to come up with this sentence. What smuggling? Wang Guangfu froze after hearing his question, but immediately returned to his original expression. You took the credit company's money to do smuggling. It's hard to believe that you've already forgotten all about it. There are records in the USB flash drive in the shoebox under the bed, right? Yi Ling once again slowly said. What the hell are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll waste you? One of the beaters, seeing Yi Ling's bullheadedness, raised his fist with a black face and took a big step forward. All of you back off. However, the next second Wang Guangfu was shouting angrily. The beaters behind him were confused on the spot. Chapter 71, Falling for the Trap. The dark and humid underground floor was filled with the sound of slot machines running. But right now there was a man whose head was buzzing, completely unable to hear what the people around him were actually saying. How did he know about all the things I did? Could it be that Wang Hui found out by checking the accounts? It's simply impossible. I did it seamlessly. How could it be revealed? But how did he yet? Mr. One, are you listening to me? Yi Ling realized that he had long been in a trance at this point. It seems that he was completely stunned by what he said. Then, let's go to the house to talk about it in detail, okay? The other party recovered after his face hardened into a miserable smile followed by a slow question. Of course. Yi Ling honestly felt a headache after coming to the underground floor. The air was filled with moisture and the smell of smoke mixed together. Inhaling 2 more mouths all felt dizzy in the head, thinking lax. When he got the consent, Wang Guangfu immediately turned around and gave a wink to the fighters behind him. They saw this and immediately closed their mouths. Bama on back to the corner. Please follow me, Wang Guangfu said, and then led Yi Ling towards the upper floor of the KTV. Dong Kaifei and Su Bin also immediately got up and followed after seeing them both come out. It was only after arriving at a certain office on the 3rd floor of the KTV that the pungent smell was considered to be gone by much. Please sit down. After closing the door of the room, Wang Guangfu immediately made tea and poured water for Yi Ling and the others. No need. Yi Ling raised his hand and waved it. The other party could only nod at the sight and then gently put the teapot aside. Su Bin was naturally shocked to see this scene. After all, Wang Guangfu was a character who walked horizontally in the town. But today, when the other party saw Yi Ling, there was a 180-degree change. At the same time, Yi Ling briefly surveyed the office. His eyes then fixed on the file cabinet behind the desk. A string of data then appeared. Item name, total loan amount of Quanta Credit in July. Item name, statistics on the number of bad debtors of Quanta Credit. Item name, list of uncollected characters. Although this is the Weed KTV under Wang Hui, there are Guangda Credit's documents in the office. It was enough to show that the other party had a deeper relationship with Quanta Credit. After all, it hadn't even been found out on the internet that Wang Guangfu was the corporate vice president of Guangda Credit. Maybe Wang Hui is Guangda Credit's shareholders on the surface, and behind the scenes, he may be the actual controller of Guangda Credit. Speculating here, Yi Ling's mind also conceived more plans. Brother, you are here to pay back the money, right? Wang Guangfu saw that Yi Ling did not take the initiative to open his mouth, so he immediately looked at Su Bin and asked smilingly, right? Hearing this, Su Bin immediately took out the $100,000 he had prepared and placed it on the coffee table. Brother, first to say sorry to you. You would have only needed to pay back 100,000. It was the company's internal system that had problems, which led the staff to think that the loan was overdue. After Wang Guangfu explained, he hurriedly picked up the 100,000 in cash and put it aside. Su Bin, however, did not expect things to be so painful. To know the morning to the town to pay back the money, the other company's staff straight rolled their eyes, and clearly indicate that must be returned 200,000 to do so. Dong Kaifei saw that the money had already been paid back and also immediately looked at Yi Ling and squeezed his eyes. Mr. Wang, you were so painfully honest from the start. Why bother letting us come here to find you? Yi Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud as she saw him fidgeting in front of herself at this point. It's my brother who did the wrong thing. My brother apologizes to your brother. Wang Guangfu immediately followed suit and smiled back. Since that's the case, then we'll leave first. Yi Ling stood up and swept his eyes around the office. The two of us will be in touch again when we're free in the future. Seeing this, Dong Kaifei and Su Bin also followed suit. But Wang Guangfu was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What's the situation? He's going to leave after paying back the money? Then what did he mean by what he just said? However, Yi Ling had already pushed open the door to the corridor. Dong Kaifei and Su Bin followed closely behind. The three of them slowly stepped down to a mouthful of halls. Wang Guangfu immediately ran out after them. Wait a minute, big brother. The KTV service staff immediately stood up and saluted when they saw Wang Guangfu, but the other parties simply didn't have the time to pay attention to them. What? Yi Ling had guessed that he would chase him down. Letting Dong Kaifei and Su Bin go to the parking lot to wait, he got up alone and came to the entrance of the hall, then narrowed his eyes at the panting other party. How much do you know? I can pay hush money. Wang Guangfu took a deep breath then slowly said, You think I'm someone who lacks money? Yi Ling laughed then returned his comment. Then what is your purpose? Or what are your requirements? I can satisfy you. Wang Guangfu was really afraid that Yi Ling would expose the matter. If Wang Hui heard about it, then his own little life would not be guaranteed. And Yi Ling was actually secretly observing the other party's reaction. After all, anyone who was pushed would flip. But now it seems that Wang Guangfu was still holding a fluke. Want to rely on buying himself to continue to conceal the embezzlement of public funds for smuggling. What kind of person is Wang Hui to you? Yi Ling suddenly looked into his eyes and asked in a deep voice. He is my nephew. Although Wang Guangfu didn't understand why Yi Ling asked about this, he decided to tell the truth even though this situation was happening now. The two of them were actually relatives. Yi Ling's heart was overjoyed after hearing this, but immediately calmed his emotions and looked at the other party and said lightly, Your smuggling is very lucrative. Take out a part of it and share it with me. Not only can I hide the secret, but I can also provide you with financial support. Really? Really? Wang Guangfu could hardly believe his ears. Of course it's true. Yi Ling nodded slowly. Leave me a contact. Who wouldn't do something that makes money? Good. The other party immediately told Yi Ling his private number. After that, he wanted to reconfirm whether Yi Ling would leak the information. But who knew that Yi Ling's next second was to see his face showing ferocity, then slowly opened his mouth to threaten. My people will get in touch with you right away. At that time, if you secretly play tricks, Wang Hui will immediately know about your good deeds. I will definitely work well with you. Let's make money together and keep secrets together. Wang Guangfu was scared and immediately stretched out his hand to make an okay gesture. Wait for my people to call you. Yi Ling nodded with a cold face before turning around and walking towards the parking lot. On the contrary, Wang Guangfu followed with a sigh of relief at that moment. Then he secretly said that he was lucky to have stumbled upon such a good thing. Unbeknownst to Yi Ling, after arriving at the parking lot, he chatted with Dong Kaifei and Su Bin and then told them to take a taxi home. Then he got into the Lamborghini and turned around and drove to the police station. Zhou Jie has been staying at the police station for the last 2 days to organize information. She was so busy that she naturally had to order takeout for lunch. Bang bang bang. The office door suddenly rang, and she immediately closed her computer and stood up to prepare for dinner. Kada. But when she opened the door she realized that what was standing in front of her was not the takeaway man. Chapter 72 Looking for Zhou Jie to call the police. Hello Officer Zhou. Yi Ling immediately smiled and greeted the other party when she saw him open the door. You are? Zhou Jie looked at the tall boy in front of her and frowned slightly. Yi Ling saw this and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and replied, I'm Yi Ling. You should. Thinking of you. Looking for me something? The words did not finish. Zhou Jie immediately slapped his head, followed by turning around and letting Yi Ling enter the house to casually find a place to sit. I want to report a credit company to you. Yi Ling came to the house and sat down and immediately spoke to. Its full name is called Guangda Credit Company. Guangda Credit? Zhou Jie chimed in and then typed in the 4 words on the computer. All sorts of information was immediately displayed. That's right. Yi Ling nodded. Zhou Jie then slid the mouse to check one by one, but did not find any negative information about this company. So then she stopped and looked at Yi Ling again and asked, What did you report about them? Their company is loan sharking behind their backs and utilizing all kinds of irregular means to collect. Yi Ling replied, Is there anything else? Zhou Jie raised her eyes to Yi Ling after recording the information on her notebook. The vice president of their company, Wang Guangfu, used the funds obtained from loan sharking to buy luxury goods outside the country and then smuggled them into the country for sale. Smuggling? Zhou Jie's expression instantly became a few points more serious. knowing that Ningyuan City had been conducting a thorough investigation into smuggling for the last month. The purpose of organizing the documents in the office itself was also for this reason. That is, they wanted to wipe out that group of secret smugglers. About this person Wang Guangfu, can you elaborate some more? She looked at Yi Ling with anticipation written all over her face. Yes. Yi Ling nodded. Then he told Zhou Jie most of the information he had acquired, including the USB flash drive hidden in the black shoebox under the other party's bed. But Zhou Jie frowned again after listening. You ran into Wang Guangfu on the first floor of the Weed KTV and found that the other party was gathering with a group of people to gamble at that time? Yes. Are you sure? Zhou Jie looked at Yi Ling with an extraordinarily serious expression. I'm sure. Yi Ling immediately nodded vigorously. Then following that, he took his cell phone out and let Zhou Jie write down a string of cell phone numbers. I lied to the other party that I wanted to carry out the cooperation piece by piece, and the other party gave his private cell phone number. When Zhou Jie heard this, she instantly felt somewhat marvelous. Yi Ling was actually able to get the other party's cell phone number out of thin air? Yi Ling also realized that Zhou Jie was guessing, so he smiled lightly and then slowly opened his mouth to. I actually just happened to come across these things. Officer Zhou can continue to investigate if he doesn't believe me. I appreciate you being able to provide such important information, but for the sake of the correctness of the information please also keep in touch at all times. To be honest, if the information Yi Ling provided was going to be all true, it's possible that it would be able to break the Ningyuan City luxury jewelry smuggling case in one fell swoop. And there is another most important thing, that is Wan Hui may also be involved in it. We must know that this person is very cunning, do everything very decisive. The people under him are even more loyal and will jump out to take the blame for every arrest. If the guy named Wang Guangfu was really a big fish in the smuggling case, then Wang Hui, as his nephew, will surely be able to reveal a little bit of his footsteps. Two birds with one stone. I will definitely fully support your actions. Yi Ling nodded without hesitation. Then Mr. Yi, you can go back and wait for the news. After all, the situation of this matter is too complicated, and the arrest operation must also be foolproof. Zhou Jie said and also stood up to look at Yi Ling as serious explanation. Then I will leave first. Yi Ling finished his explanation and walked out of the office. Zhou Jie, however, suddenly remembered something again and picked up her cell phone and immediately ran to the hall. Mr. Yi, wait. She called Yi Ling to a halt. Is there anything else? Yi Ling turned around a bit puzzled. Let's both add a friend. If you have any other information, you can send it all to me. Zhou Jie said and took out her cell phone and pointed to the friend QR code on the screen. Good. Seeing this, Yi Ling also immediately picked up his cell phone and swept it. Ding dong! A pink rabbit avatar followed and appeared. It looked out of place with the cold temperament of Zhou Jie's eyes. Private life number? Yi Ling froze but still immediately clicked on the friend application. Okay, it's okay. After the other party saw the friend application pop up on his cell phone, he immediately stretched out his slender fingers and clicked agree. I'll take my leave if there's nothing else. Yi Ling took out the Lamborghini's car keys after putting the phone back. At the same time Zhou Jie also noticed a sports car parked in front of the police station. While pondering who had the money to buy this kind of supercar, Yi Ling came to the Lamborghini and lifted her hand to open the door. What's the situation? Zhou Jie was slightly shocked after seeing this scene. After all, when he first met with Yi Ling, the other party was so poor that he couldn't even take out a penny. How is it that in less than a month's time, he is now driving a Lamborghini? Could it be that he won the lottery? Yi Ling sat on the car and rolled down the window. Then with a faint smile at Zhou Jie, he started the car and turned around and drove out of the police station. And when he returned home it was long after 7 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Yi, you're back. Zhou Yinan heard the sound of the door opening and then immediately ran out from the kitchen. Yi Ling nodded then changed into his slippers. Then coming into the living room he sat his butt on the sofa. Yinan, you get me a glass of water to go. Removing the watch from his wrist and throwing it onto the coffee table. Then pulling out the car keys in his pocket. Yi Ling instantly had a feeling of relief. Seeing this, Zhou Yinan immediately ran back to the kitchen to bring over a cup of cool white water to Yi Ling. Receiving the other hand's cup of water a drink, Yi Ling immediately a lot of spirit, and then picked up the phone to look at Zhou Jie's circle of friends. Zhou Yinan secretly glanced a little curious, but following that, she remembered that she was cooking, and immediately turned around and returned to the kitchen again. I can't imagine that Officer Zhou's daily life is quite rich. Yi Ling casually scratched his hand, discovering that the other party seemed to like posting fitness selfies. The content of the photos were all wearing yoga clothes sitting on a yoga mat doing yoga. To say that Zhou Jie's figure was really perfect, and from the pictures, her body flexibility is also very high. The long legs could easily lift up to make various difficult movements. However, when Yi Ling continued to slide a few times, he suddenly realized that on the day of June 26th, Zhou Jie's friend's circle was just a black picture. The copy was also only a short line. Fifi, I really miss you. Fifi? Could it be Miss Zhou's best friend? Ding dong. Just then the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yi Ling then exited the circle of friends and looked at it, then realized that it was a message from Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 73, Apologize at the door. Su Xiaoxiao, Mr. Yi, have you gone home yet? Su Xiaoxiao, at this time a person lying on the bed, staring at the phone, tangled for a while, before finally sent this sentence to Yi Ling. Yi Ling, just went home. What's wrong? Su Xiaoxiao didn't expect Yi Ling to give himself a second reply. Pretty little face on the spot read a piece, and then get up from the bed and take 2 deep breaths, followed by another rapid input, a paragraph to send. Su Xiaoxiao, no matter. Just ask you. Yi Ling got up from the sofa at this time and slipped to the kitchen. After seeing the message she returned, she paused, then switched voice input to ask, has your father come home yet? Su Xiaoxiao, I just came back from the bus station. He's already on the bus. Did you not follow him back? Su Xiaoxiao, I was dismissed by the company. Have to quickly find a job. After the other party's message was sent over, it was immediately followed by an I'm so poor emoticon. Yi Ling also suddenly remembered that Su Xiaoxiao is now jobless, in line with the idea of helping people to the end. After thinking for a moment, he asked her about her college major. Su Xiaoxiao, I studied financial management. Financial management? Yi Ling was the first to think of a job for the other party after seeing the message. That was to help manage one's own property. After all, he was a person with hundreds of millions of assets at the moment, and the price of the house and car under his name was equally expensive. And in the future, he would also take out some of the money to do other things. It would definitely be troublesome if he managed it by himself. So after a brief thought, Yi Ling sent a voice to Su Xiaoxiao. Let's make an appointment to meet tomorrow. I'll introduce you to a good job. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned after hearing Yi Ling's words on the other end of the phone. Can it be that the other party is her own honored person? Not only did he step in to solve the matter of his loan sharks, but now he even wants to introduce himself to a job? The little girl immediately felt a little confused in her head, but after reacting, she immediately replied to Yi Ling. Su Xiaoxiao, I'm free all day tomorrow. I can go to your house to find you. Yi Ling, I'll go find you tomorrow. Yi Ling had already arrived at the restaurant at this time, and after sending a message to Su Xiaoxiao, he put down his cell phone and prepared to wash his hands for dinner. Inside an apartment building in Ningyuan City, Chen Wenjie sneakily appeared in the hallway, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Liang Fei. Kada. In less than half a minute, the door to a certain room opened and Chen Wenjie immediately walked in quickly. Liang Fei will room door inside lock, then frowned at him coldly too. What is the meaning of what you said on the phone? How will our things be discovered? Auntie, you first do not ask about this matter. I said 4 million, you ready? Chen Wenjie entered the room and frantically scratched his hair, then looked at Liang Fei with red eyes. Ready? The other party rolled his eyes when he saw this look, then raised his hand and pointed to the suitcase on the bed. Good. Chen Wenjie nodded, then opened the suitcase and looked at it. I said you can talk to me properly now, right? Liang Fei came in front of Chen Wenjie and asked again. Aha. Chen Wenjie sighed in relief after seeing the $4 million, then sat on the bed and talked about the morning. A few minutes later, Chen Wenjie extinguished his cigarette, then looked at the suitcase again. We can only listen to that person now and take out 4 million as a hush money for both of us. Money is not even a problem. The key is that he can keep it a secret. Liang Fei nodded, then followed suit with a long sigh. Early in the morning of the second day, Yi Ling drove to Su Xiaoxiao's house again after eating. Mr. Yi. Su Xiaoxiao heard the knock on the door, then immediately opened the door for Yi Ling. Good morning. Yi Ling greeted her with a slight smile. Following that, he noticed that the other party seemed to have deliberately dressed up today. A light pink long skirt and white high heels. Under the reflection of her pink rental house, she was like a flower fairy who just descended to earth. Her face was also painted with some light makeup, looking a few points more mature than usual. Mr. Yi, please sit down. After Su Xiaoxiao invited Yi Ling into the room, she immediately brought him a chair. Then she was ready to make tea and pour water. Unnecessary ms. Su, let me ask you a few things first. Yi Ling waved his hand signaling that there was no need to be busy. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao froze upon hearing this, then turned around and nodded her head again, panic written all over her small face. When she also sat down, Yi Ling then lightly coughed twice, trying to look as formal as possible. Can you do financial management? Of course I can. Su Xiaoxiao immediately nodded. I'm the best at it. What about personal property management? Yi Ling asked again. It should be simpler if it's personal. Financial management belongs to the company level. There will be more things to consider. The other party pondered for a moment, then replied. The job I came to introduce to you today is personal property management. Yi Ling saw that she was full of confidence, so she decided to let her work for herself. Management for whom? Su Xiaoxiao scratched her head and opened her mouth to ask. To me. Yi Ling smiled faintly, then took out the contract that had been prepared beforehand. However, Su Xiao was a bit confused at this time while sitting on the chair. The job, Mr. Yi recommended to me is to manage his own personal property for himself? Take a good look at the contents above and sign if you think there's no problem. Yi Ling handed the contract to Su Xiaoxiao, then raised his hand to look at the time. Good. The other party took the contract sheet and then immediately read it carefully. But just then a knock sounded again outside the door. Mr. Yi, I'll go take a look. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly put down the contract after hearing the sound. Yi Ling nodded slightly, and yet a man's voice followed from outside the door. Miss Su, are you home? Chen Wenjie stood at the door carrying a suitcase, the expression on his face looking particularly interesting. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to open her mouth to respond, but after hearing the man's voice, she subconsciously stopped her steps. It was the man who came to collect the debt last time. Yi Ling heard the voice but the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It seemed that the other party quite kept his promise. Yi, Mr. Yi, is the one who came last time? Su Xiaoxiao turned around with a flustered face and looked at Yi Ling and said, open the door for him, there's nothing wrong. Yi Ling nodded with a bland expression. Mr. Yi said it's fine? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were still a little hesitant, but Chen Wenjie was at the door but had already been up in 7. Miss Su, are you at home or not? I came to make amends and apologize. Can you open the door? He once again raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Kada. A few seconds later the door to the room opened. Su Xiaoxiao cautiously looked at Chen Wenjie. Wenjie Chen, on the other hand, noticed Yi Ling at a glance. Miss Su, you finally opened the door. He immediately pulled out a smiling face. Little brother came to the door today to apologize. What do you want to apologize for? Su Xiaoxiao gathered her courage to question Chen Wenjie. It's the things I did a few days ago. Little brother sincerely asks for your forgiveness, and also asks you to be an adult. After the other party finished speaking, he hurriedly placed the suitcase in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 74, Envy, Jealousy. When Su Xiaoxiao saw the other party put the suitcase in front of her, her face panicked and immediately took 2 steps back in fear. Miss Su, you don't need to be afraid. Inside is a little bit of my kindness. Chen Wenjie saw the situation as even more scared half dead. Without saying a word will pick up the suitcase to open. 4 million in cash lay neatly inside. Money? Su Xiaoxiao saw some doubts, but Chen Wenjie immediately explained it this time. This is my compensation to Miss Su's family, and I also hope that Miss Su will be able to be open-minded and forgive the faulty behavior that my little brother did a few times before. I don't want your money. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head after hearing this. She thought that the $4 million in front of her came unreasonably, not to mention that flying money was undesirable. Sister Su, don't want it? Chen Wenjie saw Su Xiaoxiao not take the money and immediately became anxious. You do not want money inside the sitting of that master may find Wang Hui denounced me. This money you take from where to go. As long as you promise not to harass me in the future on it. Su Xiaoxiao frowned and followed and wanted to close the door. Chen Wenjie almost knelt down for her when he saw this. Auntie, I beg you. This amount of money you just take it. Otherwise I can't explain. What bad explanation. Su Xiaoxiao was once again puzzled. But fortunately Yi Ling also stood up at this time, then came to the door and patted her shoulder. Take the money he compensated you with. Mr. Yi, he gave but 4 million. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Yi Ling, panic written all over her small face. Compensating you 4 million is a lot? Yi Ling opened his mouth to return. After making your family so miserable, 4 million is money that is due. But, there's no buts. This money you just take it, and save him the fear. Yi Ling said and took the suitcase from Chen Wenjie. Chen Wenjie at this moment also finally put his hanging heart down. Do you have anything else? Yi Ling glanced at Chen Wenjie. No more. Let's never meet again. The other party immediately returned a sentence, then turned his head and ran downstairs. Yi Ling saw and laughed, casually closed the door to the room, then turned around and returned to the living room again and sat on the chair. On the contrary, Su Xiaoxiao was frozen in place at the moment, not knowing what to do. Miss Su, contract you finished reading? Yi Ling's magnetic voice suddenly sounded. Su Xiaoxiao immediately reacted to the fact that she had not finished reading the contract. Wait, Mr. Yi. She returned to the living room in a panic, then picked up the contract again and read it carefully. A few minutes later the little girl slowly nodded her head. Is it okay? Yi Ling looked at her and opened his mouth to ask. I can. Su Xiaoxiao also raised her head to look at Yi Ling with a serious face. Since that's the case, you sign it and then go with me to buy a villa. Good. Hearing this, the other party found a pen and wrote his name on the contract. Then let's go buy a villa now. Yi Ling put the contract away and then smiled at Su Xiaoxiao. You also go along and deposit the money you just made. Aha. Su Xiaoxiao carried her suitcase and Yi Ling to the downstairs, and after she sat on the passenger side of the Lamborghini, she still thought that she must be dreaming right now. How else could this have happened? Sudden compensation of 4 million in cash. Mr. Ye's private financial management. Everything could only be realized in a dream, right? Why do you keep frothing? Yi Ling got on the car and saw Su Xiaoxiao's situation is not right, then asked. No, Nothing. Su Xiaoxiao heard a blush then shook her head vigorously. That's good, Yi Ling said and then turned the car around and drove out of the neighborhood. Emerald City Sales Center. This time business is not very prosperous. The few salespeople standing in the lobby could only chat about gossip. You guys say our former colleague Su Xiaoxiao in the end did what? How do you say not here to do it? She sold a large flat last month to get more than 70,000 commission from the internship sales, also promoted on the spot into a formal employee. Suddenly left how to say that there is indeed a bit of a problem. Haven't you guys heard? An employee with a slightly bloated body skimmed his lips and came up. Heard what? The other employees immediately revealed gossipy expressions. Because Su Xiaoxiao she owes loan sharks. That's why the boss let her resign on her own. Loan shark? The expressions on the faces of the crowd grew more and more brilliant. One of the sales followed suit and said, no wonder she went part-time before. I guess it must be to pay off the loan sharks as well? Another salesperson had a mysterious look on his face. I've heard that people who can't pay back the loan sharks will be taken away by others to remove their arms and legs. I don't think Su Xiaoxiao will. She can't guarantee that she wants meat. What are you talking about? Lin Yefeng was at the door and heard a few of them yakking. Then she frowned and walked up and coldly glared. We're discussing Su Xiaoxiao. That bloated sister's eyes but still had a smug look on her face. What Su Xiaoxiao Su Didi? The boss paid for you guys to come here just to chat about gossip and discuss people all day? Lin Yefeng followed and scolded the other party sternly. Immediately, the few of them in sales all shut their mouths. Not a single one of them dared to continue smiling and interacting with Lin Yefeng anymore. You can't sell a single sweet all day long, but you say bad things about others. Whoever is lazy again will pack up and get out. After pinching her waist and lecturing, Lin Yefeng turned around and prepared to continue out the door. However, at this time a Lamborghini stopped at the door. She was instantly agitated when she saw it. Wasn't this the car driven by the youngster who came here yesterday to ask for a villa? Could it be that he was here to buy a villa today? Lin Yefeng immediately rushed out of the hall without saying a word. But the next second she was surprised to find that someone she knew was also sitting in the car. Su Xiaoxiao? When Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Ling got out of the car, they heard someone calling their name. Looking around they saw Lin Yefeng. Sister Lin. Su Xiaoxiao immediately waved at Lin Yefeng smilingly after seeing her. But Lin Yefeng froze in place at this moment, because she couldn't figure out why Su Xiaoxiao would be with Yi Ling. Your former colleague? Yi Ling came in front of Su Xiaoxiao and faintly asked. My boss at first. Sister Lin. Also the manager of the sales department. Very nice person to me, also very good. Su Xiaoxiao immediately replied to. In that case let her recommend the villa. Yi Ling instructed her after thinking for a moment. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao nodded then immediately came in front of Lin Yefeng. At the same time the group of gossiping salespeople in the hall also grew their mouths in surprise when they saw the scene outside. What's the situation? Su Xiaoxiao? Didn't you say that she owed loan sharks and was taken away? How come she appeared again now in a Lamborghini? Really envious of Xiaoxiao. Sitting in a sports car. Chapter 75 Installment Dry What? Full payment bar. Spit to spit, envy to envy. They are now more concerned about. That is, Su Xiaoxiao. In the end what happened? Suddenly resigned from the company. Reappeared on the sports car. Completely that colleague said words completely overturned. But right now, Su Xiaoxiao had a smile on her face as she explained Yi Ling's situation to Sister Lin. My boss wants to buy a villa. Sister Lin, do you have a recommendation now? Boss? Lin Yefeng instantly reacted after hearing what Su Xiaoxiao said, but still a bit clueless about Su Xiaoxiao's transformation. There are. She nodded after a moment of silence. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao then looked towards Yi Ling, signaling that she could go to the house to discuss in detail. Yi Ling nodded slightly then got up and entered the hall. Lin Yefeng even immediately invited the two of them to wait in the parlor. Those salespeople who were originally hiding at the side to peek, at this moment also immediately hid elsewhere. But in their hearts, they still wanted to know what kind of luck Su Xiaoxiao had in the end. To be able to sit in a Lamborghini sports car, and with a handsome man over to buy a house, simply be jealous to death. But to say that jealousy is first and foremost naturally Lin Yefeng herself. When she carried the water to Yi Ling and Su Xiaoxiao pour tea, the hardest to be more no taste is more no taste. In less than a few days, people became customers here. Su Xiaoxiao had no time to pay attention to anything else. Lower your head and look seriously at the Emerald City Villa publicity map that Lin Yefeng brought over. After all, he is working for Yi Ling. How can one say that one should also work dutifully in front of the boss? Mr. Yi, what do you think of this one? She picked up the drawing and handed it to Yi Ling. Our Mr. Yi heard and glanced at the drawings. Su Xiaoxiao followed suit and immediately introduced it. I found that the appearance of this villa is very beautiful, and the interior decorations are all in the European style too. But the area is too small, right? Yi Ling saw that the overall area of this villa was less than 300 square feet. Then I'll show you again. Su Xiaoxiao got Yi Ling's home buying needs and then checked it out more carefully. Lin Yefeng stood by the side and realized that she was a bit redundant. After all, Su Xiaoxiao worked here in the first place. She had a certain understanding of most of the company's housing stock. So after 10 minutes had passed, Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Ling had looked at more than 10 sets, and the ones they were satisfied with were only 2 sets. Star River Bay's Villa 6 is good. The rest is Purple Gardens Villa 8. Sister Lin, are we free to take a look at the current house now? Su Xiaoxiao muttered, then looked at Lin Yufeng and asked. Of course. Lin Yefeng immediately replied. Then Mr. Yi, let's go take a look now. Su Xiaoxiao said, then took the lead and stood up. Good. Yi Ling raised his hand and looked at the time, followed by a gentle nod. The group then walked out of the sales center and came outside. Lin Yefeng drove the company's sedan in the front to lead the way, while Yi Ling and Su Xiaoxiao sat in the sports car and rolled down the windows to slowly drive around. Half an hour later they finally arrived at Star River Bay. The security guard at the entrance saw a sports car coming and immediately straightened his waist and raised his hand in salute. Yi Ling also clearly saw the architectural style of Star River Bay at this time. Although each villa was in a European style, and there were Chinese buildings on both sides of the street, there was no contradiction in the careful look, and the location of this place looked very quiet. There was a hill that just happened to block out all the hustle and bustle of the city. Not bad. Yi Ling realized that the environment of this place was perfect, and it completely met the requirements of what he wanted to stay in. Then we're just about to look at the house next. Su Xiaoxiao also felt that Star River Bay's environment was good. After traveling in the villa area for 3 to 4 minutes, they arrived in front of a white 3-story villa. Lin Yefeng got out of the car and then immediately took out the key to open the door for the two of them. Mr. Yi, please. The main door of the villa slowly opened, and the first thing Yi Ling noticed upon entering was that the living room was very bright. The area should also be more than 70 square meters, and every place reveals broadness. The area of the dining room kitchen is also much more than a large flat. After coming to the second floor, the nanny room, laundry room, and entertainment hall also had everything. Every villa in Star River Bay comes standard with a swimming pool. Lin Yefeng said as she came to the second floor landing window. It can provide space for 5 to 10 people to swim. Not bad. Yi Ling nodded slightly after seeing it. There are a total of 7 rooms in Villa number 6, which also fully satisfies large families. Lin Yefeng continued to walk towards the 3rd floor after saying that. Yi Ling and Su Xiaoxiao followed her and slowly climbed up the stairs. Arriving at the 3rd floor instantly gave them a feeling of enlightenment. The main space on the 3rd floor is an open-air balcony, which can also be sheltered when it rains. Lin Yefeng raised her hand and touched the touchpad on the wall, followed by 2 pieces of transparent glass merging, successfully transforming the 3rd floor into a transparent room. That's it. Yi Ling was particularly satisfied with this place from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Isn't Mr. Yi going to see the 2nd place? Lin Yefeng froze upon hearing this, then inquired in a low voice. Yi Ling raised his hand and looked at the time, then gently shook his head and replied, I think this place is fine and fulfills all the needs. There's no need to look at the 2nd place. Since that's the case, then I'll explain it to Mr. Yi. Lin Yefeng nodded, then continued. The total price of our Star River Bay Villa No. 6 is $38 million. $38 million? Su Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard this figure. On the contrary, Yi Ling did not even blink an eye, still nodding slightly, then continuing to observe the other rooms in the villa. Mr. Yi is our Jade City's regular customer. If you decide to buy Villa number 6, you can first pay a down payment of 10 million, and the rest of the money will be repaid in 36 regular installments. Lin Yefeng followed behind Yi Ling and gently reminded. In installments? Yi Ling stopped his steps and turned around and waved his hand, then faintly spoke. It's too troublesome if it's in installments. Let's just go straight to full payment. Full payment? Lin Yefeng's breath shortened when she heard Yi Ling say these 2 words. One must know that the total price of this villa was $38 million. The person who was able to come up with the full payment to buy it couldn't pick a few people in the entire Ningyuan city. Could he? Any questions? Yi Ling looked at her with a bland face and asked. No problem. Lin Yefeng tried her best to calm herself down, but turned around still unable to hold back her inner ecstasy. After all, Yi Ling was going to spend $38 million to buy this villa in full. If he took the commission himself, he would have more than $100,000 anyways. Su Xiaoxiao was also numb to money at this moment. She realized that when Yi Ling heard the price, the expression on his face did not change. She seemed to take everything the other party said for granted. The price of $38 million was also normal. There's no problem, let's sign now. Yi Ling sat her butt on the sofa. I can't wait to move here in the afternoon.